Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech, and in this episode we're going to be talking about the top 7 coding languages that you need to learn in 2020. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about coding languages. Now there are lots of coding languages out there, and I'm going to talk about the top 7 coding languages that you should probably learn in 2020. Now, oftentimes in a programmer's career, you need to learn a new language. And if you learn one language, it's probably going to be easier to learn another one. And one of the things I've learned about coding over the years is that sometimes you need to switch your language to become more profitable, whether you're a freelancer or you need a new job. So let's talk about the top 7 coding languages that will make you profitable in 2020. So let's start with the 7th place item on this list. Dart is a great programming language, and it's needed to make Flutter apps. If you don't know, Flutter is absolutely amazing. You can check out this video here about why I think Flutter is so awesome. Flutter is a framework that allows you to deploy to not only iOS, Android, but the web simultaneously. It's the best cross-platform framework I have ever seen, and I've been doing this for a long, long time. So if you want to make Flutter apps, you got to use Dart. And I think that there's going to be huge potential for people that actually know Dart and people that actually know how to use and make Flutter apps. The reason for this is that it is so much more cost effective to do everything in Flutter and deploy everywhere than it is to have native apps. Again, if you want to check out this video, please do, because I talk more about this concept there. Let's talk about the number 6 item on this list, C++. It's never a bad time to learn C++ because C++ has been around for so many years. There's a lot of legacy systems out there that still use it. In addition, if you want to be a game programmer, C++ is the #1 coding language you should learn. In fact, if you are a game programmer, stop everything that you're doing right now and go learn C++. Now the next item on this list is going to be a little bit out of the ordinary, but the next item is C. Now this is obviously the precursor to C++, but there are a lot of legacy systems out there, and there's a lot of programmers who have been managing these systems that are going to be retiring soon, meaning that there is going to be a lot more demand for C. In fact, C has seen quite a bit of resurgence in the last year, and I expect that trend to continue, especially because there are so many systems out there that require C. So the next item on this list is C#. Now C# is part of the C family, and C# is really important because there are a lot of systems out there that use it. In fact, C# has only been growing in popularity, and if you want to make games, oftentimes there is some C# that is required. For example, Unity does use C#, but there's a lot of systems out there that require C#, and it's a great programming language to learn. The next item on this list is Java. Now Java is taught pretty much everywhere in every school, and the reason is that it's pretty much used everywhere as well. As an employer, it's very easy to go to the universities and colleges and pick up a bunch of Java developers to make your product work. So Java isn't going anywhere anytime soon, and it's a programming language that there's a lot of resources out there, so it's very easy to learn. If you want to learn Java, then I highly recommend it in 2020. The second item on this list is JavaScript. Now JavaScript is used pretty much everywhere on the web, and there are so many frameworks that are built on JavaScript that if you want to use a new framework, then it's great to have that JavaScript knowledge. In fact, for any web development, I highly recommend that you learn JavaScript first. So Java, not JavaScript, but Java has been the top programming language to learn for many, many years, and it's only been recently that JavaScript has passed it in the popularity ranking. And the reason for this is that web development is incredibly popular, and there's always a lot of demand for JavaScript developers. So JavaScript easily takes the #2 spot on this list. So let's talk about the #1 programming language you should learn in 2020. The programming language is Python. Python is one of the most versatile languages, and all the things that are going to be in demand in 2020 use Python. This is machine learning, data science, and there's a lot of new frameworks for a little bit more niche topics like biology. Python is so important to all the cool things that are going to be coming out in 2020 that you absolutely have to learn it. Now, a few years ago, I actually didn't like Python, but now I realize that it's incredibly important to the programming economy today. So if you want to learn Python, machine learning, data science, and all these other niche little frameworks, I highly recommend it because Python is the #1 language that you should learn in 2020. Alright, so that concludes this video. Thanks for watching. Before we leave, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe, and please share this video. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The best way to help with this channel is to subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We add in 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. You can get it for the low price down below. We have a monthly option and a yearly option. This is the best way to help with this channel, and the more money we get from the products you buy below, the more content we can make. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about the #1 productivity hack for 2020. Alright, so let's talk about productivity. Now, in 2019, I read some books, and the best book that I read was Cal Newport's Deep Work. If I recommend one book for you to read, I highly recommend that you read this. Now, I'm going to give you a brief summary of this book, but I'm going to talk about the #1 productivity hack that you should do in 2020, and I know that I'm going to do this as well. So if I were to sum up Deep Work, I would say that the best thing that you can do for your career and for your happiness overall is to concentrate and get off social media. I've saved you reading the book, but I do highly recommend that you read the book because it is a really good book. The reason why concentration is something that's really important is because it is very hard to concentrate today. There are so many distractions, and what Cal Newport suggests is that you get off social media. And that is your #1 productivity hack for 2020. All right, thanks for listening. No, I'm just kidding. Let's continue. Now, this goes beyond just kind of concentrating or distractions, but it goes about how you use your time. Now, really successful people use their time very effectively. They probably don't waste any of their time, and if they do, it is a planned wasting of time. Now, most of us are in the situation where we can probably focus a bit more and work a bit harder. Very few of the people watching this are going to be the kinds of people that need more rest. Now, personally, I like to work really hard and then take some time off. In fact, over the Christmas holidays, I delete my email app because luckily my business doesn't require that much support over the Christmas break. So when it comes to time management, the best thing you can do is to pull up a spreadsheet and calculate what you're doing with your time each day. This is the best way to manage your time. And one of the things you'll notice when you do this is that you'll probably spend way more time than you think on social media. This is Twitter, Facebook, or even Reddit. So if you pull up a spreadsheet and you figure out what you're doing with your time, you'll be able to visualize this. Now, there's a lot of research done on a very similar principle, and that is spending. If you go and put every single one of your purchases into a spreadsheet, you will look at how much you're spending on each item, and you'll also make better decisions. There's been a lot of research to prove this. Now, some people are better spenders than others, but over the years, I've found out that if you do this, you'll actually start to second guess on big purchases or purchases that you don't necessarily need. Remember, it's way easier to spend money than it is to make money. And you can apply that concept to your time. It's easier to waste your time than it is to do something productive, because doing something productive is inherently more difficult than wasting your time. One of the things that Cal Newport says in his book is that you should spend your time on actions that will give you more value. And social media is inherently valueless. So it makes sense to not spend time on social media. Now, I've personally in 2019 have not used Facebook as much, and I would say that not only am I happier, but I am also more productive. It's always good to look at yourself and find out where you can improve. And the more action you take to your self-improvement, the better off you will be. The other thing I've noticed is that you can use your YouTube time more effectively. Hint, hint, subscribe down below. So it's possible to be on a platform and have good spending habits and bad spending habits. I use YouTube for an education resource. I watch a lot of news, specifically economic news, and I watch a lot of tutorials. Also, I like history, so I watch a lot of history channels. But over the years, I've watched more and more of this kind of content and less of kind of the content that is a complete waste of time. You have to figure out which videos will give you more value. The other thing I like to do with my video time is I do buy courses, and that's why I make a company that actually produces these courses. The reason is that Mammoth Interactive produces courses that get you from A to B as quickly as possible, and I like other tutorials that do this as well. I want to spend my time in the most efficient way possible, and I want to make sure that I learn the most amount of information in the least amount of time. And here at Mammoth Interactive, we try and do that as well. We try to make sure that people know nothing about coding to be able to release an app on the App Store. Now, there's lots of other tutorials out there that do this as well, and I always love watching new videos. It's not always on coding, but I'm always trying to learn something new. The other thing about buying a course is that there's usually no ads in it, and you can watch it 2 times as fast, which means that the efficiency is incredibly better than just going to a lecture at a university and hearing a person speak in real time. Another thing I like to do with my time is I like to exercise. Now, it's hard with 2 kids to get the right amount of exercising in, but I try to make it a priority to get some kind of exercising in. Now, over the years, my exercise routine has changed quite a bit. When I was in university, I would work out maybe 4 or 5 times a week. Now I play ultimate frisbee for about 6 hours a week, and during the off season, I like to ski. These are things that are really important that you need to figure out for yourself. You need to figure out which physical activities are good for you, and you want to make sure that you do it. The thing that you also want to make sure when it comes to physical activity is to not overdo it. I personally get injured quite a bit because sometimes I push myself too hard, and being injured isn't very good. So if you're a marathon runner, you need to budget your body's ability to handle that kind of stress. It is very, very easy as you get older to get injured. You can't do the same amount of physical activity when you're 35 that you did when you're 25. This is something that is really annoying, and I hope they fix that sometime in my lifetime. The other thing I like to do is go for really long bike rides because it clears the mind, and if I work really, really hard and you have that rest will actually help you solve problems because you can't be working 100% of the time. So just because you're not working doesn't mean you're not being productive. Exercising is one of the best ways to spend your free time. And if you play a social sport like ultimate frisbee, baseball, soccer, or football if you're from Europe, these sports will absolutely help you socialize. And if you're a coder like me that's been spending all of his time in front of a computer screen, this is going to be great for you. So let's recap this video. If you haven't read Cal Newport's Deep Work, I highly recommend that you read it. To sum up that book, the best way to spend your time is to do things that are valuable. Social media is not valuable, so don't spend your time doing it. The other thing that you want to do is you want to graph your time usage per day and see if you can be more efficient. By graphing out your time use every day, you'll be able to make better decisions. The other thing that you want to do is you don't want to be working all the time, and you need to use your free time effectively, and one of the best ways to do that is exercise. Lastly, if you're gonna watch a video, make sure it's educational because that way you'll be able to use it in your career in some way, shape, or form. Alright, so that concludes this video. Thanks for watching. Please be sure to like and subscribe, and if you have any comments about this video, please comment below. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon or a sponsorship, so we need you to buy the digital products down below. Every dollar that we get from the products you buy below goes into making more content. We have multiple levels down below, but if you really want to help out this channel, the best way to help out is to subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We add in 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month, and you can learn everything from Photoshop to machine learning. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about the 5 ways to track your productivity and be more productive. And the last one is going to surprise you, so please stick around to the end. Alright, so it's a new decade and it's time for a completely new you. But how do you get to the goals of your dreams? Well, it's pretty easy actually, or is it? Well, if you just think about it for a second, the best way to achieve your goals is to change something. But how do you change something? How do you change something in your life? How do you change your behavior? And that's exactly what we're going to be talking in this episode. So I'm going to give you 5 productivity hacks that I've personally used. So the first hack I have for you is to write everything down in a spreadsheet. And this is everything from time that you're being productive to time that you are wasting. And this can be anything from watching YouTube or playing video games or building that app or startup that you've always wanted to do. You want to do this because you want to track how much time you're being productive and how much time you are wasting. And sometimes it's good to waste a little bit of time, but if you really want to make a change, chances are you are wasting too much time. I know that I do this every year, and I look at some of my spreadsheets and I say to myself, why did I spend so much time on this particular thing when I could have been doing something more productive? Now, people do this all the time when they are budgeting. So if you write down your expenses or look at them on a spreadsheet or look at your credit card statements, which you should totally do anyway, you'll notice that if you spend too much on one particular item that you never use, you'll say to yourself, why did I spend so much money on that particular item? Well, the same thing is true for your time. If you want to make a difference in your life and you spend way too much time doing a particular thing, then perhaps you should get rid of that thing and do something more productive. The other thing about writing everything down in a spreadsheet is you can make these nice looking pie charts that will absolutely tell you what you need to be focusing on. The second hack I have for you is that if you are producing something, I recommend saving all of your projects into a daily folder, meaning that if you have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in different folders, you can see what you do on a daily basis. This way, you can look and say, oh, Monday was really productive, Tuesday wasn't, Thursday was really productive, and I didn't do any work Wednesday. You can actually look at which days you were doing work and which days you were more productive, etc. And you always want to judge the output. The whole point of getting better is to take what you are doing and making just good decisions on how to do it better. So the best way to do this is take the extra 2 minutes to save all of your completed work to a daily folder. The third hack I have for you is my 10-10-10 rule. And if you've been following me or Mammoth Interactive for a long time, you'll know that I'll say this a lot. The 10-10-10 rule is that for every project that you do, you want to make it 10% better, 10% faster, and 10% more money. So the next project is going to be 10% better, 10% faster, and make 10% more money. Now, the last item, making 10% more money, is the hardest one to achieve, and sometimes it's completely out of your control. But the first two are completely 100% within your control. You can always look at the last project and say, I could do all of these things better, and I could do probably all these things a little bit faster. And if you try to make every project 10% better, 10% faster, and make 10% more money, you are going to improve. So after using this technique for many years, I have noticed that if you make a bigger project, it might take the same amount of time. So if you have 3 projects, let's say you're doing 1 project a month, and the scope is this big for the first project, this big for the second project, and this big for the third project. Even if you're using the 10-10-10 rule, the second project might take the same amount of time as the first project because it's bigger in scope. And that is something you also want to understand. If you can find a way to make bigger scope projects faster and quicker or within the same amount of time, that is absolutely the goal that you should be having. The fourth productivity hack that I have for you today is to change your location of work. Now, I like working in an office, but sometimes I will go to a cafe and just work, and sometimes I find that the productivity of working in a different location will absolutely make a difference. If you're finding that you're not being productive, change your work location. I guarantee you that it will either be really good and you want to do it more often, or you might not like it. However, even if you like going to an office every day or you have a specific room in your house that's dedicated to work, I highly recommend that you just try getting out a little bit. And sometimes if you just go out, you might meet someone or you might be more productive. So it's time for the last productivity hack. And as I mentioned, this one is a little bit surprising. Now, over the years, I have been underworked and I have been overworked. And sometimes when you're overworked, your productivity doesn't really go up. In fact, it can absolutely plateau. So you need to find out what your workload is. And once you've hit that workload, you need to take time off. And for me personally, I like to book time off. And since this video is made at the beginning of 2020, I just took 1.5 weeks off and I am very charged to go back to work. And I personally have to set aside time to take time off. And I've noticed that when I do this, I am more productive. So you always want to do more work in less time because this is the definition of productivity. And if you really want to think about it, you want to do more work in less time and make your work less frustrating. If you can figure this out, you will be absolutely productive. Alright, so that concludes this video. Please be sure to like and subscribe to this channel. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So smash that like button. Also, this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our subscriptions to our huge library of content on mammothInteractive.com. You can get over 1,800 hours of content, and we release between 20 and 60 hours of fresh new content per month. Our goal is to get 10,000 paid subscribers to Mammoth Interactive, and by doing this, we will be the most productive e-learning company in the world, and we need your help to get there. If you're already a subscriber, I want to thank you because your help makes not only this channel possible, but it helps us educate the entire world. If you're looking to find out what kind of content we have on Mammoth Interactive, we have everything from Photoshop tutorials to game tutorials, all the way to web development and machine learning. We have a ton of content and release a ton of new content per month. So if you really like this channel, please consider subscribing because it really does help us out. Help us be the e-learning company of the future. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about the greatest iPhone hack ever. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get to this channel, the more content we can make. So you know what the greatest iPhone hack I've ever seen is? One is to simply just turn off the iPhone. You can go out, meet some people, maybe enjoy some nature a little bit, go for a bike ride, and the best part is that you're not attached to your iPhone. Nah, I'm just kidding. This is the best iPhone hack I've ever seen. So let's take a look at what it is. So you know how when you're going through an email or a long text and you can't simply find or place that cursor where you want it? All you have to do is hold the spacebar down and move your thumb, and it moves the cursor around. Just look at this! Like, doesn't that blow your mind? Seriously, this is one of the most frustrating things I have to do on an iPhone. Let's take a look at that one more time. Again, this just blows my mind. Alright, so this was a short BuraTech video, so that concludes this video. Please be sure to like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. This channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. And every dollar that we get from the products that you buy below goes into making more content. If you're a really big fan of this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh, new training content per month. You can go and learn anything from Photoshop to machine learning to web development to game development to 3D models and more. Our goal at Mammoth Interactive is to become the most productive e-learning site on the planet. And to do that, we only need 10,000 subscribers. So if you're already watching this and you're already a subscriber, we thank you. Your support really helps us make amazing new content. Help us get to 10,000 monthly subscribers. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about changing your behavior and adding good habits to your life. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe and hit that bell button to be notified whenever we release a new BuraTech video. So let's talk about changing habits. It's actually really easy, and believe it or not, I'll tell it to you right now so you don't have to watch the video. The easy way to do it is to just do it. Alright, that concludes this video. No, I'm just kidding. So how do you change your behavior? Well, it's really easy. All you have to do is figure out what it is you want to do and do it for 10 to 20 minutes a day. And the key part is every day. So if you want to become an amazing coder and an amazing developer, you need to code for 10 to 20 minutes a day, every day. The everyday part is key because all of a sudden you'll spend 10 minutes a day, then that 10 minutes will become 20 minutes a day, 20 will become 40, 40 will become 2 hours, and then the next thing you know, you'll be spending hours of time coding. The hardest part about changing your behavior though is to start and continue to do it. If you start and just do something for a small amount of time, like 10 minutes, then you'll tell yourself that this is something that you want to do. And if you're really interested in it, that time will grow. And this is another thing about changing your behavior. It's possible to have a bad goal. So let's say your goal is to become a coder because everyone is telling you to learn to code. Hint, hint, you should probably learn to code. Also, hint, hint, we have coding products down below, please buy them. But let's say you are coding for 10 minutes a day, every day for 2 months, and you really hate doing it. In fact, you really have a hard time trying to get started, trying to pull up the IDE, and you hate coding. Well, after those 2 months, maybe coding isn't for you. And if coding isn't for you, that's perfectly okay because not everyone wants to be a coder. Just because everyone's telling you to do it doesn't mean that you should actually do it. In another video, we'll talk about changing your tastes to be more successful, but let's just talk about changing your habits in this one. Recognizing bad goals is essential because let's say you want to do something else. Let's say that you like doing 3D modeling way more than you like coding. Well, perhaps then you should be a really good 3D modeler, and that's how you should spend all of your time. You shouldn't be spending it on coding because that's not something that you want to do. You should be spending it on 3D modeling. Now the thing is that you want to spend quality time. That's 10 minutes of non-distraction time. That's no Facebook, no phone, nothing. If I need quality time, I put my phone in airplane mode and sometimes I even turn it off. If you want to change your behavior, you have to take time away from something. Chances are, if you're like me, you spend way too much time watching Netflix or playing video games. So if you take time away from that and do something more productive, then you'll become more successful. The best way to do this is to spend maybe 10 minutes a day, every day, and the everyday part is key. If you do this, then chances are the 10 minutes will become 20, 20 will become 40, 40 will become 2 hours, and the next thing you know, you're spending all of your time doing this new task. You need to realize when you have good goals and when you have bad goals. The sooner you can cut the bad goals from your life, the more you can focus on good goals. Alright, so that concludes this video. Make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more videos like this we can make. Remember, this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the digital products that you buy below, the more amazing content we can make. If you really want to help out this channel and our site, Mammoth Interactive, you can subscribe to our huge library of content. We produce 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. And the more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Our goal is to get to 10,000 paid subscribers. And if we do this, we'll become the most productive e-learning company on the planet. But we need your help to get there. If you're already a subscriber to Mammoth Interactive, we want to thank you because not only does it make this channel possible, but it makes our whole company possible. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about how to finally move out of your parents' home. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the digital products that you buy below, the more content we can make. So, if you live at your parents' house, remember there is absolutely no shame in that. There's actually a very good reason to live at your parents' house for as long as possible. Most likely there is less rent and less expenses, and you can finally figure out what you want to do. Now, some people might want to move out of their parents' house as soon as they turn 18, and other people might want to stay a bit longer. Personally, I went to university and lived at my parents' house until I was done my degree, and then I moved out. And I knew that once I moved out, I would move out for good. So, I've learned a lot of things along the way, and if I were to go back and tell myself what to do, I would give myself this advice. Now, when I was 22, I moved very far away, and the number one reason I did this was because I wanted to make sure that there was no temptation to move back in. Of course, it would be very easy if you moved in the same city to say, hey mom and dad, I'd really like to come back and live with you because, well, it's scary in the real world. And that would be awesome, but I knew that if I moved far enough away, I would have to make it on my own. Now, it was really challenging, specifically because it was the 2008 financial crisis and finding jobs was a little bit harder. If I were to move out today or any time after that, it would have been a lot easier because I could have found a higher paying job. Instead, I had to work multiple jobs while trying to get my business underway, and it was really challenging. So I highly recommend not graduating in the year of a major financial recession. Good luck with that. So depending on where you are, there are many things that you can do to help make sure that you want to become A, really good programmer or entrepreneur, and B, not break the bank. So the question is should you live in a major city or not a major city? Well, if you live in a major city, chances are you're going to get a lot more connections to get a job. But if that's not your goal and you just want to start a business, then perhaps the city is not right for you. Now, another thing that wasn't available when I was 22 were sites like Upwork. In fact, I did quite a bit of freelancing, and of course everything was muted because of the global financial crisis, but I did manage to make quite a bit of money freelancing my services, and it was really good. Today, I know that I would be able to make a lot more money doing this kind of work because there are so many more options. You can find someone halfway across the globe to either do work for you, or if you know someone that needs work, they can simply find you wherever you are, and it's really good. And because of that, if you want to just freelance, perhaps moving into the country might be a better idea. Now, the big problem with moving into the country, of course, is the lack of internet. Now, sometimes you might get really good internet, and sometimes you might not get good internet. You have to find a spot where there is lots of internet. The other thing about moving to the country is that if you don't have a car, it's going to be a lot more expensive, because if you do live in the country, driving is going to become a part of your life, whether you like it or not. You can't just simply walk to the store like you do in a major city. You have to drive everywhere, and the fuel costs, the maintenance costs, as well as the car costs can add up. So that is another thing that you need to understand. On the flip side, if you do live in a city, there are options out there where you can simply not own a car. In fact, I have not owned a car for several years. Unfortunately, Share Now, which was Car2Go, is pulling out of North America, and I'm very sad about that, because I really like Car2Go and I really wish it wouldn't go away. So going back on where you want to live, it all depends on your goal. If you really want to work at a company and perhaps get some investors, then perhaps you need to live in a big city. However, if you just want to build a business and do freelancing gigs here and there, as long as your internet connection, the country is a very good option, and I find that it's highly underrated. The other advantage to living in the country is that, believe it or not, there's actually a lot more IT-related work, because there are not a lot of IT-related people that can do that work. Things like, I need to fix a computer. If you're technically minded, there's actually quite a bit of work in the country that you might not normally get. And on top of that, the pay for these jobs can be fairly high. So there's a lot of advantages to living in the country. And the other thing about living in the country is that the rent is often cheaper than living in a big city. And if you're not living in one of the major cities like San Francisco, Seattle, or New York, then the rent can be very accommodating, and your freelancing dollars can go a lot farther. In fact, you might be able to work a lot less work while getting the same quality of life. The other thing you have to really understand is how much do you need to have a social network. Now, lots of people, and specifically lots of young people, want to live in a big city because it's cool, right? And I like living in big cities too. But if you live in the country, you might not have that social connection, and that's something that you need to understand. Now, there's tons of ways of dealing with this problem. In fact, if you like playing online games such as like World of Warcraft, you can actually get that social connection from your home if you have a good internet connection. Really, if you want to live anywhere else other than the big cities, the internet connection really is the key. One thing I'm really looking forward to is when Elon Musk launches Starlink, which is a satellite internet network where you can basically access internet from all around the globe. Now, the question is how fast it's going to be. Chances are what's going to happen is that the speed of local cables is going to be a lot more than the satellite. However, it is going to dent the cable market. And this is really important because the Starlink system will give so much competition to land-based internet providers. And this is something that I'm really looking forward to. So what are some other tips when you first move out that you can do? Well, one of the things that I learned right away is to make sure you're not spending too much money on food. And when I moved out, I spent a little bit too much money. And believe it or not, you can actually save quite a bit of money if you go to deals all the time. So one thing I did is I lived off Subway's $5 sub, which is not as prevalent as it used to be, but I did do that for many, many years, and I did seem to survive. Now, of course, it's not the healthiest option for you, and one thing you have to remember is that eating really healthy can be expensive. So there are ways to make sure that your food budget isn't too big, and this is something you really have to watch. So another thing that I've noticed is that if you eat all of your meals out, or you want to cook all of your meals at home, you have to basically pick one of those two options, because if you pick all meals out, you have to make sure that you're not spending too much money. But it is possible, because the reason that a lot of people don't quite understand is that if you eat all your meals at home and you throw away a lot of food, then that food waste does add up over time. But whereas if you go and eat a meal out, you only eat when you're hungry. You don't overeat. Now, the other thing is that if you eat meals at home and you have specific dietary concerns, or you want to make sure that you're really good at cooking, you can go do that option. But personally, I just like eating most of my meals out. In fact, I had rarely, if any, kind of food at my house. And if it was food, it was food that wasn't perishable. This is soup cans or chips and salsa or something that wouldn't go bad. And that's another thing that you can do, because if you eat food at home, you always have to watch how much food you're throwing away. This is the #1 thing that will put, believe it or not, eating at home to be more expensive than eating out. Now, with both options, you can eat very poorly. You can eat McDonald's every day, and that probably wouldn't be good. And you can eat a bunch of crap at home too, and that also wouldn't be good. So you always have to look at what you're eating, and it will affect your performance. You do have to eat moderately healthy, especially when you're young, and food intake affects people differently. So some people can eat McDonald's every day and nothing really happens. And other people, if they do eat that, they start to see mood swings and they have a whole bunch of different adverse effects to eating that food every day. So you have to find out what's good for you and how much healthy versus unhealthy food you can eat. So another thing that I've noticed is that you always have to look at your expenses, whether that's internet, cell phone, water. It doesn't really matter what expenses that you're looking at. You have to look at it every 6 months to a year and see if there's a cheaper option. So I recently just switched cell phone plans because the new plan is a lot cheaper and I get actually more things than my old plan does. And I always have to look at it because sometimes there are new deals out there. And if you look at it every 6 months, you look at all of your expenses, you'll be able to figure out how much you're spending on each specific item and if there's a better option. In fact, you do want to go down this road because oftentimes internet and cell phone providers compete with one another, and sometimes you can use that as leverage. You can say, how much would you like to get me off that other cell phone company? And they might give you a special deal for a few months. And every dollar matters. Which brings me to my next point. Every dollar matters. Remember, if you can save a few dollars here and there, it does start to add up. If you manage to save $10, that might be 1 or 2 lattes for you to enjoy at a specific time. And if you want to do that again and again, that does really add up. Now, the best thing you can do with the money that you save is to literally put it in the bank and save it. You really want to get in the habit of putting at least some money in the bank every month. That can be $20, it could be $100, it doesn't really matter what it is. Save it. You want to save it because there could be a rainy day ahead. When times are good, you want to save, and when times are bad, you want to make sure that you're limiting your expenses. This is something that I had a hard time figuring out, but it eventually worked out. Now, what about getting roommates? Now, if you really want to move out of your house, you want to find the best possible situation. Now, I lived with roommates because I didn't really have another option, and if I were to go back, I would try to find roommates that were in the industry that I was targeting to find a job. And the reason why you want to do this is that, let's say you have a roommate that works at a company and they need someone and they know you and you are doing a good job, then chances are they will recommend you. And this is the best way to get ahead, is that if you live in a house with a bunch of people that are in your industry, and even if you're not, you spend all your day working and eventually you might get some gigs, some extra freelance work, or maybe even a really good job in that specific area. Now, of course, this only works in the city, and the best part about this is that it will reduce your rent. Now, one of the things that I used to do is I wanted to make sure that I had a really good room, and when I was at home, even with a bunch of roommates, I would rarely use the common area. I would just sit in my room all day. Now, one thing that I am good at is just sitting in my room and programming all day. It's a bit of a superpower of mine, but I am very content doing that, and not everyone is. So if you really need common area time, then you have to make sure that you find a situation that works really well for that. So the best thing that you can do when you're first starting out is to either code all day or do whatever it is you want to do all day long. Literally, you wake up, you make yourself breakfast, and then you do it literally all day to maybe 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night, and then you stop doing it and maybe do something else. And this is the best way to do that. If you do this for months, I guarantee you will be better. Now, you have to literally spend all your time doing whatever it is you need to do. If you want to be a coder, you just simply code all day, and eventually you will become better. The other thing is that you cannot spend time on Facebook or Reddit or YouTube or anything else like that unless you're actually doing research. And if you spend all your time coding, focusing coding all day like that, you will absolutely be amazing. Now let's take a look at coding for a specific example. If you code all day, you need to code to your best of your ability. Now that ability might not be as good as a person who has 10 years of senior experience within the industry, but it will be the best that you can do. And if you really strive to do the best job you can with the much amount of focus as you possibly can, and this is true for pretty much every discipline. If you want to be a 3D modeler, a game designer, it doesn't matter what it is you want to do. If you can find some time to just do whatever it is you need to do all day, every day, for a few months, you will be better. And if you make practical projects, that will also work as well. Now, sometimes people go to a really rural area, lock themselves in a room and do this all day so they're free of distractions. And this isn't necessarily a bad idea. The problem is that if you do something, anything related to technology, chances are you need the internet. Even if you need to download an API or something, you do need the internet. So that is something that you need to understand. And it's not like you want to be a musician, because musicians do this a lot. They go to some place in the woods and they play their guitar all day, and then they become really good at it. But as entrepreneurs and coders, you need a social connection or an internet connection, and you do need this to actually function. So going to a woods where there's no internet connection might not be a good option. Alright, so that concludes this video. Let me know what you did when you moved out of college. Did you live in a big city? Did you have roommates? I want to know your comments down below. Now remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. And the more money we get from the digital products that you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can become a paid subscriber to Mammoth Interactive's training service. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. And if you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, but you make Mammoth Interactive possible. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers, and we need your help to get there. If we get there, we can change the world. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about what programmers should be doing in their spare time. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more money we can make. And the more money we can make, the more amazing content we can make. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the digital products that you buy below, the more content we can make. More on that later. So let's talk a little bit about what programmers should be doing in their spare time. If you've been a fan of this channel and if you've been following me for years, I always say that you should always have some free time available and you shouldn't work all the time. If you work too much, your productivity can actually go down. And I have been a victim of this many times in my life. Many times in my life, I have worked way too hard and not taken enough time off. In fact, most of the time in my life, I am working 24/7, 7 days a week. There's always more to do, there's always more to research, and there's always more to think about with the next project. Now, I'm constantly thinking about the next project, and if I'm not thinking about the next project, I don't know what to do with myself. In fact, sometimes I go and play video games, and I really don't like it because I'm not working. In fact, I'm a big fan of this phrase, when you're not releasing, somebody else is. And if that doesn't scare you, it should. So what should you do in your time off? Over the years, I have been burnt out many times, and this is something that I don't want to happen to you because it is not good to get burnt out. If you think about it, you should be the most productive in a week as possible. So how do you do that? Well, you should work really hard and focus, but the thing that's always missing from the conversation is what to do in your time off. Now, personally, I like to do a lot of things in my time off, and over the years, I've fine-tuned a very comprehensive list on how you can make your time off to be effective to raise your productivity level. The first thing I would recommend is to not work so much. You need to take time off. This can be on a daily basis. This can be on even an hourly basis. It's better to get 30 minutes of really focused work done than 8 hours of non-focused work. So if you're going to take some time off, I would maybe take off 10 minutes for every hour. Do something a little bit different. Do not go into social media, but instead just do something a little different. This can be doing some push-ups, more on exercising later, but it can be push-ups, it can be reading something, it can be anything that's not your work. In fact, if you really try to measure how much time you're being effective and how much time you're focusing, if you can really get that time down and your spare time down, it will be very beneficial for you. So I think the best thing to do in your spare time is to exercise. I personally like going on long bike rides. It not only clears my mind, but I'm also getting a workout as a result. Lately, I've been taking my kid on the bike as well, and this is great because it burns more calories, and I get to spend time with my kid. My kid loves going on bike rides with me. So the best thing you can do is solve multiple problems at the same time. So by going on long bike rides, I can A, get some exercise, B, spend time with my kids, and C, clear my mind so that next time I go into work, I'm fully recharged. So like I said, exercising is really good. Now, I am not a jogger, and a lot of people do run. And if you like jogging, I highly recommend doing it. The one thing I do highly recommend is that you always stretch and make sure that you're on top of future injuries. As you get older, it's going to be harder and harder to do the same amount of physical activity you did when you were younger. You have to warm up a bit more, you have to stretch more, and you have to do maintenance exercises. I have been injured so many times in my life that this is something I don't want to have happen to you. So if you're used to running a lot, then if you get injured, you have to fill up your running time with something else. And chances are that something else isn't going to be good exercise. In fact, it's going to be something like maybe playing video games or something like that, which is not something you want to do. In fact, if you are used to running and then you get injured, you have to fill up that time. And that time might not be well spent. So please do your maintenance exercises and stretch before you run. Another thing I like to do is play Ultimate Frisbee. I love Ultimate Frisbee. It's a very nerdy sport, and I have networked so hard through Ultimate Frisbee because a lot of other coders play it as well. Ultimate Frisbee is a great sport, not only because I personally am a sprinter, not a long distance runner, but I love it because you get to talk to people. If you're sitting in front of a computer all day, going to play team sports is really good. Now, it doesn't have to be Ultimate Frisbee. It can be something like basketball or baseball or team handball or football. It doesn't really matter what the team sport is. So if you like team sports, it's really good for you to play team sports because you get to socialize with other people, and that's really good because chances are as a programmer you do not do enough socialization, and you might be able to network in your city. Another thing I like to do is go skiing. I love going skiing. Now, this is not for everyone. You might be living in a place where there's absolutely no snow, but I think skiing is really good because not only do you get to go out there on a beautiful mountain and burn some calories, it is really good exercise. Now, there's a common theme to all of the exercises that I have given you. You always want to try and solve two problems at the same time. Like, for example, the bike ride that I mentioned earlier. The other thing you want to do is find a way to burn the most amount of calories with the least amount of perceived work. So playing Ultimate Frisbee is way better than hopping on a treadmill. Going skiing is really good because all you have to do is go down a hill, and not only are you toning a bunch of muscles, you're burning tons of calories. Skiing is very calorie intensive. So if you can find a fun way to burn calories, this is the best thing you can do in your spare time. So at one point in time, I was fairly unfit and fairly unhealthy, and I didn't really like that. So what did I do? I had to go and literally work to get back to my fitness level I had in my past. Now, this can happen to anyone. In fact, it's very easy to fall off this train, this fitness train that is. So you need to figure out a way to go to the gym, get running, bring up your heart rate, and it's really hard to do that if you're unfit. Just remember that if you want to do this, it's small steps. If you want to go maybe walking for 10 minutes, then that walking might become 20 minutes. If you go for a bike ride, maybe go for a 20-minute bike ride, then try going for a 40-minute bike ride. If you want to play sports, maybe try to go play some sports at a lower league, like a lower beer league, and then move your way up. This is something that's really good. So if you're not as fit as you would like to be, it just takes small steps to get to where you're going, and you can use that as a metaphor to get better at programming or whatever it is you want to do. Now, another thing you can do to take time off is to travel, and this is something that I absolutely love to do. In fact, if you live in Europe, it's very easy to hop to really interesting locations that are not very far away. If you live in other areas, it might be harder, but what I would recommend you do is travel. This can be going camping, it can be going to stay at an Airbnb, maybe 2 hours outside the city that you live in. It can be something, as long as you're not in the city. In fact, this is something I really like to do. One of the things I love to do when I'm traveling is to take the train. And this is great if you're in Europe, not so great if you're in North America. But one of the things I do on the train is I read books. And sometimes the books I read are completely non-fiction books about a topic that I'm interested in. Sometimes it's a really good fiction book, and other times it's a programming book. I always am trying to read something, and I love listening to audiobooks as well. Nothing is better for me to just curl up with a nice audiobook. And And if you're on a train, you don't have to focus on driving. And this is really good. And I really like the idea of not focusing on driving and listening to an audiobook. So traveling is a really good option for you to take some time off. Alright, so that concludes this video. What do you do in your time off? I want to know. Please post in the comments below. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. And the best way to help with this channel is to subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We produce 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. If you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. This channel, as well as our whole site, Mammoth Interactive, would not be possible without your support. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers on Mammoth Interactive. If we can do this, we can change the world. So what can you learn at Mammoth Interactive? You can learn anything from Photoshop tutorials to coding tutorials to game tutorials. We have a ton of content, and like I said, we release a ton of new, fresh content every month. It's the best way to learn the skills of the next decade. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about how to learn to code in 2020. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more videos we can produce. If you really like this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. Every dollar that we get from the products you buy below goes into making more content. Alright, so you want to learn to code, but you don't really know where to start. Maybe you've already tried to learn to code and it hasn't worked out. So what do you do? And what do you do in 2020? Well, it's actually quite easy. All you have to do is start coding. Believe it or not, it is just that simple. So in this video, I'm going to give you 5 major tips to become an excellent coder in 2020. This video is for beginners. If you've coded before or are an advanced coder, then this video is probably not for you. This is for the people that have tried to code or are beginner coders themselves or have never coded at all. So the first tip I'm going to give you today is to just simply start coding no matter what. Maybe one friend says to you start web development, another one says app development, another one says machine learning. I want you to pick something and just do it. If you just simply pick something and start today by you going through some simple YouTube videos and some simple YouTube tutorials, then you are already on the path to becoming a good coder. It really doesn't matter what language you pick. I would recommend picking up either Python or web development, and if you really want to do game development, just pick a game engine and go from there. It really doesn't matter what language you pick, as long as you're getting the concepts. A lot of the concepts that you learn in one language will apply to other languages. In fact, programmers learn multiple languages over their careers, mostly because one language becomes obsolete, or there's other opportunities in another language, so you will be switching languages, so it doesn't really matter which one you pick. What I highly recommend that you don't do is pick machine learning. I know that machine learning is awesome and really cool, but it's really difficult to start off with, so I would recommend something else. The second tip I have for you today is to build practical projects. Now, if you want to become a good coder, you have to think of your career like a sports athlete or a musician or actor. You practice and then you perform. And the best way to get better is to build lots of projects. Even if it's something simple as taking in text and printing that text out. If you start with something simple like that and build a lot of those practical projects, you will become a better coder. You don't want to sit and watch multiple videos and not type out any code. If you do this, you won't be good. You have to figure out how to start something, even if it's something very simple, from start to finish. If you learn how to start something and actually finish it, even if the scope is incredibly small, then you'll become a better coder. One of the things that I've had a problem with all of my production experience over the years is I've always set the scope to be really big. And if you really want to get good at something really fast, set the scope really small and finish a lot of small projects. This is the #1 advice I have for you if you want to become a good coder. The third tip I have for you today is to keep a journal. Now, what I do is whenever I learn something, I write it down in a spreadsheet. And what I do is review the spreadsheet from time to time again. If I figure out how to, let's say, use a for loop in an interesting way, I write that down and I write out the code so I can review it later. The reason why I do this is that it's very easy to forget your progress and it's very easy to forget how to do something. This happens to me all the time, where I've gone through a project and I've learned how to do something, and then the next project I have to do something that's very similar or the exact same thing, and I've forgotten how to do it. By adding everything into a journal and refreshing your memory, you will be able to code more from your head. The fourth tip I have for you today is to look things up on Stack Overflow. Now, Stack Overflow is a very good resource. You can ask questions, you can answer questions, and you can look things up. I highly recommend that not only that you post on Stack Overflow, but you try to answer questions on Stack Overflow. Remember that if you can answer a few questions on Stack Overflow, that is a very good thing. In fact, one of the things I recommend that you do as a coder is to answer questions on Stack Overflow. Spend a week or two just doing that. Now, this is, of course, when you're a little bit more advanced as a coder and not a complete beginner, but if you do this and you can answer questions effectively on Stack Overflow, you will become a better coder. Now, there's lots of reasons for this, and the number one reason is that you can look through another person's code, figure out what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, and give good advice. Of course, you can just post on Stack Overflow as well, which is also good, and it will answer your question. But if you can answer questions on Stack Overflow, it's even better. And the last tip I have for you today is to keep with it. If you do it for maybe 6 months and you really hate coding, then maybe coding isn't for you, and that's perfectly okay. But remember, you have to stick with it for at least a month, but more likely 6 months. If you can figure out how to become engaged with coding for 6 months, then you will become a better coder. The way that I like to do this is to spend maybe 10 minutes a day, and once that 10 minutes is up, just stop. And then soon that 10 minutes will become 20, and you want to do more and more. And the more you do, the better you get. So perhaps on month 1, you're maybe spending 10 to 20 minutes a day coding, and in month 3 and 4, you're spending 2 hours. If you can do this, you'll become a really good coder. All right, so that concludes this video. Thanks for watching. Make sure that you like and subscribe. Remember, the more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. This channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the digital products that you buy below, the more content we can make. Mammoth Interactive releases 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. If you really want to help with this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers, and we'll be one of the best e-learning companies on the planet. But we need your help to get there. So not only will you be helping out this YouTube channel, but you'll be helping out one of the best e-learning companies on the planet become really successful. If you already are a subscriber to Mammoth Interactive, I want to thank you, because not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, you make the whole thing possible. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about lying on your resume as a coder. Alright, before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. So, how many people lie on their resume? Do you lie on your resume? Well, a lot of people do, and how do you compete with that? Well, the first thing you need to understand is why people lie on the resume in the first place. Lying on your resume is really easy. You can simply just type a few things up, and you automatically get more experience. And I can understand why people do it, specifically young people coming out of college, because it's very hard to get experience, and you end up in that cycle of death where you need experience to get a job, but you can't get a job without experience. I find that to be very frustrating, and very few companies like to train their employees. And I think this is something that is not very fair to the employees, or very fair at all. However, this is just the way things are, and as a business owner, I would rather hire someone with some experience than with zero experience. So I completely understand when a business does this. So obviously you shouldn't flat out lie on your resume. You shouldn't just make up a company and say that you work there, or work for your friends and call that a company. But you should be truthful with what has happened. Now, oftentimes people will lie about the resume because of a job gap, and job gaps are not really good when it comes to being hired. In fact, when you have a job, it's easier to find a job versus if you don't have a job. Now, this can happen to anyone. You can get laid off in November, and believe it or not, no one's going to hire you in December, January, or it could be even as late as February or March before you get another job. And that's a lot of months in between jobs. So what would you do in this time? Well, if I were working at a big company and I got laid off in, let's say, November or December, or at a very inopportune time, what I would do is I would literally start a new company and work on that in the interim. You can always be honest with the HR person and say that you like working for a big company and that you're not an entrepreneur. So a lot of big companies won't hire entrepreneurs because they don't necessarily fit within the big company atmosphere, and the personality traits are a little bit different. So you can say that you would like to work for a big company because you literally were just working for a big company and you got laid off, for instance. And in the interim, you made all these projects so that you didn't have a huge job gap, but you would rather work for a big company. This is something that's really honest. Now, if you're just honest about it and you find a way to convince the HR person that A, you're a self-starter, B, you like working for a company, and C, that you're actually competent, you'll probably get hired. The first job you get is going to be the hardest. You're going to have to work really hard. Lots of people do unpaid internships, but I would recommend interning at your own company. Now, I graduated in 2008 in the worst financial crisis in a very long time, so it was very hard for me to find a job. Now, I had to intern at my own company, but nowadays it's much easier. But even then, it still can be difficult as a junior coder to get a job. In fact, I know that there are lots of junior coders that are really good coders and they still haven't found a job yet. Now, this can be a lot of reasons. They can be very picky about the job, or they're just simply not enough jobs in that particular area. You have to really understand that sometimes there might not be a job for you in your specific area at that time. It can be very difficult to find a job, but once you do find a job, you want to make sure that you maximize that opportunity. Let's say you find a job, for instance, and it's not to your liking. Well, you want to stay there for as long as humanly possible, and if you really want to move on, then you can move on later. You can always interview at a different time. So should you really lie on your resume? Well, the answer is no. You should definitely not do that because it can come back and haunt you. And furthermore, it's very easy to lie on your resume and then go down the slippery slope of being lazy, because it's way easier to lie on your resume, that is, type up that you have some job experience, versus any kind of actual work. Remember that if you start down the slope of lying, then it's going to snowball, and all of a sudden you're not going to be as productive. And as a coder, you really have to be productive. Think of it this way. Could a basketball superstar lie on their resume? No, they couldn't, because if they're not good at playing, then they're not going to get on the team. You, as a coder, have to have that same mentality. You have to be like that basketball superstar and be able to perform. Now, if you're a good coder and you make connections, you'll probably find work more easily than if you don't. I would say the hardest part of the job process as a programmer is to find that first job. But once you find that first job, if you're easy to work with, you continue to learn, and you continue to make connections, then you will be employed for life. So in short, don't lie on your resume. Alright, so that concludes this video. Please be sure to like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. If you really want to help with this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have everything from machine learning to Photoshop tutorials to game tutorials to Blender tutorials. We have a lot of content. In fact, we release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. If you already are a monthly subscriber to Mammoth Interactive, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, but you make Mammoth Interactive possible. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about should you live in Silicon Valley. Alright, before this video starts, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. Every dollar that we get from the content that you buy below goes into making more content. Alright, so should you live in Silicon Valley or another major tech city? Well, the answer is a little bit complicated. Of course, there is lots of opportunities in these cities. However, the cost of living is huge, and you might be getting paid a lot of money, but it might not be that much if you were to use it in a different city. So you might get paid big dollars to work at a big tech company, but the cost of living is so much that you would be barely scraping by, or it's not even better than your current situation. So what should you do? Well, there's many options here. First, you can get the big job at the big city and just slug it out like everybody else, or you can get a job in a different, smaller city that is not as glamorous, or the work might not be as good, or lastly, you can move to a place where it's very affordable and freelance. Now, depending on where you are in your life, it might be better to do one of these options over another. If you're just coming out of college, it might be good to get that big tech company on your resume. And it might be good to live in a not very good place so that you can get this kind of work and experience at a big tech company. Now, over the years, because these big tech companies have been getting bigger and bigger, it's been harder and harder to live in these areas. Now, I'm talking about Silicon Valley or Seattle, or to a lesser extent, New York, but any place that has a lot of tech generally has higher rents. Also, a lot of these tech companies are moving to places like Denver, which is also bringing up the price. Now, if you really want to work for a big tech company, maybe working for a satellite office is a good idea. Just remember, the satellite offices don't work on the best projects, so you might not have a good project under your belt, but you'll have that name brand of a big tech company. So if you're just out of college, maybe a big tech company is good for you. The other thing that's really good about these cities is that there is lots of opportunities in startups. You can move to San Francisco, and if you don't like your job and you're a good programmer, you can probably find a startup that is willing to use your experience. And you might be making a little bit more, or you can get equity in the next big startup. It's completely up to you. Now, this is a little bit risky, especially if the rents are really, really high, then you might be going into the negative and your personal account, because if a startup isn't paying you, which is fairly common, then it's hard to actually, well, pay your bills. So if you do want to work for a startup, make sure that you get some equity and some pay to at least tide you over. There are many things that can happen in the startup world, and just because you think your particular company might be the next Uber or Amazon doesn't mean it actually will. It could be, but there are a lot of factors that can completely tank a startup. Now, another option is that you can work for a smaller tech company in a different city. And what's happening now, which is a really good trend, is that some tech companies are moving to places where housing and the cost of living isn't that high. So the employees of these companies can actually have a really good life. A life that is much better than living in Silicon Valley. This is a really good trend, and I would highly recommend that if you don't really care what you're doing and you want to get a good paycheck within an area that doesn't have a high cost of living, then I would recommend taking it. So if you live in Canada, New Zealand, Australia, or Europe, the difference between top housing and housing that is in not a prime location, the difference is much smaller. And in the United States, the difference is quite a bit bigger. So moving somewhere where the cost of living is lower is a very good option. And if you can find a way to freelance, so this segues into the last option, where if you can find a really good gig freelancing somewhere, then you can live in a place that has all the amenities of a big city, but the cost of living is way down. And this is, again, unique to the United States. There are some places in Europe that can do this. So if you know any place outside the United States that has a low cost of living but has a lot of amenities, please leave it in the comments. I would like to know. So should you move to Silicon Valley or a tech city? Well, it depends. If you're just out of college, then I would highly recommend just moving to one of these places and slugging it out for a few years. If you're a little bit further along in your career, then I would highly recommend moving to a satellite office if you don't have that big tech company on your resume. And lastly, if you don't really care about working for a big tech company, move to a place where the cost of living makes sense. Remember that if you're a programmer, then you're probably going to demand a higher salary than normal, and the supply in these other markets is going to be very low, so you'll have no problem finding work. Alright, so that concludes this video. Make sure that you like and subscribe. And if you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers. We upload 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. And this is the best way to help out not only this YouTube channel, but Mammoth Interactive itself. See you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about vehicles that Tesla should make. Alright, welcome back. Before we get into this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we make. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. We put all of that money right back into making more content. Alright, so what vehicles should Tesla make? Well, Tesla has unveiled a lot of really awesome vehicles, but there are a lot of other vehicles that they can make. Now, why should they make a bunch of other vehicles? Well, let's dive into that. So one of the reasons that Tesla should always be releasing new products, or at least saying they're going to release new products, is that when they do, their stock usually goes up. The hype machine has to keep going. And with the Cybertruck, which was a very mixed response, but brilliant in the end, they found that if you do this, the stock will go up, and Tesla stock is going up. Now, it's going up for a lot of other reasons, mostly because short sellers are exiting their positions, but I think Tesla is, of course, a buy and hold for the long run. It is an amazing company. The biggest secret to success is the Gigafactory model. The Gigafactory model is so brilliant that a lot of investors just didn't really get it. The Gigafactory model allows Tesla to make a lot of cars and a lot of components to those cars very quickly and efficiently. Mass production has its roots in car production. In fact, Ford's Model T was one of the first products to be mass produced. Now, mass production is great for several reasons. It brings prices down by being more efficient. Let's say you could build a product by yourself, let's say one person in your garage for 120 hours. Well, if that product was mass produced, then perhaps instead of taking one person 120 hours, it might take 60 hours because the assembly line is so much more efficient. Now, if you can get that down from 120 hours to 10, you can see how prices would go down too. Because to be competitive, prices going down is a good thing. So if you have two products, one is more expensive than the other that does roughly the same thing, most consumers are going to take the cheaper one. Now, of course, this is not apples to apples. Sometimes people will buy the more expensive product even if it has less features just simply because they like it more. This is just something about business. But generally, people will pay for the cheaper model. It's just the way it works. Everybody's like that, including me. So for example, it can produce cars, it can produce batteries, it can produce solar panels, and it can produce a lot more. And it's this model of a gigafactory that can allow Tesla to make virtually every single kind of electric vehicle out there. So what kind of vehicles should Tesla make, and which ones am I the most excited for? So one of the cars I really like to drive is the Smart Car. The Smart Car is just a small car, and if you're in a big city, this is great. Now, if you're going to drive into the country, probably not. But if you're in a big city, that small two-seater car isn't a bad idea. In fact, it's really easy to drive because you can maneuver quite quickly, and you can park quite easily. In fact, in Japan, a lot of car companies have one-seater cars as well. And this is something that Tesla could do, but I think just a smart car would be really good. An electric smart car would be awesome. Now, since Share Now, which is formerly Car2Go, is leaving North America, which I'm very sad about, I love driving the smart cars. In fact, when they added in their bigger cars, I really didn't like them as much. In fact, I didn't really fit into these cars, even though I'm just a little bit above 6 feet tall. So I think the smart car for big cities in Europe, North America, and Asia would be a very good model to produce. Another vehicle I would like Tesla to make is a smaller Cybertruck. Now, the Cybertruck is awesome, and I kind of want one myself, but it's really, really big. Now, trucks come in different sizes. Some of them are really big, some of them are a little bit smaller, and in Asia specifically, you can see a lot of really small pickup trucks, and I don't think the Cybertruck would do very well there because it's so big. I personally would like to buy a truck, but probably not as big as the Cybertruck. So if they made a Cybertruck, but maybe a little bit smaller, I think that would be a really good idea. So another class of vehicles that Tesla hasn't entered yet, but probably should, is the personal vehicle. I'm talking about electric skateboards and electric scooters. In fact, Tesla should buy out boosted boards. I'm going to talk about why that's such a smart move in another video, but all I can say in this video is that I used to have a boosted board, the skateboard that is, and I actually really liked it. Now I got rid of it just because I got in a couple accidents and I didn't really need it anymore, but they now have a scooter which is really good, and I think the skateboard is a really good idea. And Boosted Boards is constantly coming out with new and amazing products, and I think Tesla should just buy them out. I think owning a Tesla longboard or a Tesla scooter would be a really good idea. In fact, if they put that brand on there, I bet you they would sell a lot of them. Furthermore, if Tesla really wanted to do this, they could compete with all of those rideshare scooter companies, which I think would be a really good plan. Not only would Tesla be able to compete and probably win in that area, but they would also get the infrastructure, that is the coding infrastructure, to get their sharing service available. Remember that Tesla's a vertically integrated company and it likes to do everything in-house. And because of that, they could get ride sharing for their cars to transfer to their scooters, and they could compete in more markets. Another vehicle I think Tesla should make is electric bicycles. Now, electric bicycles are really good and I really like using them, even though I don't personally own one. In fact, I know that a lot of people would probably rather ride their bike if it was slightly motorized. This is, of course, very true in places that have a lot of hills. Hills can completely destroy a bike ride. Now, personally, I like going up and down hills because I like the workout. I like going on a bike ride to work out. In fact, I do this a lot to clear my head. But if I was commuting, probably by Thursday or Friday, I would not like to go up that big hill to get home. And I would love to have a motorized bicycle to get me up that hill. Now, if Tesla made a bicycle, maybe 2 or 3 variants, I think that'd be awesome because the bike market is huge and people would love to buy a Tesla bike. On the topics of bikes, there are motorized bicycles and then there are motorcycles. I think that Tesla should probably make an electric motorcycle at some point in time, or maybe 2 or 3 different types. Now, personally, I don't really like motorcycles, but I know there are a lot of people out there that do. And there's a lot of people that like different kinds of motorcycles. Ones where you sit back, ones where you're a little bit forward. I think Tesla should probably corner both these markets. You can have the lazy Tesla, or you can have like the sport Tesla model. Now, I think if they did this, it'd be pretty awesome. Now, Tesla did show off that ATV that was going back into the Cybertruck, which is kind of interesting that they're even going down that road. So it's not unfathomable that they would get maybe 2 or 3 motorcycles so that people can use motorcycles. Now, motorcycles are really interesting because they would be easily charged up and it would be fairly efficient to get from one place to another. Now, depending on where you live, you might see a lot of motorcycles or mopeds that just are simply around there. When I went to Rome, Italy, I was amazed at how many mopeds there were in that city. Now remember that motorcycles and mopeds take up less space than the cars, so the more people that use these motorcycles, the better. And in bigger cities where the traffic isn't so fast, it's a little bit safer than taking these motorcycles, of course, on highways. Now, taking a motorcycle at 100 to 120 kilometers an hour really scares me, so there's no way I'd be ever doing that. But a lot of people do it. Another vehicle I would love Tesla to make is a bus. Now, it sounds really boring, but electric buses are incredibly awesome. Now, there already are electric buses. You can see them in a lot of cities where they get their power from wires going above, but those wires don't look very good and it's kind of an older model. It would be great if there were buses. Now, Tesla is really good at design, and it would be great to design these buses to feel as good as subways or streetcars. Have you ever gone to a place where you've taken a subway or a streetcar and everything feels really nice and really good, and then you have to get onto a bus and transfer somewhere else, and that bus ride doesn't feel good at all? It feels so much better to go in that streetcar or subway. Personally, I like taking subways and streetcars than buses. I think Tesla can design a bus that would feel as good as a subway. Now, the way that they would do this is to make the bus itself modular. So, for instance, the bus would be a bus, and you can maybe take the front and the back end off, and you can chain a bunch of things together. Meaning that you can put the driver's seat on one end, and then you could take the rear off and maybe chain 1, 2, 3, or however many you want cars behind it, and they would all work seamlessly. If Tesla could make these modular buses, the work to actually make them modular would be fairly minimal and would be quite versatile. So each bus could essentially function as one bus or two buses or 10 cars if they really wanted to. And this way, if one of them was not working, the workers that work on these buses can take a middle section out and put another in there. And I think this would be a really interesting design challenge for Tesla, but I also think that it would really change the bus landscape. Now, a lot of buses do still use fuel, and while it's better to hop on a bus than to drive your own car, it would be better if it was completely electric. On top of that, you could have your electric bus without those ugly wires up top. Another type of vehicle that Tesla can probably release is maybe a minivan or a van. Now, if you've ever taken an airport shuttle, it's basically a big van that can fit maybe 9 to 12 people. Well, this would be great if Tesla could make their own van. Now, it's not really that sexy or that really exciting, but it is very useful. And now, these vans can definitely be bought by hotel companies and other places like airports, and I think it would be very useful. The other thing is that once you have kids, you realize how awesome a minivan is. Now, Tesla, of course, has its Model X, which is a super cool minivan. Now, the huge price tag is a lot for regular families to swallow. So it would be better if you could get just a plain old minivan that was electric and didn't cost so much. And, of course, Tesla could make it look really cool. Electric boats are a thing, and they're quite efficient. Now, when I first heard about electric boats, it didn't really make a lot of sense to me. It's like, you have something that's electric on the water, won't everyone get electrocuted? Well, apparently that's not the case. So they can make some personal boats, some motorboats. This is something that Tesla could do. They can make the Tesla boat, and they can make maybe a different few sizes of boats as well. But more importantly, they can make electric boats that ship cargo. And this is really awesome because not only will the boat be electric, meaning that it will use quite a lot less greenhouse gases, but because of the whole area of a boat, it can partially be solar powered. And this is quite interesting because they can put solar panels because the boat is so big and have it charge at least some of the energy that it needs to get to where it's going. Also, again, because Tesla is a vertically integrated company, it can use its autonomous features on the water. And it's a lot less complicated on the water than it is on the road. So getting an electric cargo container that is partially solar powered, fully electric, and autonomous would be something that is not consumer sexy, but really important. Because how do you think all the products you order from Amazon get from Asia to North America? Now, Tesla is a disruptor, and there's one industry where vehicles absolutely need a disruptor to come in, and that is the farm industry. Now, imagine if you're a farmer and you have to buy a very expensive, highly specialized piece of equipment for your farm. Now, let's say this piece of equipment breaks down. You have to maybe take this piece of equipment into a shop to get fixed, because believe it or not, farming has a huge right to repair movement behind it. And this would be very frustrating. It's even frustrating for someone to take a phone in their pocket to a local store, and you have to take it to that store. It's kind of a pain. It's a pain because you have to go to a specific store instead of the one that's literally just down the street. Now, there's a lot of stores that will fix your cell phone, which you would like to have and you probably need it to survive, but your whole business doesn't rely on your cell phone unless you use it for business only. So this is another area that Tesla could definitely go into. They can make tractors and other farm equipment, and this farm equipment would not have these silly right to repair rules around it. In fact, if anything, a Tesla representative will come to your farm and fix everything for you, which I think would be a lot better. Now, probably if you're watching this channel, you're probably not a farmer, but if you know any farmers, you should probably just talk to them about this. You'll see how frustrating it is to have your whole business be locked up behind these weird right to repair rules. Another type of vehicle that Tesla could make is a horse-drawn carriage. Nah, I'm just kidding, but that would be a hilarious April Fool's joke. Now, this has been a fairly long list of vehicles, but there's a couple other vehicles that Tesla could probably make and still do a good job. Now, one of those vehicles is a stroller. Now, if you're not a parent, you're probably thinking that's a really dumb idea. But once you become a parent, strollers are really expensive. Now, the stroller that I bought for my kids, having a single stroller and a double stroller, was fairly inexpensive. I believe they were about $350 to $400. Now, if you are not a parent and you think that's astronomical to pay for a stroller, well, it's probably low to mid-range. we definitely bought a stroller that was good quality. But there are strollers that can cost thousands of dollars, and are they better? I don't know, because there's no way that I would personally buy $1,000 strollers, but people do. In fact, I saw a stroller out there that had Bentley on it, and I bet you that parent paid a lot for the Bentley name. I wouldn't do that personally. A tip that's completely off topic is that when you do have kids, don't spend a lot in their first few years. Save their money, put it into their education. Don't spend a lot on stupid stuff like a Bentley stroller. However, Tesla could probably make a Tesla stroller. In fact, I think people would buy a Tesla stroller, and I think if it was slightly motorized to help you go up those hills, like let's say you live in San Francisco, for instance, or another hilly city, I think that would be pretty awesome. Now, the last item that I think Tesla should make, eventually, probably not anytime soon, is airplanes. Now, if you take an electric airplane, the CO2 emissions are far less, and they're much less if you use solar power. So even if you take an electric airplane that was powered by a natural gas plant, it will use less carbon. However, you'd be surprised on how much carbon is emitted from a 5-hour flight. So there are a lot of airplanes and a lot of flights that happen every day. Now, Tesla has that idea to basically shoot a capsule into orbit and come down so you could get from New York to Sydney, Australia in an hour. However, that is not practical for everyone. So I think getting an electric plane to go from, let's say, Los Angeles to New York is a much better and more practical solution. Because if you were to add in these electric planes, I think it would be really good. Now, of course, with aviation, there is a lot of regulation and a lot of safety concerns. And this is done by design. We do not want planes to crash. So it's probably not on Tesla's list if it is at all. But I think if Tesla made an electric plane, it would be very beneficial to reduce CO2, and I think it would be a much quieter flight. Alright, so that concludes this video. Do you want to see Tesla make a product I haven't mentioned? I want to hear your comments down below. And if you think that Tesla should make one of the products I added on this list, then I also want to hear it. Which is your favorite that Tesla should make? So thanks for watching this video. Please be sure to like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. And if you really like this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. And every dollar that we get from the products that you buy below, we put back into making more content. Not only do we make more content for this YouTube channel, we make more content for our education site. You can learn everything from web development to Photoshop to game development, all the way to machine learning on our Mammoth Interactive site. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. And if you really like this channel and you really like to help Mammoth Interactive out, you can subscribe. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers. Once we do that, we can become one of the best education companies on the planet. But we need your help to get there. Now, if you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. It's because of your help that we can make this channel possible, as well as produce the amazing content that we already do. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this video, I'm going to be talking about why Tesla should buy out boosted boards. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. And remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. Alright, so in my last video, I talked about what other vehicles Tesla should make. And I mentioned the fact that Tesla should just buy boosted boards. Well, if you don't know what boosted boards is, it's a company that makes electric skateboards and now electric scooters. It's a really awesome company, and when I first watched their TED Talk, I was absolutely blown away. In fact, I kind of wanted to make my own electric skateboard. And for the next year, I was basically trying to get an electric skateboard, and once I saved up enough money, I basically just bought one. It was a frivolous adventure, but it worked, and I absolutely loved the boosted board. It was so good, and I absolutely loved it. So boosted boards have constantly upgraded their boards. They're very high quality, and their scooter is apparently awesome. I haven't tried it myself, but apparently it's really good. Now, why should Tesla buy out this company? Well, first, there was a Tesla engineer that helped get boosted boards off the ground. So because of that, a lot of the same paradigms that are in Tesla are in boosted boards, and you can really see it in the quality. Tesla is kind of like the Apple of the car world. It has really high-end products and it's quite revolutionary. Boosted boards is kind of the same thing. They have really high-end products and they're also revolutionary. So why is an electric skateboard or an electric scooter revolutionary in the first place? Well, it solves the last mile problem,
Or 1.6 kilometers if you live outside the United States.
So the last mile problem is people live about a mile or maybe even a little bit more from central transit. And instead of walking or biking to that central transit hub, then they end up driving the entire way. So instead of walking for a mile, which takes quite a long time, they just end up driving to work, which causes a lot of problems. So wouldn't it be better if you could have a cooler way to get from your house to, let's say, the train station? Well, that is the last mile problem, and that's what Boosted Board really solves. So you can use your electric skateboard or electric scooter, and you look really cool doing it to get to your train station. You pick it up, you bring it on the train, you get to work, and maybe you even go and use it again after you get off the train station. So this is what the last mile problem is, and it does solve it fairly well. Over the years, there have been many more electric scooters and longboards and skateboards that have come to market, and it's an ever-growing field. And I think it's really exciting. I've personally owned a few of these devices myself, and I've always liked using them. So again, why should Tesla buy Boosted Boards out? Well, Tesla can just essentially take the products and put their brand on it. And I think people would be really excited to buy that. I think people would get in their Model 3 and put their Boosted Boards or their Tesla boards in the front trunk or the frunk, and they could go and have basically an adventure. And I think that would be really good for marketing. So this is one reason why I think Tesla should just buy them out. The other thing is that there's a lot of people that really want a Tesla, but they don't want to pay, $40, $50, $60, $100,000 for one. This gives them a product where people can just buy one today. And so I think there's a lot of people that would buy these boards. And the best part is that Tesla already has stores all over the world. And when people go in to look at the Model 3 or the Model Y or the Cybertruck, they could come out with a $1,000 or $2,000 board, because I bet you people would buy it. Now the major question is, would this cannibalize sales? So if someone goes and they would rather spend $90,000 on a brand new Model Y, or they would spend maybe $2,000 on a Tesla board, would they go to the board in lieu of the actual car? I don't think so. I think people are probably going to buy both. And this is why I think Tesla should just buy them out. Because not only would they get a really great company, they would also get a bunch of different products that are really well built and added to their ecosystem. And furthermore, I think Tesla can produce all of these products at the Gigafactory at a way bigger scale. And remember, mass production brings down prices. So we can get a lot of last mile vehicles from Tesla. And I think this is really awesome. Now remember, the carbon footprint of these last mile vehicles is really low, and that's why of course, it has more of a carbon footprint than walking, but the carbon footprint of using one of these boards is really not that much. So I think Tesla should buy out Boosted Boards. What do you think? Should Tesla buy them out? Let me know in the comments below. Alright, so that concludes this video. Make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products you buy, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We add in 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers on Mammoth Interactive. If you can get us there, then our company is going to change the world. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about interning at your own company in 2020. Is it still viable? Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. If this video got 1,000 likes, it would mean the world to me and my team. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. Please show your support, and if you've already purchased a product or are a subscriber to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content, thank you so much. You make this video possible. Alright, so interning at your own company in 2020 as a developer, is it still viable? Well, I have a bit of a skewed vision of being a developer because I graduated in 2008 and there were literally no jobs.
I've tried to apply to many jobs, and I usually got the you don't have enough experience so you can't get a job. That circular logic of death is really annoying, but I still see it happening today. The thing about 2020 is that while there's lots of demand for developers and companies are making lots of money, the problem with development today is that it's hard to find good developers and it's hard to get your first job because you might not have enough experience. And if you do get a job, it's probably not going to be a good job. Remember that entry-level QA jobs are not bad jobs, but you could be using your time in a different way. This is probably one of the hardest things to get used to as a young person. You're used to doing really awesome things in the last 2 years of college, and then you get to a QA job and it's terrible. Well, my company, Mammoth Interactive, has solved this a bit. I don't insult young people's intelligence, and I give them a project they can actually work on. And I wish more companies would do this. But of course, there needs to be QA, and if they're going to do it in North America or an expensive labor situation, they do need to do it at some point. If they are going to use an expensive labor situation, the companies usually have to have a good reason for this. Otherwise, they're just going to outsource it. Now that's another thing about development in 2020 is that you are competing with developers all around the world, and sometimes $100 will go way farther in a different location than in your location. So some developer might be way better than you, willing to work for less than you, and do a better job than you, and because of that, you might not get a job in the first place. The world is a very competitive spot, and development always needs more people, so people are naturally going to go into development. So the world is still pretty competitive. So should you intern at your own company instead of getting that first QA job? Well, if you can get a QA job and work on your own side project, this is the best option. If that QA job doesn't take 60 hours a week from you, then that is a very good thing. If you can actually even work part-time, maybe 20 to 30 hours, and then work on your own spare projects, that's not a bad idea. You can also do this as a freelancer, but one of the things that I really lacked in my career is to have a really good support system of big and more experienced developers giving me feedback, and I kind of really wish I had this. So maybe getting a part-time job as a QA or whatever it is your first job is, and then working on your spare projects or your own company in your spare time might be the better option. Remember, the more projects that you release, the better you get. So you should be spending your spare time anyway on free projects, but it all depends on whether you want to build a startup or make a lot of money. And if you do want to do that, which was always my goal, then that's great. But if you just want to build projects to get better, then that's also good too. Now, if you go down this road of working part-time and then working on your spare projects, you want to find a location of work that doesn't take a long commute. There's no point in spending an hour-long commute to go to a place to work 20 hours and then commute an hour back. That's literally 10 hours a week. If you can pay more money to live in a closer location where you can perhaps walk, then that's really good. Now, of course, this is easier said than done, especially in a lot of cities. For me personally, I've always rented, and believe it or not, the best thing about renting is that you can just simply move whenever you want. If you buy a place, then you're simply locked down. So if you do find a good job, then you can simply move to an area that is closer to your job so you can maybe walk to work and then perhaps walk back, and then you save a bunch of time. Remember, 10 hours each week of development time could be a lot. That's 40 hours a month. Now, if you commute a lot, then you are wasting quite a bit of time. So you have to really budget that into it. Now, of course, you can make your commute more productive, like listening to podcasts, etc. And if you drive to work, then it's a much more comfortable situation. If you do want to commute, the best thing you can do is bike to work. Now, this is of course easier said than done. It's hard to bike in the snow, although a fun fact, in university, that's exactly what I did. I lived in a very snowy region, and I, believe it or not, biked to work year round. And all the professors and all my peers thought I was crazy. But I did it anyway. So if you can bike to work, you are solving two problems at once. The problem is A, getting to work, and B, exercise. Because biking to work is great exercise, and you'll probably find yourself in better shape. Now, believe it or not, in 2008 and 2009, a lot of employers did not really look at spare time projects as something that's viable. And nowadays, a lot of employers do. Some don't. It depends on the business, but most of them will look at a developer and say, hey, look, this person's doing development in their spare time. Obviously, they're going to be better than the person who isn't. The person that is, let's say, playing video games or doing a bunch of other things, in their spare time and not developing is going to be worse off in the long run. So we should probably hire the person that's doing development in their spare time. So when I went to a lot of interviews in 2008 and 2009, there was a lot of hiring managers that simply did not care. And I'm glad to say that this has changed. And I'm very surprised that they didn't care so much about the spare project that I was working on. I basically told them, it's like, look, I spend most of my time developing anyway, and you probably want to hire me because I'm more driven than everybody else. And the answer, and the reason why they probably didn't want to hire me is that sometimes a person who's very entrepreneurial might not fit into the business culture. Again, that was a long time ago, and business changes now. Today, if you want to work for Tesla, you don't even need a high school degree. You just need to be able to do the job. And more businesses are falling within that line. And it's a good thing because when you think about it from the business point of view, the business says, can this person do this job? If the answer is yes, then you should hire them. Why do you need all these degrees and other things around it? Now, of course, this is not medicine or anything that requires a lot of certification. If you're a good developer, you will get a job. But the thing is that if you're a good developer, are you going to get the most money from your job or from your own startup? And this is the question that you also have to ask yourself. So the last thing I have to mention is that if there is a recession, then interning at your own company is going to be a necessity versus just something that is done by most people, because a lot of people can lose their jobs and a lot of developers can lose their jobs because in a recession, the startup that you're working for might not get the next funding round. A lot of startups are only in existence today because they're getting more funding. In fact, if some of these startups didn't receive more series of funding, they would probably go under. So if there is a recession and if there is any kind of credit or liquidity crunch, then you will see a lot of startups going under. And that startup might be the startup that you are working for. And startups can be anything from just something like a 3-person team to something that has received maybe 150 million in funding. The 150 million funding in company that you're probably working for could go out of business because, again, a recession is like that. People just lose their jobs. And you can be really smart and really talented and still lose your job anyway because, again, it's a recession. Even doctors and things that people really, really need, they have a hard time in a recession too. Everybody has a hard time. So in the next recession, then perhaps interning at your own company might be a necessity. And if you get in the habit of doing projects in your spare time and perhaps interning at your own company right now, then you'll be very prepared for the next recession. So is it worth interning at your own company in 2020? Well, I would say the answer is yes, but there's a few caveats to that. You might make a lot more money just working full-time for a developer firm. In that case, this might be a good thing to do on your spare time, just making a few projects here and there. If you really want to be an entrepreneur and you really want that startup idea, then I highly recommend working part-time and trying to reduce your commute to as little as possible. This is something that I've done, and this is something that I'd highly recommend that you do as well. Remember that if you are making a startup in your spare time, that is very risky. So again, you have to balance your risk level versus what you want to do and how much money you want to make. Alright, so that concludes this video. I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. It might not mean a lot to you, but if this video got 1,000 likes, it would mean the world to me. Also, this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have everything from web development to machine learning to game development to 3D modeling to Photoshop to everything. We produce 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. If we can get to 10,000 paid monthly subscribers, our e-learning company can change the world. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be diving deeper into why Tesla should make a modular electric bus. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. It might not mean a lot to you, but if this video got 1,000 likes, it would certainly make my day. Also, this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. Alright, so a couple videos ago, I mentioned that Tesla should probably make a modular electric bus. And I did talk about why it was so awesome, but I'm going to dive deeper into why this is such a good idea. Now, this idea might not be as sexy as some of the other ideas Tesla has, like the Roadster or the Model Y or its sexy lineup, but I think it's a really good idea. The reason is that there's this article that had mentioned the biggest threat to oil prices and basically the oil industry is electric buses in China. And the reason for this is that think about China and how many buses are needed to get people from A to B. Now imagine if all of those buses were simply electric and not gas or diesel. And the thing about this is that if they were all electric, not only would they save a ton of money, but they would also burn a lot less fuel. Now remember that China has lots of ways of generating its energy: oil, natural gas, coal, nuclear, solar, etc. So electric buses do one of two things. First, they don't spread fumes everywhere. The thing about cars is that they spread the fumes from the exhaust everywhere. The second thing is that they actually use oil to obviously burn and go further. Now, when you think about a gas engine, the gas engine is only so efficient. If you were to take that same amount of energy to get from A to B and put it in an electric car, but generate it farther, it's a lot more efficient because the power plant itself is a lot more efficient. So even if you're burning coal or natural gas or oil, it's a lot more efficient to take an electric car because you're gonna be burning less fuel. You're gonna be getting a lot more efficiency for your buck. So this is often called the long tailpipe. So if you think about a gas car, it has a tailpipe which exhausts. But if you have an electric car, that exhaust might be at a coal plant or a natural gas plant or an oil plant way in the distance, and therefore it's the long tailpipe. So if China or any other major metropolitan area switched from gas buses to electric buses, it would be huge for the environment. Now, it's not that sexy to simply just have buses go from gas to electric. In fact, a lot of cities do have electric buses. They just have those ugly wires going above. It would be better to have a simply electric bus that is modular. And the modular stuff I'm going to be talking about in a second. But if every major metro had more electric buses, it would not only be more environmentally efficient, but it would be great for the health of the city because, again, cars spread the fumes around. So why is the modular part of this idea really good? Well, it's really good because getting on a subway or a streetcar is a much better experience than a bus. And with the modular system, then cities can almost take off lanes from their roads and add in these modular electric buses. So if you've ever been to a major city with a subway, some of these subway cars are maybe 10 cars long. They're really long, or some of them are even longer than that. So what makes the subway so efficient is that you can get those 10 cars and get a bunch of people to go onto that one vehicle and then move it along. Now, you can't really do this with buses because there's a lot of basically junk in the way. There's usually parking, or the street itself does not really allow this, but it probably could. So you could see buses that are 3, 4, 5 cars long just pull up just like a subway, and the experience would be much better. Now, every city is going to have a different number. One city might need 3 cars, another city might need 5, another city might need 7, and that's why the modular part is so good. A certain city can say, okay, we need to have X many buses with 7 compartments each, this is the amount we want. And Tesla can just simply make those modular buses and ship them out. It's not a custom car. Now, streetcars are kind of like this. Now, in a lot of major cities, there's a huge debate between subways and streetcars. And the reason is that to dig a tunnel to make subways is a lot more complicated than, let's say, putting just some tracks on the road. Now, I'm gonna go one step further and say that it's probably even easier to just section off a lane to allow these electric buses to act like streetcars, but you don't have to lay down the track. So imagine if there was a major streetcar route. Well, instead of actually putting in the streetcar, you can put in these modular electric buses. They would function practically the same way, where they just pull up to the curb and maybe there might be 5 cars long, people will get in, and it would practically function like a subway. It would be way less expensive to put in these electric buses than it would be to put in the streetcars, even though the streetcars are electric. This way, cities would have a very low-cost way of adding in a lot more rapid transit. It would be great because all they would have to do is basically section off the curb in which the bus would go to instead of putting in all that track. And it would be even less expensive than actually making a subway. Now, a side note, I know that Elon has the Boring Company, and that might be a good solution for subways, but in the interim, these electric buses would probably be cheaper. I guarantee you that there's a lot of major cities that would absolutely love to do this. Instead of having a subway, they could just simply section off the block and put in these modular buses. Now, in order to make this a complete win for everyone, the modular bus system would have to be very well designed. Now, Tesla products are very well designed to begin with, and because of this, I have no doubt that they could probably make this work. So what I'm envisioning is that each car would be able to put on a back and a front, and they would be able to add in as many cars as possible. So basically, you have a body that can add in a back or a front, or you can add in as many cars back and forth. So what's even more interesting about Tesla is its autopilot. Now, autopilot is very tricky to do, even though it's getting better day by day. So if, for example, a bus line had a predetermined route and it was just going between one and another, and that route was basically the same every single day, the autopilot for the buses would be much easier to achieve than the cars, meaning that you could have autonomous electric buses in as many cities as possible for probably the least amount of frustration. And this is something that's interesting. So even if the bus was completely autonomous, I bet you there would be a person on the bus to help people get on the bus. There are a lot of disabled people and elderly people that need a little bit of help getting on the bus, and I think an attendant would be necessary for at least the foreseeable future. However, imagine if that attendant didn't have to do anything. For example, they didn't have to drive the bus, they could just help people on the bus and basically supervise the bus. Now, this might sound completely unrealistic, but in Vancouver, the SkyTrain station is in fact autonomous. There is no driver for their SkyTrain network. Now, adding an autonomous bus to just do one line is more complicated. In fact, it's exponentially more complicated, but it's not outside the realm of possibility. In fact, an autonomous bus that just does one line back and forth all day, every day, is much easier to accomplish than a self-driving car that can drive everywhere. And the best thing about Tesla is it's a vertically integrated company. Now, as I mentioned in my other video, Tesla is again vertically integrated, meaning that it does all of the production itself as much as it possibly can. Now, the autonomous car development can easily be transferred to the autonomous bus development. It can be the same team. In fact, it would be really good because both of those two areas combined would make better autonomy for the entire system. On top of that, the best thing about the Gigafactory system is that the Gigafactory system will bring the cost down. Now, this is a really good solution because imagine a city needs a ton of electric buses. Well, Elon has the production already. They're just putting in a Gigafactory in Germany at the time of this video, and Europe would be a very good candidate for these electric buses. The cities are fairly dense, and a lot of people take public transit anyway. So it means that if Paris wanted a better bus system, well, they could just make them at the Gigafactory in Germany. This would be really good because a lot of these European cities have pollution problems, specifically Paris. The thing about France is that most of its power is generated by nuclear power. So by switching in buses to electric buses and deploying them everywhere, I think that there's a lot of people that probably wouldn't drive, and the buses themselves might actually have a better environmental footprint. Furthermore, when more Gigafactories are made, more of these buses can be made, and they can be made faster, better, and probably cheaper than literally all of their other competition. So I think this is a really good solution for Tesla. If Tesla made these electric buses, I bet you everyone's life would improve. Cities can deploy more rapid transit quicker, and not only that, there would be much less pollution and much less environmental footprint. Taking public transit is probably the best way to go from A to B, other than riding your bike or walking. So if there were more electric buses out there, I think everybody would win. And who would win the most? Well, probably Tesla and its shareholders. Alright, so that concludes this video. What do you think? Should Tesla make modular electric buses? Please comment and like this video. If this video gets 1,000 likes, it probably doesn't mean a lot to you, but it would mean the world to me. We're also trying to get to 1,000 subscribers on this channel, so please like and subscribe. Again, it wouldn't mean much to you, but it would mean the world to me if this channel got 1,000 subscribers. Also, if you really like this channel, please buy the products down below. This channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products we buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We produce 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. And we're trying to get to 10,000 paid monthly subscribers on Mammoth Interactive. If we can do that, we can become one of the best e-learning companies on the planet. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about other skills you need to become a coder. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. It might not mean a lot to you, but if this video got 1,000 likes, it would mean a lot to me. Also, this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get for the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. Alright, so is coding enough in 2020? Are there other skills that will propel you to become a better coder and have a better career, and more importantly, make more money? Well, believe it or not, it's not just about coding, even though that's a huge component. If you've ever taken a look at a biography of a famous sports athlete, then you'll know that there is more to being a good athlete other than just the sport itself. And this is very true with coding or any career. So there's a lot of other factors that will make you more successful other than the actual task itself. So what are some of the other skills that you need in order to become a good coder and have a good career? Well, a lot of the skills are extremely basic and they apply to practically any job. That is, showing up on time, making sure you hit the deadlines, and making sure that you are good to work with. These three things are incredibly common with people who are successful in their career. Again, if you don't show up on time, you don't get the deadlines done, and you're terrible to work with, why would anyone pay you to do anything? It doesn't matter how good of a coder you are, most of the time, companies will not deal with it. The only way that you can get away with this is that if you're so incredibly good at coding that you are completely irreplaceable. And this is something that is probably not you, because the people who are like this are few and far between. So if you want to make a good impression, you want to show up on time, make sure you hit your deadlines, and be great to work with. Now, another thing I see again and again, and this goes for pretty much any coder at any company, is that the coders who have really good soft skills tend to do better. Now, what is soft skills? Well, basically it's interpersonal skills, and it kind of goes back to the last point of being good to work with. You have to have really good soft skills because coders tend to have terrible soft skills. And the reason for this is quite simple. You, as a coder, are in front of a computer screen all day. And because you're in front of a computer screen all day, you don't get to interface with humans that much. Furthermore, the work that you're doing on a computer screen is frustrating. So you're working really hard, but your code really isn't compiling right, or there's some other problem. It's incredibly frustrating. It's easy to take that frustration out when you work with other people. And because your job can be so frustrating, when you work with other people, you will project that frustration out, and it makes you not very good to work with. Just remember, you have to interact with people as if they're people, and not like the microwave that isn't working or the code that isn't working as well. Coders that can master this will do very good in their career. Another area that's incredibly important is design. Believe it or not, you as a coder need to know at least the fundamentals of design, because in the past, design didn't matter as much. You can take a look at a website from 10, 20, or 25 years ago, and it doesn't look very good. Now, today, look at websites and they're very well designed. Now, you might think that you can just pass that along to a designer, but if you want to start your own company or be a startup, you have to design it yourself. It's much cheaper for you to do design than to hire somebody else. And this is something that you, as a programmer, if you're already good at programming, should take as a challenge. If you're not good at design, look at some design tutorials and maybe design a few things. It's actually kind of fun, even if you don't like it that much. Remember, it's a skill that you should at least have the basics down. You should be able to design a simple app in Photoshop or Adobe XD or Sketch, and you should at least be able to code that as well. Now, some of you listening to this might only be a back-end programmer, and that's completely okay. But if you ever want to launch your own business or startup, you really need to do design. And you really need to get good at design so that people are going to buy it. This is something that I wasn't good at and I had to learn. One of my stories is that when I was a freelancer, a European mall came to me and wanted me to make an app for them. And I said, okay, let's do it. And what they wanted was a 3D walkthrough of their mall in the app. Now this was 2009 and that was completely impossible at the time. So after long talks, they decided to not build an app, and instead they wanted me to do some design work for them, and this was Photoshop. And I didn't really know how to use Photoshop. I only used Photoshop to basically make simple things to share with my friends, funny things. So they were actually going to pay me quite a bit of money to do this, and I didn't know how to do it. And as a freelancer, you should at least have the knowledge to do some of this work for other people, because you might lose some money just like I did. And I really could have used that contract, but I wasn't confident in my Photoshop skills and I had to let go of the contract. The point is that if you know the basics of design, you will make more money. Think about it. If you have a good app but a terrible landing page, nobody is going to download your app. You have to at least know the basics of design to get your product out there. One of the last things you need to do as a coder is to network, and this can be really hard. Now, one of the things I like to do is I like to work really hard on a computer screen and then eventually network. Now, one thing that you can do is if you have a good social sphere, then you can simply network through that. And sometimes the best jobs and the best opportunities comes from friends of friends or friends of friends of friends. So if you're just friendly, then chances are you will be more successful. This goes back to being personable, and I know how hard it can be when you're working all day and your code isn't working. At the end of the day, you're incredibly frustrated. So all you need to do is take a deep breath, and when you go and meet people, it's relaxing time. You can just go and talk to them and you can have some fun. The whole point of meeting people is to have fun, and the more connections that you make, the more successful you will be. Really successful people say that you should make one connection per week that will absolutely change your life. It's very hard, especially if you're an introvert like me, where you have to literally pull yourself away from the computer or your video games and do something else. Even if you are an introvert and like spending time by yourself, then you can think of extroversion as another skill. I used to be way more introverted than I am now, but nowadays I can go into a room, meet a bunch of people, and then make a bunch of new connections. And this is a skill that you should acquire too. Alright, so that concludes this video. Thanks for listening, and I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. If we got 1,000 subscribers, it might not mean a lot to you, but it would mean the world to me. Remember, this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. Buy the products down below, and we can make a ton more content. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We produce over 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. You can learn anything from web development to machine learning to Photoshop to Blender to game development. If we can get to 10,000 paid subscribers on Mammoth Interactive, we can change the world. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, I'm going to be giving you some incredibly useful tips to survive a recession. Alright, welcome back. Please be sure to like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribes we get, the more content we can make. It might not mean a lot to you, but I would love if this channel got 1,000 likes and 1,000 subscribers. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. Alright, so let's talk about a recession. As of this video, oil lost a ton of money, and this was a huge drop. In fact, there hasn't been a bigger drop since 1991. So something is definitely at play. So in terms of oil, there's a lot of factors on why it dropped so much. First is there's a huge virus scare as of 2020, and Saudi Arabia decided to increase production, which also dropped the price, which is a price war. Now, of course, when something like oil drops, it means that the economy could be affected as well, and oil is sometimes a barometer of the entire economy. Not always, but sometimes it does reflect. After all, oil does power the economy, so if there's less demand, perhaps the economic situation isn't as good. But what does this mean for you, and is a recession imminent? Well, as of this video, there hasn't been a recession for the last 10 years. We are long overdue for a recession, and it will happen eventually. I graduated university in 2008 during the worst global financial crisis since the Great Depression, and it was really tough. I really couldn't find a job, and even the jobs that I did get at that time were not very good. I had to work multiple jobs, and I tried to start a business as well in my spare time. It was really hard, and things can absolutely go back there. For the last 5 to 8 years, things have been really good. It's been easy to find a job, and it's been easy to make money in the stock market, but what happens if those two things are not true anymore? What happens if it's really hard to find a job, and what happens if it's really hard to make money with investments? Well, then we have a problem, and how do you figure out how to navigate that problem? Well, the first tip I have for you is to save as much as humanly possible and to look at every single expense. During a recession, every dollar that you get will feel more like 4 or 5. And the reason for this is that dollars that are coming in might be scarce. Now, this can be very difficult, especially if you're used to spending a lot of money. If you have a really good job and you're spending a lot of money, it's very hard to rein that back in. It's very hard to take that behavior and say, I need to spend less. I know this from personal experience because I went from making almost nothing to making a lot, and then over the years my income has of course fluctuated because I'm self-employed. That's one of the hardest things that I've had to deal with over the years as a self-employed person, and I've been self-employed for so many years and I still haven't gotten used to it. Variable income for me is normal, and I would love to have a paycheck that pays the same amount every 2 weeks. Wouldn't that be awesome? Wouldn't it be also good to have raises every year? This is something that I've never really experienced. It's very tough to be a self-employed person. But on the flip side, I know how to save money. Because of that variable income, I always try to think of my income at the lowest level versus the highest level. And if I do make more money, then I tend to save it away for a rainy day. And you need to do this too. If you have extra money or extra money coming in, then I highly recommend that you put it away for a rainy day. This is the #1 thing that will help you through a recession. Because you could lose your job, your partner can lose a job, something can happen. Remember, recessions are not good, but they are inevitable, so you should prepare. So the best thing you can do is to save your money and to really be diligent on what you're spending. So what happens if the next recession is like 2008 or worse? Maybe instead of a recession, it's a depression like the 1930s. Remember that depressions can last for 20 years, and there are countries like Japan that have been in a recession for 20 years. And this can absolutely happen to Western economies. Western economies are not immune from this. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's something that you should prepare for. Imagine if for 20 years we didn't really have growth, and growth was maybe either +2 to -2 every single year. That is, it's either +2 or -2 in that range for 20 years, and we didn't really see any of that growth. This is what a lot of really smart economists are predicting. I don't know what's going to happen because frankly no one knows what's going to happen, but I am absolutely prepared for that because I've learned so many things along the way. Another thing that you can do in a recession is to upskill, and this is why I made Mammoth Interactive in the first place. In 2009, I got swine flu and I was out for 6 weeks. Now, swine flu, this current virus, there's a lot of parallels to what's happening in the past to what's happening today. So I was out for 6 weeks, I had bronchitis, I went to the emergency room 3 times, and I had to spend a lot on medication. It was a really rough time. But during that time, I learned a whole new coding language. Even though I've been a coder for many years, I took the opportunity to learn. And this is something that you should do too. Now, of course, if you're sick, you don't want to push yourself, but if you're not sick, and you've been laid off, then I highly recommend using that time to upskills. In fact, a lot of my friends at the time went to get master's degrees, or they tried to get some other kind of degree to basically help them out in the future. Because once 2009 hit, what you learned in maybe the early 2000s to the mid 2000s was no longer relevant. So a lot of my friends just went to school to switch careers. And the recession is a great time to switch careers. If you're going to switch careers, make sure it's something A, you want to do, and B, that it has longevity. Because sometimes you can enter in a school for 2 to 4 years, and when you come out of that school, then the demand for that particular profession has evaporated. This happens all the time because the world changes all the time.
So one of the things that you can do is you can learn from home because you can buy online courses and learn. Hint, hint, we do sell online courses below. Now remember that an online course has made my career really good. In 2009, I learned to code by learning online, and the tutorials back then were not very good. In fact, a few months later, I purchased some online content and I made an Xbox game. And what I did is I used that Xbox game in my portfolio to tell people that I knew how to make a game. And from that, I got a ton of freelancing gigs. You can do the exact same thing. You can make mobile apps, you can learn machine learning, you can learn how to code, you can learn graphic design, you can learn 3D modeling, you can learn game development, you can learn pretty much anything that you want. And the best thing about learning from home is that you don't have to commute anywhere. So if you are forced to stay at home through some government intervention, or if you are self-isolating, this is a really good option for you. Also, you can either learn for free on YouTube or pay a little bit of money for courses. Online courses aren't really that expensive, and personally, I just go and buy online courses just because I want something that's a little bit more polished than some simple YouTube video, but that's just me personally. Another thing you can do is buy property. Now, if you happen to have a really stable job, let's say a government job that's not going anywhere, and you have enough of a down payment, chances are property will be less expensive in a recession. And the bigger the recession, the bigger the drop in prices. And if you live in an area where prices will naturally rise, then it's a good idea. Now, of course, real estate is local. Something in Seattle is different from New York, it's different from something in Arizona, it's different from Japan, the UK. Real estate is different everywhere, so you have to do your research in figuring out whether or not you A, can afford a property, or B, whether or not you will think you'll make money off of it. Now, the thing about property is that in the last 10 years, certain property markets like San Francisco have absolutely ballooned in price, and that's because there's been so much demand from big companies with big money. Now, that demand can easily evaporate. If those big companies leave or if they decide to move their offices, then you can lose a lot of money. Now, personally, I rent, and I've always rented because I take my money and I save it. Now, I happen to live in one of those cities where properties have ballooned, and I've always kicked myself for not getting in sooner, but there are always risks to property, and you can absolutely lose all of your money with a poor investment. So please do your research. Even in the last 10 years, some people that have put down maybe $100,000 on a house have become multi-millionaires just because they bought in the right location. This is the exception to the rule, not the rule. There are a ton of expenses with home ownership. Even if you own a condo, there are tons of expenses. In fact, if something happens to your condo building, you can be on the hook for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. And this has happened to many locations all over the world. So just because you want to buy a property doesn't mean you actually should. Now, recessions bring on a lot of bankruptcies, and in these bankruptcies, people have perhaps purchased the house that's too expensive. And because they purchased the house that's too expensive, they have to sell it. And they most likely have to sell it for a loss. Remember when I just said that buying a property can absolutely ruin you? It absolutely can. If the property plunge is big enough, then people can lose absolutely everything and they can be in debt for the rest of your life. So make sure that you really do your due diligence when you buy a house. But if you really need to buy a house, the recession's a great time because there will be people that are forced to sell. It's a little sad, but if you played your cards right, then it will be good for you. Another thing that you can do in a recession is to buy things that people are selling. Oftentimes, people will have to sell the things that they don't need because money is tight. You can get really good deals on used equipment. In fact, if it's not technology, buying used is almost a better option now. And in a recession, you'll be able to get things for maybe 50 to 80% off their original price. This is simply because people will need the money and there's not enough buyers out there. Now, the more frivolous the item, the bigger the discount. The more useful the item, the less discount. Now, if you want to buy something big like a car, then make sure you do your due diligence. Again, if there's any theme to any of my videos, is always do your due diligence. Sometimes cars will be moved from flood zones
into other zones and be sold at a lower price. Now in a recession, chances are you'll probably be able to get a good car and a good vehicle because simply people need to sell. They might have 3 cars when they downsize to 2, or they might have 2 and downsize to 1, etc. But because of this, you'll be able to get a good deal. Just make sure you know where the car came from, what kind of work it has done on it, and whether or not it's a good deal or not. So let's talk about some investing strategies in a recession. Now, if you're in a recession, the most obvious choice is to short, but shorting can be really risky even in a recession. You have to almost time the market to get a really good short. Now, if you are a long-term investor, then the best thing you can do is to either double down on what you've been doing or to maybe take away some of the loss. So let's say you have $10,000, it's lost 30%. So maybe you sell 5,000 of that 10,000, and then you're left with less of a loss. And what you can do is you can either sell half of your stock and rebalance it. And this might be the good option. Now, it does mean that you will lose money, but the thing is that you might be losing much less money than your competitors. The other approach with long-term investing is to just hold it. The market does always go up. It's gone up for the last 100 to 120 years, so why wouldn't it do that again? Some people out there might say that it will never hit the highs again. I'm not sure if that's going to happen, but it absolutely can happen. The best case of this is Japan. Japan went from a war-torn country at the end of World War II to an economic miracle to a huge bubble in the 1980s, and believe it or not, December 31st, 1989 was the peak. After that, Japan's stock market has never reached its high again, and its housing has never reached the same highs again. Literally, for 30 years, it has been in a decline. In fact, there was a small blip when housing was increasing in pricing, and everyone thought it was an absolute miracle. Now, Japan is obviously not the United States. It's not every single country. There are a lot of things that happen with Japan that will not happen in other countries. But just remember that it can happen. And if it does happen, then you have to be prepared for that. Don't buy a house you can't afford. Don't buy too many possessions that you can't afford. And always keep learning. So let's get back to investing. Another thing that you can do is invest in bear ETNs or ETFs. And what bear ETNs and ETFs do is go up when the stock market goes down. In fact, there are some tickers like SQQQ that will track the inverse of the S&P. So if you know the S&P is going to go down, then you can bet some money in this. Now, the other thing about this strategy is to not invest your entire portfolio in this, because that would be not a smart move. And the other thing that you need to do in this case is to make sure you have a stop loss. If you're investing in a recession, whether you are long or short, and it's pretty much just good advice in general, is to have a stop loss. If you want to invest $10,000, you need to figure out how much money you're going to lose before you call it quits. Now, you don't want it to be 50%, you maybe want it to be between 3 and 10%. And once you get stopped out a couple times, then you'll figure out where you went wrong and hopefully do a better job. If you're day trading, 3% is a good number. If you're long-term investing, 10%. Remember, if you get stopped out, you have to own it and say you made the wrong decision. And then you can figure out why you made the wrong decision, and then you can figure out where to go from there. Sometimes it's not your fault, other times it is. The best thing you can do is maximize the time it's your fault versus when it's not your fault. Because if it's your fault, you can fix it. If it's not your fault, then you can't really do anything about it. But what you also need to do is maximize the amount of percentages that are within your control. Because if you can control your performance, then your chances are you'll do better. If you're betting on things that will randomly happening, that's just gambling. So to sum this all up, recessions aren't good, but they are inevitable, and you should always prepare for it. The best thing you can do is save your money. Now, a recession is a great time to pivot in life. Maybe you were in a job that you didn't like and you want to pivot. Then you can simply learn a new skill and switch careers. It's a great time for that. In fact, sometimes you can do that, you have the option and the luxury to do that, and other times you have to. Perhaps your specific job is now obsolete, and this happened quite a bit between 2007 and 2010. A lot of jobs that were very good careers in 2007. By 2010, it was not looking as good. So as a software developer, before
2008, it wasn't as good as it was after 2008. Now, perhaps something similar might happen. Perhaps after the next recession, software developers will not be in demand, in which case I need to go find a new career. And this is something that can possibly happen to you in your career. And remember, it can happen to anyone at any time. So you have to be prepared. You have to be prepared to learn a new skill. You have to be prepared and save up enough money. And you have to be prepared to take significant losses in your home, your investments, and possibly even your possessions. So if you prepare for the worst, you'll sleep a little bit better through the best times. Alright, so that concludes this video. What are you doing for the recession? Please put your comments down below. I would like to know. Please be sure to like and subscribe. It might not mean a lot to you, but if this video got 1,000 likes, it would mean the world to me. If you really like this channel, you can buy Mammoth Interactive's products down below. Every dollar that we get from the products that you buy below goes into making more content. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have everything from Photoshop tutorials to web development tutorials to machine learning to pretty much anything that's technically related. We produce 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. It's the best way to help out this channel. Our goal is to get to 10,000 paid monthly subscribers. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, I'm going to be talking about the coronavirus, specifically COVID-19, and how it's going to affect work forever. Alright, welcome back. Please be sure to like and subscribe. If this video got 1,000 likes, it wouldn't mean much to you, but it would mean the world to me. Be sure to share this video if you really like it. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. If you are cooped up in your house, the best thing you can do is further your education, and we have a ton of education products down below. Again, if we get a lot of buyers to buy our products below, the more content we can make. Alright, so let's talk about the coronavirus. Now, the coronavirus that is going around today, that is COVID-19, is pretty substantial. It's more infectious than the flu, and it has a severe mortality rate for people that are over 60. Now, if you're under 50, then chances are this is not going to be that big of a problem, although some younger people are dying. But most of the people that are affected have underlying health conditions. So as a result, the stock market is going down and companies are forcing their employees to work from home. Now, I've worked from home for many years, and personally, I don't really want to do it again. And one of the reasons I don't want to do it is because it's hard to separate life from work. But more on that later. Let's talk about the broad implications of a lot of people working from home. Now, there's a lot of implications because this particular economy is built off of a lot of different fundamentals than previous economies. So one of the things about the economy in the last 10 years is the idea of cheap money. Now, there has been a lot of VC investment in pretty much any idea that would require any kind of investment. If you had a good idea, chances are you would be able to get investment of some kind. Now, there are lots of companies out there that had really good ideas but didn't end up panning out. This is just business. But there's a lot of other companies that didn't really have a good idea but somehow managed to get millions and millions of dollars of funding. And these people didn't have really good business acumen, and they're still around today because they've been hiring more money. So because they didn't have business acumen and their idea wasn't pretty good, plus they had a ton of money, they would hire people on something other than fundamentals. When you hire someone, they have to be good at what they do and they have to be important. The only reason that a small business is going to hire someone is if that position is absolutely important to the business. Now, a lot of these companies have been hiring people just for the sake of hiring people, to make it look better, to raise more money. So it's very possible that a company in 2010 would raise $1 million, and then a few years later would raise 5, and then maybe 25, and then 100 a few years later. And it would kick the can down the road on whether that business is actually profitable or even viable. Now, it's crazy to think that there are a lot of companies out there that are not profitable even though they've received 100, 200, or even 300 million in funding. A good example of this is Boosted Boards. Now, Boosted Boards received 70 million in funding and it went bankrupt. Now, Boosted Boards is not a software as a service, and it is a physical product, and furthermore, it's a more niche physical product, but it can show you how the VC model can get things wrong.
Now, there's a lot of software as a service models that have worked out really well, but there's others that really haven't. Now, the interesting thing about a software as a service model is that it is cyclical in terms of its business cycle. If you think about it, if you have a software as a service product and it's supposed to target business, you can target businesses that are getting a lot of money and they have a lot of money to spend from other VC firms. Now you can see that if you had a business to business or B2B software as a service solution that targeted businesses that got a lot of funding, you can see how that would really work out in the last 10 years. Now it looks like money is drying up now, and what's going to happen to the economy is pretty much anybody's guess. I bet that a lot of these companies are going to go under because they don't have very good products in the first place, which leads me down to the coronavirus and how it's going to affect work. Now, a lot of these companies that have received millions of dollars in funding overhire the personnel, meaning that there are more people than needed to actually make it function. In fact, I've seen dinky little startups hire as much as 500 people. This is not a good way to make money. I run a business. I only hire someone if they are absolutely needed and if I obviously can afford it, because Mammoth Interactive has not received any funding. So as a result, there's a lot of people out there doing frivolous jobs and getting paid a lot of money to do it. This working from home situation is probably going to change that. The people whose jobs are not 100% important are probably going to be let go, and those jobs are never going to enter the economy ever again because they weren't needed in the first place. In fact, if anything, there is an employment bubble in terms of these jobs. Now, how do you know personally that your job is important and important to the company? Now, there's a lot of really big companies out there that are kind of exempt from this, but the general litmus test is that if you were to not show up for 1 to 3 months, would the company really survive? And if the answer is yes, then you probably need to worry. So even if you're an account manager or something that's non-technical, if you don't show up, will the business fail? Now this has happened many times before, most notably in the 2008 financial crisis. I remember the 2000s very well. It was very easy to find a job. In fact, it seemed like everyone was mostly employed. When 2009 hit, all those jobs frankly disappeared, and I think the same thing could happen here. What companies are going to do is they're going to say, well, all these people are working from home. We don't need this chunk. Because if economic activity is slowing down, which is the very definition of a recession, then you're going to have to cut your workforce. It's just what you have to do. So as a result, there's going to be a lot of people that are unemployed, and I don't think those jobs are going to ever come back. In fact, it's one of the many bubbles that has been created over the last few years. So when you're working from home, you have to be almost extra diligent to make sure that you are important. Now, you can't be overly ambitious and overly chatty because that's not a good thing to do. But what you can do is make sure that your job is irreplaceable, and you have to make sure that this happens. Now, another thing that's really important, or maybe the topic for another video, is you have to have really good soft skills from working from home. So I've done this for many years and I've fallen into many holes, and I should probably make a whole video about that. So stay tuned to this channel. Be sure to like and subscribe for more awesome videos on how to be successful. So as we discussed, jobs that aren't hyper practical are probably not going to come back ever again. And the reason for this is that if economic activity is going to decline, then there's going to be much less investment. I remember starting a business in 2008 and looking how much investment that happened in 2008 and 2009 compared to the previous 3 years. It was absolutely minuscule. So the same thing is going to happen. You have to have a really dynamite idea with a really dynamite team and a fairly polished product before you get VC capital. Because capital is going to become harder to come by, then jobs are going to become more scarce. And because jobs are going to be more scarce, again, it's this whole feedback loop that drives the economy down. Some of the numbers are incredibly dire. So I saw one analyst saying that there's going to be negative GDP growth this quarter, and the next quarter it's going to be a lot worse. And this makes sense. If the coronavirus continues to go on and governments tend to not deal with the situation, then it can be much worse. Now, humans tend to learn from their mistakes part of the time. You've all heard that phrase, history repeats itself. I think history more or less rhymes. Oftentimes, same things happen, but a little bit differently. And in this case, there already have been lots of pandemics. But thanks to vaccinations, we haven't really had a large pandemic other than the swine flu pandemic, and I actually got that. And even the swine flu pandemic paled in comparison to other pandemics in the past. Now this is a really good wake-up call. In fact, you can watch Bill Gates' TED Talks from 4 years ago, and it's so on point that it could have been made last week and still be relevant. He tells everyone exactly what's going to happen, and believe it or not, it folded out in this exact way. Now the question is once this coronavirus does pass, and it will pass, will humans learn from their mistakes? And the answer, I think, is absolutely. I think the wet markets in China are probably going to disappear after this, and there's going to be a lot more scrutiny on this problem because it's already wreaking so much havoc on a virus that is fairly deadly, but not as deadly as it could be. Now remember that MERS killed 60% of people. This only kills maybe 1 to 2. So it can absolutely be a lot worse. Now with lots of countries going into lockdown and preparing for a disaster when they might not normally prepare for a disaster, the systems are going to be put in place to get people to stop the spread of a contagion. So that means businesses in the future are going to have a policy in place that allows people to work from home. And I think this is a good thing because personally I think it's good to work home maybe 1 day of the week or a few days a month. Now that's a topic for another time, but if you're working at, let's say, a tech company or a business and your job isn't easily done from home, then it might be worrying to you because in this situation where a pandemic happens, then you might be laid off for a brief period of time. So in the future, you want to make sure that your job can be done at home, and you want to make sure that your job is as foolproof as possible. Now this may be the case that every so often there might be a lockdown situation. There could be a major flu, or there could be another coronavirus, or there could be another virus altogether that is under everybody's radar. Now, as a result of this coronavirus, I bet you a ton of research is going to go into coronaviruses. Now, if you look at a lot of the videos that predicted this, like the Bill Gates one, they often talk about a flu. And the flu has been usually the one type of virus that people have been saying that is going to cause this kind of pandemic. Now, some experts have said that it could be a coronavirus, but it was rather unlikely. I don't think that even the smartest experts predicted that a coronavirus could do such damage as this coronavirus is doing. So as a result, we might have a lot of work done on the coronavirus. In fact, that yearly flu vaccine that everybody gets might contain strains of a coronavirus going forward. That way, we actually cover our bases in terms of another pandemic that might happen. Now, the flu is a real problem because, like the coronavirus, it can mutate really quickly and get out of control really quickly, like the swine flu epidemic. Now, I personally had swine flu and I was out for 6 weeks. It was really tough. In fact, I got bronchitis and I went to the emergency room like 3 times. Now, it was a very tough 6 weeks, and once I was better, I really did not want to do that again. So I made sure that I got my flu vaccine every year. Now, there isn't a good vaccine for coronaviruses, but I bet you that because this coronavirus is doing so much damage, that there's going to be a ton of work being put into the coronavirus. This is not only cures, but vaccines as well. Now, there's a lot of other viruses that we need to be worried about, and what would be smart is if we put money into that today. So I always say that you should have more than one source of income, because if you lose your job, then you have no income. So you should at least have some kind of side hustle. Now, in Bill Gates' talk, he talks about having a medical corps. Now, this is using the efficiency of the military, that is being able to deploy everywhere and have the medical knowledge. Now, if you like doing this kind of work, then you could possibly be on the medical corps reserves. And what that means is that during a situation like this, you will be able to be employed. Now, if your job is a little bit precarious, then perhaps being in these medical corps reserves is a good idea. Now, of course, this is not for everyone. Personally, I would not be good at this job, but I know that there are lots of people out there that might want to do this. Now, there's lots of reasons to join something like this. You get to meet people, you get to be educated, you get to learn new things, and during a time of crisis, you're not going to be broke. Because things like this can and will happen again, and that's one thing that can work. Now, a lot of people who watch this channel are programmers, and programmers are in a unique situation. Now, if you want to combine your programming skills with medicine, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Because when you work with medicine, you can't go down the Theranos road. Working with medicine and medical equipment takes a lot of extra due diligence than just simply building a website. Now, there's a lot of MRI machines and a lot of diagnostic machines that obviously need code. And the code to make these machines work is a lot different than, let's say, making a simple website work or making a software as a service. It's not just the code itself, it's the way the code is actually built. There needs to be a lot of extra foolproof systems that work to a very high degree of accuracy. Lots of times in software as a service, or what has been basically driving the economy and basically employing programmers for the last 10 years, is not really that robust. We're all taught to have really clean code and really robust code when we go to school, but in a lot of businesses, and specifically businesses that need to hit a target, oftentimes that code gets sloppy. And I've been down that road too. I've been down the road where something needs to be out and I need to get it done and the code just becomes sloppy. You can't do that with medical equipment. It has to be done very well to a high degree of accuracy because people's health is on the line. Now, if you want to go down that road, that is really good, but there is a lot of extra school that you need to do, and you have to remember that the pace of this work is not the same as the startup work that is normally being done. Oftentimes, it can take a lot of time just to build very basic programs. So let's recap this video. COVID-19 is absolutely going to change the way companies operate. It's going to make sure that whoever they hire, they're going to have to hire someone who's really important. Also, that person might have to be able to work from home in the case of a future pandemic. Now, hopefully, science and governments wise up to the fact that this can and will happen again, and that lots of advancements, not only in policy, but in science, are made as a result of this situation. I really hope that this is going to be the case. So you need to make sure that your job is secured. Now, the best way to succeed in any economy is to learn to code. Not only is it always in demand, but you can also work from home at any given time. And this is something that's really important. So if you really like this channel, please buy my products down below. We teach everything from web development to machine learning to Photoshop to game development to 3D modeling. Our courses are some of the best in the industry, and if you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have over 1,800 hours of content that you can consume today for a very low price. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. It is the best deal for e-learning. Now, if you're already a subscriber, thank you very much. Not only does it keep this YouTube channel going, it allows us to make better content on our e-learning platform. Also, please be sure to like and subscribe. The more likes and subscriptions we get, the more content we can make. It might not mean a lot to you, but if this video got 1,000 likes, it would mean a lot to me. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, I'm going to be giving you some major tips for working at home. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. It might not mean a lot to you, but if this video got 1,000 likes, it would mean a lot to me. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about working from home. Now, I used to work from home all the time because I had no other option. Now, I don't want to work from home anymore because I don't personally like working from home, but I can understand why a lot of people would. If you, let's say, had to commute an hour a day or 2 hours a day, every day, 2 ways to a particular office, then I can see the appeal because you can essentially wake up, get to your workspace, and then once you're done, you can just stay at home. Now, there's a lot of problems with working from home, and what I used to do is I would wake up really early in the morning, and then I would work all day, and then I would work in the night to get my income while I was starting my business. I still woke up pretty early, and I basically lived in a bachelor apartment, meaning that my bed, my office, and all my kitchen stuff was practically in one room. It was all visible, and I did this to save money. While I was starting my business, I also had a lot of jobs, and I wanted to make sure that I moved to a location where I didn't commute. I never commuted more than 20 minutes to a location. However, a lot of these locations were outside major metropolitan centers, and to do anything fun with my friends in my early 20s, I had to commute into the city, and I didn't like doing that. So eventually, I moved into the city, and at the time, the rent was astronomically large. And believe it or not, I had no way of paying it. And what happened was my business took off. So I had a very big stroke of luck there. So what do you need to do when you work from home? Well, if you can, try to have a separate room that is dedicated to just work. And when you're done work, you close the door, you do not look into that room. Now, if you're living in a house, this is really easy. And if you're in a really big house, this is even easier. Now, I personally have an office where I do this. I only go to the office to work, and when I go home, I have absolutely no way to think of work. And this location that I'm in, my office, is the work space, and the rest of my house is an apartment. So I think of my office as a complete workspace, whereas I think of my apartment as a family-oriented area, and you should do the same thing. If possible, you should try and make a separate room dedicated to office work. If you do this, you'll find that you'll have a lot more success because you'll dedicate that specific area to work and the rest of your area to family life or play. Now, not everyone can do this. A lot of people work at their kitchen tables. In fact, there have been many projects that have been very successful from people just working at their kitchen table. Now, you don't have to have a separate room, but if you can, I highly recommend doing it. Another tip that I have for you is to watch what you eat. Now, if you are going out and commuting to a job, believe it or not, if you just walk to a train station, get on the train, then walk to work, that is quite a bit of exercise. And it's so much exercise that if you take that away, you have to kind of watch what you eat because you're not going to be working out as much. The other thing is that your fridge, where you have all of your food, is right there. So it's easy to binge eat and sit on your butt all day, not doing any work. Now, if you have a bigger house, you can maybe go up and down stairs a few times, and just by walking around a big house, you might get a little bit more exercise than, let's say, if you're in an apartment. But at the same time, you should probably watch what you eat, and if you don't already exercise on a treadmill or a bicycle, I highly recommend doing that. Now, because of the 2020 pandemic, it might be hard to go for a run, but if you were able to go for a run and you weren't social distancing, then it would be good to maybe go for a big long bike ride or to go for a run or play sports. Now, this is something that I did when I worked from home so many years ago. I had to get out of the house, so I played Ultimate Frisbee 2 to 3 times a week. And I did that not only to meet people, but I did it to exercise. And Ultimate Frisbee is a great source of exercise because you're practically interval training. There's lots of sprinting done in Ultimate Frisbee. So this might not be an option when you're social isolating, but when the future pandemic is over, then I highly recommend doing this. Another tip I have for working at home is to not get distracted. If you can do 2 hours of work in 2 hours versus 2 hours of work in 8 hours, then the first option is much better. You don't want to be on Reddit or Facebook or Twitter or all these social media sites and getting distracted. You want to make sure that you are focused. Now, personally, I try to shut everything off, and sometimes if I don't need the internet, I unplug the internet, and this is something that's really good. Now, you might not be able to do this because other people in your house are using the internet, but if you turn your phone into airplane mode, or some laptops have the same feature, I highly recommend turning off the internet and seeing what you can do in 20 to 40 minutes of complete focus. My last tip for you is to stay fit. I touched on this a little earlier, but it is really important. You want to make sure that you're staying actively healthy, and it's very hard in the 2020 pandemic, where in some areas you're not even allowed to go outside of your house. It's also a lot harder if you don't have a home gym. Now, personally, I used to work out 5 days a week, weight training, but eventually I got injured because I did it too much. Today, I just do body weight training, and I don't actually do a lot of specific training. So you might not have your own personal gym at home, but if you have an exercise bike or a treadmill, I highly recommend going on it as much as possible. So if you're watching Netflix or YouTube or anything, you can do some body weight training. There are tons of exercises that you can do out there, and there's really no excuse not to start. In fact, it should be a quarantine goal for you to get in shape. And it's much harder to do it, especially if you're living in an apartment. But there are tons of exercises that you can do that are basically apartment friendly or house friendly. And if you have the added benefit of an exercise bike, I highly recommend doing that. Biking is one of the best exercises because it's not hard on the knees and you can do a lot of it. Alright, so that concludes this video. What other tips do you have for working at home? I want to hear them down below in the comments. Remember, be sure to like and subscribe to this channel. If this channel got 1,000 subscribers, it would mean the world to me. Please like this video to help me get on the YouTube algorithm. Also, this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers on Mammoth Interactive. If you subscribe to Mammoth Interactive, you can get a lot of tutorials. You can get 1,800 hours of tutorials, and we release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content every single month. You can learn everything from web development to machine learning to Photoshop to game development to 3D modeling and much, much more. If you're already a subscriber to Mammoth Interactive, thank you so much. It means the world to us here at Mammoth Interactive. Also, it not only makes us able to create more content for Mammoth Interactive, but it allows us to make this YouTube channel possible. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be exploring the possibility of Epic Games buying out Skira, the makers of Construct 3, to add the eventing system into the Unreal Engine. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. It might not mean a lot to you, but if this video got 1,000 likes, it would mean a lot to me. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. Alright, so a few videos ago, I talked about Tesla buying out Boosted Boards, and then literally a week later, Boosted Boards filed for bankruptcy. This was completely unexpected, especially because it raised $60 million from a Canadian venture capital fund. So if you like this video, you can check it out here, and if you really like this kind of topic that is companies that should buy out other companies, I can make it a regular thing on this channel. Please comment down below if you like this format. So when you run a company, getting bought out by a bigger company is a goal that every entrepreneur and CEO should have. And one of the things that you need to understand about this process is that it is one of the more desirable outcomes to a business. Of course, there are many undesirable outcomes, such as running out of money, completely going out of business, or failing to IPO. The one thing that is really good, though, is obviously selling your business to a bigger company. In fact, a lot of entrepreneurs do this for their retirement. So let's talk about the topic of this video. Should Epic Games buy out Skira? So you don't know what Skira is. Skira is a British company that makes the software Construct 3. They also made Construct 2 and Construct. And this is a very good game engine. In fact, it's one of my favorite game engines out there. Now, Construct 3 is amazing, and I've said this many times in the past, that whenever I go to an engine, I always come back to Construct 3 because it is so easy to use. And one of the reasons why it's so easy to use is its eventing system. Now, Unreal has blueprints, Unity has a lot of node-based editors on the asset store, and it's in their roadmap to make a node-based editor, and there are lots of node-based editors out there. But the eventing system is my favorite non-coding coding system. And what I mean by that is that while it's non-code, meaning that you're not necessarily typing out code, you do have to add in the game logic. And the game logic in Construct 3 is really easy. Construct 3 is built for speed, and it really shows in the eventing system. Now, I made another video saying that I really like the Unreal Engine, and I've been using Unreal since the UDK days. And I really like the Unreal ecosystem. In fact, I made a course on the Unreal Engine, and I used blueprints for that. And blueprints are really good. However, I find the eventing system of Construct 3 to be vastly superior to it. And the reason is that it's built for speed. And another reason that I love the eventing system of Construct 3 is it's so easy to understand. Now, a lot of people end up going to blueprints because they've perhaps coded before and that coding is too hard. Now, when I first started game development, I had done coding before, but I wasn't necessarily amazing at it. I had to relearn a lot of concepts in a lot of new different languages to actually make a game. Now, when Construct 2 came along, I was absolutely blown away because I had made a game in Xbox 360, then I made a bunch of games in GameSalad, which was a non-coding engine for iOS devices. And at the time, iOS devices were all the rage. And when Construct 2 came along, it was so much easier and so much faster than GameSalad. And not that GameSalad was bad, it's just Construct 2 was way better and way easier. Remember, when you're making a game or you're coding a project or anything, you should always try to reduce the amount of time it takes to actually make that project. Because if you take too much time, you can lose interest and the project can fail. And you don't have to lose interest. Perhaps you're one of those people that sticks everything till the end, but you might waste so much time. And by so much time, I mean months to years of your life just to complete the project. You want to minimize the time it takes to actually get the product out there so that people can enjoy whatever product that you have made. And this is one thing that a lot of people don't really teach. You should always try and maximize your productivity and your efficiency. And Construct 2 and now Construct 3 does that. The eventing system is so good. So one of the biggest criticisms about Construct 3 is its export. Now, I have been using Construct 3 and I'm the biggest fan of Construct 3, but the exports are a problem. It's a problem because you can only export to HTML5 and you have to wrap that HTML5 product into an iOS app, an Android app, etc. This is very problematic. Now, 5 years ago, it was looking like web technologies was going to be the de facto language that would run on everything. But believe it or not, that hasn't happened yet. So while web technologies are really good, and I really like HTML5, it's just a pain to get onto the iPhone or Android, and it's way more trouble than it actually is worth. Now, if you go to an engine like Unity or Unreal, it's a lot easier, and it makes the performance to be a lot better. In fact, the exporting from Unity to the App Store or Unreal to the App Store is a lot more seamless, and there's a lot less problems with that ecosystem. The other problem with Construct 3 is that it's only a 2D engine. It's not a 3D engine, and I've noticed that a lot of games, even if they are 2D, are using 3D engines, meaning that they can kind of move forward and back, and maybe they might do a little bit of rotation, something that's technically a 3D game, but to the player it looks like a 2D game. Now, you can do this in Unity and you can do this in Unreal, but the thing about Construct 3 is that it is only 2D, meaning that you can't make 3D games. Now, I would absolutely love the eventing system to be in Unreal, and that is what the topic of this video should be. Now, of course, Epic Games and the Unreal Engine could just come up with their own eventing system, but the thing about Construct 3 is that it has a whole bunch of users and a lot of followers around the product. And it would be absolutely wonderful if Epic Games were to buy them out and use that ecosystem and get the eventing system into Unreal. Now, if the eventing system in Construct 3 was in Unreal, that would make the Unreal Engine absolutely unstoppable. It would make the Unreal Engine great because you can make games really quickly and look really good at the same time. And the other thing you can do is you can make 3D games at this speed. Because remember, you don't want to waste your time doing anything. And believe it or not, if you can do something in half the time, especially if you're working by yourself or with a small team, you definitely want to take that road. So if the eventing system in Construct 3 was in the Unreal Engine, I think making games in the Unreal Engine would take a lot less time. In fact, it would take probably a quarter of the time it normally takes. In fact, whenever I go from Unity to Construct or Unreal to Construct or any other game engine into Construct, it always takes a lot less time to actually make that game. Now, even if you do spend the same amount of time making the game, you might be working on improvements versus just fighting the code. Remember that when you're making a game or any other project, if you're fighting the code or fighting the engine in a specific way, that is not productive and is frankly the worst use of time. You want to be spending your time making your product better, or even talking about it, or trying to raise buzz, or doing some marketing. but you don't want to be fighting the code or the engine. And whenever you do that, it's really not that good. In Construct 3, the only fighting that you have to do is when you export it, but when you're actually making the game, it's not that big a problem. So that's why I think Epic Games should buy out Skira. Let me know in the comments, have you used Construct 3? You can try it on their website, and if you really like it, let me know if you think that Epic Games should buy them out. Alright, thanks for watching this video. Please be sure to like and subscribe. If this video got 1,000 likes, it would mean the world to me. Remember that the more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. This channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have everything from game development tutorials to Photoshop to 3D modeling, all the way to web development and machine learning tutorials on the site. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. If you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. You not only make Mammoth Interactive possible, but you also make this channel possible. We have monthly options and yearly options for subscribers. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about what working life is going to be after the COVID-19 outbreak. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. If this video got 1,000 likes, it would mean the world to me. We also need more subscribers, so please smash that subscribe button. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more product we can make. Alright, so the coronavirus is wreaking havoc throughout the economy, and it's a complete game changer. I've even heard some people call it World War C. Now, it's been a very long time since something of this scale has happened to the world, and to say that the changes from this are going to be monumental is probably an understatement. Unless this problem gets solved within the next couple of months, and that's the best case scenario, I don't expect things to be the same. Let's talk a little bit about work and how it's going to be affected. Now, one of the things that is in constant debate is whether people should work at home or not. Now, there are some kind of employees that need to go to an office, but others do not. And this is a perfect work at home example. In fact, we're doing a global experiment on working from home. And so far, it has actually proven to be very effective. Now, there are some good consequences, there are some just consequences depending on which party you're on, and then there also are some bad consequences. So let's talk about the good consequences first. Now, one of the best things of working from home is that you don't have to use the infrastructure around you. So it's very easy to get up from your bedroom to go to your home office or to your kitchen table, wherever you're working. And it's a lot easier to do that than, let's say, take a train or a bus or drive to work. Think of the carbon footprint of just getting up from your bed to your office versus getting up from your bed and going to an office. Now, as a person who runs a business, I do have an office and I like having an office, and I don't want to work from home ever again. That's just my personal thing. And there are people like me out there, but I would assume that most people would rather work from home or to go to some place near their home. And this remote work is going to be very interesting. Now, some people are more productive at home and some people are not as productive at home. And this is going to be a very clear distinction that businesses are going to make in the future. There are going to be some employees that have it in their contract that they have to work from home or a remote location. And there are other employees that will need to go to work. And the people that need to go to work will have to go to work because they won't be able to find a job anywhere else. They'll maybe try a couple of work from home jobs, and then all of a sudden they won't be getting hired again because they did a terrible job. Remember, there are those people that have to go into work. Now, not every job can be outsourced this way. So if you're a computer programmer, this is something that works out really well. If you are a bank teller, that is probably not going to work out. Now, at the same time though, there are call centers, for example, support, where people have to come into the call center and do their work. And what I think is going to happen with some of these places is that there's going to be perhaps a 2/3 work in the office, 1/3 work from home. And if there's anything that's going to happen as a result, it's probably this. It's probably the fact that there's going to be some office work where the team can get together and discuss ideas, and then there's going to be work at home time. Very few, if any, people can
work from home. Over the next few years though, I wouldn't be surprised if people fully work from home, but businesses realize that there might be a little bit more productivity in the office. What I think is the best solution to this is a variety. Now, I like working by myself in an office, but I know that most employees out there would probably like to socialize at the office and talk big strategy and then do some work at home. The variety of both those things will make work really fulfilling. And personally, I know that sometimes I go to a cafe and I do some work and it's really productive and it's a different change of scenery, and I really like that. But most of the time, I just like being in the office. Now, not only will people have a better quality of life as a result of working from home, but the carbon footprint will be less. In fact, a lot of major cities are seeing a lot less nitrous oxide and CO2 emissions as a result. And this is something that's really good. And the other thing that cities do is they put in big infrastructure projects to take people from the suburbs all the way to the city core. So that segues to some of the people who are really going to be affected from this coronavirus. And the people that are most affected are, of course, landlords, and specifically commercial landlords. Now, in some cities, commercial properties have been in a decline for a long, long time. And this is because some cities have been seeing an increase in property values because all the people want to work in that city. Something like San Francisco, Seattle, anywhere where there's a lot of tech presence. Now, if people can work from home, then there's no reason to grind it out in one of these major cities. You can live in a suburb, or you can even live in a smaller town with all the amenable resources. Now, the size of a town can be debatable, but there could be cities that are maybe between 300,000 and 400,000 that will have everything a big city has and will be mostly like living in a big city, other than perhaps like the concerts or events. And these smaller cities might be very attractive in the future. You can have your social network as well as a moderately priced home to raise your family. And I think a lot of people are going to do this. And they will only go into the big cities for events. And this is something that's going to happen. Now, it's funny being in lockdown that there is an end to this. Eventually, we will find an answer to this. But to think of a lot of people going to a place in the midst of this epidemic is pretty hard to imagine right now. So commercial landlords are definitely going to feel the sting, especially in the bigger cities. And as a business owner, there is an overhead to an office. And why would I have an office in the middle of a city when I can move to the suburbs and get cheaper rates? In fact, in a lot of the major cities that have a huge tech presence, if you go out from the downtown core into somewhere of the suburbs, there is very good deals on office space. And in fact, it can be much less expensive to do this. So as a result of people working from home, I expect commercial landlords to feel the brunt of this. I also expect rental landlords to feel the brunt of this as well. So since so many people are working from home, people might want a bigger property, and hence they will move farther out into the suburbs and perhaps into the country where they can do their work from home and they can raise their kids. So if you have a family and you live in a big city, perhaps an apartment, and the rent is really high, and you're in quarantine, it can be quite a challenge. I know, because I have a family. Luckily, I have a pretty good apartment. Now, a lot of people are going to say, why would I want to do this when this can happen again at any time? I want a yard. And you can actually go into the suburbs and get a really nice house for probably the same price as that apartment. And you can live in one of these cities that maybe has 300 to 400,000 people in it, and you can get a really nice house. If you're making tech salary, then you're probably going to be all right. And I bet you that people will absolutely take a pay cut to work from home. And this is something that's going to happen. I bet people will absolutely take a pay cut to work from home. So maybe you're not making the big salary in a big city, but you'll move to one of these smaller cities or perhaps the suburbs and you'll take a pay cut. And this pay cut can be as much as 50%. There's a lot of people that I know will do this. And personally, if I was in that situation, I might consider it as well. Now, another thing about working from home is that when you have people to go to an office, you have to get people to live in the same area and go into that office. Now, if you're getting people to work from home, then there's no reason to hire someone in your city unless you have to get people into your office to talk strategy. Because of the coronavirus, you can hire someone that's maybe 10 kilometers away or halfway around the world. So perhaps a lot of the jobs that are incredibly high paying might go away and might be outsourced to a completely different area of the world. And this is something that you have to understand. Now, depending on where you live in the world, you might have a very competitive region where jobs are scarce and competition is high,
or you might be living in an area where jobs are plentiful and competition is low. If you're in that second category, you have to really watch out. Because competition is so high in other parts of the world, they might do a better job than you do for a fraction of the price, and companies might just hire that person. Now, as a person who does outsource, this can work, and it also cannot work. There's a reason I have an office and I have my employees go to that office so I can talk strategy. There is a specific reason for that. Having said that, I have been having a really good time working from home, and I'm pretty sure my employees have been too. So I think jobs are going to completely change as a result of the coronavirus. And we haven't even talked about the economic fallout. We'll be talking about that in a video very shortly. But if there's anything that's going to happen, I think people are going to look at their quality of life, where they live, and how much they're getting paid as a result. And because businesses are getting people to work from home, there's going to be a lot more options for employees and employers. So in order to make sure that you stay ahead of the curve in every situation, you need to make sure that your skills are up to date. And there's no better way to do that than a subscription to Mammoth Interactive. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. You can check out all the options down below, and if you've already purchased something, thank you so much. The best way to help out not only this YouTube channel, but Mammoth Interactive in general, is to subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's full library of content. We have over 1,800 hours of content, and we release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. We have everything from 3D design to machine learning to web development to game development and much, much more. It is the best way to make sure that your skills are up to date. We have monthly options and yearly options. Also, please be sure to like and subscribe and share this video. If you can share this video on Reddit, that would be absolutely amazing. It might not mean a lot to you, but if this video got thousands of likes, it would mean the world to me. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about what to do if you've been laid off because of COVID-19. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money that we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about layoffs. Now, layoffs are generally a common thing in the labor force, but it can happen to anyone at any time, especially in the technological world that we live in today. So I say this to anyone in any kind of business, that technology can come for your job at any given time. Now, what's interesting about this COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic is that there have been mass layoffs in areas that you wouldn't think that there would be mass layoffs. So the job losses you're seeing are social jobs, jobs where you have to see other people. And this is being done to make sure that we don't spread COVID-19 any further. The one reason why we have to social distance and self-quarantine is because we don't have any other tools to fight this virus. We don't have a vaccine, and we don't really have a good cure yet. Curing viruses is very difficult, and getting a vaccine is going to be very challenging. The best estimate is 12 to 18 months, and that is lightning fast. It can take years to develop a vaccine. Now, because of the economic damage of this virus, they are going to rush it out. In fact, Bill Gates has just announced that he's going to build 7 factories to build a vaccine once a vaccine candidate is released. But that doesn't help you if you have been laid off. Now, one of the things that you have to remember in terms of any kind of job cycle, whether it's a pandemic or not, is that jobs will go obsolete and jobs will become more in demand and less in demand over time. And one of the things that you need to understand about this concept is that you can be replaced. Now, another thing that's going to happen is automation. Now, automation is going to take care of a lot of jobs. The more that someone is getting paid, the more incentive a company is to automate it. And in the world where there is a lot of monopolies, automation will absolutely be key. So you have to be prepared. So if you're a fan of this channel and you've been personally following me, I've always said that you always have to be prepared. And the next business cycle is anybody's guess, but one thing is for sure, you always have to be learning. You always have to be ahead of the curve in terms of the next job. Now, one of the easiest ways to do this is to learn a new technology and master it as quickly as possible, because new technology is coming out all the time. And once a new technology, like a new programming language, a new framework, something new comes out, there isn't any programmers that can actually build that kind of software or that kind of service. And if you can figure out a way to become a master at the new technology as quickly as possible, there is very little supply and you will be in the forefront. This is a very easy thing to do when it comes to finding a new job. So whatever the new biggest buzzword in technology is, if you can master that as quickly as possible, then you will be able to find a job. Now, it's really hard to do this for several reasons. Let's say you've been coding for a long time and all of a sudden that coding language is obsolete or is not in demand anymore. You have to learn a new coding language. And one of the things about learning a new coding language is that it is going to be very hard to do the same things that you naturally do. So let's say you've been a Java developer for 15 years and you need to learn a new programming language. Learning that new programming language is going to create friction, and that friction is going to be hard for you to personally deal with. Now, this happens all the time, especially in the technology world, because when technology changes, a whole bunch of different paradigms change. In addition, a lot of new technology has lots of bugs in it, so you can be a very good coder, and all of a sudden you're in this new environment with lots of bugs, and that is also frustrating. So one of the things I highly recommend that you do, especially if you're a coder, is to constantly learn different environments time and time again. That way you're in the habit of learning something new. So you can do something as simple as build a game in Unity or Unreal, and if you do this, you'll learn a new programming language and a new environment. And that way, let's say your job is a Java developer by day and you dabble in Unity as a game developer at night, when you have to go to something else, then you will have the experience of learning something new. You should always be learning something new. In fact, the people who are really successful are always learning. So if you're a fan of this channel, please like and subscribe, and you'll know that I always say that success is a wheel. You constantly have to be working to obtain success. Success is not a destination, it is a wheel. And if you're in the technology space, you definitely have to constantly be improving or else you'll get left behind. There have been tons of languages and frameworks that have been really profitable in a certain period of time and now have become obsolete. This is just the way technology is. So let's say you don't like technology. Should you move to a career change in this recession? And there will be a recession, and some people are calling for a Great Depression. Only time will tell. But if you want to change careers, this is the time to do it. And remember, you can always change careers at any given time. It's of course way harder when you're older, but if you're younger and you want to change careers, let's say you had a good job and then this recession happened, and then you want to do something else, now's the time to do it. One of the other things you also have to consider is that a lot of companies in the previous business cycle tended to overhire, meaning that there was a lot of people doing a lot of work when that work can be done by perhaps a third or maybe even a quarter of the amount of people. So let's say you had a good job at a company that raised $100 million in funds. It's possible that that company overhired, and if that company went bankrupt, perhaps that's the reason why they went bankrupt. So what that means for you is that your particular job was not as foolproof as you probably think it is. And the one thing that you need to always look at is, am I expendable? And in a company or any organization, you need to constantly ask that question. If you are expendable, you need to upgrade your skills immediately, because in the next big recession or downturn, or even just an adjustment, you might lose your job. I know this is a really gloomy subject. Losing a job is not fun. And sometimes it is your fault, and sometimes it isn't your fault. And sometimes things are in your control, and sometimes things are not in your control. You need to maximize the things that are in your control and prepare for the things that aren't in your control. And I have been down this road before. In 2008, that is the year I graduated, and there were literally no good jobs. In fact, I applied to 400 jobs between 2008, 2009, and 2010. It was a terrible time. In fact, the only jobs I got were outside of my industry, and it was not a good time. So I have been there before. So one thing I did was look at myself in the mirror and say, why is no one hiring me? Now, in retrospect, it was because the economy was terrible. Let's say in the next few years there is a bad recession and you personally are not getting hired. Perhaps it's the economy around the job, not necessarily you. Now, in my particular case, I think that was part of the problem. The other part of the problem is that I was not really given good advice in high school or university in terms of finding jobs, so I had a lot of bad misconceptions about work. And the other thing is that I was not as good of an entrepreneur when I graduated university as I am today. And furthermore, freelancing today is a lot easier than it was back then. Even though I got a lot of freelancing gigs, I probably could have made more money today because the infrastructure is so much better. But at the end of the day, I was constantly learning in those 3 years after my university degree, and I was constantly improving and making projects in my spare time and applying for jobs and getting better day by day, setting goals and making sure I achieved those goals. This is the one thing that I did. And once the economy picked up again, my business picked up, and it was absolutely amazing. So if there is a really bad recession, just remember that you can be out of work for other reasons other than you. But you always have to make sure that you have the most amount of power over your skills. So if you really want to upskill, you can check out Mammoth Interactive's products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. We do everything from 3D design to game development to machine learning to web development and much, much more. It is a great deal. We have monthly and yearly options. If you are already a subscriber to Mammoth Interactive, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, but you make Mammoth Interactive possible. Our goal is to get to 10,000 paid subscribers per month. Also, be sure to like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about the kind of content that's going to be produced in the next business cycle. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. I know it wouldn't mean a lot to you, but it would mean a lot to me if this video got 1,000 likes. Also, we want more subscribers on this channel. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. Alright, so the coronavirus is an absolute game changer. Life after this coronavirus epidemic is going to be quite different than when it was before. And this is from everything from the way business is conducted to the content that's going to be created. Now, if you want to make an app or a game or even a business, it's going to be a different set of variables that's going to be successful in this next business cycle versus the last one. The last business cycle had a lot of hedge fund money that would prop up pretty much any idea and give it a ton of backing. And what would happen is that these hedge funds could not make a mistake, meaning that if an idea that was mediocre got funded, then that idea would continue to get funding so that the hedge fund would not be left to dry. And this is contrary to the way business operates. Because one of the things about business is that it has to be useful. So if a mediocre idea got millions of dollars of investment and it turned out that that wasn't such a good idea, those investors would lose millions of dollars. Instead, what would happen is that that company would continue to get more investment and perhaps reshape until it was somewhat profitable. Even though the original idea wasn't that successful, it got millions of dollars of funding. And this has happened a lot over the last 10 years. In fact, it has been about 10 years since this trend has started. And over the last 10 years, there have been companies that have received millions of dollars of funding and are not profitable even to this day. So what a lot of investors were wanting to do is do the Amazon model, become a monopoly, and in order to do that, you would need to raise a ton of capital. Once you become a monopoly, then you can basically charge whatever you want. And this works great for Amazon, but it doesn't work great for every single kind of business. So as a result, as of today, there are a lot of businesses that are way overvalued for what they actually are. And I bet you there's going to be a lot of businesses that are going to be written off for millions of dollars, if not tens of millions of dollars. The VC model does work, but in the last 10 years, there have been a lot of missteps. In fact, whenever I opened up the news, I would hear that there is some company that's getting millions of dollars of funding and they haven't even released a product yet. This is not really indicative of the way business has been done over the last 50 years. So how do you make products and how do you make content that's going to be amazing in the next business cycle? So the businesses that are successful in major recessions are businesses that are hyper practical and hyper useful, meaning that there is a product that people absolutely need to survive. These are things like shelter or housing, food, education, anything that you absolutely need to get ahead. What is not going to be in demand are frivolous products, because people will not have money to spend on frivolous products. The most concern that people will have is paying their rent or their mortgage, or paying other payments such as their car payments. In fact, if you look at Craigslist, there are a lot of luxury cars on there right now. And the reason why they're on there is because people cannot afford to have them. So frivolous items, and especially expensive frivolous items, are not going to be in demand. Also, if you wanted to charge more money for a product or service, you might not be able to. You might be undercut by value customers. And there's going to be a lot more value customers out there because they either A, don't have a job, or B, have reduced hours, and all of these things are going to add up to being price sensitive customers. So in a price sensitive market, how do you succeed? Well, you succeed by giving a lot of value for a reasonable price. And here's the thing about pricing. You cannot undercharge or overcharge. It is the sweet spot. And oftentimes as a business owner, it's gonna be a little bit less than what you really wanna sell it for. Now, when it comes to pricing, you can always lower your prices for some products and have some more extreme and higher end products as well. This is a really good idea. If you are making a business, you should have some cheaper products, some mid-range products, and some more expensive products, because there will always be people with a lot of money out there and you need to capitalize on that. In a lot of businesses, these are known as whales. Now, there's a lot of companies out there that make most of their money off of whales, and whales are customers that basically spend a lot on whatever you are doing, and you always want to attract as many whales as possible. So if people are price sensitive, and chances are you're going to be getting less revenue, what else can you do as a business owner or a content creator to make sure that your business is going to succeed this insanely large recession? One thing you can do is cut down the production of whatever it is you're doing. And one of the ways that I like to do it personally is minimalism. So minimalism is an aesthetic value which less equals more. And personally, I absolutely love this. I personally like the idea of having less, and where it is important for production is that if you do less, you can get the same amount of enjoyment or functionality for less work. And remember, time is money. So one of the things you need to understand in this recession with price-sensitive consumers and probably not getting as many sales for a less price is that time to market is going to be incredibly important, because your product absolutely needs to be out there. If it's not out there, then you cannot make money from it. So by adopting a minimalist production style, you'll be able to get your product out there, you'll be able to talk to customers, and furthermore, you'll be able to have an aesthetic value that will absolutely be consistent with your product. You also want to make sure that if you are adopting a minimalist production style, that your product is in some ways minimalist in nature. And the thing about making products in this kind of atmosphere is that you need to make sure that you are solving a problem. Again, you have to be hyper practical. The best way to do this is to hyper focus a practical project with a minimalist aesthetic. So one of the things I like to do is look at history to see if anything that's happened in the past is similar to today. And when the economy is doing well, production values and businesses tend to make extravagant products. And when there's a recession or there's some kind of clawback in the economic activity, then businesses tend to make more simple products, and they tend to make more hyper-focused products. This is absolutely nothing new. So how do you become successful in any time? Well, the number one advice I would have, and this is time independent, is to make sure that you actually release a product. The second thing is to listen to customers. This is something that will work in a recession or any kind of boom time. But if you are releasing products in a recession, make sure that you are hyper-focused with something that's really practical, that is priced to sell. You cannot price this too low because people won't value it. And if you price it too high, people won't buy it. You need that sweet spot. And that sweet spot is going to be just a little bit less than what you think you should actually charge for it. Once you have a product, you can have other products or services that are more expensive to get those whales. And those whales will absolutely carry you through any kind of recession. Alright, thanks for watching. Please be sure to like and subscribe. And remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We produce 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. We release everything from Blender content to Photoshop to machine learning to web development to app development and much, much more. It is the best way to learn in uncertain times. If you are already a subscriber, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, you make Mammoth Interactive possible. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about visual scripting and Unity buying Bolt. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. It wouldn't mean a lot to you, but it would mean the world to me if this video got 1,000 likes. So please like this video. And remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. Alright, so let's talk about visual scripting. Now, if you've been an Unreal user for many years, you know that they've had some form of blueprints. Now, I've been using Unreal for such a long time, I actually started using the visual scripting of Kismet way back in the day. Now, blueprints are really awesome because not only do you get to make your game work, but they make the coding part of it a lot easier. And some people are visual learners. So even if you had coding and visual scripting, some people might choose visual scripting just because they like it a lot better. Remember that programming is very abstract and that can confuse a lot of beginners. Now over the years, blueprints have become a lot more cost effective. And what that means is that it used to be if you were to write your code in C++ or do your code in blueprints, the C++ code would run faster. Now, to the best of my knowledge, this is still the case today, but it is very negligible compared to what it used to be. But we're not talking about Unreal, we're talking about Unity. Now, Unity has not had a visual scripting component. In fact, they did announce that they were going to add a visual scripting component in one of their keynotes, but so far that hasn't come out yet. But what Unity does have is the asset store. And the asset store is really important because not only can you buy assets for your games like models or animations or sounds, but you can actually buy scripts. And one of the more popular scripts that you can buy on the Unity Asset Store was Bolt. Now, Bolt is a visual scripting language that is meant for the Unity engine. Now, this is really important because there hasn't been a good visual scripting option for Unity other than Bolt. Now, there have been a few others, and I've used those others over the years, such as Playmaker, but Bolt is really good, and Bolt does a really good job at visual scripting. So what I think Unity said is, well, we need to add in a visual scripting because a lot of people go to Unreal because of their blueprints. Why don't we just buy out Bolt? Now, Unity itself is a fairly big company, and it has made several acquisitions over the years. Now, one of those acquisitions is now Bolt. So what they've done is they've basically bought Bolt, and I just got the email in my inbox today as I'm recording this video, so there's probably a lot more details to come. So this is great news for Unity users because not only is Bolt a very awesome scripting language, it is going to get support from the Unity ecosystem. And whenever some item gets support from the entire ecosystem, that is a good thing. So are a lot of people going to migrate from Unreal to Unity or vice versa because of this? Well, we'll have to see because we don't necessarily know yet. Just because Bolt was acquired today doesn't mean that everyone is going to magically switch from Unreal. Now, Bolt has to be really fast, and this is the one thing I always say about any kind of coding language or environment. It has to be quick. For me, when I choose an engine, I want to make my game and get it out to my players as quickly as possible. Now, both Unity and Unreal are incredibly good. I did a whole video about that, which you can check right here. And by the way, if you haven't liked this video, please do. And like the other video too. So the major difference is that Unreal almost has a decade of experience in visual scripting, while Unity does not necessarily have that. Having said that, they're probably going to put a lot of resources into making Bolt awesome. And by the way, side note, Bolt is an amazing name for a visual scripting language. Because one of the things that you need to understand when you're developing a game or an app or pretty much anything is that you want to get your project out there to your customers as quickly as possible with the least amount of frustration as possible. Because it's no good sitting on your hard drive. After being an industrious person, I have so many projects sitting on my hard drive, and I highly recommend that you don't do that. Publish what you need to do in some way, shape, or form. And even if you do have projects that are on your hard drive, maybe start a blog and just post them so that they're on the internet. Uploading to a blog or a private blog is a great way of looking at your progress. In fact, I have done this for years, and I looked at one of my private blogs and I read some of the articles, and they were actually fairly good. So what does this mean for the two titans in the game engine industry? That is Unreal and Unity. Well, it means that the game has gotten a lot more interesting now that Unity has acquired Bolt. Now, blueprints, while they are absolutely amazing, Unity now has a strong competitor. By the way, if you haven't checked out this video where I suggest Unreal should buy Construct 3, I highly recommend that you go check it out. It is something that Unreal could probably get the leg up on Unity if they so chose. And by the way, like that video too, and this one while you're at it. Now, in this industry of game engines, the competition is fierce, and I expect the quality of these game engines to go up, which means the games will get better over time. Now, the only question that I have is, will the game engines get easier to use? Because when I use Unreal or Unity, there are still some parts that are a little bit more complicated, and I know what I'm doing. And sometimes things are way more complicated than they need to be. So one of the things I highly recommend that Unity and Unreal do, if anyone from those companies is watching, is to make the engine very easy to use. Alright, so that concludes this video. Let me know what you think about Unity, Bolt, or Unreal and blueprints. I want to know. Please write them down in the comments. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon and said we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have content that has everything from Unreal tutorials to Unity tutorials to Blender tutorials to machine learning tutorials and more. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. And if you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, you make Mammoth Interactive possible. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers on Mammoth Interactive, and we need your help to get there. We have monthly and yearly options. Also, please be sure to like this video and subscribe to this channel. It really does help us out in the YouTube algorithm. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about how COVID-19 will change real estate forever. Alright, before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. It doesn't mean a lot to you, but it would mean the world to me if this video got 1,000 likes. Also, this channel doesn't do a Patreon and said we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about COVID-19 and how it's going to change real estate forever. Now, up until this time, there have been these major price increases in certain markets. Now, there are a ton of factors for why real estate has appreciated so much, but that might all change. And this, to you as a coder or an entrepreneur, is going to be crucial to understand. Now, one of the things that makes real estate appreciate is the amount of people coming in and the amount of money that those people have. Now, in a lot of cities like San Francisco, there are big tech companies. In fact, there are multiple big tech companies paying their people a lot of money
and there are constantly getting people in. So places like San Francisco, which have a limited amount of land, obviously the value of that land or even the house on that land or a condo is going to go up. Now, this has happened in a lot of cities, especially around tech centers. So Seattle, Denver, New York, etc. A lot of the people that have been living in these areas have seen their real estate go up. And this is good if you're an owner, and if it's a renter and there's no rent controls in the city, it's probably not so good. One of the easiest ways to wealth in the last 10 years was to simply just get a good job at a tech company, buy one of these condos or properties, or it doesn't even matter what you bought as long as you bought something, and you would absolutely make some more money. So in short, it's possible that when you buy real estate, you can lose absolutely everything. But in the last 10 years, if you just simply bought something in one of these cities, you would have made money. And of course, hindsight is 2020. So how is COVID-19 going to change this? Well, I think what's going to happen is that people are going to disengage from reality at an unprecedented rate. And what I mean by this is that there are people that have had good jobs and they probably will not go back. And the reason for this is that they might be getting government assistance, and that government assistance might continue on almost indefinitely. We've all heard of universal basic income, and this could be a situation where some of those concepts are applied. So for example, let's say you were in marketing, you had a really good job, then all of a sudden this COVID-19 recession hit and you're out of a job. You're getting $2,000 a month from the government and things are pretty good. In fact, you realize that you don't need to live in a big expensive city and you don't need to go to work. Instead, you'll just play video games all day. And if you're going to play video games all day, there's no reason to be in a big expensive city. So instead, you'll move to a place where life is not so expensive and you can not only A, live off of your universal basic income, but B, do nothing all day. Now, this might sound really good to some people and this might sound really terrible to some people. Personally, I need to go to work to go and do something every day, and if my job was automated or outsourced, I would have a huge problem with that. But not everybody's like that. So what that means is that there is going to be a fraction of people that are going to move out of the big cities. Now the question is whether or not tech is going to replace not only that person, but the salary involved. It's possible to replace the person and have a lowered salary because of economic situations, and that might be a topic for another video because it certainly happened to me when I graduated. So if they don't replace that person at the same level they were before in terms of wage, then you can expect housing to decrease. Now, of course, real estate is very complicated and every city is different. And I would argue that even neighborhoods within cities have different metrics to what makes them expensive or not expensive. And one of the things that has made some of these bubble cities or these really expensive cities more expensive is the flight of capital from all around the world. A lot of people have been buying condos from all around the world to basically use as safety deposit boxes. You buy a condo in New York and watch that condo appreciate, and you don't need to have anyone live in it. Now, whether you like this or don't like this is really a matter of personal preference, but what happens at the end of the day is that there are a lot of empty units where people could be living, again, pushing up rents and pushing up prices as well. So if prices start to fall, some of these investors might want to leave, and if some of these investors might want to leave, they might be able to sell at a loss or at a less of a valuation that they previously had in the year. And only time will tell whether or not this is actually going to happen. Of course, there could be a lot of geopolitical problems with this as well. Let's say you bought from a specific country and that country doesn't like money flowing out of it. Well, then perhaps that country might want to call back some of the money that you moved out of it, in which case you would have to sell. And if you're going to sell during one of the worst recessions, if not depressions, you might not be able to get a lot of money for it. In fact, you might be on the hook for hundreds of thousands of dollars as you bought a place with a mortgage and you watched it appreciate and never sold because you were just simply using this condo as a safety deposit box instead of something that would actually be lived in. Now, of course, there are real estate markets that don't even experience this. Some don't have major price gains or price losses. They just simply kind of slowly appreciate or slowly depreciate. And these places are not going to be affected. Of course, these are the places where real estate has exponentially increased over the years. So, of course, one of the things that people could absolutely do is completely disconnect from not only economy, but from reality. Think of someone going into World of Warcraft, and that is simply what they do all day. Now, I'm not the first person to think of this concept. In fact, there was a whole movie about it. It was called Ready Player One. Now, I don't think things are going to get that dystopian, but I do think that people will disengage and completely play in video games at some point in time in the near future. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if there are communes where people can just pool their universal basic income, go there, and play video games all day. Now, of course, everything, including your salary, can be either overvalued or undervalued, or even be just the right price. And in the last 10 years, there have been a lot of people that have been being paid salaries that were not exactly indicative of what they were actually worth in the economy. And one of the reasons for this is that hedge funds were getting unlimited amounts of credit to put into startups, and those startups were overhiring people. In fact, as a person who's in the tech industry, I have watched startups hire tons of people, and some of these people are not as important to their business. I run a small business, and of course, every single employee that I employ has a 100% purpose. And a lot of startups definitely don't do this. So just like you can buy a stock and it can be undervalued or overvalued, your salary can be either overvalued or undervalued. It's your job to get the right price. Now, you might think being overpaid is a good thing. Well, if you're overpaid, chances are your job stability has gone down. And the reason for that is that the company might say, this person is too expensive, so we need to either lay them off. And oftentimes you do get laid off versus them trying to renegotiate your salary. So one of the possible things that can happen is that all of these investors that have been losing money in the last few months will realize that if you're going to hire someone, they have to be worth exactly what they are being paid. They can't be overvalued or undervalued. And furthermore, they might not even set up shop in Silicon Valley. They might go to another place where the rent of a building is not too expensive, or it might just be a better place to set up shop. So what that means is that the value of housing in these cities is going to go down because businesses might leave as well. Now, of course, there's a reason why a lot of the tech companies all work and live in San Francisco is because they can get talent from one place to another. But because people are working from home, that is not going to be as much of an issue. So let's say I want to work for Facebook and I don't want to live in San Francisco. I want to live in some place in Colorado, not even Denver, but some other place outside where I can buy a house for relatively no money. In fact, I want to buy a house in Colorado and pay it off within maybe 2 years. In fact, maybe if I and my wife are working, I can go and buy a house in Colorado with a great view of the mountains and a really big yard, and I can pay it off within maybe 1 to 2 years if I save, and after that, I don't even have a mortgage. I bet you that these high-priced tech workers are going to absolutely do that. In fact, I bet that a lot of these workers are going to do this and get a salary cut as well. Why work and live in a big city and raise kids in an apartment when you can live and have an amazing view of the mountains and have no mortgage in 2 years? And I think this is absolutely what's going to happen. People are going to move to smaller towns and they're still going to retain some of the earnings of their big city jobs. In fact, they're not going to retain all of it, but some of it. So if you and your significant other both work in tech, you might be able to get an amazing deal on property that's outside of these big centers, and it will be better for you and your significant other. And if you want to raise kids, it's going to be better to raise those kids in a nice big house that is not something that is constantly being competed for in the big cities. So let's recap. Real estate tends to go up when people move into a specific area. And the more money these people have in this specific area, the more real estate values go up. The opposite will happen if people start to leave, and if people that are already living there are making less money. In addition, there are investors that are buying condos and leaving them empty, and they're using these condos as safety deposit boxes. What might happen is that once these people start to leave, the property values will dip just a bit and these investors will want to move out. And once they move out, they might take a loss on their investment because they were trying to get money out of an authoritarian regime. And if they're doing this, they're going to be able to take more of a loss than a local. Thus, this will push property prices down. Now, if you work in tech, you're probably going to be getting paid something that's worth what you are actually worth and an economic value, but you can be overvalued and undervalued. Some people that were getting paid a salary that was overvalued might not find a job in the new economy. As a result, some of these people might live on the universal basic income if it comes out and move away from these cities entirely. I think there's going to be some people that play video games all day, and there might even be businesses and a whole culture that stems out of this idea of completely disconnecting from the economy and reality. All right, that concludes this video. Let me know your thoughts. What do you think is going to happen to real estate, especially in the big tech-oriented cities? Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content every month. We have everything from Photoshop tutorials to machine learning tutorials, web development, and much, much more. Also, please be sure to like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. It might not mean a lot to you, but if this video got 1,000 likes, it would mean a lot to me. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video.
Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, I'm going to be reviewing the Caterpillar. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. If this video got 1,000 likes, it would mean the world to me, so please smash that like button. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, so we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about the Caterpillar. Now the Caterpillar is a toy for kids and mostly toddlers that teaches them how to code. Now as an educator, that is a person who has an e-learning company and a person who has made games for kids for many, many years, this is an amazing toy and I am going to review it. So first of all, let's talk a little bit about the Caterpillar itself. So as you can see, the Caterpillar has all these commands that are executed one by one on its body. And this is a great idea because it shows kids how to code. Because when you code, what happens is the code runs line by line and the compiler executes it line by line. So just like a compiler, it is executing these commands line by line. There's also a button at the top that is run, and it is a play button, which means that it is more like a play button that you see on a lot of IDEs. So as a person with kids, I wanted to see if there was any options for them to learn to code, just to see what options were out there, and this came up, and it was very well received, and with good reason. It is a fairly good product. So the age range for this product is 3 to 6 years old. Now, I have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, and I'll tell you a little funny story about what happened when I pulled this up, but later. And since this is meant for 3 to 6-year-olds, it does give a really good grasp of the concepts of coding. That is, executing the code line by line. Now, after looking at this, this is a very well designed toy and it does exactly what it is supposed to do. And the thing about designing for that age group is that things need to be really simple. Of course, there wouldn't be a product like the products that Mammoth Interactive produces, hint, hint, buy the products down below. You couldn't make a product like that for ages 3 to 6. It would be very difficult to get a kid to sit in front of a computer and then learn by watching tutorials. This would not work, but this is a very good way to do it because not only does it teach the kids how a compiler works, it teaches them commands, and this is exactly what coding is. Coding at its very essence is telling the computer to do something and having that computer do that thing. And this is exactly what the Caterpillar does. So let's take a look at some of the commands. So each segment of the body does one particular thing. Now you can either go left, forward, or right, and each segment has its own special item. So the first item is talking, the second item is music, the third is animal sounds, the fourth is eating, and the last is sleepy time music. So the way it would work is that you can go, let's say, forward, left, right, and then wind music, and then sleep music. And you can do any variation as a result. It is actually fairly fun to watch. So once you look at the actual Caterpillar and see it work for a little bit, you'll actually be quite surprised on how ingenious this toy is. Now, the other thing about the Caterpillar is that it is actually fairly cute and it does look very neat. If you look at the actual Caterpillar's head, it does look fairly friendly to kids, and the kids tend to like it a lot. At least my kids like this very, very much. So at least I tried to explain to my 3-year-old that what you do is you put in commands and then the Caterpillar executes them one by one. That way, at least planting the idea in her mind that this is how coding works. Now, of course, the age group says 3 to 6, and I can see maybe a 4, 5, or 6-year-old playing with this just as well. Remember, age groups are kind of a bit fluid, and in this case, I think maybe a 7-year-old might have a little bit of fun with it anyway. But it is a very good idea, and I'm very impressed with it, hence this is why I'm doing the review. Now, of course, any review has to give this some kind of star rating. So I want to tell you what happened when I pulled this out in front of my 2 kids. Well, what happened is that my 3-year-old really liked it, and my 1-year-old also really liked it. And what happened is that they fought over it, and we had to hide it within 5 minutes of opening it up. The Caterpillar is just that good. In fact, my kids cried for maybe a good 5 minutes after we hid it. Now, of course, after that, we still bring it out and they don't fight over it anymore, but the Caterpillar was so good that it was worth fighting over. So all in all, I give this toy 5 stars. It's a very good toy, and it teaches young kids at least the basic concepts on how to code. And furthermore, it's not an app, and it's something physical that they can use, because most kids have some kind of tablet these days, and it's hard to get them off the tablet. And this is a physical thing that they can use to learn to code. And I think that a lot of things that are going to happen in the next 20 years are going to be more to the robotic side versus the actual coding side. So getting kids used to the idea of something physical and something moving around like this little robot here is a good idea. Alright, so that concludes this video. I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Also, if this video got 1,000 likes, it would mean the world to me. Remember that this channel doesn't do Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have everything from web development tutorials all the way to machine learning. We also have a bundle of courses called Coding for Parents. If you want to teach your kid for code, we have a course that teaches parents how to code. We also have a kids coding course. Those links are also down below for a one-time purchase. If you're already a subscriber to Mammoth Interactive, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, you make Mammoth Interactive possible. We have monthly and yearly options. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about the exact process that you need to follow while using online tutorials to get good at coding. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscriptions and likes we get, the more content we can make. It might not make your day, but it would definitely make my day if this video got 1,000 likes. Also, it helps out this channel in the YouTube algorithm. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. Alright, so I'm about to tell you how to get good at coding. Now this process that I'm going to show you isn't just for coding, but it's for everything. And this can be applied to a lot of disciplines. Now, I've gone through a lot of online tutorials in my career, and I have wasted my time with some activities, and I've made some really good progress in others. So how do you get good at programming, or really anything, in the least amount of time? Because when you think about it, when you learn something, you want to get the most amount of knowledge for the least amount of time and frustration. And this is one reason why I started an e-learning company. More on that later. So let's talk a little bit about improving at coding. So it doesn't matter whether or not you're a beginner or an advanced coder, you always need to be improving. And this is the one thing that you need to understand if you're in technology. If you're in technology, the technology will change and you constantly have to improve. In fact, this has happened to me many times over the years. You have a favorite programming language and that programming language changes, or a framework that you love goes obsolete and something else is used. This happens all the time. Now this of course doesn't happen for every single coding language. For example, C++ is relatively the same and there are minor changes year over year, but other areas like mobile app development change on a year-to-year basis. Also in game development, the game engines tend to change even though the two main players, Unity and Unreal, stay fairly similar, there are still big changes, especially in the higher and more complex functions of these game engines. So how do you become amazing at coding? Well, one thing that you might think that you would do is you would just hop into tutorial after tutorial and watch tutorials. In fact, you can watch a lot of tutorials in your spare time, but this is not the way to do it. Now, the way that you want to use tutorials is that you start watching tutorials or reading tutorials, whichever one you prefer, and then you spend some time in the editor or the code environment or whatever it is you're trying to get good at, and then you go back to the tutorials. It's that process of watching tutorials and going in the IDE or the code editor or the game engine or whatever it is you want to get good at, which is the real way to get good at coding. And it's that process of taking what you've learned and playing around with it. And you want to be prototyping. More on that in just a bit. So one thing that you don't want to do is just watch tutorial after tutorial after tutorial and not actually do anything. In fact, you might want to watch some tutorials, code a little bit, and then for another day, you don't watch a single tutorial, you just apply what you learned and you kind of experiment. This is really crucial. You want to think, what if I wanted to do this? And if you can't do that, then you Google the solution. So let's say if you're learning to make a simple calculator app, and this is a compound interest calculator. This is one of my favorite beginner exercises. So let's say you make a compound interest calculator and you want to do something a little bit different. You want to change up the formula. You might want to add in some extra items. Then you take what you've learned and try to add in those items. And once you add in those items, then what will happen is that you will actually have applied what you've learned in a very narrow way. Now, one of the things that you also have to understand with learning to code is that you shouldn't go from 0 to 60 or make a project that's way too big. You want to make a lot of really, really small projects. And this is something that you need to understand. For me, I love making big projects, and I've had to make many big projects over the years that have got canceled just because either A, something happened technically, or B, I lost interest. So if you're learning to code, make a lot of really small projects, and in fact, if you make a lot of really small projects and iterate on those projects, it's even better. So going back to the idea that you should watch and then apply your knowledge, the next thing you should do is make some kind of practical project. Now, the hardest part of a project is getting everything to the end. So believe it or not, if you make a bunch of really small projects that are about 80 to 90% done, this is really good. Because if you make 10 small projects that are 80 to 90% done, this is where the majority of the work of the project comes in. The last 10% of a project is really hard. The polish is really hard to do. And of course, you have to do that at some point. But if you're just starting out, or if you're just trying to learn a new framework or a new environment or a new way of coding, then this is what you want to do. Making 10 small projects where you get 80 to 90% complete is really good. Now, I know that there's a lot of perfectionists out there that have to go all the way. If you can resist that, that is going to be really good. Now, I know that if you shouldn't have a lot of unfinished projects on your computer, but when you're learning, it doesn't really matter. The whole point is that you're basically learning and you're prototyping, you're experimenting, and when you're experimenting, there really isn't a wrong answer. So if you make a lot of 80 to 90% completed projects, this is a lot better. Now, once you've done that a few times, maybe 10 or 20 times, and you have a lot of little small projects, then it's time to build a much bigger project. Remember, projects have scope, and when you're just starting out, you want to build a lot of small scope projects. So what is scope? Scope is the size of the project. So a small scope project, for example, might be something like a website where you can put in your income and see how much you can save per month, per year, etc. This is a very small scope. It's very simple and it's very easy to do. In fact, that's a really good thing that you should do and a project that I would highly recommend you do if you're first starting out. So if you wanted to make that project but in a bigger scope, you can have more items to use. So for example, it could, let's say, take in the income, see how much you could get with compound interest, and there could be a lot more features in there. The first project was really small scope, and the second project had a much bigger scope. So of course, you can make this project with an even bigger scope. You could use some API that ties into a user's bank account and figures out how much they should save, etc. Now, of course, these three projects are very different, and you might think that just by adding in twice the amount of functionality, it will take twice the amount of time. This is something that isn't correct. The more features you add, the more time that you're going to have to add, but that time might not be proportional. If you have, let's say, a scope of 2 and then another project with a scope of 4, that 4 might take twice, 3 times, or 5 times the amount of time as the 2. And let's say you had a scope of, let's say, 8, that might take 100 times more than the scope of 2. It really does add more time the more features you add. And that's why I say to make very small scope projects. You want to focus on little problems first so you can isolate problems and fix them. So this is a practice that is used in practically every other discipline other than coding. And maybe you have a computer science degree and they told you this exact process, chances are you had a really good teacher. But for most of you, this is probably the first time you're hearing it. So in engineering, there's a concept called rapid prototyping, and that's exactly what it sounds like. You basically take something, you prototype it very quickly. And this can be a major component or it can be a small component. Let's use an airplane as an example. Now, you can rapid prototype many different airplanes with many different fuselages, wing sizes, and engines, etc. And some of these are going to be good and some of these are going to be bad. And believe it or not, the aviation industry does rapid prototype a lot. And it's very rare that there are problems because they rapid prototype so much, because the safety involved in that industry is paramount. So when it comes to rapid prototyping, you can rapid prototype the entire plane, or you can just rapid prototype, for example, the cockpit, or the engine, or the fan on the engine. So if you did, let's say, 20 iterations on the fan in the engine, then that is rapid prototyping on a small scale. And it's something that could be absolutely crucial, because if you get the fan wrong, the whole plane can come down. And this happens a lot, not only in the aviation industry, but in a lot of industries as well. The smartphones or computers, they go through tons of these rapid prototyping processes. And it's really important that you apply this to your code. If you think of your entire projects and you compartmentalize it into different components, you can rapid prototype those different components as well. Which goes back to my thesis that you should just do really small projects that have a very limited scope. So not only do you get the benefits of building something small scope that you can focus on a specific aspect, you get the satisfaction of actually completing a project. Because for some people, completing a project is really hard. I know this personally because in high school, I had a very hard time completing projects. I did, but I wasn't really good at it. I had some friends who were really, really good at this, and I wondered how they can do it. And so I basically said to myself, well, if I just get in the habit of releasing, then I will be much better at releasing. And this was absolutely true. So if you build a lot of really, really small projects, then you'll get in the habit of releasing. And if you build a lot of small projects that are 80 to 90% done, perhaps that's all you need. And it also gives you the benefit of learning how to release a beta software before you actually finish it. And this is something that's also important because lots of times when software is released, it's in an alpha state or a beta state, and it's not even a complete project. All the products that you use have a lot of polish and man hours behind them, and it's not their first or alpha release. You can Google some of the top products that you use, and you can Google their alpha and beta release and laugh at how simple they are. Your product and your idea has to be the same way. You can't release a fully fleshed version because perhaps your customers might not even like it. So if you release an alpha or a beta version, that might be a little bit better. So one thing I also like to do when I'm learning something new is that I like to set some time aside to learn something new in that environment or whatever it is I'm trying to learn. And this is something that is not necessarily related to any of the projects I do. I just need to learn something new. And game development's a really good example of this because game development isn't just coding. There's a lot of extra items that you need to understand. So for example, let's say I'm working on a dialogue system today. I might watch a tutorial on animation just to understand how animation works. It's not completely related at all, but I am still learning. And this is something that you need to do as well. If you're, let's say, a mobile app developer and you're working on the front end, watch some back-end tutorials and play around with the back-end for just a little bit. Because what often happens is that when you learn something, your brain will kind of figure out things behind the scenes, and in the future, you'll be better at it. It's very hard to learn something new and apply it right away. Oftentimes, learning is a gradual process. So if you know you need something in a couple of weeks, then you want to start learning that today in a small form. Because if you learn it today, then it'll be easier 2 weeks from now. And this is something that you should always do. So you always need to be learning something new in your engine. So let's say you're working on some projects and you're watching some tutorials on how to do that. Then once you're done that, maybe watch another tutorial on a different part of that same environment, and then you'll figure out that might need that in the future. The other thing that I highly recommend is to hang out with other developers. Now, in a global pandemic lockdown situation, this is much harder and it's not as fun. Because if you are going to connect with other people, it's better to do it in person because you get your eyes off the screen. You need to do something different. And it's also much more fun to talk to people face to face with a beer than it is to just talk over Zoom. But again, in this global pandemic situation, it might be fairly difficult. You do need to talk to other programmers, you need to talk to other people, and you need to constantly meet people. This is how really good people get careers. So have you been learning online for a long time, and do you have any good tips that I've missed? I want to hear them down below. And remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release more than 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. And we have all kinds of tutorials in our subscription. We have everything from machine learning to web development to Blender to game development and much, much more. It is a very good deal. We have monthly options and yearly options. If you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, but you make Mammoth Interactive possible. Also, please be sure to like and subscribe. If this video got 1,000 likes, it would mean the world to me. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Unreal 5 was just announced, and in this video, we're going to be talking about why it's so awesome. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. It wouldn't mean a lot to you, but it would mean a lot to me if this video got 1,000 likes. So please smash that like button. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about Unreal 5. Now, one of the most popular videos on this channel is the comparison between Unity 5 and Unreal. If you haven't checked that out, please check it out right now. In that video, I mentioned that I personally like Unreal. Now, to be clear, Unity is a very good engine. If you like using it, then keep on using it. However, the news that has come out of Epic Games is absolutely amazing. So if you haven't already seen the tech demo, please check it out right here. It is incredible. There's also a lot of videos that are explaining the technology behind that, but I'm going to go over the base points right here. So first of all, the current version of the Unreal Engine is Unreal 4. Now, I've been using Unreal since Unreal Engine 3, and Unreal Engine 4 is actually really awesome. And I cannot wait until Unreal 5 is going to get released. It's not going to get released till 2021, but I'm very confident as soon as it gets released, I am definitely going to be using it quite a bit because what they just announced is absolutely amazing. Now, the current version of the Unreal Engine is 4.25, and in this version, they're going to be using a lot of the same concepts, except Unreal Engine 5 is going to take those concepts to the max. So in version 4.25, there's going to be next-gen support, that is the PlayStation 5 and the Microsoft X, and there's going to be a whole bunch of new features. I'm currently using the Unreal Engine 4.25, and it's absolutely amazing. So let's talk a little bit about what makes the Unreal 5 engine so good. So one of the things that has been a huge problem with game development for many, many years is the fact that you have to basically optimize your art for game engines. If you look at old games, a lot of this art had to be optimized and a lot of time and money had to be spent just to get that art into the game. And this has been a thing ever since 3D games have come out. And even today, you can't just do anything and then put it into an engine. So Unreal 5 changes everything. So in Unreal 5, they're going to be introducing Nanite, and Nanite is a system that will allow you to basically use as much geometry in a level as possible. And you can look at some of the tech demos. This is the amount of polygons in a scene. Now, the more polygons you have, the more computing power it's going to take. And because computers are so good,
you can see that this is now possible. Now, I didn't even think this was possible 2 days ago, but apparently it is, and this is absolutely mind-blowing because the amount of triangles in this little scene right here is often more than what you would see in an entire game in the past. So the amount of polygons here is incredibly important because now you can have incredibly detailed scenes, as you can see with all of this footage here. The other thing that Unreal 5 is going to add is Lumen, and Lumen is global illumination. Light is really important, so if there's really two things about making a 3D game look good, it is the models and the light. Now the light is really important because the more realistic the light is, the more detail that you can get out of it. Now, one of the things that Unreal did a little while ago was purchase Megascans. Now Megascans is a company that made hyper-realistic rocks and art assets to be put into the Unreal Engine. And since they bought Megascans out, what they did is they basically have this huge pipeline of super realistic art assets. Mostly these art assets are environment assets. So there are two kinds of Megascans assets. There's Megascans for games, which are very high quality, and there's Megascans for movies, which is even higher quality. All these things that you're looking at in the tech demo are the higher resolution movie quality assets. And this is incredible because before it would lag your system quite a bit to use these assets. And now apparently you can do it in real time, which is absolutely amazing. So in addition to Lumen and Nanite, there are going to be lots and lots of improvements to the current systems that are already in Unreal 4, such as the Chaos Physics and Destruction Engine, Niagara VFX, and a bunch of particle effects as well. This is all improved, and if you look at the bats in the tech demo, you can see how amazing particles are going to be. Another thing that's going to be launched is Epic Online Services. So if you want to make any kind of multiplayer game or have any kind of network support, the top level services are going to be available to everyone. And this is absolutely amazing because when it comes to those back-end services, it is quite expensive to do on your own. Now, Epic is allowing you to use those services. This is absolutely incredible. So let's talk about the number one thing that is amazing about Unreal Engine 5. And this is absolutely amazing. I can't even believe that this is happening. But what's going to happen is that the Unreal 5 engine is going to be free. And this is 100% free for the first million in revenue. Now, I remember when an Unreal license cost an amazing amount of money. Now it's free on the first million of revenue. Now, this is incredible because so many developers are going to flock to the Unreal Engine because this is an incredible amount of saved money. Because when you develop your game, it could take 2 months or 2 years, and you don't want to be paying money during that time. You want to be developing it. And if you're going to be using the best engine out there, this is an incredible step forward. So to conclude, I am very excited about the Unreal Engine 5. In fact, I love the Unreal Engine so much that I cannot wait until 2021 when it gets released. So that concludes this video. I want to know your thoughts. Please post your thoughts down below. Remember to like and subscribe and smash that like button to make us more popular in the YouTube algorithm. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more product we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have monthly and yearly options. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new e-learning content per month. We have everything from Blender tutorials to Unreal tutorials to machine learning tutorials and much, much more. It is the best way to help out this channel. If you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, but you make Mammoth Interactive possible. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be asking the question, should there be a NASA-type organization for medicine? Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. It might not mean a lot to you, but if this video got 1,000 likes, it would mean the world to me. Also, this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about NASA. NASA is an incredibly awesome organization. Not only does it have the important goal of exploring the cosmos, but the economic
impact of NASA is absolutely amazing. And one of the reasons that NASA has such a good economic impact is because it constantly invents new technologies. And where do these new technologies end up? So as you can see, there's been a whole bunch of technologies that have come out of NASA, and you can probably argue that the world wouldn't be the same without any of these technologies. So where does NASA get its funding? Well, NASA gets its funding primarily from the US government, and other space organizations elsewhere do the same thing. Now, the argument is that if you fund NASA, then newer technologies are going to come out, and it's going to stimulate the economy with these new technologies so that other developers can develop these technologies, and thus humanity gets to be more technological. So now with the pandemic, we should ask ourselves, should there be NASA-type organizations but for medicine? And I'm not just talking about infectious disease, I'm talking about medicine in general. So there's a lot of things that haven't been solved in medicine, and the major question is, should we have governments put in money to research and development to make medicine better for everyone? And this would be just like a NASA-type organization, but it would be for medicine. Now, this whole global pandemic COVID-19 situation has really highlighted the fact that we should probably put more money into infectious disease. And infectious disease is a huge threat to everyone, as probably everybody knows. But there's a lot of other problems other than infectious disease, and sometimes things might not kill you, but might make your life a lot worse. One of these areas is cartilage. Arthritis really does impact a lot of lives. If you're the least bit active, you'll know that eventually your knees and possibly your ankles or hips might become arthritic, and you won't be able to do those activities at one point in time. And believe it or not, arthritis is a pretty big problem. Of course, it's not as dramatic as, let's say, a pandemic, but it is a problem, and there's a ton of other problems that we should be able to solve. So let's start with infectious disease, because infectious disease is probably the most relevant at this time. So as we know from watching the news, a relatively minor disease can become a big problem across the globe. And this particular disease is not necessarily the most deadly disease, but it is a big problem. That is, people are dying by the hundreds of thousands, and there seems to be no end in sight, at least until we get a vaccine. And one of the things that has happened is that there has been a drug that was used for Ebola that is now being used for COVID-19. And this is absolutely amazing. So somewhere there has been money put into a drug development, and that drug development has led to some other kind of application outside of its original use. And this is the key point. If more money gets put into infectious disease, perhaps some drugs might have an effect on a future pandemic or a local pandemic, which could spiral up into a global pandemic. So the more money that is put in and the more research that is done, the more progress we can make. Side note here, drug development is very costly and very complicated. You can have 100 bottles of promising drugs and maybe only 1 or 2 of those drugs actually make it to market. And even when they do make it to market, they might not be as effective as originally planned. So it is a really big field, and the success rates are very low. This is why you need to have a lot of money being put into it, and there is going to be a lot of money wasted, but progress will be made, because if you want to make progress, you're going to have to waste some time and money, because sometimes that wasting time might lead to a discovery later. And this can be seen throughout any kind of progress. So a lot of people think that if you want progress, you have to give someone money, they'll do some research, they'll get something out there, and then all of a sudden you'll have a new product. It's really not like that. Sometimes it's a lot of small steps that lead to a bigger distance. For example, you can have one study that shows one thing, and then another study shows another, and then a drug is developed based on those 2 studies, but that doesn't really work. But then all of a sudden another drug is produced that was made because of the first trial, and then that works. This is a very common pipeline for drug development. Now, over the years, a lot of people have predicted that a flu would be the major pathogen that would infect the world, and no one really thought that it could be a coronavirus. Now, there are lots of other pathogens out there that could cause a problem. One of the biggest problems facing humanity down the road is bacteria resistance. And this is, of course, antibiotic resistance. All of our medicine today is built on the idea that you can control infections with antibiotics. But bacteria is getting more resistant to it every day, and at one point in time, the antibiotics that are used today might not be effective. This is a huge problem. Now, luckily, there has been some major developments in the last couple years on this issue, but believe it or not, this is something that we need to think about today. Hence, governments should absolutely be putting in R&D to antibiotic resistance today through a NASA-type organization. Now, the best thing about this type of organization is that it can be done practically in any country, anywhere. And what should happen is that the data should be shared freely with everyone, because if we all work together, we can make progress go faster. So not every country has a space agency because it's very hard and very time-consuming and not only expensive to make a space agency, but you can put up labs everywhere. And I think that if governments put in money to research and development, it would have a huge economic effect. Not only would we be able to solve a lot of problems that are facing humanity down the road, but we'll also be creating a ton of jobs. And of course, these are high-paying jobs. So infectious disease is huge, but there's a lot of other issues that need to be solved as well. Now, it doesn't have to necessarily be lab work that is medicine, it could also be robotics. It's not uncommon to watch a science fiction movie and have a robot perform a surgery. There is lots of backlogs with surgeries all over the place. Now, we are a long way away from a robot performing a surgery, but at one point in time, robotics is going to get good enough and medicine is also going to get good enough so that we can actually do that. So let's say you need some kind of knee replacement, then you can just literally walk into a hospital, there can be a robot there, they'll say, hey, how's it going? And you'll get your knee replacement. Now again, this will happen in the future at some point in time, but if governments put in the money to making this a possibility, and if there is a lot of private investment as well, then this can probably happen. Now, of course, the last example is a very futuristic example, but I think the holy grail of one of these organizations would be to severely limit death. And this might sound like a very blanket statement, but what I mean by that is to severely limit aging. Now, research is way farther along than most people think in this area. In fact, we know exactly why people die from old age. And in the last 30 years, there haven't really been any items that we've added to the list. So we know exactly what the problem is, which is absolutely huge. If you really want to know more on this, you can check out this TED Talk and he will explain everything. But for the most part, what you need to know is that the research in this area is way farther along than people think. Now, what would be absolutely amazing is if you could take a pill and then in a year of life, you could go down a year in age. And this adds to the idea of a biological age versus a physical age. You could have 3 people at 30 years old, and one person might have a biological age of 27, and another person might have a biological age of 40. So that means those 3 people that are age 30 might be 27, 30, and 40, and they will all have the same effects of people relatively in those ages. So the best thing that would probably happen is if you could just take a pill, and for every year of life, you would lose a year or possibly 2 in terms of biological age. So that means if you were 40 today, then if you were to take this pill, then in 10 years, you will actually be a biological age of 30. Now, this is a very hard thing to do, but it is not impossible. And one of these NASA-type organizations for medicine might be able to do that. Now, of course, this doesn't add to the issue that if people start living forever, what ends up happening? That is a story for another time. So what do you think? Do we need a lot of governments putting money into research and development, making NASA-type organizations, but for medicine? I want to know. Please leave your comments down below. Remember to like and subscribe, and if this video got 1,000 likes, it would mean the world to me. It might not mean a lot to you, but it would mean the world to me. And remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have everything from game development tutorials to machine learning tutorials to Photoshop, Blender, and many more tutorials. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. If you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, but you make Mammoth Interactive possible. It's the best way to help with this channel. We have monthly options and yearly options. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, I'm going to be talking about the top things I want to see in Unreal 5. Alright, welcome back.
Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can buy our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content you buy below, the more YouTube videos we can make. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about Unreal 5. Now, Unreal 5 is absolutely amazing. I did a whole video about it right here. You can check it out. Now, over the years, I've been making a lot of games in a lot of different engines. I've used everything from GameSalad to Construct to Unity to Unreal, and I actually started using the Unreal ecosystem way back in the UDK days. So now that Unreal 5 has been announced and it looks absolutely amazing, I want to make sure that there are a few things that come out in Unreal 5 to make game development really easy. Now, but before we even talk about that, I did a whole video about how Unreal should buy Construct 3, and you should check that video out here right now. So I've been using Unreal for the last 6 months, and there are a few things that I think that Unreal does incredibly well, and there's a few things that could need improvement. Now, before we start talking about what needs improvement, if you are a dev at Unreal, I understand more than anyone how hard it is to actually make an engine work and make it usable for everyone. I, as a coder, understand how hard it is to get things from concept to reality. So when I suggest these are things that I think that would be nice to have, and I understand how hard it would be to implement them. Now that that's out of the way, let's talk about the things that I absolutely love about the Unreal Engine. The first thing that I really like about it, and the thing that I think is probably the best selling point, is that there are a whole bunch of starter templates. Now, when you're making a 2D game, you can literally start a game from scratch and go from there. But 3D is a lot more complicated than 2D, so having some base functionality is really good. So having a first-person shooter template just be one of the default options to start with is absolutely amazing. You can prototype so many games this way, and that's what I like to do. You can prototype concepts with a simple gun and a projectile and go from there. See what works and what doesn't work. There's a whole bunch of different options too, like a twin-stick shooter, top-down, and a third-person camera. And I think this is really good. In fact, this is probably my main selling point. When I went back to Unity for a little bit, what I noticed was you do start a 3D game out from scratch, and what I really liked about Unreal is that, hey, all the stuff was just there and it was easy to work with. On that note, it was actually really easy to make and prototype games. So if you wanted to make a twin-stick shooter, you can just pull up the twin-stick shooter template and you can start to make your game immediately and prototype it. And you can, again, find out what works. If you really want to be a good game developer, you have to prototype several different concepts. And if you really want to be a good game developer, you have to take your best 2 concepts and show it to other people, get some feedback right away. And remember, your game doesn't actually have to look good, it just has to have a simple concept, and you go from there. The more feedback you get, the better your game will be. So Unreal starts off really well. Now, the other thing that I really like about Unreal is the animation systems and basically the whole pipeline process. Bringing in art to Unreal is actually fairly straightforward and fairly easy, and I really do like the way things look in Unreal. So for whatever reason, things look pretty good in Unreal. Everything from the animation system to the foliage system to pretty much everything that has to deal with art and animation I really like. I also like all the particle effects and everything in there. Now, the one thing I especially like about Unreal is the blueprint system. Now, I've been a coder for many years, and of course I can make games in C++, but the blueprint system is really good. I'd really like to have Construct 3's event system in Unreal, but nevertheless, I do find blueprints to be fairly good and fairly intuitive. So all in all, I'm pretty impressed with Unreal, but there's always room for improvement. No matter what you're doing, there's always room for improvement. So let's talk about the things that I would like to see in Unreal 5. Now, the one thing I really want to see in Unreal 5 is the ability to pull in data from multiple locations very easily. And this is probably the #1 thing that I find frustrating about Unreal. Now, whenever I'm working with any kind of game engine, there are game engines where you have to do a lot of steps just to be able to access a function or a variable or some data point. And there are other engines where it's just very easy. You can simply reference an object, call a function within that object, and then everything is very easy. Unreal is somewhere in the middle.
things are fairly easy, but there is a little bit of frustration. And I probably wasted maybe hours over the last few months just trying to figure out how to call functions in different areas or finding the best way to optimize my data within my game. And I would like this to be a lot simpler. So one of the tips that I have as a developer is that if you can find multiple ways to do the same kind of thing, that would be really good. Now, Xcode and Swift does this really well. You can get 3 different people with 3 different programming styles to make the exact same app, and it will all work. With Unreal, there should be multiple ways to do the same thing, even though there might be a better way, but some people would like to do the same task a different way. And if you allow people to do that, the frustration level will go down, and therefore it will add to the game being a lot better, and therefore all Unreal games will be a lot better than their competition. So this is one thing that I highly recommend. If there is multiple ways to do the same task, then it will be good. In addition to that, it would be very good if I could access data from pretty much anywhere at any given time. Oftentimes, beginners have a problem of casting to a different object, and sometimes, even though I'm a programmer, when I was first learning Unreal again, I had a little bit of problems with it. And it's not really that complicated, and I get where it's coming from. So for example, if you want to just reference a function in an object, then it should be very easy. You basically pull out a widget, you find the object, and you pull out the function. If you need to cast to something, then you can just pull out the casting, and it will basically work without having any compiler errors. And if this was done, I think a lot of beginners wouldn't get as confused, because casting in Unreal is a little bit more complicated than it needs to be, and if they fix that in Unreal 5, I think that would be amazing. The next thing that I would like to see improved, even though I mentioned that it's really good, is the animation system. Now, again, I understand how hard it is to make an animation system. When I was using UDK, I tried to make animations work, and I actually spent a whole weekend trying to make some animations work with my own character model, and it didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to. And I actually wasted a whole weekend in that. And I was delighted to see that Unreal 4 had fixed that problem. It was very easy to retarget animations, and it was very easy to add in extra animations as well. And the difference between UDK and Unreal 4 is absolutely huge. I would like to see that same leap from Unreal 4 to Unreal 5. And the one thing that I would recommend is that if the whole animation system was just easier to use. For example, if I wanted to retarget some animations, maybe just simply dragging and dropping animations into a specific area, that might be good. I would like to see this process be a little bit easier, so if I have a character, maybe just dragging and dropping that character onto a specific area and that character is automatically retargeted, that would be awesome. Now, I understand exactly how hard that is to do from a coding point of view, but that would be my ideal. If you could just drag characters onto other characters and all the animations would mostly work. So on that note, I would like there to be more starter templates. So we already have a third-person camera template. It'd be nice if we had a third-person shooter template, and if there were just a bunch of more starting templates, I think that would also be good. I think that's Unreal's biggest strength, is the ability to just pull up a template and prototype your game immediately. So imagine if you had a third-person shooter template and then all of a sudden you dragged in your character, then maybe in a week you'd have a fairly solid prototype. I think this would be really awesome. So the common theme to all of these suggestions is actually quite simple. Unreal should be the game engine that is the easiest to use to get the most amount of game possible. So the big picture to all of these questions is that the Unreal Engine should allow people to make the best game possible in the least amount of time. So I'm sure that people at Unreal understand what's complicated, what's not complicated. And in Unreal 5, I think that all of these things that are complicated and time consuming should be narrowed down. And I know that's really hard to do. In fact, as a coder, again, I know how hard it is to make a game engine. I know how hard it is to make a game, and I know how hard it is to make all of these suggestions possible. But remember, if someone is spending an hour or two on a specific problem, even though it's not intuitive, if we can get that person to spend maybe an hour or two on their game instead of just working with the technical stuff, that is the real winner. Now, this advice goes to anyone who wants to make a product. You always want your users to spend the least amount of time creating something and most amount of time improving the product itself. Alright, so that concludes this video. What do you want to see in a Reel 5? Please post your comments down below. Remember to like and subscribe. The more subscribers and likes we get, the more content we can make. If this video got 1,000 likes, it would mean the world to me, so smash that like button. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have everything from Unreal tutorials all the way to machine learning tutorials, Blender tutorials, and much, much more. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. And if you're already a subscriber, thank you so much, because without your help, not only would this YouTube channel not be possible, but Mammoth Interactive wouldn't be possible. We have monthly and yearly options. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers per month. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about Shopify's decision to allow everyone to work from home. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more videos we can make. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about Shopify's decision to allow people to work from home. So if you don't know what Shopify is a company that makes e-commerce pages, and it's a very big deal in Canada. In fact, it's one of Canada's, if not the most important tech company in Canada. In fact, Shopify recently was more valuable than one of the banks in Canada. And this is really interesting because if you don't already know, the banks in Canada are a major part of the economy. So Shopify is a really good company and it has a very good business model. And the fact that it's in Canada is kind of interesting. Maybe that's a topic for another video. But let's talk a little bit about their decision to work from home. Now, if a company like Shopify that's incredibly valuable and an incredibly good company can do it, how many other companies are going to do that? Now, Facebook just recently announced that 40% of people want to work from home completely, and that 50% want some kind of blended work at home and work in the office. And you can't really blame people. Facebook is, of course, in Silicon Valley, and the rents and the property values are incredibly high. And why should you pay top dollar to go to an office when you can get paid a different amount and work from home? Like I said in another video, which you should definitely check out right here, instead of working in Silicon Valley, you can maybe have a huge house in the country on acres of land, and you can get paid top dollar. And this is something that is absolutely going to happen in the future. COVID-19 has opened this door, and it's going to change work forever. So there are people that want to live in a big city, and there are other people that don't necessarily need to. And as technology gets better and as internet gets better, you might be able to live in the country with all the amenities of a big city lifestyle. And this is interesting because you used to have to move to a big city to actually make any money. Now, that is probably going to be turned on its head. In that recent article, Facebook did say that they are going to pay people less who don't want to come into the office. And this makes sense. You're going to take a hit on your income to work from home. But if you really do the math, you can live in a very good place and you don't have to spend money on gas or any kind of money on commuting, and you'll actually end up making more money at the end of the day, even though you're getting paid less. And if you do a really good job while working from home, you might be able to get to your original salary position anyway through bonuses and basically salary appreciation. Now, of course, if you want to be, let's say, a programmer for Facebook, you have to be really good and you have to make sure that your job is secure. And the only way to do that is to make sure that you're constantly producing. That is a topic for another video, but being productive at home can be very challenging. Now, again, if you live in the country, maybe you have acres of land and you have your house and you maybe walk down a small little path to your office, and your office can be another structure on your property. This might be something that appeals to a lot of people. You can have your entire office, you can deck it out in any way you want, and it's not that far from your house. It's a simple walk. You can make your coffee in the morning and then just simply walk to work. And this totally beats commuting an hour in one of the big cities to an office, and you don't even get a custom private office. Now, of course, this isn't going to be for everyone, but I think it's going to happen more and more. Now, if you live in the United States, there are a lot more property options. And of course, this differs from country to country, but in Canada, you don't have as many services in the rural areas as you do in the major cities. So I bet you a lot of people from Shopify will probably move around the Ontario region because Ontario does have a lot of good services compared to a lot of the other places in Canada. So if you are working at Shopify, then perhaps you might even get paid the same amount and you get to move to a farther away place and maybe commute into the office once a month or once every other month or once a quarter or maybe even once a year for a company retreat. And I think that's going to be kind of interesting because you're going to have meetings on Zoom every day and then you'll finally meet those people in person. And that's always a little bit different. So these are two major companies that are allowing people to work from home, and I bet there's going to be a lot more working from home in the future. Now, remember, working from home is good and bad, and it might not be right for you. Personally, I was working from home in one shape or another since I was 20 years old. I've always had some kind of side hustle or business going on, and once I decided to stop working from home, I don't really ever want to do it again. I like coming to my office, I like walking to a place, and I definitely like being in my solitary office. This is something where I get to focus, there are no distractions. I also have kids, which is a whole other factor when you work from home. And that's why I think a lot of people might move to the country to have a big property where they can go to a separate building to work, because the kids will be very distracting. Now, of course, they might have to be driven to school, and once they're in school, it's a lot different than when they're a toddler. But I still think that if there needs to be some kind of isolation, the best way to do it is on a huge property in the country. But going back to my personal taste, I personally like walking to an office every day. In fact, when I did work from home and I started walking to the office, I did notice a little bit of change in my overall health. I was a little bit healthier just walking 20 minutes to work or maybe biking 10 minutes. And this is something that is really hard when you're working from home, is to get enough exercise. I also play ultimate frisbee in my spare time. I try to bike and hike and ski, because when you work from home all day long, you need to get out there and you need that kind of social interaction. Even though I'm an introvert, I still need some kind of social interaction. So usually my spare time is spent on actually doing something physically active, and I highly recommend that you do it as well. Now, of course, this is really hard to do, especially in a pandemic and you have to social distance, but there's a light at the end of this tunnel, and once we get there, I think that society is going to be a much better and more productive place. And I will be making a video about that in the future, so be sure to like and subscribe. Let me know your thoughts. Is Shopify and Facebook right to allow people to work from home? I want to hear your comments down below. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more videos we can make. If you really want to help with this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. There are monthly options and yearly options. Our goal is to get to 10,000 paid subscribers per month, and we need your help to get there. If you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, you make Mammoth Interactive possible. And by the way, we have lots of tutorials on game development, app development, machine learning, Blender, and lots more. Thanks for listening. I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be asking the question, is Unreal 5 plus the rumored Mac gaming computer finally going to bring high-end gaming to the Mac ecosystem? Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. It wouldn't mean a lot to you, but it would mean a lot to me is if this video got 1,000 likes. And remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content you buy below, the more videos we can make. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about Unreal 5 and the rumored Mac gaming computer. Now, Unreal 5 is set to launch next year, and I did a video about it right here, so you can check out why Unreal 5 is so amazing. But I'll give you a short answer. The short answer why Unreal 5 is so amazing is that you can basically put unlimited amount of detail into any level, as well as the tool itself, that is the Unreal 5 engine from an editor point of view, is actually really good. In fact, it is one of my favorite game engines to use, and I've been using the Unreal ecosystem since 2008. So the other thing we need to talk about is Macs and how good they are at gaming. Macs have had a long and complicated history with gaming, everywhere from it being really good to be a gaming system to it not being existent. And Steve Jobs was famously against games, and he didn't really like games that much. In fact, one of the things that I found interesting is that Bungie was going to release Halo onto Mac exclusively, and I thought this was quite interesting. Of course, that didn't end up being the case, but it did almost happen. So Apple is rumored to make a gaming computer. Now, the thing about Apple and the gaming computer crowd is that if you want to make a good gaming computer, you'll spend quite a bit of money. However, if you want a Mac gaming computer, you're probably going to at least double the price. Now, I know there's a lot of people that probably wouldn't pay the price, but I do know that there is a lot of people that absolutely will. There's a lot of people who used to be hard PC fans and they've migrated over to Mac. In fact, I think the Mac gaming ecosystem is a huge misstep on Apple's part. You know, the one thing that could happen is that the Apple TV could be a huge gaming system. All Apple has to do is release a really good gamepad with the Apple TV, and I think the Apple TV would be a fantastic gaming system. Now, it would be wonderful if you could make a game for the Apple ecosystem. For example, you could play it on your computer, to your tablet, to your Apple TV whenever you want. And I think that would be really awesome. But Apple really doesn't seem to like that. However, I do think things are changing. In one of Apple's recent keynotes, they did mention Autodesk and Unreal to be powerful tools. And this is one thing that's interesting because I have used Macs for a long time, and sometimes in the past, I would try to get the Unreal Engine to work on my Mac, and it wouldn't really work. Now, Unity works really well on a Mac. In fact, it works on my MacBook Air, but I don't think that Unreal would work on my MacBook Air. Now, of course, Unreal is a huge engine, and even if I did get Unity to work on my MacBook Air, I wouldn't be able to use a ton of shaders or a ton of detail, but I would be able to prototype some simple ideas. In fact, when I was using Unity years ago, this is exactly what I would do. I just prototype some ideas here and there, and I can't really do that with Unreal. So I did try working Unreal with a basic MacBook Pro, and it didn't work as well as my PC. And so I do have a pretty dedicated PC system that I use Unreal with, and I think it's really good. Now, one of the things I really hope Unreal 5 does do is to make the overhead fairly low. In fact, a lot of games have level of details, perhaps the engine should too. For example, if I wanted during the week to make a high quality game on my PC and then on the weekend wanted to maybe experiment a few ideas on my MacBook Air, I'd like to be able to do that. Now, of course, it doesn't have to look very good, but I'd like to be able to play with blueprints and play with the C++ code and maybe play around with the editor just a bit. Now, it doesn't have to be really good on my MacBook Air, it just kind of has to work. And this is something I really hope that happens. Now, the other thing about gaming in particular is the ability to actually make your product run. And the Mac ecosystem is, while an Intel chip, is a little different from a PC. And that little bit of difference makes it very hard for people at Unreal to make it work well. In fact, there would have to be a whole team just to making sure the Mac side works really well. Now, with huge specs, this isn't really that big of a problem. It's the lower end products that is more important. Now, this also touches on another factor, that Apple used to be a company that really cater to creative people. People that like using Photoshop and all these other creative programs have now seen that Apple doesn't really care about them as much. And one of the reasons is that Apple has been making sure that they make the most amount of money possible. Now, from a business perspective, that's great, but some of these people do feel a little bit alienated. It would be great if Apple went back to that. So one of the things I would like to do is be able to go into the Apple Store, buy one of the low-end MacBook Pros, and be able to use Unreal almost seamlessly on it. I think this is something that's a very reasonable request, and it would be great if Unreal 5 tackled this problem and Apple helped them do it. And the reason for this is that there are people that would like to use Unreal on their MacBook Pro, but they can't right now because for some reason it doesn't work as well as a PC. And believe it or not, this actually forces people to go to Unity because Unity does work on a base MacBook Pro, and it actually works out really well. Now, the other thing about Unreal is that it's a very big program, and the low-end Macs don't really have a lot of space, so you usually have to upgrade the space, and of course the upgraded space on Macs are really expensive. So one thing that I would like to see and I don't even know if this is possible on Unreal's end, but to make the project themselves a little bit smaller and the engine just a little bit smaller of them. So I think there's a lot of opportunity, not only for Unreal, but for Apple as well. And the reason I think this is that there's a lot of people that would buy the low-end MacBook Pros and really want to use Unreal, but they can't really do it because it doesn't work as well as, let's say, Unity does. And if Apple is really starting to be serious about Unreal itself or just about gaming in general, I think this is a really good thing. Because I do like using Macs and I also like using PCs. In fact, I stopped using my PC for many years and I recently bought one and I actually really like it. I think Windows is actually really good, better than it used to be. And I had very bad memories of installing Windows 98 on a weekly basis back in '98. So I'm pleased to see that Windows has actually gotten a lot better and it's better than when I remember it. But the other thing that a lot of people need to understand about Macs is that if you want to make a Mac game, you have to have a Mac computer. So if Apple had a really high-end gaming system or they just had better support for Unreal, I think you'd see a lot more games. In fact, the Mac App Store isn't really the biggest cash cow out there, but you can make quite a bit of money on it. So remember, if you want to export for Mac, you actually have to have a Mac. I don't think I can export to Mac on my PC, so it would be good if Unreal had that support for pretty much all Apple devices. Now, I'm not talking about iPad because developing a game in Unreal on your iPad sounds a little bit silly, but considering the way Apple really likes to promote their iPad as being another type of desktop or laptop, I think that is not inconceivable in the future. However, I definitely would not like to develop a game on an iPad. In fact, I don't like developing on iPads at all. In fact, I might ditch my MacBook Pros for iMacs in the future, and maybe I'll get the rumored Mac gaming system. Alright, so that concludes this video. What are your thoughts? Is Unreal and Mac gonna be a lot more synergistic in the future? Please let me know in the comments down below. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more videos we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. We have everything from Unreal tutorials to Unity tutorials to Blender tutorials to machine learning tutorials and more. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers per month. If you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, you make Mammoth Interactive possible. And remember, if you really like this video, please like and subscribe. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about the future of universities and colleges. Alright, before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. And remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. Also, please be sure to smash that like button. If this video got 1,000 likes, it would mean the world to me. So smash that like button. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about higher education. Now, everybody knows that if you go to college, you'll probably make more money in the long run. Now, this can be anything from a computer science degree to anything from vocational training. And this is one thing that is really important to do in life. You always need to be learning. Even after you've completed your college degree, you continually need to be learning. Now, I'm in the technology space, so I am always learning because technology is constantly changing. And the easiest way to succeed in technology is to learn the newest technology to its fullest ability as quickly as possible. So let's talk a little bit about this video. This video is made by Scott Galloway. He is a very respected researcher, and I highly agree with a lot of the things he says. So one of the things he talks about is the changing of higher education due to the coronavirus. Now, the coronavirus is going to change the world, and after this whole pandemic is done, the world is going to be different, but it's also going to be the same in some regards. So it's not going to be the exact same for pre-pandemic, but it's going to be somewhat similar, but a lot of things are going to change. And the online learning space is definitely going to change. If you don't already know, I've been running an e-learning company for almost 10 years now, and I've been a teacher for way longer than that. And one of the things that I'm really excited about is online learning. Online learning is absolutely amazing because you can learn something as quickly as possible. And one of the things that I've always said, if you've been following me year over year, is that why do you have to commute your body to an institution to learn when you can just do it online? Now, online learning isn't for everyone. If you're very driven and you need to get things done yesterday, then online learning is great for you. You can literally hop onto your computer, go into YouTube, buy a course, start learning, and get a practical project out the door that you can use on your resume. Now, I tried this process back in 2009 and 2010, and the online learning was rather new at that time, and a lot of people preferred degrees over portfolio at the time, so the progress I made was limited. But nowadays, really it all comes down to what you can do. If you have a really good portfolio and you're a really good coder or a really good anything, that's pretty much what companies are looking for. So having said that, there's a lot of things that you need to actually go to school for. In fact, I don't think that it's very good to just sit on your computer and learn online. I don't think you'll be successful. I think the people that are really going to be successful will do that, but they'll also go to a place where they can explore new ideas and challenge themselves. Because one of the things that happens when you're learning online is that you think you're really, really awesome at what you do, and all of your opinions are the opinions that should be the opinions of everyone. But when you go into the real world, you might find that your opinions are not as good, or your processes aren't as good as what the competition offers. So that's why you need to constantly talk to people, and there's no better way to do that at school. So what I think is really going to happen is that people are still going to go to class, but there's going to be a heavy emphasis on online learning in the future. So what that means is that there is going to be less demand for physical space in these campuses. Now, one of the things that Scott Galloway talks about is the higher education, that is the top brands like Harvard and Yale. These are going to be luxury brands akin to, let's say, Tesla or Louis Vuitton. Now, what this means is that if you go to Harvard, it's going to be like wearing the top line fashion products or driving the top car. This is because that, again, Harvard is a fashionable brand, or it's a high-end luxury brand. So what does that mean for the other schools? Well, what Harvard can do is, if a lot of learning is online, they can expand their classes, well, almost infinitely. Anyone who can get an education can go to Harvard now. This is rather interesting because before there was limited to the amount of people that can fit into a classroom and that can stay near or on campus. But now they can literally do 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000 people that can go through Harvard, because on the internet, distance is irrelevant. You can have people going to Harvard from India to South Africa to Brazil to New York, anywhere that can have an internet connection. Someone can go to Harvard. And what I find really awesome about this is that if you are smart anywhere in the world, you can go to the top school without leaving your home. And I think this is rather cool. Now, what that means, though, is that these middle ground schools are probably going to suffer quite a bit, because there's a lot of people that might not go to Harvard for one reason or another, but they could probably get into Harvard or one of these top-end schools. And instead of going to their local school, or let's say the top school in their state, they can just simply go to Harvard or one of these other big schools. So those schools are really going to suffer. Now, the other thing about schools, and this is of course dependent on which school you're talking about, is that higher education is very, very inefficient. There's a lot of administration, and that's what eats up the cost of going to school, is, believe it or not, the administration. It's not the actual product that you're using. Imagine if you went to a burger joint and you paid 10 times the amount for a burger, and not just for the burger, but for the employees in the back end of getting that burger to you. That's what higher education is like. And with online learning, you can just go to Harvard, or you can buy a course on Udemy, or you can buy a course from Mammoth Interactive. Hint, hint, buy our products down below. So what this means is that these schools are probably going to see less enrollment, and people are going to start learning from home. So I'm an introvert, and I love spending time by myself. In fact, I don't like spending too much time in the crowds, although I do need it occasionally. I think extroverts will have a particularly hard time of adapting to online education. So extroverts have always been advantageous because most of the time you need to go out there and meet people and basically socialize with people to be successful. But nowadays you can do it all from your bedroom. You can learn how to make a video game and then sell it on Steam and then make $1 million. This is something that you can absolutely do today. You couldn't do this 10, 20 years ago. It was very difficult. Now, of course, you might see that there were a few people 10 years ago doing this, but the infrastructure was quite a bit harder to use, and today it's fairly seamless. You can just download the Unreal Engine for free, use it, and then upload an amazing game to Steam and make a lot of money. This is something that is absolutely easy to do, and you can do it all from your bedroom. This was very hard to do in the past. So I think extroverts will still go to school, but believe it or not, I think introverts are the ones that are going to be more advantaged in the coming decade. So these mid-tier schools are going to have another problem. They're going to charge a lot more money than what their product is worth. And so people are going to go to the community college level because the products are a lot cheaper. And everyone is going to be very price sensitive in the next decade. Remember, it took a long time to get out of the 2008 financial crisis. For me personally, it was about 3 to 4 years before things started to feel normal again. And I don't know how long this pandemic and this recession is going to last, but it could take 5 years, it could take 10 years, it could be 10 years before things feel normal again. There have been recessions in the past where it's taken 10, maybe 20 years for things to feel normal again. And this is one thing that people have to understand. And if you're a small business owner, people are going to be very price sensitive. And I think that's a rather good thing. There's also probably going to be inflation in some way, shape, or form. It's too early to tell as of this video. It could be asset prices, it could be consumer prices. It's probably going to be consumer prices, but only time will tell. So people will probably buy less things and they'll be a lot more price sensitive. Hence, those middle tier schools, which are more expensive for their product, those people that would normally go there would probably just go to the community college instead. And the top end will go to Harvard, etc. The other thing that people are definitely going to do is probably opt for not doing an entire degree, but doing small level certificates. If you want to be a cybersecurity professional, then you can easily just take an online course and then write the test. Now the tests themselves can be pretty expensive. They can be a few $100s all the way up to $1,000 per test. Now it's not inexpensive to do this, but there's going to be a lot of certifications that are like this. You buy a course, you study really, really hard, and you take the test, and then all of a sudden you have one cybersecurity certificate, and there might be 5 or 6 that you do in this 10-year span. That means that you might do one certificate per year, and you'll be able to get hired as a cybersecurity professional without even ever leaving your bedroom or even going to school. And there's going to be a lot more of this. Now, of course, not everything is going to work in an online setting. Of course, we don't want the next generation of doctors to be trained online. That means that, of course, if someone wants to be a surgeon, they actually have to go somewhere and practice surgery. The other thing is that perhaps a surgeon might download a course online and they might be able to study it in their spare time, but there's going to be that blended approach, which is really what I think is going to happen. There's going to be a fairly large blended approach to online learning and in-person training. And if you really want to be successful, you have to do both. When I started learning online in 2008, 2009, and 2010, where I bought a bunch of courses, I pretty much worked at home and I didn't talk to anybody else. And that was a huge mistake. I basically thought that I was really good because I took these courses and I made some products and released them onto marketplaces. But when I started to talk to other people who were way better at coding than me, I noticed that there was a lot of holes in my knowledge. And you really need to talk to people and you really need to be challenged. And this is one characteristic of success. You always have to be challenged in some way, shape, or form. You always have to challenge your personal opinions, yourself, and then other people will challenge too. And I think this is the best use for school because you can go to a place, you can learn and talk to other people, and just talking shop will lead you lots of gains in your career. So let me know what you think. Do you think online education is here to stay? Please write your comments down below. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more products we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have everything from game development tutorials to machine learning tutorials and much, much more. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. We have monthly options and yearly options. If you're already a subscriber to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, but you make Mammoth Interactive possible. Our goal is to get to 10,000 paid subscribers per month, and we need your help to get there. Also, be sure to like and subscribe to help us out in the YouTube algorithm. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be exploring the idea of what happens when a solar flare hits Earth. All Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. And remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about solar flares. But before we even talk about that, let's talk about programmers. Now, if you're a programmer, chances are you have one of the safest jobs in the next 10 years. I always say that, and it's fairly true. The only thing that can disrupt that is if our technology stops working. And which event can make technology stop working? Well, that is a solar flare. That is a huge solar flare that can absolutely wipe out technology. So I often talk about job security, and I do really agree that if you are a programmer, then chances are your job security is going to be fairly secure over the next 10 years. Of course, that is in the assumption that technology is going to be working. Now, in this COVID-19 pandemic, what's happened is that a lot of people with real-world skills, that is, skills that require human interaction, have been adversely affected. And if you're a programmer, or if you have a job that can be outsourced easily online, or that has a huge online presence or technology presence, chances are you haven't been affected too much. But if you are a person that has to deal with other people in their job, then you have been greatly affected. Now, some of the things that are moving online are doctor's appointments or therapy appointments, and these have been traditionally dealt with human interaction. And I would argue that if you need to go to a doctor, going to a doctor in person is probably better, but not for everything. If you need to fill your prescription and that's all you need to do, then having a video conference with a doctor is probably much better because you might not be exposed to some sick people in the lobby, and it's just much easier for you to set up a time. And furthermore, you don't even have to commute your body to a doctor's office. You can just simply watch it on your phone, get the prescription, and then if the system is good enough, you can send that prescription right to the pharmacy and then pick it up. Things are really good. And believe it or not, therapy is done online today as well, and it has been pushed forward because of this COVID-19 pandemic. Now, I don't expect therapy to completely be online. I expect people to absolutely go see someone, because if you are going to therapy, then chances are you probably want to talk to someone in real time and in person. And of course, all of these services need programmers behind them, so it's no wonder that companies like Zoom have been doing very well, and they need a lot of programmers to make things happen. And there's also a lot of other technology advisors that they also need as well. So in order to upgrade their encryption, they need a lot of programmers to implement the encryption and a lot of cybersecurity professionals to tell them what to implement. So I think what's going to happen is that people that are overly reliant on technology are going to be adversely affected if a solar flare happens. How common are solar flares? Well, you can watch this video from Kirkazat that will basically tell you everything you need to know about solar flares. So I've known about solar flares for a long time, and I'm so glad that this video came out, because this video tells you exactly everything you need to know. So the chances of a solar flare, a major solar flare, is about 50% by 2050. Now that is a long period of time, but also those are pretty good odds. So you should be preparing today. You have to have some skills that are not technology based. And this is something that is going to be in contrast to what is currently thriving. Because one thing about your career that you need to understand is you need to prepare for the worst. So you always need to have a metaphorical glass box which you need to break in case of a disaster. And this is something that you need to do. Everyone needs to prepare for the worst. And this is probably the worst thing that could happen to a programmer, is if technology is completely wiped out. Now, technology can be wiped out for not only, let's say, a few months, it could be a few years before things get back to normal. And in that case, you are out of a job. So you have to prepare for that. Now, how do you do that? Well, as a programmer, all your job is online. You need to find some kind of thing that you're good at is not online. And you also need to be saving. Now, in the past, a lot of financial advisors would tell you to save 3 months of income. Now, I think after this pandemic, I think so many people have been so adversely affected by it that people are probably going to have 6 months to a year of savings. And people are going to really save so that they don't get underwater in any way, shape, or form. And this has already happened in other economies, especially after bubbles. So the best example of this is probably Japan. Now, if you don't know, Japan hit a huge housing bubble and stock market bubble in 1989, literally on December 31st, 1989. And the stock market and housing prices have never been the same since. They've always been going down. In fact, a little while ago, housing prices rose in Japan and it was an absolute miracle. And believe it or not, this can happen to the rest of the world. It's called Japanification. Now, I'm not saying it is going to happen, but it could happen. But one of the things about Japan is that the citizens of Japan save a lot of money. They save way more than anybody else in the developed world. And I think this is going to happen to pretty much the entire developed world as a result of this pandemic. So I think people are going to have 6 months of cash on hand. This is either at the bank or they might even buy gold and silver coins. Now, gold and silver have been a store of wealth for over 5,000 years, and there's no way that that's going to change anytime soon. So if there's any advice that I can give you to prepare for a solar flare, I would say buy some gold and silver. It doesn't really matter if the price goes up or goes down. The point is that you are storing wealth. It's very unlikely that there's going to be some major gold or silver deposit that will lower the value of gold. But if a solar flare does happen and all of our electronics gets wiped out, gold and silver are going to be key. And I would bet that in that situation, gold and silver prices would skyrocket. So even if you bought gold and silver today and it halved its price, then you should maybe buy more if that happens, because the best way to invest in gold and silver is to dollar cost average. But let's say you buy some gold and silver, it drops 50%, and then a solar flare happens, you might make 2-3 times or maybe even 10 times of what you have originally invested in that situation. The value of gold and silver is possibly a topic for another time, but if there's any piece of advice, I would highly recommend that you do that. And I would also recommend that you save as much money as possible and that you don't overspend your money and buy into so many different assets, that is housing, etc. At the same time though, gold and silver are hard assets and real estate is also hard assets. So as long as you're not over leveraged, I think it's probably not bad to have some real estate. However, you might be caught in a situation where your renters don't pay. And I don't think the world is prepared for a solar flare for the exact same reasons that the world was not prepared for the pandemic. Even though we had fair warning that a pandemic can happen at any time, a solar flare can also happen at any time. And luckily, at least thanks to this Kyrgyzstan video, there's a lot of people that are working on it and there's a lot of solutions out there. But we do have to prepare, and we have to prepare more, because the countries that don't prepare are going to be very adversely affected. So just like today, we didn't really know what would be a great success and a great failure. And if a solar flare happens, we won't really know what will be the success and a complete failure in terms of how to make as much money as possible. One thing that I can recommend is, again, gold and silver and saving your money, and to not be over leveraged. That is taking out home equity lines of credit and tons of line of credits and have tons of debt. This is something that you should absolutely try to pay down as much as you possibly can. And if you're cash rich, I think that you are going to be ahead of the game. So if you're also a fan of this channel, I always say you have to read and react to the situation. So if a solar flare happens today and technology is wiped out for maybe 6 months to a year, you have to figure out what people are making money on, learn how to do that job, and then go do that job. This is something that already people are doing when they're learning to code. They need to learn some new technology to get a job. And the faster you do that and the more effective you do that, the better job you will get. Now, if you're smart enough to be a programmer, then you're smart enough to retool your thinking to something else. And this is something that I also highly recommend. Even if your complete goal is to learn to code, you should do other things. Maybe you should learn Photoshop or graphic design or 3D modeling or something else that is not programming, but the point is that you're learning. And the more that you learn something new and get good at something new, it doesn't matter what it is, the better off you'll be. Because in the circumstances where the rug is pulled out from under you, you have this power to learn something new and learn something so good that you can be employed at it very quickly. So remember, if you're learning to code, it's not the code part that's the most important aspect of it. It's the learning something new to get a job, which is the most important part. It's the bigger picture of what you're trying to do. So hopefully a solar flare doesn't happen, because our technologically based society is going to do fairly poorly, and it's probably going to be compounded by the fact that everything is moving online. Wouldn't it be crazy is if we had a pandemic that moved most things online, and then we had a solar flare to completely wipe out all of those gains in productivity gains from our online interactions. I think that would be fairly ironic. Now that absolutely can happen. Now I really hope a solar flare doesn't happen, but it could, and you always have to prepare for the worst. So if you're a programmer or all of your job is online, how are you preparing for a solar flare? Please write your comments down below. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. Our goal is to get to 10,000 paid subscribers per month. If we can do that, that would be absolutely awesome. If you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, you make Mammoth Interactive possible. And please be sure to like and subscribe. The more likes and the more subscribers we get on YouTube, the more we will get pushed up in the algorithm. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about Elon Musk's latest comment about building apocalypse-proof products. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So Elon Musk has recently been quoted in saying that Tesla is making apocalypse-proof products. Now this doesn't come to a surprise for anyone who's been following Tesla for years, but it may come as a surprise to someone who's just reading the article. So one of the things that Tesla has done is the air filters in Tesla have a bioweapon-proof system, meaning that it is a very good filtration system. And believe it or not, Tesla has been rumored to going into the filtered market, meaning that they're going to have HVAC systems for the entire home. This is something that's quite interesting because Tesla, again, is going to be making products that are not only energy efficient, but better than the previous generation of products. Now, a lot of the things that we use today have been invented a long time ago, 50, 100, or maybe even 150 years ago. And a lot of times there's no need to reinvent the wheel because things work so good. For example, the furnace that heats your home might have technology from 100 years ago. And this is something that makes sense because why would you need to reinvent the furnace if it already works so well? Perhaps furnaces over time get more efficient, but there's no reason to reinvent it. The same thing is true for air conditioners. Air conditioners have practically been the same for decades, but believe it or not, air conditioners in cars utilize the gas component of the car. So when Tesla had to reinvent the air conditioner for its electric cars, it absolutely had to do that, and it was apparently really difficult to do that. So they can take that technology and put it elsewhere, and if everything is more cost effective and more efficient, then it's a complete win for everyone. So Tesla is not only building better products, it's building apocalypse-proof products. Now this is absolutely really important. Now if you're a programmer, this is something that is also important. If you haven't already checked it out, you should check out Jonathan Blow's talk about how our computer systems can lead to absolute calamity or a civilization collapse. It's a very long video, but I highly recommend watching it from start to finish. It's about an hour and it's definitely good to watch it if you are a programmer. Now what I'll do is I'll paraphrase it. Basically, the Bronze Age collapse was a time in human history where civilization collapsed. So there's many reasons why historians think it collapsed, but one of the main reasons is that the metal at the time, bronze, required tin, and tin isn't exactly the most common element on the planet. In fact, it was only available in a few mines here and there. Because tin was so integral for society to work at all, once the supplies got disrupted, entire civilizations collapsed. Now there are, of course, a lot of other reasons why the Bronze Age collapse absolutely happened. So Jonathan Blow makes the argument that our computer systems are too bloated, specifically on the software side. We're adding in too many frameworks and too much complexity, and that complexity is going to lead to a downfall. Now I can personally relate to this because I've never really coded in machine language other than just to play around with it. But that was the normal for programmers at one point in time. You had to do everything in machine language. Then came languages like C and C++ that manipulated the lower levels of machine language. And eventually, once those frameworks continued to evolve and more frameworks were added and more bloat was added, so taking the delta between machine language and C, nowadays we have so many other layers layers on top of that it's almost impossible to manipulate the machine language directly. In fact, Jonathan Blow in the talk says that it's very hard to just even print a pixel to the screen, where in machine language it was very easy to do that. So his argument is that everything is so bloated that people learning the top levels of programming languages today don't understand the fundamentals of computers. And that is absolutely true. Personally, I have forgotten a lot of the things that I've learned about the C and C++ languages, because personally I need to get a product out there. And I think a lot of programmers and startups are like that too. They will find the easiest path to success, and sometimes that path to success does not require learning the base amounts, because why would it? But that poses the problem, and it's exactly the problem that Jonathan Blow has been talking about. So are our systems too bloated, and could that lead to some kind of collapse? And how does Tesla's apocalypse-proof products fit into that? So one thing is that Tesla builds its products quite a bit differently. In fact, if you look at a Model S, there have been changes to it, but the structural changes haven't been that great. But then again, if you look at an iPhone, the structural changes have been quite immense. So the iPhone is in fact a really good example. People buy an iPhone maybe every year, every other year, or at the most every 3 years. But that doesn't work really well in an apocalypse type scenario. If civilization collapsed, you can't just go to the App Store to fix anything. It needs to be apocalypse proof. The iPhone is not apocalypse proof. So will Tesla make smartphones or computers that are apocalypse proof? But most importantly, you'll be able to do lots of the things that we do on computers, and they will most likely not go obsolete. You ever wonder why it's so time consuming to load web pages today, even though technology is a lot better? Well, Tesla's apocalypse-proof phones, tablets, and computers will make most of the tasks that you need on computers to be very easy and seamless, and dare I say, almost timeless. So Google kind of already does this to a certain extent with its Chromebooks. It uses basically a web API to use Google Sheets, and basically everything that you would ever do with a computer before, let's say, 2005. And those things are very important. You can develop software, you can basically do word processing, sheets, any kind of thing that you would need to do with a computer. And the Chromebook, since it's just basically a hub for the web, will most likely stay a little bit more relevant over time. Now, Tesla could come out with a bunch of computers that basically do the same thing, that you don't really need to upgrade your computer over maybe a 5 or 10 year span unless you want to play games. Now, of course, games are one of the big exceptions to all of this. You always need more power if you run a gaming system. But if you're not running a gaming system, or if your games are two-dimensional and is not 3D games, you might not need all that power. And even today, if you are making a 3D game, you might be able to change the level of detail down to such a level that it can work on most computers. Now, of course, Unreal unleashed this video where you can have infinite triangles, and eventually computing power is going to get so good that you'll be able to buy a computer, and that computer will just stay the same for 10 years. And the only reason you would need to ever replace anything is if something physically broke, like you dropped it on the ground, or it just simply wore out. But hopefully Tesla's products last the test of time, and I would personally love it if I only bought a computer maybe every 5 or 10 years. Now, I upgrade my phone mostly every year just because I like the new cameras, and that's a topic for another video. But I would like to buy a phone maybe every 2 or 3 years, and I wouldn't like to pay a lot less. And I think if there's anyone to disrupt that market, it's going to be Tesla, and it's going to be Elon Musk. So Elon Musk could make a bunch of apocalypse-proof computers and an apocalypse-proof system, meaning that you could have a Tesla phone, a Tesla tablet, a Tesla computer, a Tesla desktop, and you can do everything in your Tesla home with a Tesla furnace, a Tesla air conditioner, with Tesla cars, and there might be even a bunch more products that he is thinking up that we don't even know yet. So everything could be in the Tesla realm in the future. One thing is true about Elon Musk is that even if he does have problems, he tends to plow through it. And that is incredibly impressive. As a software developer, testing and debugging is really hard, but when you have to deal with material sciences and the physical world, it can be quite difficult. And Tesla, of course, might be the #1 company in the next decade, or maybe even the rest of this century. Alright, so that concludes this video. I want to know your comments down below. Do our bloated computer systems pose a threat to ending our civilization? I want to know your comments down below. Let me know if Tesla is going to make apocalypse-proof consumer electronics. Also, please be sure to like and subscribe. It wouldn't mean a lot to you, but it would mean a lot to me is if this video got 1,000 likes. Also, if you can share this with someone with an employee at Tesla, that would be great. Also, remember, this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have monthly and yearly options. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh, new technology-related content per month. We have everything from game development tutorials to machine learning tutorials to cybersecurity tutorials and more. We're constantly producing more content. If you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, you make Mammoth Interactive possible. We really appreciate it. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers per month. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, I'm going to be telling you the #1 hack to become good at coding in 2020. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So smash that like button. Also, this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. So let's talk a little bit about learning to code. Now, believe it or not, learning to code always happens in anybody's career who is a programmer. It happens constantly because no matter what, there is always some new framework that you need to learn. So learning to code is more like a wheel than a destination. You are constantly trying to learn something new, and believe it or not, this is the one thing that I love about technology. It's constantly changing, and you constantly have to keep on your toes. So I want to talk a little bit about how you can learn to code with this one simple trick. So this one simple trick is really easy to use, and you can use it at any time in your career, whether you're just starting to learn to code or whether you are advanced or not. So first of all, this is more geared towards complete beginners, but it can be used again anytime in anyone's career. So if you're a complete beginner, chances are you need to learn the habit of coding, and getting in that habit of just writing out the code is going to be very difficult. I know when I want to learn something new, the habit of just doing that action is probably the hardest part. But once you plow through that and get in the habit of doing whatever it is you need to learn, it becomes a lot easier. What you want to do is you want to go to a tutorial or CodePen or GitHub, pull off some code and literally just type it out line by line. Now this may seem really basic and really easy, and a lot of people might not like this, but this is one of the best ways for you to just simply go down and get in the habit of doing something. Now, all you have to do is literally just copy the code, and not just copy and paste it, but literally type out the code line by line, and to think about what each line is doing. If you do this multiple times, you will have coded something. Now, this is an incredibly simple yet effective technique, and I challenge anyone to try this at any time in their career. Again, all you have to do is take some lines of code and copy them out and run it. Now, if you really want to, you can change some of the lines of code and see how it works. But the point is that you want to be able to go and type out a document from start to finish. That is the key here. Now, eventually you want to stop doing this and trying to do something on your own. The problem with most beginners is they think they need to do something from scratch right away. Well, if you think about innovation, some innovations happen from completely new ideas, but a lot of the innovations come from something that is improved on something that's already existed. And sometimes a 10% change can lead to massive improvements. So if you want to build a simple website, then perhaps type one out from scratch and then change it a little bit. Change it by 10, 20, 30%. And if you do this, I think that you'll actually learn quite a bit. Now, what happens later on is that you have to eventually get off of this step, and you have to eventually be able to think for yourself. And I think this is why a lot of computer science and coding tutorials teach this way, because eventually you do have to stop copying code and go into writing your own code. And believe it or not, lots of professional coders still use Stack Overflow and GitHub. They use that every day. And this is something to a lot of beginners that seems completely counterintuitive. Professional coders don't just simply type 100% of their code from scratch. Some of them do, but constantly you're checking frameworks, you're copying and pasting from the documentation. You are doing lots of things that are not completely from scratch. So the tip that I'm giving you to become the best coder you can in 2020 is to literally copy out code line by line and change it a little bit. The more you do this and the more time you spend doing this, I think you'll become a better coder. The only caveat to this whole process is that you eventually have to get off copying code line by line. And I think once you start to copy enough code that you'll be able to get it into your fingers and into your mind so that you'll be able to create your own ideas and your own programs. Alright, so that concludes this video. Let me know what you think. Can you do this? Have you done this before? Have you ever had a teacher suggest this to you? I want to know, so please leave your comments down below. Remember to like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Please smash the like button because if this video got 1,000 likes, it would mean the world to me. And remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, said we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. Show your support today. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month, every month. And if you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, but you make Mammoth Interactive possible. We have monthly and yearly options. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be asking the question, if you want to make money, which engine should you choose, Unity or Unreal? Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about Unity and Unreal. Now, chances are if you had to pick one engine over the other, which would you choose to make the most amount of money? So first of all, there's many ways to make money off of a game engine. And one of these ways is to actually make a game and then release it. But there's also a lot of other ways that you can do it. In fact, if you really want to be a game developer, I highly recommend making some games. You don't have to put it under your name, you can put it under any kind of company name, and at least you want to put these games into your portfolio because then you can get a job. And there's no shame in releasing maybe 1, 2, or 3 games and then going to get a job somewhere else. In fact, I think that's really good. Now, I tried to do that way back in 2008 and 2009 and it didn't really work just because the economy wasn't very good. And today it's a lot better. This is a very clear path. If you really know how to use these two engines, you will be very well off. Now, having said that, both Unity and Unreal are like comparing two highly priced, expensive, and very good sports cars. They're both really good, but you're here to find out which one will make you more money. So let's dive into that. So like I said, one of the ways that you can make money off of a game is to release it and then sell it. And there is no question that Unreal is the better choice here. Unreal just announced that you get your first $1 million of revenue for free, and then after that it's only 5%. You get to use the full set of tools for free, and when you make money, Epic makes money. And I think $1 million of free revenue is quite awesome. Now, of course, Unity has a free version, but if you want to use some of the Pro Tools, you have to go and pay a subscription, and that can be very costly. Believe it or not, if you spend $50 a month, that can be quite a bit over the year. So Epic wins in that regard. So another way people make money with Unity and Unreal is they go get a job or they start freelancing. Now, this is a little bit contentious because there's lots to dive in and tackle here. So first of all, Unity is a lot more used than Unreal. And the reason is that Unity is very low entry and it's very easy to make indie games on it. Unreal tends to make a little bit more polished games and a little bit more high-end games, whereas a lot on the App Store and pretty much everywhere are made with Unity just because it's so easy and so customizable to use. So chances are there are a lot more jobs and a lot more studios that are looking to use Unity. So if you know how to use Unity, it is a very good skill because there are a ton of jobs. And like with all software, there isn't enough people to actually fill those jobs. But having said that, you do have to be good at what you do. You can't just like download Unity on Sunday, kind of play around with it, and by the next Sunday you have a 6-figure job. Life doesn't work like that. However, if you spent maybe a year or two really mastering Unity, then you'll be able to get a really good job. And of course, you have to be able to use Unity very well. So if you do want a job at a startup or any kind of company that uses Unity, you have to be able to seamlessly integrate into their system, and that of course requires you to know the software in and out. Having said that, there are a lot of companies that use Unreal too. The only difference is that there's a lot of people using Unreal at the higher level, whereas in Unity, there's a lot of people using it at the low level. We'll talk more about that in a second. So it really comes down to what games you want to make. If you like indie and mobile games, then I would highly recommend just using Unity. However, if you do like higher end games and games with a lot more polish and games that are frankly a little bit more epic, I would go with Unreal. So as the world uses 3D more and more, these companies have been getting into architectural visualizations and product visualization as well. Now, Unreal has a lot of good uses. In fact, you can see that this weather report was used in Unreal, and The Mandalorian was partly filmed using Unreal. So again, it all comes down to what kind of career that you want. So I say that the Unreal Engine has a lot more higher end projects that are being used with it. In contrast, Unity has a lot more lower end and casual looking games and projects that are associated with it. So you have to figure out which one of those you want to be a part of. So let's talk a little bit about high-end projects and low-end projects, because that's kind of the central theme to this video. So most people are value-oriented, meaning that they will take a look at products and they'll figure out which is the best deal. However, sometimes higher-end products have less products and are a little bit more expensive, and they'll save you a bunch of time, for example, in maintenance or some other thing, and that extra cost goes a long way. Now, I used to be a person that would try to go for the lower priced option. Then eventually I started to use a lot more higher end products, and I found out there was a lot of interesting things around that. And that's maybe a topic for a different video. But one thing that is clear, that higher end products usually cost more to make, and if you want a job that pays more, then perhaps you should go to the higher end products. So learning Unity and Unreal takes about the same amount of time, but I would say that Unreal takes a little bit more time to master than Unity, but the difference isn't that much. They of course are different engines and they have different quirks. So if you really want to get a higher paying job with games, I would go with Unreal because the projects are usually higher budget and higher quality, which means that they have to pay people more to get them out the door. What that also means is that you have to be really good at whatever it is you're trying to do. So if you can't deliver that high-end product, no one is going to pay you top dollar anyway. The other thing about Unreal is that you need a very good computer to run it, whereas Unity can run on basically anything. And that's why the adoption is so high with Unity versus Unreal. But that also means is that there is a slight barrier to entry to mastering the tools of Unreal, which means that the supply of people is actually down compared to Unity. And one of the things that I've learned throughout my entire career is that when the supply is down for any given job, then it's easier to A, get a job, and B, to make money. But of course, you do have to know what you're doing. So which engine is it easier to make more money with? Well, I would say it's the Unreal Engine. And it's the Unreal Engine simply because there is a lot more budget and a lot higher end products that are being made with it, and thus not only can you get paid more, but it's a lot easier to make money because of their revenue share. You can make $1 million with basically no strings attached, and once you make that $1 million, it's only 5%. I think this is absolutely amazing. So for me, it's a clear winner. If you need to learn to code or make games in 2020, I would go with the Unreal Engine. Alright, so that concludes this video. Thanks for watching. Please be sure to like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have everything from Unreal tutorials to Unity tutorials to Blender tutorials and all the way to machine learning tutorials. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month, and we have monthly subscriptions and yearly subscriptions. If you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, but you make Mammoth Interactive possible. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be asking ourselves, how do we profit from the news that Apple is making their own chips?
Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So Apple recently just announced that it's going to be building its own chips for its Mac computers. Now, Apple has absolutely been building its own chips for its iPhones and its iPads, and it's actually been a big success. They also have been building their chips for their Apple Watch. A long time ago, Apple had their own chips called the PowerPC, which basically meant their own silicon for their own computers, and then they eventually moved to Intel, basically because they wanted better chips. They couldn't build their own chips, and it was seen as a very good move. Now they're back to creating their own chips for their computers. So what does that mean, and how can you profit from it? So if you've been an iOS developer that is developing for Apple Watch or using a major engine like Unity or Unreal, and this is a trend in computing, chances are if you're using a very complicated IDE or a vertically integrated IDE like Xcode, then you're not going to be manipulating the base processes of whatever device you're using. This is in stark contrast to, let's say, using C++ or C, where you can directly manage and manipulate anything on the hardware level. So why has Apple done this? Well, the short answer is for performance. If they can use their own silicon and use their own software with their own silicon, then chances are the performance will be a lot better. Now, Apple is definitely moving in the direction of basically making everything in-house, and you can see that with their 3D software, Metal. And Metal is the rendering engine for Mac ecosystem. And they recently announced that they're not going to be using OpenGL. And this has caused a lot of strife within some of the gaming community. But nevertheless, they're always doing this to make their products more efficient and better. Not only that, they're trying to compete with everything else. And PCs have very good performance for very low cost. So chances are Apple is trying to compete with that. So what does that mean for you? Now, again, if you are just using an IDE or a major game engine, then it's probably not going to be a big problem. And this is probably one of the best reasons to use one of the major engines, that is Unity 3D or Unreal, because they have a lot of people that are going to be working on the exports to Mac and all these other platforms. And that work is a lot of work. Basically, by using the engine, you'll be able to access all of that work for basically no work on your own. Now, you have to remember that exporting games is incredibly easy comparatively what it was in the past. And the reason for this is that, again, there's a lot of people working on this problem. Now, I personally find it amazing that you can go into an engine, click a button, and export it to multiple platforms. I remember when you had to do a lot of work to get from one platform to another, and the fact that you can do this now with one engine is absolutely amazing. In fact, a lot of the games that you have probably played had lots of porting fees to go from one game console to another. It was often time-consuming, really expensive, and the quality was variable. So again, if you're using a major game engine or if you're using Xcode, then there probably isn't going to be a problem. The problem comes in is if you're using a third-party engine that's not very big, for example, GameSalad, or if you're using some kind of app engine that isn't very robust, then you might end up working through some problems. Now, what is the best way to profit from this? Well, if you're really into the hardware and the nitty-gritty specifics of the new silicon, then if you learn everything there is to know about the new chip architecture and how it relates to software, that is the best way to profit from it. Whenever something new and radical comes out, if you learn the ins and outs to help people transition to that new thing, whatever it is, that is the best way to profit. So if you really like chip architecture and you really like software, then you should learn everything there is to know about those two areas. And once you do, you can become a consultant. In fact, you can become a very high-priced consultant. You can start up a business by saying, I'm helping people navigate from the old chip architecture to the new chip architecture. The only way you can do that is if you know your material inside and out. If you do not do this, then you will not be hired, and frankly, people will not want to pay you. So that concludes this video. I want to know your comments down below. Is it a good idea for Apple to move everything to their own silicon or not? How are you going to profit from this information? Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. We have monthly and yearly options. If you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, you make Mammoth Interactive possible. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be asking the question, should you use emojis in programming? Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Alright, should you use emojis in your programming? Well, this is a question that surprisingly has been somewhat answered. Believe it or not, you can actually use emojis as variable names and as function names in certain languages. Now, these languages include Java, JavaScript, and Swift. Now, the most notable language that can use these emojis is obviously Swift. So years ago, Apple released a version of Swift in which you could use emojis as variable names or as function names. And this, of course, made everybody laugh out loud. But believe it or not, I actually think that people are going to start using emojis in this manner more and more. So this also humorously touches on the fact that we might be going full circle from hieroglyphics to writing languages and all the way back to hieroglyphics. But nevertheless, everyone has been using emojis more and more in their text, and even we have been using it here at Mammoth Interactive for promotional materials, which you can check out here. So it makes sense that you might be able to see these emojis in coding languages in the future. Now, there's actually a whole language dedicated to just emojis, and I think that's quite funny. But is it funny, or is it an actual trend of things to come? Now, as a person who learned a Western languages, we have letters that make syllables, that form words, that form sentences. And I didn't grow up in a language where a word can be an entire character. And this is really important because 140 characters on Twitter in English can only convey so much information. 140 characters in Chinese can convey a lot more information. And the reason is that a character can be a word or it can be an entire concept. So the idea of having just one character being a concept or a word gives a lot more density to a lot less space. And this is something that's really good because one of the things about coding is that it is very verbose, meaning that there is a lot of space. If you were to condense that space or make things pop out a bit more, I think it would be a huge productivity time saver. So let's say you needed to have a function and this function took a picture. Well, you could just have the function name be a camera. And when you're going through the code, the camera emoji will pop up amongst other text. Also, you could use emojis to highlight certain functions over others, analogous to the underscore. Except certain functions and certain emojis will make the code much easier to read. So is there really a difference from using an emoji versus an underscore? Well, to the computer, it's not really that much of a difference because an emoji is just a Unicode character, and a Unicode character is the same for the letter J or an underscore as the smiley face emoji. Of course, this can make your programming look really cute, maybe disgustingly cute if you put smiley faces all over your code. The point is that if you don't overuse the emoji, it could be a very powerful tool to make your code a lot more readable and a lot more fun to actually read. So this is something I think people at Apple really understood well. And they understood that if you could use emojis in some way, shape, or form, your code would be a lot easier to read, and you can use it as tags to make your code more readable. And believe it or not, in the future, it might be the most productive way to make sure that your code is more efficient. Because if something raises the efficiency of coding, no matter what it is, then coders will definitely do that. Now, you can gain efficiency in two ways. You can either make yourself more efficient, or you can reduce waste, and that is reducing the frustration of a project or reducing inefficiencies. Now, I think using emojis, this will absolutely happen. You'll be reducing the inefficiency of your code. You'll be making your code a lot more readable. Instead of just using the same text, you'll have emojis pop up here and there. Now, as long as you don't overuse them, I think it's a really good idea. So the question is will people accept this? Well, I think that if certain languages like Swift and JavaScript and Java use them, then you might be able to see them in a lot more languages going forward. And the reason for this is that if it works out in one language, it will slowly permeate to other languages. Furthermore, not every emoji is available on all platforms. There are certain emojis that are available on some and not on others. So what would have to happen is that there would have to be a standard amount of emojis that you could use across most coding platforms, which means there needs to be some kind of standardization.
standardization. If there was some kind of standardization, then I think it would be a really good thing to adopt this. Now, personally, I don't use emojis in my code. Yet. The other thing that you need to understand is that there are always new coders coming up. There are people that are maybe 8 or 10 years old right now, and in 10 years they will have a job programming, and these are the kind of people that will most likely be using emojis. Since younger people are already accustomed to using emojis, there's no reason why they can't put it in a function name or a variable name or whatever. So this is one thing that you have to remember, is that young people will ultimately change the way things are done. And in this case, I think it will absolutely happen as young people get older. So I think in the next 5 to 10 years, you will see a lot more emojis in coding languages. And you'll come back to this video and realize that I was one of the first people to talk about it. On that note, that concludes this video. I want to know your opinions in the comments below. Will emojis become more prevalent in coding languages? I certainly think they will. Now remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have everything from iOS tutorials to machine learning tutorials to game development tutorials and much more. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. And if you really like this channel, you can subscribe monthly or yearly. We have both options. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video.
Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about me upgrading my website. So I made a video about a year ago saying that I made a minimalist website. Well, as you can see, here it is. And I was very proud of it at the time. So if you look at this, this is very simple. We have basically my name, a few things that I do, and well, it's very, very easy. I've since then gone and upgraded my website to something that looks like this. Now, as of this video, I haven't exactly uploaded it, but I will do it very soon. So as you can see, there's a few things that are different, and I took a lot of inspiration from a couple of sites. So soon after I released my website, I came across this website, and as you can see, it's one big joke. And I thought that this was so brilliant and such a even more minimalist website than my website. I was instantly jealous, but I decided to keep my website up here for now. So as you can see, my website uses CSS grids, and I can show you the source here. You could basically have the CSS grids, and it was a lot more complicated than I wanted it to be. But nevertheless, the output itself was minimalist, and that's really what you need to think of, is you need to think of the output, but you also need to think about what the actual input is to make it minimalist as well. So if you look at this site here, if I go to view page source here, it's a lot less lines of code. So if I look at these side by side, you can see that, well, for the most part, this one is, well, quite a lot of text. In fact, I think it's almost 2 or 3 times the amount of text as this one here. So as you can see here, the text of this is actually quite easy and quite simple. So going back to this website is good, but I wanted something a little bit better. So I found this website, and this is exactly what I want. And you can see that this website is actually really, really good because it has not only the margins here. One thing that I absolutely love about this website is that it is completely responsive as well. So I've gone ahead and I've put in my website into JSBin. In fact, I basically took the source of this website, cleaned it up a bit, because if we look at the source on this one, right, it's kind of jumbled. And what I did is I unjumbled it and I put it into my own site. And it really took me about 30 minutes to do. But I did add in some of my own CSS here. I changed the font to Helvetica. And there's a few things that I did on this particular website that I thought was really well done. And I'm going to talk about why this website, even though it's a minimalist website, is a little bit more than meets the eye. So first things first, I really wanted this to be dark mode, okay? So since I like everything done in dark mode because I'm in front of a computer all day, I decided to make my website dark mode as well. So I toyed around with there being more than one color, but I opted it to be monochromatic. Now, just because it's monochromatic doesn't mean there can't be more than one shade of gray or or white. So if you look at this here, the background color is 22222. Now, if I change it to 111, I thought that was just a little bit too dark, and 33333 was a bit too light. So I thought this color here was perfect here. Also, if you look at the colors, this color, and this color of the text are all different. So we got E, D, and then I also made the links a little bit whiter than the text here, and I think the body color is a little bit different. Ah, yes. It's B. So I put that just in the body. So if I, for instance, got rid of this and this, you can see that it's very bland, right? This doesn't look very good, but if I undo this, you can see that it just pops out a bit more. So that's something that's really subtle, but necessary. Even though a user might not look at it like that and understand that those two colors are different, it does make a big difference. The other thing that I absolutely love about this is that you can see at the top here, there is these pixels output, and this is fairly responsive. So if I'm viewing this on a fairly small phone, you can see that, well, it works. And if you've ever taken a responsive web development tutorial, then you'll know how hard that is to do. But this website does it absolutely automatically. You don't really need to. Now, of course, you know, it does end up not working at these very small resolutions, but you're rarely going to be in a situation like that. You know, whether it's the full screen or on your tablet or on your phone, it does work as well. A couple of other things that I really like about this is, simply put, since it's so simple, I basically tell everything there is about me. There's my contact information, and that's pretty much all you need. I absolutely really like this minimalist aesthetic. One last thing before we finish, I made the top here completely uppercase, and you can see there's the text or the line there. You can technically make these uppercase as well, but I didn't like that just because it was a little bit too it just didn't quite look right. So even though it's minimalist, there's a lot that needs to be done here. So as you can see, this website, I think, does a very good job at being minimalist, right? And I think it's quite a bit better than my old one. All right, so that concludes this video. Thanks for watching, and please be sure to like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have everything from machine learning tutorials to web development tutorials and more. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. If you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, you make Mammoth Interactive possible. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video.
Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be asking the question, which makes more money, iOS developers or Android developers? Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So, if you want to learn to code in 2020, where should you start? Well, you should probably start with mobile app development. But the thing is that we're not going to be talking about that in this video. We're going to be talking about which developer makes more money, iOS developers or Android developers. Now, there's a lot of pros and cons for each Android and iOS, but I'm going to end this video for you here right now. If you are a fan of iOS or if you're a fan of Android and you really like one or the other, the debate is over. You should just do what you like to work on. If you really like working on iOS, then just be an iOS developer. If you really like working on Android, then just work on Android. However, if you want to choose in between the two, you need to stay listening, because I'm going to give you an analysis of which one makes more money. So here's the thing, if you look at the numbers, then iOS development and Android development roughly pay about the same amount, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. If you look at the raw numbers, iOS developers tend to pay a little bit more. And there's a good reason for that. The reason is that there are less iOS developers out there, and that is key to understanding the entire argument. But at the same time though, there are a lot more Android jobs out there. So if you look at the volume, that is the total amount being spent on iOS development and the total amount being spent on Android development, Android definitely takes the cake. There's a lot more money being pushed into that kind of development. So let's take a look at some of the pros of Android development and then some of the pros of iOS development. So in Android development, you get to use languages that are pretty much universal. You get to use Java and you get to use Kotlin. Now, Java is really universal, meaning that if you're working for a startup or a company doing Android development and that company goes under, you can find a job
in Java somewhere else, because Java is used from everything from Android development to medical equipment to construction equipment. There is a ton of use for Java. And if you lose your job, then you'll be able to find another job easily without retraining your skill set. And this is why a lot of computer science degrees teach Java, because it's fairly universal and because it's so widely used, it's not going to go away anytime soon. In fact, there are legacy systems out there that use C++ and C just because the companies and the organizations that use them have never bothered to update their software. So that's probably the biggest pro of Android, that there is a lot of job stability in the ecosystem and in the programming languages. There's also a lot more jobs out there because there is so much Android development going on. Not only is Android used for mobile devices such as your phone or your watch, but there's a lot of other devices that use Android out there, and they all need Android developers. So if you want to become an Android developer, there's a lot of work out there. So because there's so much demand, chances are there are lots of entry-level jobs for Android, and if you again lose your job, you can maybe find another job quite easily. So let's take a look at some of the pros of being an iOS developer. One of the biggest pros is that there are a lot less supply of iOS developers, meaning that there are simply just less iOS developers out there. So if you want to learn Android or iOS, one of the things you have to understand is that they're pretty much the same. They take about the same amount of time to master, and they're about the same difficulty level. Sure, there are a few things that are harder to do in iOS that are easier to do in Android and vice versa, but the fact remains is that if you want to become a good Android or iOS developer, basically you need to understand that it takes the same amount of time to become good at both. Even though there are fewer jobs out there, because there's less supply, you might find it just a little bit easier to find a job. So one of the things about the iOS ecosystem is that whenever a business wants to make an app for their business, the number one thing they want to do is make an iOS app. They don't want to make an Android app first unless their core business is Android users, but that's seldom the case. I would say most of the time, if a company wants to make a mobile app, which is generally where a lot of the iOS development is done today, then they want to do iOS first. And because of that, they need to have a really good first impression, thus they have to have really good developers. So if you are a really good iOS developer, then chances are you can do this kind of work. So if a company wants to make money with iOS, then chances are iOS is a good bet because the users pay a bit more. Even though Android users tend to make a larger sum of money, they have to acquire more users. So if you're trying to get more app installs and make more money off of your mobile app, you have to really understand the fact that it's going to cost money per user. And the thing about iOS development is while the cost per user is slightly higher than Android, that user is more likely to pay. So that's why a lot of companies choose iOS first. So the other thing about iOS development is that because there's less supply, then there's a lot of junior positions open. And since there's a lot of junior positions that are open, you might find it just a little bit easier to find a job than Android. Just because, again, there's a lot less iOS developers. Now, I haven't mentioned the fact that Apple computers cost a little bit more than PC. Now, I used to be a PC person all the way, and then iOS became a really big hit around 2010. So I bought a Mac Mini and I made a ton of iOS apps, and my career forever changed because of that. So if you only are a PC person or you're only an Android person, then perhaps moving to iOS might make you more money in the end. Another thing about the iOS development ecosystem is that it updates quite a bit. And one of the things that a lot of companies do is they want to use the maximum amount of technology in their iOS app. And that requires you, the developer, to learn things as quickly as possible. So if you can learn new things in iOS quickly, then chances are you'll find a job. What that also means is that if you manage to find a job and you're maybe an intern or you're a junior developer, if you learn the new stuff quickly, then chances are you're going to exceed in your career more than the people who don't. And the reason why is that if there's a new feature that comes out in the next iOS version and you become a master of that on your weekend or you learn in your spare time, then your boss is absolutely going to notice that. Now, every year, iOS updates in a fairly significant way. So Mammoth Interactive has been producing Swift tutorials since its inception, and every year we have to update our iOS course because lots of times there is so much stuff different that we have to make an entire new course. Now, when Swift first came out, this was very true. This difference between Swift 1 and Swift 2 was quite dramatic. Nowadays, Swift is a lot more stable, and you probably don't have to learn as many new techniques as you did in the past. However, you still have to learn new things, because every year Apple comes out with the newest technology, and you have to learn that technology. Android does the same thing, but it's a little bit more pronounced in the iOS environment. So let's take a look at some of the cons between Android and iOS. Let's start with Android. So one of the things about Android is that because there are so many developers, chances are there is a developer somewhere in the world that can do a job. And with the COVID-19 pandemic and people working from home, employers are going to be able to find the cheapest price for the cheapest developer anywhere. And that can mean anywhere from United States to Eastern Europe to India or elsewhere. So what that means is that if you're in a high-wage country, then perhaps you might be outsourced to a lower-wage area. Now, just because there is a lower-wage area doing the same work, that doesn't mean that you personally are going to be out of a job. If you're really good and your communication skills are good, and if you're really good to work with and you get the job done, then you are going to be hired and you're going to be kept on and you're going to be paid the big bucks to be a developer. If you're not any of those things, then perhaps your job might be outsourced. But this is the biggest con, in my opinion, with Android, is that because it's so open and there's so many developers out there, that it might be hard to separate yourself from the noise. So let's take a look at some of the cons of iOS. So the biggest con with iOS is that Swift can only be used mostly within their iOS or macOS ecosystem. And what that means is that if you are out of a job, or if for whatever reason the demand for iOS developers suddenly drops, then what will happen is that you will have a harder time finding a new job. Whereas with Java, if you lose your job, then perhaps you'll be able to find a new job almost immediately. But with Swift, it's going to be a little bit different. Now, personally, I like Swift. It's one of my favorite coding languages, and I wish Swift was used elsewhere because I would personally love it. And that's maybe a topic for another video. But for the most part, if you do lose your job, it might be harder to find a job, especially if the demand for iOS developers go down. That's fairly unlikely, but you never know, it could happen. So, what's the verdict? If you're on the fence of becoming an iOS developer or an Android developer, which one should you choose? Well, I think you should know by watching this video is that you should become an iOS developer. If you don't have a Mac, then I suggest you get one. The reason is that not only do iOS developers pay a little bit more than Android developers, what the big thing is that there's a lot less supply of iOS developers. And this is something that's happened to me personally. Whenever there is too much supply of one thing, even if the demand is really high, I find it hard to break out of the noise. If there is much less supply, then it's easier to stand out because simply there's less supply. So the other thing about the Mac ecosystem is that it is a somewhat luxury product, meaning that people who generally tend to like luxury items tend to go with Mac. And because of this, people who buy luxury items tend to pay a bit more for a little bit less work. So another thing about the Mac ecosystem is that people who buy them tend to buy luxury items. And one of the things I've learned as an entrepreneur over the years is that people who buy luxury items tend to pay a bit more, and that makes a lot of sense. Now, as a person who is servicing this luxury market, you have to provide better service, very good quality, but if you're going to get up and do something in that day, it makes sense to do a good job, and it makes sense to provide such a good quality product. The other thing about the luxury market that a lot of people don't ever tell you is that you have to be really good at soft skills and really good at your personal customer service. And what I mean by that is that people who buy luxury products don't mind paying the extra price, but they want a good experience. And part of that experience is a good interaction between the person that they are buying the services from. This is something I wish I knew when I was 18 years old. So the verdict of this video is that you should choose iOS development if you're on the fence of becoming an Android developer or an iOS developer. Let me know in the comments, should you become an iOS developer or an Android developer? What has been your experience? I want to hear your comments down below. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have everything from iOS tutorials to machine learning tutorials to web development tutorials and more. more. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. We have monthly and yearly options. If you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, you make Mammoth Interactive possible so we can make more and more courses. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video.
Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, I'm going to be taking a look at the free content on the Unreal Engine Marketplace. So if you don't already know, the Unreal Engine Marketplace has free content every month, and it changes month to month. So you can go to the unrealengine.com/marketplace, and you can definitely see all of these good items here. And if you want to go to free for the month here, you can see that they have some items here. And again, this changes every month, so definitely sign up to get an Unreal Engine account and download them. What I do is I download them every month, and then I use them in my various projects. So I've gone ahead and I've taken a look at all of these here, and I'm going to go over all of them. They're actually quite good. So let's take a look at this first one here. It's the photorealistic meadow, and you can take a look at some of the screenshots, and they look pretty good. So this is again 100% free, so I definitely want you to take a look at this here. You can see all of the items that they have in there, and for example, grass and trees. And even if you're not making a game today, you might use it tomorrow. So definitely download the Unreal Engine, sign up for an account, and then go ahead and download these. This particular package has quite a bit of items in it, so cliffs and rocks and trees and water, and even if you're not using something for this particular aesthetic, you might use it in the future. I think this is pretty good, and if you download into the Unreal Engine, I think it's also quite good to have, so definitely download that. Next one here is another photorealistic landscape here, and oh, by the way, you can always click on the person who made this, and they also have other stuff for sale here. There's a lot of really good content that these other creators have, so if you really want to buy them and show support, that's also good too. But you can also see that this one here has some desert landscapes, and it's actually again quite photorealistic. So even if you're not making a desert game today, you might be making one tomorrow, and you might need it for a cutscene or something like that. So I highly recommend downloading it. So this one is also another photorealistic one here. All right, let's take a look at the next one here. So this next one here is actually really awesome. Now what it does is it essentially takes in Photoshop files and it puts them right into Unreal. Now believe it or not, when you actually save a Photoshop file, it's actually very easy to convert it to a PNG or an image. But this particular app, what it does is it does it for you. So if you've ever made a game before, you'll know that like half the time you spend with your graphics is just exporting, right? And if you really want to save time when you make games, is you want to do all of that work at one time and you only export it once. Like think about it, if you have 50 images and you have to export all of those 50 images 3, 4, 5, 10, 20 times, that's going to eat up a lot of time, and that time can be better used making your game. So this is a very handy thing for you to do, to just simply drag things in there, and so I highly recommend downloading this because it will save you lots of time. This next one here is another asset, and one of the things I actually like about assets is it's very easy to make good looking games now. This didn't used to be the case. It used to be very hard to either do the art yourself or make a good looking game. These assets were very expensive, but they're no longer as expensive, which is actually really good, which I think is actually really good. So now you can get this architectural visualization. That's what ArcViz stands for here. So you can get this architectural visualization pack, and you can get a nice apartment. This would be great for any kind of VR project, any kind of VR, you know, you can live it up in your virtual apartment. So I think that's really good here. You can also see all the items here. Again, this kind of stuff I personally think is really good to have for a VR setting. And the last one here is a functional one, and it is the third-person shooter multiplayer pack. Now, you can also take a look at the trailer here, but you can see that there's a multiplayer. It has a lot of functionality here. It also has some AI, and you can also see that it has some pre-built levels too. So it comes with blueprints, and you can also see that this is really awesome, and I highly recommend you download it to just look at how it works. One of the things that a lot of people do, a lot of really good programmers do, is they reverse engineer other people's code, and this is something I highly recommend that you do, and it's a skill that isn't valued as much as I think it should be valued. So even if you don't use or want to make a third-person system, maybe go around and play with this for a 30 minutes and see what some other person's functionality and what the other person's solutions would be to the problems that you need to do in order to make a third-person shooter. So this is something that's really good. Again, I just download them and then keep them in my Epic Games. I'm here and I can probably just even open this up here, and you can see that, you know, in my library here, I just have a ton of these free assets, and I actually do have paid for a few assets just to kind of see how they work here. But, you know, eventually your project might be like this, and you will definitely use these in other games. And even if you're not using it in a commercial game, it's great for prototyping. All right, so that concludes this video. Please be sure to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in another video.
Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be asking the question, should you look at other people's code to get better? Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So, if you want to learn to code or you want to get better at code, should you look at other people's code to see how they solve their problems? The answer is absolutely yes, and this is one of those things that a lot of schools don't teach you at all. Now, it used to be a fairly common joke in the industry that looking at other people's code was very time-consuming and frankly weird. But over the years, a lot more people have been reverse engineering other people's code to learn, and this is one thing that I did when I was learning to code. Now, of course, learning to code is not a destination. Remember that success is a wheel, and of course, learning to code, again, you're not just going to learn to code and stop learning, you're going to always have to learn. And one of the ways that I like to do this is to just simply look at other people's code. So there's really two parts to looking at other people's code. The first part is to actually look at other people's code and figure out the logic. Sometimes they might do things a little bit differently and you might think that is right or wrong, or you might look at that and say that's a much better idea. Lots of times when I look at other people's code, I am usually impressed at how concise a lot of these professional coders are. When I write code, sometimes I add in way too much extraneous features or have in way too many lines. Remember, your code needs to be as simple as possible and as readable as possible. The other side is to run programs and tinker around with the code and possibly improve it. Now, if you spend maybe about an hour a month on reverse engineering and tinkering with other people's code, I think that's an hour well spent. You always need to look back at the way you do things as a coder to make sure that you are going to become the best coder in the future. Remember that you as a coder need to be future focused, and what I mean by that is that future you or future coding you should be better, and you need to take steps today to make sure that future you is much better than current you. So how do you look at other people's code? Well, one way that I like to do this is to simply look at text tutorials, and text tutorials you can basically look at other people's code. The other thing you can do is to go onto GitHub and to just download projects and run them. This is something that I like to do, and sometimes I don't even run them. I just look at a few files here and there, and I look at the code and I say, hey look, this is really good, or I don't like this as much. And by looking at other people's GitHub, you get a clear sense of looking at other people's code. So like I said, a lot of schools don't actually teach this, and in other disciplines, people are constantly reverse engineering other people's work. This happens from everything in engineering, and frankly, the arts do this quite a bit. So if you want to be a good writer, a good actor, or a good musician, you are constantly reverse engineering the great works of the past. And this process is often not applied to code, and one of the reasons is that technology changes so much. If you look at code from maybe 10 years ago, it might be completely unreadable. Now, luckily, there are a lot of coding languages that are standing the test of time, such as JavaScript and C++. And some of the code in these languages are becoming timeless, and of course, not every bit of code will be timeless, but you should try and reverse engineer as much as you possibly can. So let me know in the comments, do you spend time reverse engineering other people's code? Is it worthwhile for you? I want to know your comments down below. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more products we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have everything from web development tutorials to machine learning tutorials to game development tutorials and more. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. If you really like this channel, please subscribe. We have monthly and yearly options. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about the book Moneyball and how it relates to programmers and entrepreneurs. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. We're almost at 1,000 subscribers. It wouldn't mean a lot to you, but it would mean a lot to me is if we got there rather soon. So please, subscribe to this channel. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about Moneyball. Now, Moneyball is a very good movie. I've probably seen it many times, and I've recently read the book. So I'm going to give you the Cole's notes or the highlights on what I think is important in this book and whether or not you should read it. The first thing that you should do is if you haven't seen the movie, go see the movie first, but if you're the kind of person that wants to read a book, then go read the book. I bought the unabridged version, but I thought that the unabridged version was a little bit too verbose, so there is an abridged version, so I highly recommend that one a little bit more. So if you don't know the story of Moneyball, or you're not a fan of baseball or don't follow baseball, one of the things that's really hard for teams in baseball is to compete with the top level teams. Because in baseball, there is no salary cap. That means the top level teams can basically buy out as many players as they can to compete and basically win the title. Whereas the lower teams have a very small budget and it's almost impossible to compete. So in essence, the game of baseball is rigged. But is there another solution? And this is where Moneyball really shines. In fact, if you're a business person or a programmer or you want to start any kind of venture, Moneyball is probably the best book to read. And I'm going to dissect on why it's so important. So the book focuses around the central character, Billy Beane. And Billy Beane is the person who is credited for coming up with Moneyball. Now, Billy Beane was a very talented baseball player, and this is something that you need to understand if you are really talented at something. Now, some people are really talented at some things and not at others, and some people are just talented altogether. I think we all know that person who can just simply not study and get straight A's. There is always those kind of people, and Billy Beane was that equivalent for baseball. Now, when the scouts go find a player, they look for 5 main areas, and usually players have 2, but according to the scouts, Billy Beane had 5. So Billy Beane was the star of his high school baseball team, but when he got to the big leagues, everything seemed to fall apart. And this is something that you need to understand. Let's say you're really talented at something, and let's say that you are the best person in your school, or maybe even your city, or possibly even your state. Once you get to professional levels, it's going to be a whole different game. And there's going to be people that are way older than you and have a lot more experience that will outcompete you. So if you are really talented at something, you have to understand that there are a ton of people above you and you always have to work and you can't get frustrated. This is one thing the book talked about in detail, that Billy Beane tended to get frustrated. So if you're talented and then you go to another place where you're not the top dog, then you need to understand that you need to work to become better at whatever it is you're doing. So this is one thing that I see talented people fall in again and again and again over their careers. Again, remember that success is a wheel, and if you're really talented, you always have to work to get to the next level, no matter what your talent is. So the next thing that Billy Beane did was change how he picked his team, and this is something that's crucial to understand. In a game like baseball that has a lot of traditions, there are a lot of things that are just done and are not really questioned. So Billy Beane really changed the game because he picked his team differently. And this is really the big part of the book that I want you to take away from, because he changed the way baseball picks its players. Now, baseball has been around for a long time and it's a very traditional sport. And this can be applied to pretty much any discipline. Any discipline where there's a lot of tradition, perhaps there are things that in that area are overlooked. And in baseball, this was definitely the case. So before Billy Beane came out with Beanball, a lot of the teams would just basically pick the players and find an imperfect way of assessing their value instead of actually assessing what they brought to the team. What Beanball really did was assess how many runs can a player get, and things were a lot more technical. And because these things were more technical, he could find players that were very cheap and would achieve massive results. So this is a very good business practice. You want to spend the least amount of money to make the most amount of money. So what this meant in Billy Beane's case is you want to spend the least amount of money to get the most amount of runs or walks or whatever it is that they were trying to do. Now this also has major parallels to software development. When I want to develop software, I want to spend the least amount of time to get the most amount of product out there. If you're an indie developer or you're making a project in your spare time, you want to spend the lowest amount of time to get your product out there so that customers can use it. This is something that's very basic.
And the reason why you want to do this is because if you spend a lot of time to get a very poor product out there, that's not very good. You want to spend the least amount of time to get the best quality project out there so people can actually use it. And the other thing about software development is you usually want to release more of a beta version or a version that is not exactly your final version just to see if people like it. If people don't like it, there's no reason to continue with that project, and you can discard that project and move on to another one. So this goes to the heart of either starting a new software project or starting a new business. You want to find something that people don't value, but will be really valuable to sell. And of course, in hindsight, this is always easy to find, but you have to go find that particular idea. And if you do, then you'll become very wealthy. So one of the common themes in Moneyball is that there are people and ideas that are simply overlooked for one reason or another, and that reason is not a good reason. In fact, that reason is based on tradition. We've always kind of done things the way that they're supposed to do, so why would we do something else? And if you want to be a disruptor, then you have to find something that people value and completely change the model on its head. And this has been a very common startup business model in the last 10 years. I remember going to one of those pitch conferences, and pretty much every pitch had, "We are going to disrupt the industry." And while that is a little cliche and probably not as common as it is today, I think that if you can find something that people don't value but will be really valuable, then that is a good idea. So in conclusion, if you haven't seen the movie Moneyball or read the book, I would highly recommend reading one or seeing the other. The reason is that it is a very good book to kind of put into perspective on how to be successful, not only as a software developer, but an entrepreneur. Have you seen the movie? Let me know your comments down below. Remember to like and subscribe. And if you really like this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers on our training site, Mammoth Interactive. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. We have everything from game development tutorials to machine learning tutorials and more. It is the best deal for your e-learning purposes. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be exploring the idea on why you should not make a 2D game in 2020. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So, you want to make a game, now what? Should you make a 3D game or a 2D game? Well, you should probably not make a 2D game, and I'm going to explain why. The reason is that 3D games are all the rage, and even if you want to make a platformer that looks 2D, oftentimes there is a 3D engine behind it. Now, of course, we know the two titans in the engine arena are the Unreal Engine and Unity 3D, and they both do a fairly good job at making 2.5D. So the way that 2.5D games work is they're essentially a 3D game, but you can move the camera forward and back. Now, there's a lot of 2D engines out there that can do something similar, but it's just not quite the same. There is a lot more flexibility with using 3D objects. That third dimension is really helpful when it comes to game development. So unless you want to make a retro game using, let's say, the Pico 8 or Construct 3, then I would highly recommend not using any of these engines if you want to make a game and try and sell it. Instead, I would just learn 3D games right off the bat. And the main reason for this, as I mentioned, is that 3D games tend to make more money. Now, the big problem with 3D games is that they are much harder to make. Now, luckily, we have two really good engines, and they're actually pretty good. That is the Unreal Engine and Unity 3D. If you want to choose one over the other, then both of them do a fairly good job, not only at 2.5D, but at 3D games. So which engine should you use? If you follow this channel, which you totally should, that means you should like and subscribe right now and help us get to 1,000 subscribers. We're almost there. So if you want to choose one or the other, I would choose the Unreal Engine. And the reason is that it comes with a lot of pre-made templates and with a lot of starter kits, so you can prototype your game immediately. This is something that's really important. By coming out with a lot of templates and a lot of starter content, you can prototype your game. And one of the things that you need to do when you're starting to make your game is to prototype as much as possible. More on that in another video. The best way you can make a game is to make as many prototypes as you possibly can, and the best way to do that is to use the Unreal Engine. Maybe your game idea works, maybe it doesn't. You have to go and find out and actually make something. The more prototypes you make, the better game you'll actually release. And the better game that you release, the more chances of you making money will actually occur. So if you want to make a game in 2020 and you have no experience or you have some experience, I would recommend just downloading the Unreal Engine today, because there's a lot of online tutorials that will help you do that. Speaking of which, if you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have everything from Unreal tutorials to Blender tutorials to machine learning tutorials and more. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers. We have monthly and yearly options. If you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, you make our e-learning company Mammoth Interactive possible as well. Please be sure to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in another video!
Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about Unreal's free content for the month. Now, I actually made this video yesterday, but things have changed. So if you're seeing a lot of videos and there was an extra item, then you might be wondering why that is. And well, let's take a look at what it is today. So yesterday there were 5 items. Now you can see there's clearly 4. So I'm going to go run over each of these items, as well as I'm going to go over the item that was there yesterday. So what I highly recommend that you do is, as soon as you're listening to this video, I recommend downloading all these right now. You want to download things before they disappear, and you do have a month to download these, but sometimes things get taken away, like this one here. So let's talk a little bit about why these are so awesome and why you should use them. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is this generic radial menus here. Now, as you probably know and have played games, you've probably seen these menus before, and these are actually really hard to make. And well, I shouldn't say that they're really hard to make. They're a little bit more complicated, because anytime you deal with a circle, anytime a circle is involved, you have to do a little bit of math, and that math isn't always intuitive. So this is a very, very good asset pack that I highly recommend that you use. And by the way, you can check out Mammoth Interactive's YouTube channel, and this channel will do a little bit more tutorials on Unreal, so I highly recommend going there and just search Mammoth Interactive on YouTube, and then like and subscribing there, just because this topic is, or this channel is for high level information. The more tutorials are on the Mammoth Interactive side. So I highly recommend that you download this here. It's got a lot of really cool things, like well, the coolest thing I think that it has is that joystick and mouse support, and I'm assuming that the joystick means a gamepad joystick, just because you can see that there's Xbox One and PS4 compatibility there. Now, I'm assuming that is also going to be for the next gen consoles as well, once support comes out. Okay, so that's the first one. The second one that I'm going to talk about is this root motion extractor. Now, this one here is, if you're a pro user and have been using Unreal for a long time, this will be really good. And what this essentially does is this allows you to take the animations and out of a animation that you get and tweak them. And this is something that's really good for when you're about to finish your game. If you're just starting a game, this isn't really that useful. But once you are finishing your game and you want to just tweak an animation to your specifications, this is really good. So I highly recommend downloading this, because sometimes you might get a generic animation and you might think it's too fast or too slow, or you want the arm to move in this one particular way. Well, this is the tool for you. Okay. Next up, we're going to be talking about the trucks and trailers. All right, so this is a really good pack here. Now, one of the things I highly recommend that you do is just download these. They are free after all. And the reason I highly recommend that you download them is because if you don't need trucks today, you might need them tomorrow. And if you don't need to make a game with trucks, you might have trucks in the background. And since these are modular trucks, you can, well, have a whole truck yard. You can make a first-person shooter in, for example, a truck depot. Like, that's a very good setting that you could make a game in. And you can see that, you know, you can just use these trucks here. And these trucks are fairly good. And what's even cooler about these is, if you look at it, it has the interiors of them as well. So if you really want to make a trucking game, this is the pack for you. Okay, so as you can see, you can check out some of the videos here. It has all of these items here. It's pretty good. Highly recommended. Okay. Next one here is the Tropical Jungle Pack. Now, jungles are very hard to do. Now, if you've ever been to a jungle or a tropical jungle, you'll know that there is a ton of detail. Now, a lot of times you'll see the vegetation be in a mountain region. The reason is that, there's a little less foliage in the mountain region, and that's why it's a little easier to do. But if you look, this does jungles very well. So if you have a game that needs a jungle, or if you're using a cutscene in a jungle, this is the pack for you. It's quite good, and even if you need this just for background, like let's say you have a temple game and you need this for the background, then you can add that in here. So there's a lot of really cool features in this, and you can see all of the items here. It comes with a bunch of different trees. Even if you are making a game, for example, and you need a house with a palm tree or some kind of other tree, you can use some of these here. There's a bunch of different items here, and one of the things I highly recommend that you download these for is for sometimes there are materials, which you can see that there are materials at the bottom here, and also a waterfall. Okay, waterfalls are actually really difficult to do, and the more waterfalls you have, the more likely you'll find one that can fit your game. Okay, the last one but actually before that, you can see that you can take a look at the content here. Okay, last one is this Medieval Kingdoms here. Currently, it is free, but it's not, as you can see in this free for the month here. So I'm not sure what happened there. Nevertheless, let's take a look at this. This is a very highly detailed asset pack, and it's all modular, which I'll get to in a second here. But if you need a somewhat stylized kind of World of Warcraft type aesthetic, this is a great asset pack for you. So you can see that there is actually quite a bit of things in here, and it's fairly good. So let's take a look at some of the houses here. So there's quite a bit of houses and buildings here, and you can take a look at some of the of all the modular packs here. Now, one of the things I really like downloading all these packs for are the trees. I can never have enough trees personally. Even if you're making a game where that game has a certain amount of trees in the background, but you want to funnel the player in a specific way, we can change the style of the trees or change the trees up just to kind of give the player some guidance, some non-verbal cues, and some basically just some cues to just follow a certain path here. So you can maybe change the style up, and sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't here. But if you look at these, there is a lot of modular packs here, and it's actually quite awesome. And it also has some custom shaders, which shaders really make and break aesthetics, right? So you can see here, and I'm not sure if I'm looping around already, but you can see that there's quite a bit of items here. Yeah, I was not looping around because it stops at the end. But even if you need a treasure chest or a lamp or like even these fences here, I highly recommend downloading it, and download it before it becomes paid again. So the whole point of these free assets is that you can use them, and if you look at mine, right, if I look at my library here, you can see that well, I have a bunch of them that I use. All right, now before we end this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe to this channel. Also, you can go to the Mammoth Interactive channel to get some more tutorials on the Unreal Engine. So if you look at this here, I have like a FPS YouTube tutorial, and they come out periodically. I have a collection game, and I'll be making more of these as I go along. And of course, if you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have monthly and yearly options, and we release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. This is the best way to learn anything from Unreal Engine to Blender to machine learning, web development, and more. So we're constantly releasing content on this platform, on our e-learning site. It's a very good deal. It really helps with this channel, and our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers. If we get to 10,000 monthly subscribers, the company that I'm building, Mammoth Interactive, is going to be an amazing e-learning company, even more so than it already is. All right, thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video.
Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about picking the right project scope. Alright, welcome back to this video. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. It really helps us out when you smash that like button. Also, we're almost at 1,000 subscribers, so please subscribe to this channel and please share it, because we're almost at 1,000 subscribers and it would make my day if we got there very soon. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about Project Scope. I'm going to start off this video with a story from my development past. So one of my favorite projects that I completed in my early 20s was making an Xbox 360 game. I released it and my career skyrocketed as a result, but I actually tried to release many more. So what I did is I tried a sequel to the original game, but I didn't think it was different enough, or I didn't think the concept was good enough to warrant a sequel. So I spent maybe another couple months on this project and then I abandoned it. Now this was a really good idea to make a project that was similar to the last project, but a little bit different. This is one way that you can actually get really good at coding. If you make 3 projects that are about 90% the same, that is maybe 10% different, you actually get in the habit of making that kind of project. And that 10% difference can actually mean a lot of personal growth, and you get to release more projects to your portfolio. So I abandoned that because I didn't think it was different enough. So I looked at the Xbox 360 marketplace and to figure out what was selling, and I found out that maybe a top-down shooter would be the best. And the game that I released was a top-down shooter anyway, but this one's gonna be more, and it's gonna be bigger, and it's gonna have so many things that the other one didn't have. So what I did is for the next 6 months, I completely added in new feature after new feature after new feature. I said, you know what, let's go ahead and let's make it bigger. Okay, we want to add this feature. So I would get up in the morning, I would code it, and then around 3 o'clock I would go to my night job, and that was basically my day for 6 months. So the project kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and one day I opened up my IDE and I said, this is too big to release. So because it was too big to release, and I don't think I would ever release it, that it would maybe take another year, and I made so many development mistakes, I completely abandoned the project. Now this is all too familiar for anyone who's ever tried to make a game or an indie project or whatever. And one of the big things I learned about that particular scenario is that you need to really have project scope in at the beginning of the project. And what is project scope? Well, project scope is how big and how many features there are within the actual project. So in that particular project, I had the idea to make a game like this, and I knew that my ability level was about this big, but it kept on getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and eventually the project collapsed in on itself because it would never have been released. Now, I think this project was a complete success. In fact, I learned from how big of a failure it is. And I think that when you have a big failure like this in your life, if you can learn from it, it's the best thing that you can do. And from that point forward, I don't think I could have built a $1 million business without that project failing. And today, even at Mammoth Interactive, we pick projects that we can complete. And that may sound so incredibly basic, but you have to build a project that fails in this way. Now that may sound incredibly basic, but once you go through a big project and have it fail and realize you waste maybe 6 months of your life, then this is something that you can learn from, and you'll probably grow as a person. So what can you do? Now, one of my big problems is that I like really big scope projects. I like big epic projects, and I like, again, well, big projects. But the thing is that if you want to get good at coding or game development or basically building software, you want to build a lot of really small projects. So what I would recommend that you do is, if you're just starting to learn to code, is build just a lot of small projects that are maybe 80% the same. And if you do this over a 6-month period, I think you'll be successful. And I always mention that if you had a person that would make small little projects, and I mean really small projects, over 6 months of time, and if you had another person that just built one big project, the person making the small projects would be way farther ahead in their development than the person making the big projects. So this is something that I highly recommend. Also, from a business point of view, you always want to release the minimum viable product. So making a small project, getting it out there, getting customers' reaction to it is a lot better than making a big project. You know, when I go to game conferences and development conferences, sometimes I sit next to people that have been working on a game for 5 years. Well, you don't even know if people like your game, so why would you want to spend 5 years of your life on it? Make a small game first and go from there. Now, if you don't want to attach your name to it, you can always start up a studio. You can basically put something up on itch.io. You can test your games
out that way. So if you're like me and you really like having big projects, then I recommend making some different studio, making the small projects first. You don't have to attach your name to your GitHub or anything like that. In fact, it's probably best if you're in your early 20s to use a pseudonym anyway, something that's completely different from your name. And this is something that I wish someone told me. So what can you do to maximize your progress? Well, here's the thing that I think is really, really awesome. So you can actually build small project, medium projects, and large projects all at the same time. Let me explain. So what I would recommend that you do is on your own, you build really small projects, because let's face it, if you're working in your spare time or on weekends, you don't have all the time in the world to actually make this work. And even if you have a freelancing job or you have a bunch of extra time, I would recommend doing a bunch of solo projects that you can get done all by yourself. You can always release the game or app or whatever it is you're trying to do on your GitHub or on the App Store or wherever under a different company name. Now, what I also recommend that you do is you also work with people, small groups, maybe 2 to 5 people. So not only are you making small projects, but you're making a slightly bigger scope project with more people. One of the things about development is that it can be very lonely. And if you find 1 or 2 other like-minded people who really like to get things done and can get things done, that's a big thing. So one of the things about development is that you eventually have to work with people and you have to practice at that. If you're just working by yourself, which most developers do, you're used to doing things your way. Well, your way might not be the best way, and there might be someone more experienced than you that might give you some advice. Now, you need to find maybe 2 to 3 like-minded people to release some other projects. And if you do this, not only will you be able to get bigger scope projects on your resume and portfolio, but you'll be able to possibly make more money, and you might have some good time as well. Some of the best times in my life have been working with small teams and sharing jokes and eating pizza after development and going to the movies together. It's been a really good time. So I highly recommend not only just making small projects, but medium projects. And if you really want to do this, you can make bigger projects with a bigger team. So this is completely possible today because a lot of people are working from home and you can do multiple simultaneous projects. The best situation for you as a developer is to have all these things pay for itself, and then you can just develop all day. And this is arguably the dream. It has been the dream for many developers, specifically game developers, for many years. So this method of working by yourself, working with a small team, and then maybe working with a bigger team to get a bigger scope project out the door is a very good idea. But I wish I could take all of the credit for this. I am actually adapting this from a very influential blog article that I read in the past. This blog article has nothing to do with programming, but this person who wrote it is a multi-talented person and is a programmer as well. So you can see the article right here. It's from a guy named Derek Sivers. If you don't know who he is, I highly recommend that you follow him and read his blog articles. His blog articles are essential to becoming a small business success. And if you do read his articles, they will give you a lot of insight on how to build a practical business for customers. So in this article, Derek Sivers used to be a musician and he used to sell his band services to colleges. And the way he would do this is he would have a solo act, he would also have a 2-piece band and a 5-piece funk band. And the price structure for each was a little bit higher, but he made most of the money as his solo gig. And I thought this was really awesome because you can apply this absolutely to programming. You can have your solo project, you can have your minimal 2-man project, and you can have a much bigger project. So this is one thing I absolutely love to do. I absolutely love to take bits of information and ideas from other areas of the world and apply them to programming. And this is something that's really good. And I had known about this article for a long time. And after my big failed projects, I realized that this is a great way to do things. And after that, I started to build many iOS games, small iOS games, and my career absolutely skyrocketed after that. So after I started building iOS games, my e-learning career took off, and I was building small to medium and big size courses, and I was working with a bunch of people as well. I absolutely took the advice from a former musician and turned it into the programming world for profit. So, do you like working on small projects or big projects? Do you like this idea of working on multiple projects at the same time? I want to know your comments. Please write them down below. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers. We have monthly and yearly options, and we release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. We release everything from game development tutorials to 3D modeling tutorials to web development tutorials to cybersecurity tutorials to machine learning tutorials and much, much more. If you're already a subscriber, subscriber, thank you so much. It really does help us out. Also, please be sure to like and subscribe, and thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're gonna be talking about how the class of 2020 is so incredibly screwed, and if you are in the class of 2020, I'm gonna give you some really good advice. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So, if you're graduating right now, whether that be high school or college or from your master's degree or from a boot camp, this year is going to be incredibly challenging for you. And I know a thing or two about this because I graduated in 2008. And for me personally, it took about 4 years before I got a really awesome job. And I was one of the lucky ones. Now you can actually go around the internet and find some people that have graduated between 2007 and 2010, and for them, sometimes they've taken 4, maybe 5 or 6 years before they actually got a really good job. Even from 2008 to about 2011, I actually did have jobs, which I was incredibly lucky, but the jobs weren't very good. So how do you prosper in such a tough environment? Now this advice that I'm about to give you can be applied to anyone who is changing their life. That can be either graduating, or if you've lost your job, or if something else has happened. The one thing that is going to be incredibly challenging this year is finding full-time work. Even now, there are lots of places that are employing people, but not at the salaries they had at the beginning of the year. These salaries can be as low as 50% of what these people were being paid in January. And the reason is very clear. The coronavirus is an incredibly big game changer, and business uncertainty is at an all-time high. I even run an e-learning company, and while lots of people are learning online and from home, and this is probably Mammoth Interactive's best year ever, I don't know what next year is going to have in store for the company. And as a result, even at my own company, I am making sure that I'm making the best decisions possible so that I don't go out of business next year. This is of course compounded if you have a bigger company. The bigger the company, the greater the chance the company will fail. So how do you prosper? Well, the one thing that you need to do is constantly be working whether or not you're being paid. Now, I'm definitely not talking about an unpaid internship, and that is something that you should absolutely not do. Do not do an unpaid internship. And between 2008 and 2011, most of the jobs that I was offered was an unpaid internship, and I absolutely said no way. Now, of course, this is for programming. In other areas such as fashion, perhaps unpaid internships are not a bad idea, but at the end of the day, unpaid internships seem a little bit wrong. So don't take one if you really don't need to. Instead, you need to intern at your own company, meaning that you need to release projects and perhaps even make your own business. This is how Mammoth Interactive was born. I was working multiple jobs and I spent my spare time working on a business, and at the end of 2011, when I had almost no money in the bank account, my business took off. And that could be you in the future. You just have to keep working, and it's going to be really hard. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. The next 4 years, if you are just entering the job market, is going to be very tough. So you need to take every single dollar that you can get and save it as much as you possibly can. You need to spend as much of your spare time working on your career because it's going to be challenging. Now, it depends, of course, where you live as well. If you live in a rich country with big salaries, a lot of businesses are going to go elsewhere because the labor is much more cheap. And because everyone's working from home, whether you're in California or Lithuania, it doesn't really matter as long as the work gets done. Remember that if you are in a rich country with big salaries, then demand destruction of these jobs is a real possibility in the future. And this is not very good. So before you had to compete with people that you lived around, now you have to compete with literally everybody in the world, and it is a big place. So as a business owner, I can understand how competitive it can be. And one of the hardest things that I had to learn personally when I graduated from university was how competitive the world is and how poor my skills actually were. When you just graduate or you're just starting a new career, there are so many people that are way better at you than what you do. And you need to understand that you need to get to that level as soon as possible. And the way to do that is to constantly work. You need to spend at least 7 to 10 hours a week working on your career. At least. If you can spend more, that's great. Now that is about an hour a day. If you can spend 1 hour a day making GitHub projects, making something that you can add to your resume, then you will be farther ahead. And I guarantee you that if we took two people, one person to maybe not work on their career, and the other person that would constantly get maybe 1 to 2 projects out a month, in 6 months, that second person will absolutely get ahead and will probably have a job over this one person. Remember that if you are, let's say, 20 to 25 years old, if you spend an hour a day on something that improves your skill, by the time you're 30, you will be absolutely unstoppable. Now, the most successful people spend almost all of their day improving their skills. They only watch YouTube videos that help them out, kind of like this channel here, so please be sure to like and subscribe. So the most successful people spend a lot of their time making their skill set better. They do not waste their time, and by the time these people are 30 and 40 years old, they have so many more hours and so many more skills under their belt, they are absolutely unstoppable. And this could be you too. Remember, if you just spend maybe 30 minutes to an hour a day of focused work, no internet, no social media, just completely focused work, you will be ahead. And this is the one thing that you need to do. Now, one of the things I always teach people at Mammoth Interactive, and the people who take our courses know that we teach people how to make practical projects. So you want to have a really good portfolio of things that work and are useful. The more useful things in your portfolio, the better chance you'll have at getting a job. And if you want to start a side business or a side hustle that is releasing apps to the App Store or making games for Steam, it doesn't really matter what it is. As long as you are releasing something, then you will be farther ahead. And who knows, perhaps one of those projects that you released will actually make money. The other thing that I didn't really do is I didn't focus. Now, while I'm a programmer, my real skill is in big picture ideas, and it's no wonder I'm an entrepreneur that runs a business today, because that is exactly the kind of person that runs a business. However, when I was first starting out, I really should have just focused in on programming, because most of the jobs out there are for programming. Because if programmers don't show up, then perhaps the whole entire digital ecosystem of a company could fall. And that is something that is very useful. If you're into graphic design or UX design, those jobs are a little bit more expendable, although they are important. Programming and the things that make everything work is the most valuable skill you can have right now. So let's recap everything here. If you're graduating or you just lost your job, it's going to be very tough. But the way that you need to approach this situation is that you have a ton of time to improve your skills. If you think of this situation as that, you will be much farther ahead in the future. I guarantee it. I know from personal experience that it was very difficult in the recession years, and I knew that one day I would be making a 6-figure income, and that absolutely happened. In fact, in 2012, I paid more taxes than I made in 2011. That is the reality of it. I actually paid more taxes than my entire income, and I was absolutely blown away, and it's been up ever since. And that can be you too. But during those recession years, it was a Sisyphusian struggle to get anywhere, and it eventually paid off. So if you think of this time as a time to learn new skills and get better and be the best person you can be, I guarantee you that 2, 3, or 5 years in the future, you will be much better than you are today. All right, so that concludes this video. Please share your comments down below. We really do like the comments. Also, please be sure to like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content that you can make. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more products we can make. The best thing you can do to help out this channel and my company, Mammoth Interactive, is to subscribe to our monthly Mammoth Interactive Ultimate subscription. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. And these are, of course, practical projects that help you on your resume. And by the way, we just released a new course that shows people how to pass the coding interview. Links to all of that down below. Again, if you really like this channel, a subscription is the best way to help us out. We have monthly and yearly options. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're gonna be taking a look at how Tesla approaches design and how you can use that in your programming. All right, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So one of the things I love about Tesla is its approach to function and design. And as a coder, this is something that you really need to understand. Now, lots of times I have conversations with coders and they don't really think that design is important. Now, there's a lot of reasons for this. If something works and it just works, then chances are that's more important than something that looks good and feels good to use. However, Apple really changed that back in 2008, and believe it or not, a lot of companies put a lot more into design because of the iPhone. The iPhone was so brilliantly designed that a lot of companies now put more into UX and user experience than they had in the past. So if you want to make an app or a website or anything technology related, you have to make sure that it is at least usable. Now, before 2008, I would use programs that weren't very good, and they definitely weren't very user-friendly. And you can really see this if you take a look at websites from the early 2000s. Design wasn't really that important, and if you take a look at a website today, it is a lot better designed, and it looks a lot better, and it feels a lot better to use. So how does Tesla do design? Well, one of the things that they do is minimalism, and over time, you've seen that their cars have approached a minimalist philosophy. Now, this isn't only in the aesthetics, but it's in the construction as well. And there lies the key. If you want to make really good programs, you need to make minimalist programs that is just the bare essentials, not only from a user experience, but from a coding experience as well. Let me explain. So the Model S was one of the first consumer cars that they made. And if you look at the interior of an earlier Model S and you look at the Model Y, you can see that there is a huge difference between the interiors. Now let this be a metaphor for what you need to do with coding. So it's a lot harder to make the interior of a Model S and a Model X while we're at it, because it takes more time to do all of these specific things. And because it takes more time, it takes more money, and therefore less cars will get out, and therefore Tesla will sell less cars. So if you look at the Model Y, it's a later iteration, and this iteration was made because they made so many mistakes. Remember that you have to fail forward, and Tesla has done this. So not only is the Model Y more minimalist, it takes a lot less time to manufacture. And one of the things I always say to programmers is that you want to reduce the time it takes to make your program, because the more time you spend, the more frustrated you get, and sometimes you might even lose interest in the project. This has happened to me many times. So let's fast forward to the Cybertruck. The Cybertruck is probably one of the most brilliantly designed Teslas out there, and not only is it from a design point of view, but a functional point of view and a manufacturing point of view. And you always have to keep all of these things in mind when you're making a program. If you're making a software as a service, it has to be coded in the least amount of time, it has to do the most amount of things, and it has to look the best. So if we take a look at the Cybertruck is probably one of the best pieces of equipment that Tesla has made. Not only is it good from a design point of view, it's good from a usefulness point of view and a manufacturing point of view. They've taken everything that they've learned from their failures in the past and they've applied it to the Cybertruck. And they've also cross-pollinated the ideas from their SpaceX rockets. So let me explain. The cool thing about the Cybertruck is that it's made with stainless steel. Now, why would this be a big thing? Well, stainless steel is actually really easy to produce, it's really durable, and you don't have to paint it. And that is a big thing. One of the hardest things to do with cars is paint. And you might think that, using a heat pump or an air conditioner with an electric car, or just the electric cars and the batteries, that's the difficult part. Believe it or not, the paint is actually really difficult. And that's why I'm making this video, because I do watch a lot of videos about Teslas, and when I heard that the paint was really hard, I instantly thought about how design people in programming, they make too many mistakes in terms of making their design too complicated. Now, if it's too complicated, it's kind of like the paint. So the paint process is really difficult from a car's point of view. When you're designing your app or your website, you don't want to make it difficult, you want to make it as simple as possible. You want to make it basically as easily as possible, and so that the user can get the most amount of enjoyment from it. So what this ultimately means is that the manufacturing cost of the Cybertruck is a lot lower because you don't have to paint it. Another thing that Tesla's learned is the Cybertruck's exoskeleton is something that is been refined ever since the Model S. They figured out what works and what doesn't, and they've basically made a whole new thing that the Cybertruck can do. And again, further lowering the manufacturing costs of the Cybertruck. So what they've done is they've failed in certain regards, they've learned from their mistakes, and they made a whole new product that is way better from a manufacturing point of view than their previous cars. Now, a lot of people might think that the Cybertruck looks too ugly. I think it looks really cool. And Tesla has just said that if the Cybertruck doesn't sell, they'll make a truck that looks normal. Personally, I think it will sell. Another rumor is that there might be a cyber lineup. Now, we all know about Tesla's sexy lineup. Well, they might be a cyber lineup. So there might be a cyber van or a cyber roadster, and you can take a look at some of this concept art, and I think this looks pretty cool. So what I could absolutely see Tesla do is make a bunch of cyber vehicles, that is like a cyber van or a cyber bus, or a bunch of cyber vehicles that use this new system of manufacturing, thus lowering the cost of manufacturing, thus they can sell more cars. And of course, the more vehicles that they sell, the more the company profits. So how does this all relate to programming? Well, you want to build as many projects as you possibly can, and I've always said this on the channel. You want to do what Tesla has done, is build a project, figure out what works and what doesn't, build another project, and figure out what works and what doesn't, and keep iterating on that. So you can definitely see that Tesla has done this too. So what they've done is they've taken the Model S and the Model X and figured out what worked and what didn't. And they figured out everything so well that the Model 3 was way better from a manufacturing point of view than those previous two. And since the manufacturing of Model 3 was quote unquote production hell, according to Elon Musk, they figured out how to do it better with Model Y. And one thing that they recently have done is they've closed the plant down to make the plant more efficient. So probably along the way, they're doing a whole bunch of things that we don't even know to make the plant in production more efficient. So they're opening a whole new gigafactory in Texas just to make the Cybertruck. And I bet the production of the Cybertruck is going to be much more streamlined than even the Model Y, which is still very streamlined. And if they get the Cybertruck to work, then you can make a whole bunch more vehicles. So the cyber lineup is such a cool idea because you could put vans or possibly buses into the Hyperloop or the Boring Company's tunnels. And I think this is such an awesome idea. So this all wouldn't be possible with this iterative, and this is the crazy part, the subtractive process of taking things that are not necessary but still raising the quality. And if you're a fan of this channel and if you've been following me for years, I always say that you need to get your programs out there with the most amount of enjoyment for the least amount of work. And sometimes if you make a program, you need to take the unnecessary things away, because programs are like digital moving machines. And if you know, the more complex the machine, the more things can go wrong. And in programs, this is absolutely the case as well. So that concludes this video. I hope you learned a lot about how Tesla iterates each of its vehicles and how you can apply that to your programming. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. We have monthly and yearly options. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers on Mammoth Interactive. Also, please be sure to like and subscribe, and please share this on Reddit. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. No! Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. We're going to be talking about the battle between Apple and Epic Games. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So, the gloves are off, and the battle between Epic Games and Apple is officially on. Now, of course, you've probably seen all the news articles, as this video is maybe a little bit late, but I'm here to talk about the implications for both Apple, indie developers, and Epic Games, and how this is going to affect you and your coding career. So if you don't already know, Epic Games tried to bypass the App Store's 30% commission by adding in a payment processor to its Fortnite game. Now this is huge because Apple is very clear on its rules. You have to go through the App Store. Apple is very controlling of its platform, and it makes every developer go through its App Store. Now there's a lot of pros and cons with this, and the one thing that Fortnite did and Epic Games they basically said, we don't want to do that. 30% is too much. And one can argue maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but we're going to be talking about that in this video. Now, the other thing I should also mention is that Epic is in the exact same situation with Google and their Play Store. They tried to bypass the system there, and they're pretty much getting the same response. However, Apple is the key part of this story because this isn't the first time someone has raised this issue. Now, a few weeks ago, there was a hearing where members of Congress decided to grill the top tech CEOs. And this is really important because the major question today is, are these companies monopolistic, and is that good or bad? Well, spoiler alert, monopolies are not good. And the one person you should follow in this is Scott Galloway, because Scott has a lot of very well thought out arguments, and basically if I were to talk about that, I'd basically be paraphrasing him. But what he really talks about is that these tech companies are very monopolistic, and that really hurts not only innovations, but consumers. And in this case, Apple is being a bit monopolistic with its App Store. I cannot go and create my own marketplace on Apple's system, and because of that, that is seen as monopoly. Now, what Epic Games did is they tried to bypass Apple's App Store, and instead of charging the consumer an extra 30%, they passed everything on right to the consumer. So Epic Games made the same amount of money, but the consumer got to buy less. Now, I think this is really interesting because Epic is not really profiting because of this, but what happened next is absolutely unbelievable. And I think it was probably not the right move for Apple. What Apple did was threaten to revoke the certificates for the Unreal Engine, meaning that any game developer that uses the Unreal Engine might not be able to publish to iOS. Now, that was a huge move, and I don't think it was the right move, which I'll be talking about shortly. Now, a lot of gamers are on the side of course, Epic, and a lot of gamers don't like Apple. So naturally, if you're into gaming, you'll see a lot of news articles that are more likely to side with Epic than Apple. But Apple really does have a point here. So obviously, Apple created the platform and they maintain it. And believe it or not, having that one system of having everything go through the App Store is very secure, because when you submit an app to the App Store, some person reviews it or a team of people review it. And that means that there is no kind of chicanery with any kind of data privacy or any kind of thing that would affect consumers. If, for example, this was a regular computer, I can get people to download a bunch of malware and I can siphon off data. But phones are not like that. So believe it or not, having everything go through the App Store is an actually good idea. But the thing is that the App Store is quite a different place from 2008 to today. Now, if you don't remember 2008, a lot of people basically either downloaded an app for free or they had a very hard time paying $1. In fact, I remember this Oatmeal comic here that mentioned that you could buy a $5 latte, but you're really upset about paying $1 for an app. Now, obviously that's changed. And when I was an app developer in the early 2010s, I had this problem too. People would just not pay for games. And that's not the case today. A lot of people pay games. And believe it or not, I think that the ecosystem is a lot better for independent developers. So I really do agree with Apple when they say that they want to control everything. However, even I've had this problem too. Obviously not in the scale that it's happened to Epic, but for the most part, when I go to upload an app to the App Store, I want to be able to make a game as quickly as possible. And one of the things Apple has done over the years is not support HTML5. And HTML5 was really awesome 10 years ago, and I think that it could have been really good. But again, if Apple doesn't support it, you're really screwed. So if perhaps there was another HTML5 App Store on the iPhone, then perhaps a lot of people might just flock to that. But web technologies are inherently less secure than Apple's ecosystem, so there's the problem, and that's why Apple doesn't really allow it. In fact, a lot of web technologies are very insecure, and Apple doesn't allow certain APIs on their platform because there is the potential to harm consumers. So Apple is really trying to protect its consumers, and Apple is really trying to brand itself as a privacy-first and consumer-friendly device. So if you buy an Apple product, your privacy and your data is going to be secure with them, and you just get to use the Apple products in a way that is just for you, and Apple is not benefiting from your data or your information. Now, I think that Apple banning the Unreal Engine and its developers from using the Unreal Engine, or at least threatening to, was the wrong move. Because if Epic can prove that this is monopolistic behavior and it's going to completely crush their business, that is not good for Apple. Now, if you're just following this story here, this story with Apple has been going on for a few years, specifically with Spotify. Now, Spotify has to pay Apple 30%, whereas Apple Music, which is literally a Spotify clone, does not have to pay that. Hence, what Apple is doing, and I'm going to quote Scott Galloway here, is that it has its Death Star laser focused on Spotify, on killing Spotify, and that is the toxic, monopolistic behavior that I don't think is really good, not only for society, for businesses, or even developers and individuals. Because without competition in the free market, you will not be able to have progress. And again, I really just urge you to follow Scott Galloway. He really has a lot of good information on this, and I highly recommend that you follow him on Twitter and watch his content. So if Epic can prove that Apple is being a toxic monopoly, I think that's not really good for Apple. And this has huge implications over the App Store. Because if Epic wins, then other developers might have a different cut. And here's what I think is going to happen. I think Apple is going to reassess its App Store percentage, and it's going to make something that is a little bit more fair. Now, personally, as an indie developer, if I upload something to Apple and they market the crap out of my game, then I don't really care if they take 30%. Now, obviously, Epic and Fortnite, that's 30% is a lot of money. Now, what Apple needs to prove is how much work did they do for that 30%. Now, arguably, it's quite a lot by creating the entire platform, but at the same time, though, it might not be as much worth as the 30%. So I think a really good compromise on this, and of course Apple doesn't have to compromise because it's one of the most, if not the most valuable company on the planet. But if there is a compromise that is court-driven, perhaps there's a sliding scale of percentages. 30% on the first million, 25% on the first 10, 20% on the first 20, and so on and so forth. So that way, developers won't be getting screwed the more success they have. Now, the other thing that Apple can do is possibly charge more of a subscription for the amount of downloads. So if you get 5 million downloads, it's going to cost more. But then again, indie developers, if you have a success, you might not be able to pay that amount. So I think the sliding scale is probably the compromise that Apple and developers should probably have. Now, of course, Apple is not going to do this unless they are court ordered to do that. And frankly, they don't really need. Now, another issue that's on top of this is that I can go onto my computer and install any software from any developer. Now, of course, that comes with risk, and I only install software from trusted developers. Now, your phone, especially your iPhone, is not like that. On Android, you can actually sideload applications, but on Apple, you can't. Now, this really begs the question, do you own your iPhone or not? And if you've been following this, which I have, there is a big right to repair movement. Now, Apple has recently announced that they're going to let some independent shops have parts and give them training, etc. So that's definitely a step in the right direction. And right to repair is a big issue, not only for phones, but it's a bigger issue for farm equipment. You would be surprised on how much digital rights management is used in farm equipment, to the point where some farm equipment is completely inoperable unless you go through the proper channels to make it work. And this is absolutely crazy. Imagine if you didn't pay your subscription service and your car just stopped working. You need that car to get to work. And this is what farmers have to do every day. Their tractor will not work unless things happen. And some of the software is quite buggy. So what a lot of farmers do is they actually jailbreak their tractors, which is a really weird sentence to say. But they jailbreak their tractors with some Ukrainian software, and that way they can get past the DRM. So the right to repair movement is a big deal. And if some of that right to repair movements for farmers, which I think is quite unfair to farmers, ends up being transferred over to phones, then your iPhone will be more like your computer than it is like the current state. And Apple of course, does not want that to happen. They need to have control. And again, their argument isn't technically bad. I'm not disagreeing with it at all. Everything going through the App Store is great. But the big problem is that they're acting like a monopoly, and a toxic monopoly in specific cases, and that needs to be stopped. So this is going to be a really big issue, and I really do think that the sliding scale is the best compromise. Now, if Apple does win this court case, then that is absolutely not going to happen. And that's going to have very profound effects, not only for the Unreal Engine, but developers. I love the Unreal Engine. I think it's one of the best engines ever created. And what that means is that I might not even upload my game to the App Store anymore. I just want to go to Steam because, well, frankly, I don't want to get involved in this. So who's really at fault here? Is it Epic for calling out Apple's monopoly? Or is it Apple saying that some applications do not meet their standards and frankly harm consumers? It's very tricky. And frankly, it's gonna be up to the courts, and there's gonna be a lot of legal jargon in here that is going to be very hard to understand. So everyone knows this famous commercial from Apple. Now, Fortnite made a parody of this, and that parody is quite apt because Apple used to be the outsider. It used to be the underdog. Now it's one of the most, if not the most valuable companies on the planet. And it's definitely throwing its muscle in a way that they're saying that they need to be on top. Now, of course, if you're the most valuable company in the world, you obviously have some leverage here. But this is one thing that can happen to you or your company. What you did at the start might not be where your company is today. You might have had values in one day, and those values change. And this can happen not only to companies, but you personally. You might be really productive in your early 20s, but when you get to 40, you're not a productive person anymore. Remember that time changes a lot of things, and some of those things might be good or bad. And in this case, Apple has become the thing that it used to rally against. So let me know your thoughts below. This is an incredibly complex debate, and I want to have a discussion. So please post your comments and share this video as much as you can. Please share it on Reddit. Also, please be sure to like and subscribe. We are so close to being monetized, and we're so close to having 1,000 likes and 1,000 subscribers. So please, it really would make my day is if we got monetized because of this video. And if you really like this channel, you can buy our products down below. This channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. And the more money we get, the more content like this that we can make. It not only helps out this channel, it helps out my e-learning company, Mammoth Interactive. And our goal on Mammoth Interactive is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content every month. So we release everything from web development tutorials to machine learning tutorials to game development tutorials and more. Again, we have a monthly and yearly options. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're gonna be talking about the Unity IPO. All right, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. We're almost monetized on this channel, and it would really help us out if you just liked and subscribed and share this video as much as we can. We are 95% there, and we need your help to go the entire way. So let's talk a little bit about Unity IPO. So if you don't already know, Unity is one of the biggest game engines out there, and I've been using Unity for more than 10 years. In fact, Unity was so awesome back in the late 2000s that I thought it was really good. And today, to see that it is filed to become a publicly traded company is absolutely amazing, and I'm very excited about it. Now, if you follow this channel a lot, you know that I really like the Unreal Engine, but that doesn't mean that Unity is also not a bad engine. I think Unity is great, and it all really depends on the type of game that you want. And if you really like Unity over Unreal, then please use Unity. It is what you want to do. I personally like the Unreal Engine because I've been using it for a little bit longer than Unity, but I really do like Unity. I think it's really good. So let's talk a little bit about the IPO. So what Unity has done is that Unity has filed its S1 with the SEC. So if you don't know, you have to file an S1 with the SEC to make sure that you comply with offering stocks to the public. So if this step wasn't really available, then obviously making a publicly traded company would be a lot more shady than it currently is. And when you're a publicly traded company, you do have to open up your books. So this is one thing Unity did, is they did open up their books, and we get to see behind the curtain as to how well they're doing financially. And they're actually doing not so bad. Now, one of the big things about these big tech companies is that a lot of them don't make money for a long period of time. And the best example of this is Amazon. Amazon has been not profitable for a long time, and then once it has become profitable, then obviously it has become a really good company. So a lot of investors like this strategy, and Unity is no different. Unity recorded a $160 million loss and over $541,000 of revenue. So that is quite a bit of a loss, but it also made quite a bit of money. That's $500 million, and that is not a small chunk of change. So because it lost money in 2019, and it's lost a bit of money this year as well, but it's on track to doing even more revenue. Just because it lost money in 2019 doesn't mean that it's a bad investment or a stock, because that's exactly what you're going to be able to do. You're going to be able to buy Unity shares on the stock market under the ticker symbol U, which I think is really awesome. And if there's another company that starts with U, hence this company, I think they might be a little bit upset that Unity took the symbol U. So as an investor, you generally want to see more revenue and less losses, or better yet, profits, and that's exactly what Unity is doing. And so what that means is that in the future, Unity is going to become a very good value proposition for investors. And that investor can be you. You might be able to buy shares for maybe $25. We don't know the exact price yet, but we will soon. So Unity is a very good game engine. In fact, in this report, they mentioned that 53% of the top 1,000 apps on the App Store use Unity, and that is no surprise. Unity has a very low barrier to entry, and the software works on a lot of older computers, which is really important, because let's say you're 15 and you have an old computer, you want to be able to download a game engine and just basically use it. The Unreal Engine is a lot more of a heavyweight engine, and as a result, you won't be able to install it on many more computers. In fact, when I try and install the Unreal Engine on a Mac, it just chugs. And given the recent events, well, that might not happen forever. So this is great for Unity because they're not in a quarrel with Apple like Epic Games is, and you can check out more on that here. I made a whole video about it. So why should game developers even use game engines in the first place? Well, it makes the process a lot easier. Now, I actually coded games from scratch well back in the 90s, and if I had Unity or Unreal, I would absolutely be in heaven. Unity and Unreal are incredibly good engines, and Unity is so good that there's almost no reason to code a game from scratch anymore. You just use Unity or Unreal, and Unity is a very good engine. So that's why game developers use game engines in the first place. Now, another thing that isn't mentioned in this report is the fact that there is a lot of open source competition, and specifically from the Godot engine. Now, this is something that I think they should have mentioned, because open source is free, and free doesn't really generate that much money. Now, there's a lot of open source projects like, for example, Blender, which get a lot of money from Epic Games as well. And you know, open source can actually lead to a lot of profit, but not the same kind of profitability that you would have to IPO. So the Godot engine is pretty good. However, one of the things that I highly recommend that you do is just use one of the major two engines, Unity or Unreal. And the reason for that is that these engines are polished. There's not going to be a lot of bugs, and you'll be able to get your game out there, because the whole point of game development is to get your game out there with as little frustration as possible. And these engines are absolutely amazing. And now that Unity is going to IPO, then they're going to be able to get a lot more money to put into development. And I wouldn't be surprised if they make even more acquisitions in the future. So if they make smarter and more acquisitions in the future, then I bet game development is going to become a lot easier than it is today. And it's a lot easier today than it was 10 years ago. And basically, that is a really good thing, because the quality of games goes up. So Unity is going to IPO. Let me know your comments down below. I want to make sure that you comment, because the more comments we get, the more we get put up in the YouTube algorithm. We're almost monetizing this channel, so please like and subscribe and share this video. And if you can share this on Reddit, that would be great, because we get a lot of traffic from Reddit, and that is awesome. Remember that this channel doesn't do Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. We have a 280 Unity masterclass down below. So if you want to make Unity games, then I highly recommend that you buy that. Now, if you really like Mammoth Interactive and you like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20-60 hours of fresh new content per month, every single month. And we have everything from Unity tutorials to Blender tutorials to machine learning tutorials to web development tutorials and more. We're always trying to produce the best course that people want to learn. So that concludes this video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about the recent decision a judge has made in the Epic versus Apple court case. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. We're almost monetized at this channel, and all we need is 1,000 subscribers, so please subscribe and help us get there. Alright, so there's been some big news between the Apple and Epic court case, and if you haven't already watched this video where I explain this in detail, I highly recommend it. So let's do a quick recap. Fortnite made their own payment processor, which is in violation to Apple's App Store guidelines. So Fortnite was pulled, and what Apple did in retaliation was to revoke, or at least threaten to revoke, all of the Unreal Engine's developer license, meaning that innocent bystanders who use the Unreal Engine might be adversely affected. Well, there has been some good news today, at least if you're on the side of Epic and if you are an Unreal Engine user, which I am. So the judge has ruled that Apple's decision to revoke the developer license from the Unreal Engine and Epic Games was basically not in favor of innocent bystanders, that is, just average developers using the Unreal Engine. And this is really good news, and I think the right decision. It was not a good idea for Apple to do this. It was way too much retaliation, and frankly, a lot of people are not on Apple's side. Now, of course, the judge has not ruled anything in terms of the Fortnite versus Apple debate, but that will go on, and of course, if you subscribe to this channel, you'll be getting some news for that immediately. To make matters worse, Apple has revoked a WordPress app, and this app of course was free, but Apple said that if you want to make any kind of payments, you have to go through the Apple App Store. Now, this was incredibly poorly timed, but at the same time, it highlights Apple's naivete on the whole situation. Now, Apple has since apologized and reinstated the app, which is good, but I think there are going to be some major changes to app stores, and specifically the Apple App Store. Again, what I have mentioned in this video is that Apple should implement a sliding scale of revenue. 30% for the first million, and it goes all the way down to 5%, and that way the more developers make, the less percentage Apple takes, but believe it or not, Apple still makes more money along the road. I think this is probably the best compromise. Now, between Apple and Fortnite, that is not the real issue. The real issue is between Spotify and Apple. That's my personal opinion, and the reason why I think that is that Spotify has to pay the Apple tax, but Apple Music doesn't. So Apple might have to concede on the App Store percentage, or it might not be able to offer a similar service. They can't really do both. Now, this has happened before in the 90s with Microsoft and Microsoft Office. Now, Microsoft was almost broken up because it was too monopolistic. Of course, Microsoft is back down, but Apple is doing something similar. It's not exactly the same, but it's similar. So when Apple offers something like Apple Music and Spotify is its competitor, and Spotify has to pay the 30%, that is a good case for an antitrust suit. Now, I think the best compromise is for, again, to Apple take a sliding percentage of sales, and they have to make their search algorithms public, meaning that if Spotify makes a better product than Apple Music, it has to raise in the ranks of the App Store. And this is something that I think is really key. Now, the question we all have to ask is, does the App Store, being as closed as it is, prevent innovation and competition? If the answer is yes, then the App Store needs to change. Now, Apple does argue that the competition happens before the purchase, that is between Android and Apple. And you know what? I do agree with this. The one thing I think about this entire debate between Epic and Apple and antitrust and not antitrust is that I actually really like Epic and I actually really like Apple. So this is really hard for me to pick a side. So I really hope that both of these two parties can come to a compromise. And if Apple's App Store is hurting innovation, that is not good. We really need to have innovative products because innovation drives humanity forward. All right, so let me know your comments down below. Please be sure to like and subscribe. We're almost monetized. Please help us get there. If you really like this channel, you can buy our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We We have every kind of tutorial from game development to Blender to machine learning to web development and more. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month, and that is every month. We also have a monthly and yearly options to subscribe. It really helps us out when you subscribe to Mammoth Interactive. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video!
Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, I'm going to be talking about the Unreal Engine's free products of the month. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Alright, so if you don't already know, the Unreal Engine puts out free content every month, and this content is absolutely amazing. Now, this month they're actually giving away a lot more than usual, and here are all the free items here. Now, of course, you have to go sign in and quote-unquote buy them. The only difference is that the price is free, so you get to keep these forever, which is, I think, really awesome. And even if you're not using something or any of these assets today, you might not use them tomorrow. So log in, go buy some stuff for free, of course, and I'm just going to go over each and every one to see what they are. Okay, so the first thing first is we have this nice bunker here, and if you're looking to make some kind of science fiction or just simply a bunker, this is not necessarily science fiction, just some kind of bunker here. You're more than welcome to do this here. Now, one of the things I really like about all these free engines and these free assets is that, like, if you need something just even for a cutscene or a flashback, you can use these for that, and you can even use just the regular items here. You don't have to build it yourself. But if you're looking into becoming good at level design, I highly recommend downloading these, trying it out for an hour, and there you go. So this one actually is pretty good, kind of like a World War II bunker or a military bunker today. Next one here is you got these warp effects, and they look pretty nice, different colors you can see. And you know, if you're making something that, you know, goes into hyperspace or something like that, these are a very good effect for that. So you're more than welcome to use that. Right. Next up is we got the Pro Icon Pack, and this one's really awesome. So the Pro Icon Pack gives you a bunch of icons, and you can see that it's not just necessarily some images here. There is a bunch of layers that are customizable, which, as you can see, is really awesome. Believe it or not, when you make a game for console, this part, like adding in tutorials or all these different buttons, it's actually it's a huge pain to get these images. So this is really good, and you can customize it to your game if you want. If you want them flat, if you want them glossy or in a hexagon or something, you're more than welcome to do that here. There's all these different items here. It's really awesome, and again, it's not just images here. There is there's actual things that you can do and blueprints in it as well. I think it's really awesome here, and you can take a look at some of the features here. I think they're all really, really good. They're also really big, which you wouldn't think is a big problem, pun intended. But it actually is. You'd be surprised on how much of a problem it can be. So let's take a look here, and yeah, that's a very good one as well. Let's take a look at the next one here. Now this one's really awesome. Now this one is a template, and there is a lot of really cool items here. It's a space shooter template, and you know, it kind of reminds me of Star Fox. And if you want, you can take a look at some of the screenshots here. It has quite a bit of functionality in it, and if you're looking to make some kind of space game, even if you're, let's say, an artist, for example, let's say you're an artist, you want to add in your own art, these templates are really, really good for that. So if you do like Blender or through Maya or whatever, you can go ahead and download these and just sub out your art within it, and that way you can use it part of your portfolio. I think is really awesome here, right? So as you can see, there's a ton of different items in here, and even if you want to take this and make your own game or your own shooter, I recommend that you at least try and play around with it, or you can use this as a template to start a new one from scratch. It's up to you. Let's take a look at the next one. Now, this one's really awesome. It gives you a bunch of customizable female mannequin characters. And if you look at this here, we'll just take a look at some of the images here. You can see that, we have our base mannequin, and you can add in your custom faces with a whole bunch of different ranges. So if you're making a multiplayer game, you can start off with these here. And I think they're actually, it's quite awesome. These are great for prototyping at the very least, right? So you can see that if you want to prototype some games, You know, and then this is a good example of some female characters. And you know, if you even want to sub them out with your current mannequin model, I highly recommend doing that. So it's a good practice to do. You can see that it has a ton of different features here, and again, it's free, so I would download it here. You can take a look at some more of the details here, but basically it's a bunch of free mannequins for you. I think it's quite awesome. All right, so the next one here is a VR one. So this one's really cool for the ArcViz. That's architectural visualization, of course. And you can see that basically I think this is used more for business purposes. I know that a lot of realtors, and because of the pandemic, there's a lot of houses where they just have 3D models of the house or the condo, and you can be all the way around the world and buy a condo. And I think that this is supposed to be for that, so you can walk around and then add in some VR touch options, like, you know, maybe you can make a program where, you know, you'd see what this would be like if the walls were different, so you can use some VR items here. So I highly recommend downloading it because it's free, of course. But I think this one here is more outside of what most people think of what gamers would normally do. But I think it's interesting nevertheless. If you are into game development, there's always other options outside of game development, like film is probably the best one. I know The Mandalorian uses the Unreal Engine, so you can use that. But there's also a ton of applications in VR going forward, and Unreal Engine, of course, is probably one of the best engines to do that. Next up here, we have the Star Sphere, and this one is really awesome. It's skyboxes for space environments, and if you don't already know, the space environments, these skyboxes can be pretty difficult to get a hold of, at least good ones, and you can take a look at some of these options here. It gives you a bunch of space environments, and it also gives you a bunch of parameters that you can go and change, which is really good. If you've ever been out in the complete dark to look up at the night, it's actually quite mesmerizing, and it's always good to put that in the game here. And I think it's cool to give the planet Earth. I think that's awesome. And then you have Mars, etc. And I think this is really, really neat. All right, the next one up here is the Horizon UI plugin. This is really awesome because it gives you a plugin that gives you extra functionality in your heads-up display, which I think is really cool. So you can see that you can add emojis, and then you can use animated sprites, which is neat. So this is, you know, if you're making, let's say, an RPG, that's probably pretty good. So let's take another look here. So if you look at this, you can also add in all these other fonts here. Now you can normally do this, but you can also take a look at some of the other font sizes and weights as well. And you can also just basically customize your heads-up display as much as you can. And it's pretty awesome. Adding in sprites to this is really neat as well. Okay, so I would recommend downloading this. And then the last one here is we have touch components, and this one again is for mobile devices. Making like a shooter in a mobile setting is actually way more complicated than you probably think it is. And as a result, what I recommend is if you download this, it will give you a bunch. It'll make the process much easier. So if you are making a shooter, unless your actual target is mobile devices, I wouldn't actually make a game for mobile devices. I would just make it for PC, upload it to Steam or whatever. That's what I would do, but a lot of people really want to put it on mobile. And as you can see, there's a bunch of different options like pinch, swipe component, tap component, and joystick component. And believe it or not, if you were to program this joystick component from scratch, it's actually a lot harder than you would expect it to be. It can be quite a bit more difficult than you would expect it to be. So, which I have done, by the way. I have programmed it from scratch. There's a lot of math involved, right? So there we go. This concludes the September free products that Unreal Engine is getting. Now there's some cool ones here. I think my personal favorite of this whole one is the Star Sphere. That's my personal favorite. It doesn't have to be yours. Let me know what your favorite one is in the comments down below. Please leave a comment because it helps us out. As of this recording of this video, this channel is not monetized. We need a few more subscribers and we're there. And it would really help us out if you helped us just share this video, especially if you shared this video on Reddit. It does help us out when you share these videos all around the internet. So thank you so much, and of course like and subscribe as well. And if you really like this channel, we sell our digital products down below, and we don't do a Patreon. Instead, we just sell our digital products. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more content we can make.
Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about whether or not you should take a gap year. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about gap years. Now, gap years are actually really popular today, but when I graduated high school, they weren't as popular, and I took a gap year. What I did is I decided to take a few jobs and learn a few things here and there, and I thought that it was really good, although at the time it wasn't really that common to do that. And the one thing about taking a gap year that is really hard is that you feel kind of like a loser, especially if you've just graduated high school and everyone else is going to university or college and you are not. Now, this happened to me, and believe it or not, I actually think that I'm much more successful in life because I took that gap year. Once you go through high school and basically the entire education system, you might need a break from education. Now, some people take a break and never go back, and maybe that's a good thing and maybe that's not a good thing, but the one thing that is for sure is that you have to figure out whether or not you are tired of school. If you're tired of school, perhaps take a break. Now remember that just because you're out of school doesn't mean you can stop learning. You need to always learn, because remember, success is a wheel, not a destination. Just because you finished a degree or 2 or 3 doesn't mean that you can stop learning or stop working hard, because remember, success is a wheel. Now, one of the things that's really interesting is that the fall is coming up and the next school year is coming up, and a lot of students don't want to go back. One of the reasons is that colleges and universities just want to do the same courses and charge the same price, but all online. Now, personally, I don't think that's worth what colleges are charging. One of the big benefits of college is to go to a school and talk with other people and work on projects with other people. Learning online is completely different. Now, they're both necessary to have a good career, but if you're going to pay a lot of money just to learn online, I don't think that's worth it. And I think the students are quite right on this, because education in the United States is very expensive, and it's expensive everywhere. And one of the things that's really disappointing to me is that every year that goes by, school gets more and more expensive and the returns get less and less, meaning that the investment value of a college degree is not what it used to be. Now, this is really disappointing to me, because I think that a college degree is absolutely worth it and learning something is absolutely worth it too. But if the returns aren't there, a lot of people are not going to go. Now, of course, not everyone should go to college, and some people should just get a job out of high school and go from there. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. If that is you, go get a job, save your money, buy a house, and make sure you invest properly, and you might actually have a pretty good life. Now, if you want to be a coder, I always say this: you have to go to school, you have to learn online, and you have to meet people. If you don't do those 3 things, you won't have a good career. And you have to be really good at soft skills. I always say this in my tutorials. And by the way, please be sure to like and subscribe. We're almost at 1,000 subscribers, so please help us get there. So should you take a gap year and get some experience? Well, if you're a programmer, let's say in your 2nd or 3rd or maybe even 4th year of college, maybe you should just try and get a job, because after all, one of the biggest things that people go to college for is to actually get a job. So if you can get some real world experience, that's great. Now, if your school has an internship program or some kind of co-op program, I would recommend maximizing that, because if they do, then you can get some real world experience. One of the things that I think you should do in a 4-year degree is maybe take 1 or 2 semesters off between your 2nd and 3rd or maybe even 4th year before you complete, and this time is spent actually working at a job. So you can actually do this by yourself. Now, perhaps you might get a job and might never return to university. Believe it or not, this is the way that a lot of things were done in the past. Some people would go to their 1st, 2nd, or maybe 3rd year and then get a really good job, and that job would be there for practically life. And a lot of people would just never go back and complete their degree. Now, it's up to you whether you want to do this or not. It's all dependent on the variables. If you think that you've maximized your potential out of school and your earning potential in your job is much better, then that's great. Now, if you are going to do that, you always have to learn. You have to be spending maybe a few hours a week learning something new, online so that your skills don't get rusty. If you don't have that degree, you will never be able to fall back on that. Now, of course, a lot of employers don't even care if you have a degree. All they care about is whether the job can be done. So if you're a coder and you're really good at what you do, then perhaps you can just get a job and keep that job. And if you keep your skills up to date, then you'll be able to have a job for life. So taking a gap year right now because of COVID-19 might be the best idea. If you're in your second or third year and you don't want to pay the extraordinary price of going back to college, especially if your college is just offering classes online, take that gap year. I think you'll be better off as a result. In fact, I think that you should absolutely try and get as much work experience during your college degree as possible. The more experience you get, the better programmer you will be, and the better programmer you are, the more earning potential you will have. So in conclusion, if you're offered a job, not an unpaid internship, but an actual paying job, I would recommend taking it. Not everyone has a job right now, and if you can find someone to pay you for your input and services, I think that is a complete win. Alright, so that concludes this video. Are you thinking about taking a gap year? Please leave your comments down below. It really does help me out in the YouTube algorithm if you write comments. It also helps me out if you like this video, and it really helps us out if you subscribe. We're almost at 1,000 subscribers and we're almost monetized, so please like and subscribe. It really does help us out. If you really like this channel, we sell our digital products down below instead of doing a Patreon. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers on Mammoth Interactive. It really helps with not only this channel, but Mammoth Interactive. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about selling digital products on Kickstarter. Alright, welcome back. Before I start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about selling digital products on Kickstarter. If you don't already know, Mammoth Interactive, the company that I own, has been doing digital products on Kickstarter for the last few years. In fact, we've made over 20 Kickstarters and it has been going fairly well. You can check out our latest Kickstarter, which is very, very good right here. It's absolutely amazing. So one of the best things about Kickstarter is that you can try out new ideas. Let's say you have a really good idea that you think is going to be an amazing product, but then you put it up on Kickstarter and it doesn't do very well. Even if you hire a marketing company, it just doesn't do very well. Well, Kickstarter is a very good example of what might happen in the real world. If anything, if it doesn't do well on Kickstarter, it probably won't do well in the real world. Now, of course, there are products that will do well in Kickstarter and fail in the real world, and there are products that will do well in the real world but maybe fail on Kickstarter. But one of the things that's absolutely true about Kickstarter is you get to test your idea. Now, a lot of the products on Kickstarter are physical items, whether they be something for your phone or a new kind of boat or something that's physical to ship to people. And this makes sense. When you go to a store, you want to buy something physical. But there are a ton of products that are digital, and these digital products don't do as well on Kickstarter. So the question is should you make digital products? So one of the best digital products that you can make for Kickstarter are video games. Now, video games are very hard to make work, and there have been some major successes and some major failures on Kickstarter over the years in the video game realm, but it's a very good idea. And I would like to see more video game developers start their career on Kickstarter. I think what happened is that people had an amazing idea for a Kickstarter, and then all of a sudden they realized that making games is really, really, really hard. So they basically had their project fail. And of course, this has happened to me many times, although what I have not done is raise, let's say, $50,000 to make a game and then disappoint all my backers. I know from experience that it's really hard to make a game, but if you want to make a game, I would highly recommend putting it up on Kickstarter. Now, I made a whole video last year about my tips on Kickstarter, but I will go through some of the ones right now. You want to have your reserve as low as humanly possible. The lower the reserve, the better chance you'll have at making more money. So if you have to make a game and it will cost you maybe $10,000, see if you can do it 5 or 2 or even 1. So if you get to that low level first, then maybe you get to your actual goal later on. Now, it's very difficult to make money and to raise awareness for your Kickstarter, which is probably the hardest part. But the one thing is for sure is that you do want to have a low reserve, the lowest humanly possible. Now, one of the things that I do on Kickstarter is release my digital courses, and I think this is a perfect place to release your digital courses. There are a few companies that do this as well, in addition to us, but I think it's a great place to learn and it's a great place to fund your product. Now remember, every single project that you make will have some kind of budget, and the best way to get back that budget is to put it up on Kickstarter. So the best companies out there have a business model of pre-sales, actual sales, and post-sales, and you can see this everywhere. And I'll use video games as a good example. You have your pre-sales, meaning that maybe people can get a better discount on the game before it's released. They have their actual sales of the game, that is the sales when it's released. And then you have your post-sales. This can be merchandise. This is a very good business model. So let's say you make a game with a very good character. Well, you put it up on Kickstarter, and then you have pre-sales. That's your pre-sales of your product. Then once the game is released, that's your actual sales. And then your post-sales is the merch. Let's say your character has a really interesting hoodie or a really interesting shirt or an interesting outfit. You can sell that outfit afterwards. So the fans of your game can go to all those Comic-Cons dressed as your character. Now this is actually particularly good because people will dress up as your character and people will say, which character is that? Well, it's from this game, which will feed back into more sales. And the best part about this business model is you can do it again for the sequel. In fact, the first game of franchises is usually not that profitable. It's the second or third game that becomes profitable. And who knows, maybe you can make the next Legend of Zelda that will span 25 years and sell millions upon millions of copies. And it all starts with selling a digital product on Kickstarter. Now, one of the things I would really like to see on Kickstarter is apps. Now, the problem with that though is that Apple has such a locked ecosystem that I cannot deliver these apps to anyone else. And the reason is that, of course, Apple wants their cut. But I think that if the App Store was a little bit more open, you would start to see some amazing apps on Kickstarter. Now, of course, you can make software as a service apps that are like web apps, and these apps can do really well. And I'd like to see more of these on Kickstarter as well. In fact, one of the best things about selling digital products is that the delivery is instantaneous. So let's say you sell 100,000 bikes. Well, that's a whole different ballgame in terms of the production and the delivery. But with a digital product, you can sell 1 or 10,000 or 1,000,000 of these digital products, and the delivery is exactly the same. And this is one of the reasons why VCs love software as a service. It scales up really well. Once you get something and you can prove that ads work, then all you have to do is add fire to the flames. And one of the things I'd really like to see on Kickstarter is more software as a service. Now, it's very hard to sell these digital products, and I've had a few really good successes, which you can see right here, but it's really hard to do that. In fact, there's a lot of other products that I've released on Kickstarter that haven't done very well. In fact, some of the ones that I thought would do insanely well didn't do very well at all, like this one right here. So sometimes an idea works and sometimes an idea doesn't. But going back to delivering digital products, one thing that I tried over the years is delivering physical products. Like, for example, a t-shirt with my logo on it or a funny phrase. This didn't work as well as I thought it would. So just because you want to add a physical product, if you're going to release a digital product, it might not actually do as well as you think. And then you have to deal with the production and the hassle of delivering that physical product, which kind of defeats the purpose of the scalability of the digital product. It's not necessarily a bad thing. The t-shirt was a really good example because I use something called print on demand, meaning that whether I sold 5 or 10 or 10,000, I had a plan in place. And with digital products, you don't really have to think of the delivery as much. Now, one of the things you might have to think about is server costs, and that can be very expensive and it can be insanely expensive, especially if you're working with video. But you always have to have a contingency plan. One of the best and most easiest thought experiments as a business person or entrepreneur is if you were, let's say, running a restaurant and it can hold maybe 20 people. Well, what happens if a tour bus breaks down outside and that tour bus has 100 people? How are you going to deal with that demand? So you always have to deal with the upside and you always have to plan it, because sometimes in the server costs or in the manufacturing costs, there might be some hidden thing that will make the whole venture completely unprofitable. And you, as the business person or entrepreneur, have to really deal with that, and you have to make sure that you look at all the fine details. So should you release a digital product on Kickstarter? I think you absolutely should. Have you tried this before, releasing a game or a digital product? I want to hear your comments down below. I really want to figure out whether or not it's a really good idea outside of the courses, and if you have experience, please write down in the comments. Also, this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. And remember, if you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month, and it's the best way to learn online. We have tutorials from web development to machine learning to Blender to game development and more. It really helps us out when you subscribe. Again, we have monthly and yearly options. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about why there isn't a universal game publisher. Alright, welcome back. Before I start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So one of the best things about making games today is that you can basically make it in one of the major engines, that's maybe Unity or Unreal. Push the export button and you can export to multiple different platforms. You can export it to the web, you can export it to iOS, Android, Xbox, PlayStation, whatever. Now this, in theory, is really easy, but in practicality, it is way harder, and this is the one major pain point that I have within this industry. So what do I mean by that? Well, making a universal game means that you have to include all the source code that deals with touch, game, mouse, keyboard, all the controls, and all the different screen sizes, etc. Now, it's not too hard to do this. In fact, it's very easy to do this within the engines today. In fact, they're built for this exact purpose. And if you look at the marketing of these engines, they basically say build once, publish everywhere. Now, this is really awesome. And believe it or not, this is way better than the way it used to be in the past. Literally, every year that goes by, it gets easier and easier to publish to multiple platforms. However, there are some major problems with this. So let's say you make a game you want to release to mobile, console, and PC. Well, basically you have to set up for an iOS account, an Android account, a Steam account, an Xbox account, a PlayStation account, a Switch account. You have to set up for all these different accounts. And furthermore, each one of these streams have different requirements. And you have to make screenshots of the sizes that is required from each of these streams as well. It's seriously a pain in the butt. Believe it or not, it can take hours and maybe a whole day's work of just making sure your screenshots and your descriptions and everything is right to upload to these stores. Furthermore, there are technical requirements that you need to satisfy in order to pass the certification for all of these different streams. It's seriously a pain in the butt. The one thing that I would absolutely love to see is a publish once and upload to absolutely every single place and have all of these things mostly be satisfied. Now, the best way to do this is for the engines, that is Unity and Unreal and all the other engines, to make this as easy as possible. If you could, for example, write your descriptions, have your screenshots, and have the engine do literally all the other work necessary, or at least 50% of the work, that would be absolutely amazing. I would settle for maybe even 50% less work. So instead of taking a whole day to upload to all these platforms, it would maybe take half a day. And better yet, it would be better if it could take maybe an hour to do all the platforms. Now, it might sound like I'm complaining, but this is a huge time sink in the industry. Now, let's say you upload your game once and you have to update it. Well, you have to do this process again. Granted, it might be a little bit quicker, but it still takes a lot of time. So if I have a game-breaking bug and I have to upload it to Android, iOS, you get the idea, it takes a lot of time. So one of the things I would absolutely love is if Unity and Unreal had this system where it would make this process much easier. You could have your screenshots, your descriptions, and basically satisfy everything that you need to satisfy within all of these different streams. And if you could satisfy everything quickly, or at least 50% of what it is today, that would be a huge feature. Alright, so that concludes this video. Let me know your development stories down below. Have you tried to upload a game to multiple platforms? How was it? I want to read your comments down below. Remember to please be sure to like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more products we can make. In addition to that, if you really like this channel and you really like my company, Mammoth Interactive, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have monthly and yearly options at a discount below. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month every month. And this is the most in-demand e-learning training content out there. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, thank you so much for getting us to 1,000 subscribers. I want to thank each and every one of you that has subscribed. Now our goal is to get to 10,000 subscribers, so the best thing that you can do to help out this channel is to share these videos. The more shares we get and the more likes we get, the more content we can make. Thanks for watching, and thank you again. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be asking the question, does playing games prevent you from becoming a millionaire? Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So, let's talk about playing video games and what you should be doing with your free time, especially if you're a programmer or entrepreneur, and does playing video games too much prevent you from being a millionaire? So let's take out the first obvious thing. Now, you can actually make a ton of money, and that is a lot of money playing video games if you have a popular YouTube channel or Twitch stream, and this is of course one way that you can monetize your video game habit. Now, of course, this is very, very difficult to do, and there's a very high failure rate. So if you try and fail, it's probably not you, it's probably just the competition. Generally, it's easy to become a millionaire when you don't have a lot of competition. We all know about supply and demand, but I've found it personally, if there's less supply of something and there's a lot of demand, then that's a much easier route to success than if there's a lot of demand and a lot of supply. So I'm talking mostly about people playing video games in their spare time. I'm not talking about people trying to become professional streamers or esports professionals. So one of the things Steam does is it tracks the time you play a game, and some other games time shame you in the same way. They show you how many hours you've played. Now, if you've played a game for 500 hours, think about what you could have done in that 500 hours of time. Now, of course, hindsight is 20/20, but it's pretty easy to see that maybe if you played half as much of whatever game you were playing, you could have probably learned a new skill or something. 250 hours is a long time, and you can do a lot in 250 hours of focused work. Now, of course, work is good, but focused work is better. So if you did 250 hours of focused work, you could learn a bunch of new skills, and I think this is really good. Now, of course, life can be difficult and sometimes it can be boring. One of the things that I like to do personally is if I have a long flight, now of course this is pre-COVID when I actually used to fly, but if I have a long flight, the best thing that I like to do is pull up Civilization and play a bunch of Civilization while I'm on the plane. I think it's probably one of the best ways to spend a flight. Now, of course, I could be watching tutorials and doing other things, but personally, just playing the game in your seat is a great way to pass the time. And if you use this time for leisure, you can use your other time when you're not on a plane to do a little bit more focused work. So of course, you really have to be cognizant of what you're using your spare time for. Are you just using it to play video games? Are you improving? And the answer should be a little bit of both. If you completely stop playing video games, well, it might not be so good. You might not be as happy of a person. Now, personally, I absolutely love immersing myself in a good video game now and again. One of the last games I really liked was Jedi Fallen Order, and I had a little review about it when I finished it here. And I think that was a really good game, and I really enjoyed playing it, and I really wish there would be more story-based games. Now, this particular game is kind of like a novel. It's not exactly the same as reading. Probably reading a novel is a little bit more productive and a little bit more intelligent, but I did like enjoying it nevertheless. So I played that game for about 10 hours, and I think that's 10 hours well spent. Now, of course, there are other games that just suck you in and you spend hundreds, if not thousands of hours in it. Now, I would recommend that you just don't play those games. So try to play the games that have a definite beginning, and end. If you have a game that has a definite beginning and a definite end, after you finish that game, it's done. And mentally, you can just move on to either the next game or something else. Now, the thing is, you also have to do things in moderation. Now, one of the most productive times in my life is when I stopped playing video games altogether. I did watch a lot of videos at this time, which was pre-Netflix, but I thought that was time well spent because at the end of the day, when I was tired with school, I would just kind of zone out, and I think it was a great way to set me off into bed. Now, one of the things that I like doing before bed today is to listen to an audiobook, and one of the apps I really like is Blinkist. You can get an audiobook done in 20 minutes, and I think there's no better way to fall asleep. But back on track, should you play video games? Well, I think you should play video games, but not too much. In fact, you should probably cut your video game habit down by about half. That should be your goal. And the way to do this is to just stop whenever you think that you've played too much. So what you really want to do is that if you want to imagine your video game as a bar of 100%, just play it for maybe 5% less each time for maybe about 2 months, and eventually you will get down to that 50%. And if you can get down to that 50%, chances are your career will be better and you will have learned new things. All you have to do is play a little bit less video games and maybe watch some YouTube tutorials. That's all you have to do. Maybe learn a new game engine, play an instrument, start working out, do something. Get in the habit of just playing video games less. Half the problem is you being in the habit of playing the video game. Once you break that habit, it's very easy. So over the years, I've noticed that I've had some really good experiences with video games, and video games have just kind of sucked my time. You have to really eliminate those video games, because once you break that habit, you will start to find that you will want to play less video games. And believe it or not, if you completely shut out video games for maybe a month or two, you'll find that you really will miss some parts of it. There's nothing better than getting into a good game. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. However, I do think there is a bit of a problem with playing video games too much. So in short, video games are good, but only in moderation, kind of like alcohol. So that concludes this video. I want to know your comments down below. Have you eliminated some of your video game time and been more productive as a result? Please comment down below. And remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more this channel can make. And if you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month, and that's every month. We have a monthly and yearly option. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers. We release everything from web development tutorials to interview prep to machine learning tutorials to game development tutorials and more. We're always releasing amazing new content. Also, please be sure to like and subscribe and share this on Reddit. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be asking the question, is building a SaaS app the best thing you can do for your career? Alright, welcome back. Before this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Help us get to 10,000 subscribers. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about SaaS apps, and that is software as a service. Now, is this the best thing that you can do to get a job or to just make money in general? But first of all, what is software as a service? Well, it's basically what it sounds. It's software that provides a service. This can be anything from making images into vectors to a full-on CRM. It can be very different in the size and the scope. So why is making a SaaS app good for your career and possibly to make money? Well, the one reason is that a SaaS app can scale very well, and a lot of investment goes into software as a service applications. And the reason for this is that it's very easy to scale. If you have a service that you provide, then all you have to do is add in money for advertising and mostly it'll work out. Now, of course, that's a gross oversimplification, but essentially that's the way it works. Now, if you want to get a job and you're looking for a project, then making a SaaS app is really good. Not only can you solve a small problem, you have to add in a whole bunch of other features that are really important. That is login information, payments, and specifically recurring payments, and that's something I haven't even talked about yet. One of the reasons why SaaS apps are so good is because it has a subscription model, and subscription model equals continuous revenue, and continuous revenue is good for investors. So if you learn how to make a login, user profile, all that stuff, and you learn how to collect payments on a monthly basis, this is something that's really good. So if you're looking to get a job at a startup, and specifically a SaaS startup, then it's good to have a SaaS project on your portfolio. And the reason for that is that you can say, look, I made the simple software as a service app, it's really good, and I've done all these features, and by the way, since I've already done this, I can integrate into your team much more easily. This is something that employers definitely want to hear, because training employees is really expensive, and if you already know all the items, then chances are you'll be able to get a job. Not only that, if you make a simple software as a service app, perhaps you can even make money off of it. And this is something that is absolutely good for you to do. Now, of course, your software as a service app doesn't need to be huge. In fact, it's better if it's small, because if it's small, then if it fails quickly, then you really haven't spent a lot of time with it. But if you spend 2 years on your software as a service app and you figure out that nobody wants it, well, then that is a lot of wasted time. When you make projects, it's better to fail faster. So let's say you need some ideas. Well, one of the things that you can do is ask some people for what their problems are and see if you can find a solution for that. Because the best way to start a software as a service company or just a simple project is to actually solve a problem. And if you solve a business problem, then chances are that is very easily scalable. So let's say you have some friends in the construction industry, and the construction industry people say, look, I have this problem, can you solve it? Well, what you would do is you would solve that problem for that one specific company, and chances are if that one specific company has it, then a lot of other companies have it as well. And this is what we call B2B, or business to business. If you can solve business to business problems with a software as a service, that is extremely investable. And a lot of VCs are funding that. So really, it's not too complicated. All you have to do is solve a problem effectively that somebody has, and it's obviously scalable. And if you can do this, then chances are you might even get funding for the next big software as a service app. All right, so that concludes this video. I want to know your comments down below. Have you ever tried to make a SaaS app? Let me know. Also, this channel doesn't do a Patreon. I said we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. We release everything from web development tutorials to game tutorials to machine learning tutorials and more. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month every month. We also have a monthly and yearly options. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers, so please subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. So that concludes this video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're gonna be asking the question, should Apple change its policy and get ahead of the game? All right, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. All right, so let's talk a little bit about Apple and Epic. And of course, this is really hard for me because I like both companies quite well. I have a MacBook Pro and I love using the Unreal Engine. But I want to talk today about Apple and how they can possibly get ahead of the game. So as we know, a lot of these tech companies are entering into these legal situations where they might be considered monopolies. Now, the monopoly case against Apple is the App Store, its frigid rules, and its services that is competing with other companies. Now, personally, I don't think Epic has as good a case with Fortnite, but Spotify really does, because Apple Music doesn't have to pay the 30%, but Spotify does. So I think things are gonna have to change. And if I were Apple, I might want to get ahead of the game and just change the policies. Now, in addition to all of the items that have been happening, Russia might force Apple to give developers 20%. Now, of course, this is interesting because Russia is, of course, a very big market, and it would deal a pretty big blow to Apple. So if Russia forces Apple to give 20%, what's stopping Germany, South Africa, the United States, or maybe even Australia, New Zealand, any other country that can force Apple to do the same thing? So it looks like the court of public opinion is shifting against Apple. And while Apple may be technically correct, it might lead to some further problems for the company down the road. So one of the things that they could do is they could just say, you know what? I'm going to give developers 20%. We're going to cut that 10% and leave exactly everything the same. That way, Apple can do what it does and nothing really changes. So what Apple could say is that they're going to take 20% instead of 30%, and everything else stays the same. Now, I think there's a lot of people that would shift to Apple's side. What has happened is that Apple will have received some feedback and they've made a reaction. So the worst possible thing for Apple is if the governments and court decisions make the iOS platform more open. That completely changes the company, and it frankly changes the iPhone too. But if they just concede maybe on 10%, then it might be seen as a concession, and therefore everything else stays the same. So if they got ahead of the game and they just did this, I think they would like it the most. Now, of course, to complicate things, Apple has given Amazon a 15% cut instead of the 30%, which I don't think was the right move, because what makes Amazon different from all the other developers? Well, it's actually quite simple. Amazon is huge and indie developers and Epic aren't as big. Now, I personally think the answer to all of this is for Apple to give a sliding scale. So the more money a developer makes, the less they take, from 30% all the way down to 10%. Now remember, if you are a developer and you really don't like the Apple tax, there's a lot of work that needs to go into the App Store, and not to mention transaction costs. If you've ever run a business, you'll realize that transaction costs are a huge part of the business. So if you've ever run a business, transaction costs really do eat into the bottom line. And of course, maybe Apple has some better deals with the credit card companies, but it is an item on their sheet and it does soak up a lot of money. So even if Apple wanted to take 5%, the transaction costs might put it up to 8% coming out of your pocket anyway. So I think 30% down to 10%, and maybe even in some cases where there's a lot of revenue, maybe even down to 8%. Now, of course, this is my personal opinion, but I think Apple should really get ahead of this. If governments are putting pressure on the App Store and courts in different countries are putting pressure on the App Store, it's better to just change now and get ahead of the game, and maybe even kick the can down the road. What Apple really risks now is a complete change to their entire platform, and this is something that they don't want to do. It's a possible future where Apple is forbidden to offer services like Spotify or other services on the App Store. This video is recorded on an iPhone, by the way, and frankly, as an iPhone user, I don't want to be downloading 10 different camera apps. I want to be downloading the one that makes most sense for Apple, and there needs to be some Apple native apps, and I completely agree with that. So Apple does have a case for usability, but the zeitgeist of today is that all these big tech companies are being put under the microscope to see if they're being anti-competitive or monopolistic. So if Apple gets ahead of the game, then they might come out of this mostly unscathed. So that concludes this video. I want to know your comments down below. Should Apple get ahead of the game? Is Apple in the right? Is Epic in the wrong? Let me know. I want to read your comments down below. Remember, this channel doesn't do a Patreon, and instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. And our goal from Mammoth Interactive is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month every month. We release everything from Excel tutorials to machine learning tutorials to game development tutorials and more. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video.
Hey everyone, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, I'm going to be talking about taking a break. So I don't usually talk about my personal life here on this channel, but I decided that maybe this is a good time to take a talk about, well, basically taking a break. Now, I am, as you can see, well, taking a break. I'm not in the office. And I'm not doing work. Well, I'll put an asterisk beside that. But basically, this week, I needed a break. And you need to take breaks on whatever you do. And if you're a programmer, you absolutely need to take a break. Because if you're working day in and day out, you often lose sight of what you need to do because you're just wrapped up in trying to do something. And sometimes taking a step back is actually really good for you. And this has been backed up by science as well. You do need to take a break. Now, oftentimes, my biggest flaw is that I don't take a break. And even on this vacation, I'm thinking about what to do next. It's very hard for me to take a break. So if you are part of this problem, I completely understand. Now, sometimes when you take a break, all you need to do is figure out how to use your time more efficiently when you get back. Now, I do this periodically, and in this case, there's the things that I've been doing that
haven't been as productive, and there's things that I'm doing that are productive. Now, I think everyone's a little bit of a slacker at some point in time in their life, and I'm one of those people too, right? So really, you have to figure out what's important to you and what you want to spend your time on, because time is the ultimate limited resource. So again, I don't really talk about personal issues on this channel, but I think it's an issue that affects a lot of people now. So the coronavirus is, well, pretty different. And as a result, raising 2 toddlers it has been really tough. And I can't stress how much I needed and my wife needed this break. So that's one reason why I also needed a break here. I'm here with my wife's parents, and it's been a fairly productive trip, as in productive, meaning restful, meaning that my batteries are finally recharging. It is very hard to deal with 2 small kids. I would almost think it's a little easier to deal with bigger kids, where you can kind of teach them, but when they're toddlers and babies, it's a lot more difficult, especially because they wake you up at night. So if you don't have kids, that's one of the things you need to understand about kids, is that your sleep schedule is going to be wonked. And if you're in your mid part of your career, that is going to drain your productivity. It has drained mine. Now, I have a really good situation. I have an office, and I can rest up for the most part whenever, in the silence, away from children. But not everyone gets that. And I find if you are a parent during this pandemic, please just speak out about your frustrations and let it know. So no one's going to think you're weak. And it is challenging to raise kids, especially during this pandemic. I think the biggest part is that you can't bring them to daycare, which is, well, a problem, because normally you just be able to take your kids to daycare or hire a babysitter, and you get one night off. It's all you need is just kind of one night off, and you're good to go. But because you don't have that, it can be very challenging. So one of the things I'm doing on this trip is I'm thinking about my next move. And there's probably going to be a lot of really cool news coming out of Mammoth Interactive pretty soon. We just had an amazing Kickstarter, and we're very, very appreciative that everyone pledged. And there's going to be another Kickstarter launching fairly soon, probably already launched when you see this video. And we're going to be very excited to release this one too. And there's a lot of really interesting things I can do now that I just have a little bit more funding. And just a little bit more funding can go quite a long way, especially when you run a small business. So I also have some personal projects coming out, and I'll tell you about those as soon as they come out, because there's some really, really cool projects here. And of course, I'm brainstorming a lot of ideas. And you might think that, this is not you taking a rest. Well, one of the things about taking a break is to just do nothing for a while. And then when the idea comes in your head, just write it down, right? And I have a whole notes file on ideas that I need to do for BuraTech, for personal projects, for life in general. Anything that I have an idea for, I just simply write it down in notes. Again, I have an iPhone here, so that's what I use. If you have any other kind of note-taking system, then I highly recommend that you use that as well. So, as you can see, I'm in a pretty nice spot back here. And I think it's good to take a break every once in a while. And I think you absolutely need to take a break, because if you don't take a break, you're going to burn yourself out. And frankly, you're going to be more productive. I guarantee that I'm going to be more productive as a result of this. So I hope you enjoyed this personal BuraTech. If you like this video, please comment on it and tell me if you need a break, or if you have kids, or just let me know what you think. Also, thanks for getting us to 1,000 subscribers. We are monetized now, which is great. And once you get monetized, things start to happen a little bit more quickly on YouTube. So let's get us to 10,000 subscribers. That's our next goal. And I think we'll get there sooner rather than later. So thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video.
Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be exploring a few quotes from Elon Musk and how you can apply that to your programming. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Help us get to 10,000 subscribers. So Elon Musk is quoted as saying, "The best part is no part, and the best process is no process." So let's dive into what he means by that, and let's see how you can use that information to your advantage. Well, one of the things Tesla does and electric cars do compared to a lot of other internal combustion cars is that it's a lot simpler. And if you've ever built a machine for anything, whether it be for school or you actually design machines for your job, you know that simpler machines are better because less things can go wrong. And when you code, you should make the simplest possible program. And the main reason that you have to do this is that if you are building software, specifically complicated software, things can go wrong, and you want to build the simplest possible logic to your code. So one of the best things about Tesla is because the cars are so simple from a manufacturing point of view, eventually they'll be able to outcompete all of the major automakers because their cars are simple. Again, internal combustion engines are fairly complicated, and the cars that are being produced today are fairly complicated. So as a result, Elon Musk and Tesla are going to be getting a huge manufacturing bonus because everything is so simple. So this process isn't just being applied to Tesla, it's being applied to SpaceX. Now, to launch rockets in space, it's fairly complicated, and to make the process easier and more simple, it's a lot better. And not only that, it's more cost efficient. So when you make anything, you want to design it as simply as possible, and the reason that you want to do this is because it will take time to design a more complex project, and once you release that project, it can break, and if it breaks, you have to spend more in support. And support can be very costly. So one of the things about technology is that everything's getting simpler. You can take a look at this image of all of these devices that you would need a separate device for in the 1980s, and today, frankly, your phone can do all of this in a way better capacity. And if you look at iPhones specifically, their design is ultra minimalist, so the future is going to be minimalist. So what that means to a user is that there might be a button to do something, and that something just does what it's supposed to do. And this button can be something like getting you from A to B in an autonomous car. Now, of course, the back end of this is going to be fairly complicated. But even though the user interface is simple, the back end might not be as simple, because obviously to push a button and make it work, that's actually really complicated. But whenever you are designing any kind of back-end process, you have to make it as simple as possible. Because if a user interface is very simple, then if the back-end process doesn't work, then the user is really out of luck. So what are some good tips for making your code much more simple and minimalist? Well, the one thing that you should do is once you write out a program, just simply write it out again and see if you can do it in a simpler and better way. The hardest part about programming is the genesis of the code, and once you have the logic down, you can probably do it again. Now, if you're just learning to code, this is what you want to do. In fact, if you make a program, then you want to make a program again and maybe again and again. And if you're following this channel or you followed me through Mammoth Interactive over the years, you'll know that I'll say if you make one project and make another project that's 90% the same, and then another project that's 90% the same after that, you will learn a lot. And this is actually one of the best ways to get better. But it actually has some real world applications too. If you take a project and you try to make it simpler, then that is really good. Now, of course, this can be really hard, especially if your program is really big, but maybe you can section off a certain part and see if you can make it simpler. The second one is exactly as it sounds. You basically take a section and you make it simpler. You always try to look and make things simpler. Now, when I start writing code, things end up being complex, and I always ask myself, how can I make this simpler? And sometimes I maybe spend an hour on a problem to make it simpler, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. The point is that if you try to make something simpler and you Google it, look on Stack Overflow, and try to find other solutions, you will improve as well. So this is something that you absolutely want to do. So my last tip for you, and probably my most favorite, is that if you want to make your code better, then maybe perhaps remove something. And this is what I like to call subtractive production. Most people think that if you want to add it to a product, it will make it better. So if you add features and add features and add features, it's going to be better. This is not always the case. Sometimes the best thing you can do is make it simpler. So if you, let's say, have a calculator and it has 10 fields, maybe make it 5 and see if it improves. You can always add in a more advanced calculator on a different page if you want. Remember, the future is going to be simpler and more minimalist, and sometimes getting a niche product out there that does something really simple but really well is actually better than the more advanced one. And next time you start a project, you might start with the simpler version first and see where it goes from there, which is the better business view anyway. Alright, so that concludes this video. Have you ever had that problem where you had too complex of an app? Well, I want to know your comments down below. Please be sure to like and subscribe. Let us get to 10,000 subscribers here on YouTube. And if you really like this channel, you can buy our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content, especially on this YouTube channel, we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We have monthly and yearly options. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month, every month. It is the best deal out there, so please subscribe to Mammoth Interactive and get us to 10,000 paid subscribers. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about Mac versus PC in 2020. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So let's talk a little bit about developing on a Mac or a PC. Now, if you want to make Mac-specific apps on Xcode, well then this conversation is over. You should clearly pick a Mac. But if you want to develop cross-platform apps or for the web, which development environment should you use? So I both have a Mac and a PC, and for the last few years, I've been using a Mac almost exclusively. But my MacBook Air went obsolete and I bought a PC laptop, and I'm actually fairly impressed. Now, one of the things over the years that Apple has had a huge advantage on was the fact that Apple had basically a little bit more stability, meaning that you wouldn't have a computer that would crash. I can't tell you how many times I've seen the blue screen of death on a PC over the years, but Windows 10 is really good, and I rarely, if ever, see that blue screen. But I do see it, so Apple still does have a little bit more stability. Rarely, if ever, does my Mac crash, and this is one thing that I absolutely like about Apple, is that it is a little bit more stable and a little bit more robust. The PCs that I buy tend to be good, but occasionally something happens, like it freezes or there's a blue screen of death or something. So within the first week of buying my PC laptop, it did freeze, and I was instantly reminded about why I use Macs. But does this answer the question, should you buy a Mac over a PC? Well, one of the reasons I did buy a PC for my home computer, because one of the things I do is I go to an office every day, and I think it's a lot more productive. Personally, I like to work alone with no distractions, and this is the best way that I am productive. So I have an office, and I have a desktop and a laptop. And perhaps for a future video, I'm going to talk about why I'm ditching the MacBook Pro in favor of an iMac. But if you're from the future, you can check it out here. If not, you'll just have to wait for that video. So I bought a PC laptop at home to develop for the Unreal Engine. And this is another thing why I bought the PC. The Unreal Engine tends to work a little bit better on PC. It does kind of chug on the Macs. And even on my MacBook Pro, the Unreal Engine does chug. And depending on the Apple versus Epic lawsuit happens, we'll see if the Unreal Engine will ever be on the Mac again. Please, I hope it does stay on and that this issue gets resolved. So one of the other things I absolutely love about my PC is that it is away from my Apple ecosystem. I'm recording this on an iPhone, and I have iPads, iPhones, and of course a MacBook Pro. One of the things that's on these devices is the messages. So when I am on my PC, I'm completely disconnected from messages, and I think this is really good and really productive. One of the best things you can do to concentrate is to literally shut off all of your communications in your devices and completely focus. If you can do this for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, or if you're really awesome, an hour, then I think you'll be very productive. Remember that getting better doesn't mean the amount of time you're spending, it's the amount of productive time. There's no point in spending 8 hours on a task when you can do it in 30 minutes to an hour. You want to shut off all of your social media, and you want to shut off all of your devices, and sometimes you might even want to disconnect from the internet altogether. Sometimes I do unplug the internet and I get some work done. I think it's really awesome. So in reality, you really should have a PC and a Mac if you really want to develop for cross platforms. And the reason for this is that if you want to upload to the App Store, of course you need to have a Mac computer. And if you want to make, let's say, a game for the Xbox 360, of course you have to have a PC. So developers really should have both, but if you had to pick one over the other, which one would you pick? Well, again, it's really more about preference, and I can't really give you a definitive answer. It's more about what you want. Personally, I do still like Apple quite a bit. Everything works well and is fast, and I think it's really good. On the other hand, though, PCs are quite a bit cheaper and you get quite a bit more for your money, but sometimes you do have problems where it freezes or you get the blue screen of death. So make sure you back up your work. So if you really want some kind of definitive answer, I would say that if you want to develop games, whether that be on the Unreal Engine or Unity or some other engine, I would go with a PC. The graphics card and the specs are a little bit better for a little less money on the PC, and I actually do like using PCs for game development. If you want to be a web developer or an app developer, I would probably go with Apple, just because everything is a little bit more secure and a little bit more robust than the PC. But if you want to do web development on a PC, that's good too. Now, whether you like Mac or PC, I think we can all agree that you don't really want to develop software on an iPad Pro. I know Apple is really trying to make this work, but I really don't like developing on an iPad. Personally, the iPad is something to read in bed or to watch a movie in bed or on a plane. It's something portable. It's not something that I want to do heavy duty. Again, I'm going to talk about this in my MacBook Pro versus iMac review later. So check back to this channel and make sure that you subscribe for that video. Now, going back to the iPad, one of the things that I have is repetitive stress. In fact, I use a mouse trackball because I used to get a lot of repetitive stress. And moving too much is one way to get a lot of repetitive stress. So doing this and using your arms too much to develop on an iPad, I frankly think that that's not as good. Even if I did have a mouse, I still wouldn't want to use the iOS platform to develop. And this is something that Apple really wants to push, but I very much prefer Mac OS to iOS. I really don't want to develop software on an iPad. So that concludes this video. Please share your comments down below. Do you like Mac or PC better? Let me know. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content that we can make, especially the free content here that you see on this channel. If you really like this channel, and if you really like my company, Mammoth Interactive, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month every month. We have a monthly and yearly option. It is the best way to help out this channel. Our goal is to get to 10,000 paid monthly subscribers on Mammoth Interactive. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in another video.
Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, I'm going to be going over the free stuff for October on the Unreal Engine Marketplace. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Alright, so let's take a look at the October, because it's October already, the free stuff in the Unreal Engine Marketplace. Okay, so the first things first is we have a cemetery, and this is actually pretty good. If you're making a game that requires a cemetery, there's quite a bit of good assets here. I think these are pretty cool. Worst case scenario, you will get some pretty good rock shaders, and that's one of the reasons I download these. Now, by the way, if you haven't already added these to your cart, do so, okay, because it's all free. Next one, we have a Gothic Knight, so I think that also looks pretty good. All these different capes here look pretty good. This is fairly difficult to do, so look at that. We got some modular parts here, and you can go make your own knight if you want. Okay, now this destruction system is pretty interesting. Okay, so what you can have all these different kinds of destruction systems. It's pretty cool. I think it's got a lot of blueprints here. I highly recommend that you take a look at this here, just because it does look pretty good. And if you're making a game that needs any kind of destruction, highly recommend it, right? So the other one that's an art asset is this fantasy house. So they're kind of theming these free updates here, so you can put the knight and the house together, plus the graveyard. And of course, this is modular, so you can make as many of these houses as you want. All right. Now, this one's also cool. It's a customizable female character. Now, if we take a look at this here, you can see that you can have all of these different customizations here, and this is really good. So that if you need to make, multiple characters, you can do that by just making basically, whenever you go to a game, you have these whenever you go to a game, you have these players select and these customizations, and this is basically a plugin that will allow you to do it for your game, and I think it's pretty cool. Now, this one I think is probably one of the best things in this series here, and it's the skill tree. Now, if you've ever tried to make a technology tree or a skill tree, it's really challenging. And not only it's challenging from a graphic user interface point of view, but coding interview, it's even harder. So the fact that they're giving this away for free is just ridiculous. It is such a good system, and it has a lot of it's very flexible. And if you do need to make a game with a tech tree or a character tree, this is really good. Now, the other thing about blueprints, when I talk about computers or coding being commented, I generally don't like it. But with blueprints, I think it's very, I think it's almost necessary, and it's all color coded. Very, very nice. Looks like the code base is very commented, and it's very easy to read, so that's great here. And it also has some tutorial blueprints for you as well. So again, highly recommend it here. It looks like it has a ton of different options, so please obviously get this here. Now, one of the things that's often overlooked in game development is music, and this one here has some immersive dark ambient sounds, and you can see here that you can go to the SoundCloud, check out them here, but it's all free, and I believe that the license here it does allow you to use it in your games, which is really good. You know, there's nothing worse than having terrible music. When I look at amateur games and the music or the ambience is terrible, it just it can ruin everything. So the fact that they're giving some music stuff out is actually really good. I hope they do more of this in the future. All right, plants, because of course the Unreal Systems foliage system is really good, right? So we have a lot of tulips, and I think all of these plants here look pretty neat. You can never have enough plants, so you know, the more the merrier. All right, and lastly, but we do have medieval docks here, and so you can kind of use this with the medieval house. But I think this, this is big enough to make a small level out of a game. I think this is pretty neat. So you can see that we have the medieval docks here, and again, you know, one of the things that I would be downloading this for is just for the kind of the straw, and then the materials there. You know, this kind of looks like something out of Assassin's Creed. Very, very nice. All right. And then last but not least, especially not least, is this polar facility. Now, I was actually going to go purchase this one earlier, but now I get it for free. So this is actually really neat. And it's also modular. It also has some hills in the background, which is also really good too. You can never have enough of that stuff here, in my opinion. Okay. So there we go. That is the October. I keep wanting to say August, but no, it's October. It's the October free set. Obviously, please download them. If you don't have an account, set up an account. If you don't use the Unreal Engine, please start using the Unreal Engine. It's really good. And if you really like Unreal Engine tutorials, you can head over to Mammoth Interactive's YouTube channel. I release a lot of Unreal tutorials, and I highly recommend that you go over there right now and subscribe. And also, please subscribe to this channel here. And if you really like this channel, we don't do a Patreon. We sell our digital products down below. If you really, really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new e-learning content per month, every month. And this is so awesome because we're starting to ramp up production. Thank you to whoever is subscribing. We're getting more subscribers daily, which is crazy to think, because subscriptions are really hard to sell. I've been doing this business for a while, but thank you so much if you're already subscribing. We're putting literally all of the money we get from subscriptions into making more content. Literally, it's just like we get the money, we hire the people, and then we release more content. So we're always releasing more content on Mammoth Interactive. We have a monthly and a yearly option. The yearly option is the better deal, and it really does help us out. We really can get a lot more stuff done if more people do the yearly option. But the monthly option is great too. And if you're already a subscriber, I cannot thank you enough. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, the Mammoth Interactive YouTube channel possible, but you make Mammoth Interactive possible.
Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about what Microsoft did to take a shot at Apple and Google. Alright, welcome back. Before I start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So, Microsoft just took a huge shot at Apple and Google. What Microsoft did is they actually sent out a guideline on how app stores and companies should work. And what Microsoft has done is allowed developers to implement their own payment system and have their own individual app stores. Now, of course, this is a direct shot off the bow of Apple and Google. And if you don't know, Apple is in this huge battle with Fortnite that is about this exact topic. Because Fortnite tried to implement their own payment processor on the Apple ecosystem and Apple said no. So Microsoft is saying, well, Apple shouldn't really do that. So we're gonna allow them to implement their own payment processors and we're gonna allow people to set up their own individual app store. If only Microsoft had their own phone ecosystem that was actually relevant. Maybe that's a topic for another time, but maybe Microsoft could be an Apple competitor in the smartphone market in the future. It's unlikely, but it is definitely a possibility. So obviously this has caused a lot of heads to turn. Specifically, there's a congresswoman from Seattle that said that Microsoft is the only adult in the room. So Microsoft has gone down the antitrust road before, and what Congress is suggesting is that not necessarily these companies be broken up, but to change the structural agreements between their existing platforms. So what that means is you might see a loosening of all the tight regulations on all of these platforms, because a lot of these tech companies, including Microsoft, kind of act like mafia bosses and you don't approach on the other person's territory. So Microsoft is by far one of the most diversified of these tech companies, so they can afford to take this risk. Apple is not as diversified and they make a ton of money from the App Store. Now, of course, Apple has a lot of expenses with the App Store too. However, since Microsoft has made this announcement, I bet that you'll start to see a lot more pressure on Apple and Google. Now, of course, Google can allow different app stores, but they go out of their way to make sure that those app stores are seen as unsafe. And believe it or not, that is a problem. Right now, it's almost impossible to get malware on your iPhone. It can happen, but it's very hard. If we open up the platform, then there will be malware on the iPhone, and do we really want that? So the answer is obviously no, but I've always said that if Apple wants to get ahead of the game, which they should totally get ahead of the game, is that they should add a sliding scale of revenue. And what that means is that the more money you make on the App Store, the less rev share they take. Now, of course, they can structure it in a way that Apple still gets more money the more you sell, but at the same time, it is less than that 30%, because once companies get too big, that 30% is a huge hindrance into cost. Now, I run a small business and I'm an indie developer, so if they want to take 30%, that's fine with me. But if I was making 500 million or 100 million a year on this App Store, then that 30% would definitely eat into the productivity of not only my company, but also the products that I could produce. So this is really the crux of the argument. Does the Apple ecosystem inhibit innovation? If the answer is yes, then things need to change. If the answer is no, then things can stay the same. And again, I think the thing that Apple should do is make a sliding scale of revenue, get ahead of the game, because if the United States is thinking about making structural changes, then other governments, specifically Europe, might do the same as well, and it could be even worse for Apple than if they just act today. Getting ahead of the game in anything is probably the best way to do it. So what do you think about this development? Please leave your comments down below. Please be sure to like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. And if you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We don't do a Patreon, instead we sell a subscription to our massive e-learning training site. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. We take all the money we get from the subscribers and make new content. And our goal is to get to 10,000 paid subscribers per month. We have a monthly and yearly option. So if you really like this channel and you really like learning, please subscribe. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're gonna be asking the question, does the Apple tax prevent you from becoming a millionaire? All right, welcome back. Before I start this video, I wanna make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So Apple's tax is in the news recently as a lot of big companies tend to not like it. This list of companies include Tinder, Unreal, Spotify, and many more. In addition to that, all the big tech companies are going to be put under the microscope to see if they are exhibiting any antitrust behavior, and Apple is one of them. So the big question is, does the App Store exhibit antitrust behavior? Well, let's dive into that, but more or less, let's dive into the fact whether or not the Apple tax or any of these taxes prevent you from becoming a millionaire. So I'm a small business owner and an indie developer, and if Apple wants to take 30%, I honestly don't think that that's a big problem. And the reason why I don't really think that's a big problem is because any exposure I get from Apple is good, and I do think that there is a lot of work that needs to be done to make sure the App Store is safe, etc. So 30% might seem high, but for someone like me, it's completely acceptable. Steam, Xbox, and a lot of these other platforms take this much anyway. Now the major question is if I had $1 billion and 100 million users like Fortnite does, is that Apple tax too much? Now, like I said in this video here, I think Apple should get ahead of the game. And the reason why I think this is because Russia has said that they might force Apple to charge only 20% instead of 30%. And other governments might follow. So if they get ahead of the game and say that, hey, look, we're not actually charging as much, or we're adding in a sliding scale, which I think is the best solution to this problem, by the way. If we add in a sliding scale, then it really isn't that big of a problem. And by the way, it is fairly expensive to run an app store. Now, of course, this won't satisfy everyone, but I think it will satisfy most people, specifically governments, from actually putting in legislation to force Apple to give developers more. There's an email app called Hey, which is apparently really amazing, and it had some problems with the App Store. There's a really good interview, although it's quite long, which I will link down below, and you can listen to it. So to sum up that interview, basically what happened is that the Hey app got approved, and then they changed something to make sure that the payments were done on their website, and then Apple disallowed it. And then it was reinstated with this very cumbersome bad user experience. And that really is the crux of the antitrust suit. If I, for example, make a company like Netflix, for example, I can't get people to sign up in the app. However, if I made an application for my MacBook Pro, I could do that because it's a lot more open. So because smartphones are very much a part of our life, and there are so many of them, it might be too monopolistic to have this closed. So again, I do like Apple, and I think they do have a case of making the App Store safe. I don't want to have to download antivirus software on my phone. That's gonna be a huge mess. If it were open, you can definitely assume that there will be malware, and that malware is good for no one but the people making the malware. So I do really like Apple. I have an Apple Watch. This is being recorded on an iPhone. I have a MacBook Pro, and I just ordered a custom iMac. So I really do like Apple. I also have a PC, but that's just because I'm a developer. But I do like Apple so much that I don't really want to see them go into this spiral. And the fact that I also like the Unreal Engine so much, this puts it at odds for me because I like these things so much. And it's kind of weird to think that Unreal and Apple were on a keynote stage together just a little while ago. So does the Apple tax prevent people, specifically you, from becoming a millionaire? Well, the answer is absolutely not. You can make a website and maybe make a software as a service, and you don't even need an app. You can just basically make a website that does something, and you can make millions of dollars that way. You don't really need the App Store or anything that's closed. In fact, it might be even better to not go down the mobile road. If you want to make a game, for instance, you can actually have quite a bit of success on Steam, and you might make $1 million over 2 or 3 years if you play your cards right and you have a good enough game. You don't even need to release for the iPhone. And this is a piece of advice which probably warrants its own video. If you don't play mobile games, then you should probably not make mobile games. Just because there are a ton of iPhones out there doesn't mean that you should make a mobile game. If you want to make a console game, then make a console game. You'll do way better at it than if you make a game that you're not really accustomed to playing. If you like mobile games, then you absolutely should make mobile games. So you can definitely become a millionaire by not even going on Apple. You can go into Steam, which also takes 30%, but the point is you're not really going on Apple. So Epic is releasing a marketplace that will be available soon to indies, and I bet you they're gonna take less than Steam, and I think this is a really good thing. So competition is really good. So remember, if you have a really good idea, people are going to flock to it, and the percentage that a company takes isn't really going to matter. It does matter though if you want to scale from, let's say, $1 million company to a $10 million company to a $100 million company to a $1 billion company, and which is why all these companies are fighting Apple on this. It's hard for them to grow. Now, there are other platforms out there, for example, Udemy, which take 50% and nobody talks about it. In fact, a lot of the sales on Udemy Udemy takes 75%, and that is almost flipped from what the App Store takes. Now there's a reason why they take 75%, and the reason is actually quite simple. They are spending ads for you to get customers, and the ad business is really expensive. If you've ever tried to run a successful Facebook ad or Google ad campaign, you'll know that you have to spend a lot of money to make, well, not so much money. Usually it's a 1-to-2 ratio. So if you want to make $1 million, you have to spend $500,000. Of course, that's not always the case, but it's a good metric. So Udemy takes 75%, and on organic sales, they take 50%. Now, 50% is, well, of course, literally half, and it's definitely more than 30%. And again, no one really talks about it. And no one really talks about the course development environment, but if you want to, let me know in the comments down below. If you want to hear more about that specific area of business, please comment down below. So one of the things I've learned over the years, and after talking to many successful people, is that successful people are going to be successful, and they're not going to really stop until they're successful. Whether there's a 50% tax or a 30% tax, it doesn't matter. These people are going to do the least possible resistance way to become the most successful they can be. And sometimes it's not even about money. It's like, let's say they want to be a great YouTuber and they want to basically make great YouTube videos. They will find a way to do that, and the money will come after that. If money is the intended goal of a lot of people, then they'll just find the way to make the most amount of money for the least amount of work. And sometimes that means going on to Apple, sometimes that means selling on your own website. So the point is that you shouldn't let a 30%, 50%, or 75% tax prevent you from becoming the most successful you can be. There are always other options, and if this 50% tax is too high, then maybe you should do something else. Alright, so that concludes this video. I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. And also, please share this video on Reddit. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month every month, and we have a monthly and yearly options. If you really like this channel, please subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's content. It really does help us out. We literally take all the money we get from the subscriptions and put it into new content. And if you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. Not only do you make this YouTube channel possible, you make Mammoth Interactive possible. Help us get to 10,000 monthly subscribers on Mammoth Interactive. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be asking the question, is the best way to become a developer just to be a hobby developer for a certain period of time? Alright, welcome back. Before I start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So I was thinking the other day, is one of the best ways to become a developer to just become a hobby developer and spend some of your spare time just developing things for fun and then eventually become a good enough programmer that you can get a job? Well, if you're not on any particular timeline, then this might be a very good option. One of the best things about programming in your spare time is you can just do whatever you want. If you actually work for someone, you have to do what other people want, and that's obviously not as fun. Hence why it's a job, and hence why you're getting paid for it. However, one of the best things I like about development is to just develop something in your spare time that you're doing for fun that you want to do. So the question is should you just do this and eventually become good enough to become an actual paid programmer? Now, I think the answer is yes. So I've been programming for a long time, and in the late 2000s, I needed to retool my tool set to C# because I was a C++ developer. So what I did was I made a bunch of Xbox 360 games, and I became a freelancer after that. And because I made those games, my careers tended to skyrocket. But the one thing about that period of time is that I was on a huge time crunch. Literally all of my spare time was devoted to making these games. And basically I had the mentality that if I didn't have a game out soon, it would not be good for my career. And so hence I really pushed forward, and it wasn't as fun as I possibly could make it. Now, of course, I was in my early 20s, and instead of doing all the things people in their early 20s do, I spent all my time developing games and learning to code again. So that is something that I personally did that I look back and thank my younger self for doing. Now, the flip side of that though is maybe a year or two before that, I was developing for fun, and it was actually quite a good experience. I was using Game Maker and I was just making some games games, and I thought it was actually really fun. It was a stark contrast between pushing things out the door and just developing something for fun. Now, I think that if you're not on a huge time crunch, then you should just be developing for fun. If your goal is in 2 or 3 or 5 years to be a developer, I think that if you just start developing for fun, you'll learn a lot. In fact, this might actually be a better way of doing it instead of pushing it out there. Now, the only reason I say that is because when you're developing something and you're really pushing, it's not fun, it's very stressful, and I remember being very stressed out in that period of time. Not only did I have a job, but I also was spending all my time with frustrating equipment. So making games today is a lot easier than it was in the late 2000s. So I remember working through all the bugs in my code, and there were a lot of bugs, and I eventually got it to compile on my computer. And then once I ported it to the Xbox 360, there were a ton of errors. And the reason is that the .NET framework on the Xbox 360 was different from the one on my computer. So today it's a lot easier, and problems like that don't happen as much, thankfully. So like I said, if you just want to develop something from here and there, and maybe not finish a few projects here and there, and you just want to move on to something else, I think that's totally fine. In fact, I think that's a really good thing to do. One of the hardest things about coding is to finish a project. And if you've been a fan of this channel and been following me personally for many years, I always say you want to finish projects. And that way you should keep the scope early. But if you're just brand new to coding, or you've coded before and you just want to get really good at it, maybe just start coding and see what happens. So eventually, if you have the problem of not finishing something, pick a small scope project and just finish it. But maybe most of your time should be spent just coding something for fun. I think that if you do this, you'll learn to love coding a lot more than if you went down the road I did, where you literally have to plow things through. Of course, again, if you've been a fan of this channel, and also please be sure to like and subscribe, it really does help us out. Now, if you've been a fan of this channel, I always say that if you have an idea, you're already 2 weeks behind. And that mentality I've been using for many, many years. But over the years, I've found that if you just maybe code something for fun, you might actually get more done. It actually might be more productive. So let me know, do you code for fun? Have you tried this approach? Have you been through those crunch times? I want to read your comments down below. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. That's every month. We have everything from web development tutorials to machine learning tutorials to game development tutorials and more. We have monthly and yearly options, and it really does help out the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be asking the question, should Microsoft re-release the Windows Phone? Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers you get, the more content we can make. Alright, so we all know that Microsoft did release a Windows Phone and it failed. I actually had a Windows Phone and I thought it was actually quite good, except for the fact that it didn't have a lot of apps. And when I went to the iPhone, I thought the iPhone was a lot better than the Windows Phone, and I still hold that view today. Now, back in 2010, I thought that the Windows Phone was going to be a huge competitor to the iPhone because the operating system on Windows Phone I thought was a lot better than Android, but it came down to one simple feature as to why the Windows Phone failed, and that reason was that the Windows Phone didn't have many apps. Now Microsoft is releasing a kind of foldable tablet that runs on Android and is kind of a Windows Phone test tablet. Now the question is, should Microsoft release a Windows Phone that uses Android to compete with Apple? Now this is exactly what I think Microsoft should do. They should release a competitor to the iPhone that is a Windows Phone that uses Android. The main difference is that the Windows Phone is going to take privacy to the next level, just like Apple does. Because when you think about it, if you are really into privacy, there is Apple, but there's not really any other phones. Android doesn't really do a good job. Now, if the iPhone had one competitor, I think that would be really good because competition is really good. It drives down prices and it spurs innovation. But right now, Apple doesn't have that competition, but they could if the Windows Phone did exactly what Apple did, but for Windows. Now, I know there's a lot of people out there that are hardcore Windows fans, but like Apple iPhones better. And if they were presented with a good Windows phone with a lot of apps, they would 100% switch over. And this is exactly what I think Microsoft should do. Now, what's also interesting is that Microsoft has allowed open platforms and other app stores on their devices. Now, if that were to happen, then I absolutely think people would flock to it. Now, the question I always get asked is, if Microsoft were to release a Windows phone with their own OS, could it work? Well, I don't think it would, because app developers have to make an iPhone app and an Android app. Even cross-platform development environments like Xamarin or Flutter, you still have to do quite a bit of work. Adding that third mix will not be good, so it has to be Android. Now, Google Flutter is pretty good, and all the engines, that is Unreal and Unity and most of the other engines, support releasing for Android. And releasing for Android is very easy. It's quite a bit better than the App Store. Now, of course, the Apple App Store does things the way they do to keep things secure, and of course, I like that. Now, perhaps Microsoft could have their own App Store that has their own strict guidelines. Now, of course, they would allow other app stores, but you know that if you bought it from the Microsoft App Store, it would be vetted, and you know that it would be virtually malware-free. Because as much as I like competition, I do like my phone being secure, and I really hate viruses. So what do you think? Should Microsoft release a Windows phone to compete with Apple that uses Android? I want to know your comments down below. Remember to like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Our goal is to get to 10,000 subscribers here on YouTube. And if you really like this content, you can buy our digital products down below. The more money you get from the content that you buy below, the more free content on this channel we can make. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about how you can make money with the Unreal Engine. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So, the Unreal Engine is probably one of the best game engines ever made, and you might be asking yourself, how can you make money with the Unreal Engine? Well, one of the best things about game development is that you can do it from practically anywhere. So what that means is that as long as you have an internet connection, you can actually do a ton of work. So working from home is now becoming more normal. While some companies will not do it in the future, a lot of companies are. In fact, game development, and specifically VFX, is something that will be done from home in the future. Now, the show Star Trek Discovery was one of the biggest and most VFX intensive shows to be made with post-production completely at home. This is a huge landmark, and it shows that you can actually save money in the production process by not having expensive offices. But let's get back to the Unreal Engine. So how can you make money with the Unreal Engine? Well, the most obvious way to do it is to make a game and to sell it. And there are a ton of options and marketplaces that you can sell your game. Now, if you are going to make and sell a game, I would highly recommend that you make something really simple and small and in the style that you would like. If you like real-time strategy games, do not make a huge game, just make a very small real-time strategy game, something that you can do in maybe 3 to 6 months. If you can do this, then chances are your game will be a lot more successful than if you spend 2 years to make a really big game and have it flop in the end. So making a game and selling it is a very good thing to do. The other thing you can do is you can get really good at programming. This means programming in C++ as well as Blueprints. The game industry is always in need of good programmers, and if you are a good programmer, then chances are you'll be able to at least freelance or possibly get a job. And you can work from home, so maybe you can move out to the country or to a city that has a lot cheaper real estate, and you can make those big bucks working from home. So if you like visual effects or VFX, the Unreal Engine does need a lot of VFX artists. And one of the things about this particular part of game design and game development is that if you're really, really good, you will always be sought after. All the best people are working for big companies, and you can be that person too. The only thing is that you need to be really, really good at this. And if you really like the game industry, then there are other industries as well, such as the film industry. And this brings me to my next point. If you like the film industry, then the Unreal Engine is actually used in quite a bit of films. In fact, The Mandalorian highly used the Unreal Engine, and the sets and everything in The Mandalorian looks pretty good. There are also other places such as the news where the Unreal Engine is used. This video showing the hurricane waters was made in the Unreal Engine, and it's fairly effective. So if you like film, getting good at mixing film and the Unreal Engine is a very sought after skill. Of course, the one thing that you need to understand is that if you're really good at any of these topics, then you most likely will get a job and you most likely will make money. The thing is though, is that you have to work hard, and if you get a really good portfolio, then chances are you'll be able to make some money. So one of the other things the Unreal Engine is good at is virtual reality. Now there are a ton of applications in virtual reality that are going to be coming up. Now if you like augmented reality and virtual reality, then the Unreal Engine is a great place to apply those skills. There are a ton of applications for augmented reality in the near future, specifically because Apple glasses and a lot of other glasses will be using augmented reality. Now, in order to make augmented reality work, you have to have a good 3D engine. It might not make any sense to use the native engine with all of these devices. Using Unity or the Unreal Engine, because they're so good at 3D for augmented reality, might be the better choice. Now, the Unreal Engine might not have good Apple glasses support because of their whole lawsuit with Fortnite and Apple. That's a story for another time. I'm hoping it gets resolved. But at the same time though, if you do like augmented reality, I highly recommend checking out the Unreal Engine. Now, of course, there's augmented reality, but there's also virtual reality. And one of the major users of virtual reality, believe it or not, is the US military. So if you are a US citizen and you've always wanted to be in the Army, then maybe this might be a good thing for you, because virtual reality in the Army will be used to train soldiers and technicians for the Army. So if you like armed forces, then that might be a good job for you. Another way to make money off the Unreal Engine is to sell online courses. You can buy some of my courses down below, and this is one of the reasons why I like the Unreal Engine, is because the courses actually are fairly profitable. So if you like teaching and you want to share your knowledge, then making courses is a great way to make money with the Unreal Engine. The other thing you can do is you can make assets for the marketplace. Now, one of the things I like to do as a game developer is I like to just pull some assets off the marketplace and then make a quick little game, or just to do something for fun. And making assets on the asset store is something that's really good. And by the way, this does transfer over to 3D designers. 3D designers are very high in demand, and no one really talks about it. If you want to be a 3D artist, if you're good at Blender or Maya or 3D, and you want to get a job, if you are really good at these disciplines, then you will get a job. It is very hard to find really good artists, and that's a whole other topic. But believe it or not, because the engines are getting so good and the fidelity of the art is getting so high, you need really good artists to make your game look good. And of course, that means there's a lot of demand for it. So if you want to become a very good 3D artist, then I highly recommend selling your assets on the marketplace. So those are some of the ways that you can make money with the Unreal Engine. Have you made money with the Unreal Engine? I want to hear your comments down below. Did I miss anything? I also want to hear your comments down below. Please be sure to like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Our goal is to get to 10,000 subscribers here on YouTube. We're not quite there yet, but we need your help to get there. So please share this video as well. So if you really like this video, this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make, especially the free content here. If you really like this channel, you could subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. We release everything from web development tutorials to machine learning tutorials to game tutorials to cybersecurity tutorials and more. We have a monthly and yearly option. And if you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. You not only make this channel possible, but you make my e-learning company, Mammoth Interactive, possible. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about how big tech companies can fight fake news. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. And just a reminder, we get most of our funding through our subscription down below. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new e-learning content per month. Everything from web development to machine learning to cybersecurity tutorials and more. So please help us out. So fake news is a huge problem, and I'm gonna go as far as to say that fake news could be a filter within the Great Filter. If you don't know what that is, civilizations could reach some technological advancement and there might be some kind of filter that prevents them from going further. And I think misinformation might be one of those things. So I came across this photo on Twitter of Ice-T and 50 Cent wearing Trump hats. Now, I thought this was real at first, but then below it, it said that it was fake and falsified, and then on the side there was an image saying that this is the real one. Now, of course, someone doctored it to make sure that it looked like these two gentlemen were Trump supporters, in which they were not. Now, if it wasn't for that warning and the verification, I would have thought this was true. I was completely sure that it was absolutely true. And it makes sense that you can literally Photoshop anything to make something look like something else. Now, I think big tech companies should do more. In fact, the thing that Twitter should do is have a color, and this should be a standard color across all news platforms. It should be in red that's saying that this image was fake, or that this article is fake, or something has been debunked. And if there is consensus on what has been debunked and what is true, that is something that we need to figure out. Now, this is a very difficult problem, but I think that the warning below was not good enough. It should be a bright red color. Now, red is usually a warning symbol in nature, and if you look at something red, chances are you should stay away from it. So the color red is something that most people around the world understand as something as warning or danger, and that's why we should probably use a standard red color across all platforms. So it doesn't have to be standardized by laws or anything like that, but it would be great if there was one hex code color that was fake news. And if you saw that red color and it was exactly the same red color across all news platforms, that would be good. Now, of course, this could be misused. You can find something that's true and some biased news outlet could just slap the fake news color all over it. Now, I think this is a really big problem humanity needs to solve, and one of the ways we can do that is blockchain. Now, blockchain is a technology that deals with consensus, and it is probably the best technology for dealing with that. However, how that's implemented right now is up for debate, and I hope in the next few years we figure out how to do that. So the problem with fake news is that it can spread quite easily. In fact, it can spread faster than real news. This clip of Joe Biden misrepresenting the state also went viral and is also fake. And guess what? I was also duped as well until I found out that it was fake. Now, of course, these two items I fell for, and if it weren't for the media saying that they were false, then I would have absolutely believed both of these things. So the problem is editing software for both photos and videos is so good, and we haven't even talked about deepfakes yet. A deepfake is when you take someone's face and put it on something else. In addition to that, you can also mimic someone's voice too. And this is a huge problem, so we really do need to solve this in the next few years. So the other thing is that everybody's a little bit biased. So I put up two fake news things that I made in Photoshop in 5 minutes, and depending on which side of the equation you're on, you might like one of these images or another. But the problem is that they're both fake, and it really didn't take much time to make these in Photoshop. So if someone had all day, let's say they were laid off, they could actually do quite a bit of damage, especially with the new technology of deepfakes down the line. So should big tech self-regulate on this? I think they absolutely should. So for the first time in years, Facebook's users in North America is down, and I'm one of those people that helped do that. The reason is that I don't like going on Facebook anymore. So not only does Facebook have a terrible policy with ads, I see too many ads when I'm going on Facebook, so I don't really use it anymore. I don't use Instagram. I've actually never used Instagram, and the only social media platform I use is maybe Reddit, just because I like seeing the comments and what people have to say about an article. But even then, I should probably not even be using Reddit because, well, social media's a suck on your productivity and your career. So fake news is a huge problem. I want to know your comments down below. Have you been duped by fake news? Please post the link to the fake news down below. Also, do you think tech companies should self-regulate? Again, I want to hear your comments down below. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money you get from the content that you buy below, the more free content we can make. Not only does it help out this channel, but it helps out my e-learning company, Mammoth Interactive. So if you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month, every month. We release everything from web development tutorials to machine learning tutorials to game development tutorials and more. We have monthly and yearly options, and if you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. You make this channel possible. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, I'm going to be talking about the best tips for people just starting their career. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So, if you're just starting your career, what do you need to do? Now, I've talked a lot about this on my channel, and if you really like this channel, again, please like and subscribe. It does help me out. But one of the things that I always recommend for people that are just starting out is to basically spend your free time working on your career. Now, of course, this might be different from profession to profession. If you want to be a doctor, you can't really spend extra time. However, you can pick up extra work. So one of the things I highly recommend that you do, especially if you just graduated school, is to keep the success wheel turning. And in order to do that, you need to keep working harder and harder. So the best thing that you can do when you just graduated is to get as many possible jobs or to work as hard as possible. Because one of the things no one tells you when you're young is when you're in your early 20s, you can actually work a lot more than when you're 30s or 40s or 50s. And some people can work really hard their entire life, but it is a lot easier when you're younger. So instead of using your spare time to go do frivolous things, you should be working on your career. So what does that really mean? Well, if you're a programmer, you want to build as many projects as possible in your spare time. The best thing you can do is have a job and build extra projects in your spare time. But if you're not lucky enough to catch a job, because it's really difficult to get a job now, you can freelance, you can work on your own project, and you can possibly maybe work with a project with friends. So what this does is this diversifies your skill set, and the more projects that you do, the more you learn. So the things you might learn might not be towards your specific skill, but it might be project management, it might be interpersonal skills, but the point is that the more you do, the better you get, and this is something that you absolutely want to do. So one of the things that's really hard to justify when you're young is that the more inexperienced you are, the more failed projects you'll have, and you'll say to yourself, well, I spent 6 months on this project and it completely failed. Well, that failure will propel you forward if you learned your lesson. And this is something that's really hard to do. Now, I've had so many failed projects over my lifetime, and it's been a very good thing because the things that I've learned from those failed projects has made me into a better programmer, entrepreneur, and basically made my career a lot better. And this is something that has to happen to you too. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but this is something that should happen. And arguably, every single project that you do succeeds in some ways and fails in others. So really, success and failure is more of a slider versus an absolute. Now, sometimes you'll make a project that's so bad that it is a 100% failure, and you need to realize what has happened. And for me, some of the projects that have really failed have either been to a lack of what consumers want, or I've been too tired and putting out too much stuff. So even though at the beginning of this video I said you need to work really hard, you also need to learn to take time off. When I was in my early 20s, I definitely worked all the time, and I remember there was a 6-month period where I didn't take a day off, and then I took a day off. It was absolutely amazing. And this is something that you can do too. So the other thing that you want to do when you're in your early part of your career is work on weekends. Even if you're not working for a company or making money, you want to work on a project on the weekends. So if you're working 8 to 10 to 12 hours on whatever it is you want to do, that is going to be good for you because you get in the habit of actually working. Because if you don't do these things and you can't get things out the door, you'll wake up one day and realize that A, you haven't really done much with your life, and B, you can't really get things out there. One of the hardest things to do whenever you're into any kind of project-based work is you need to understand how to release something. And I always recommend to make small scope projects. If you make a small scope project and get it out there, it's going to be a small scope project, but at least you got it out there. Whenever I go to conferences, I always meet people who've been working on a project for 6 months, a year, 2 years, or 5 years. And sometimes this is really good, and sometimes this is really not that good. If you can get a project up and out the door within a month, I think that's the best place to start. And once you get a few of these out the door and you really want to make bigger projects, that is when you spend 6 months to a year on a project. But even if you're doing that, I would highly recommend that you still release smaller projects. Now, over the years, I found that the more projects you release, the more money you'll make. Because what will happen is that even if a small scope project makes it viral, like a YouTube video or an app or a game or whatever it is you're trying to do, the networking effect of the internet will actually make it a lot better. So therefore, if you spend 6 months and you release it, it's a dud, then you've wasted 6 months. But if you spend 2 months, release it and it's a dud, then you've only wasted 2 months. And likewise, in that 6-month period, if you release 3 projects and one of those projects takes off, then it's a lot better than wasting 6 months and gambling. The more time you spend on the project, the more you're gambling on that project being a success. And just because you spend a lot of time on that project doesn't mean it's going to be successful. So I recommend making small small scope projects and trying to get them out there as soon as possible. Now, if you're one of those people that really likes perfection, I would still recommend this approach, but I would not recommend releasing it. So you're still making prototypes and projects, but instead of releasing them, then you just basically push the imaginary release button and add it to your portfolio, and that way you can work on your bigger project. Now, I know there's a lot of people like this out there where they release maybe a few projects a decade, and that works out really well for them, but I've personally never been able to get that to work. So I think the best way to do this is to make small scope projects, make sure the quality is very high, and in order to make the quality very high, you need to get in the habit of making these projects. And if you get in the habit of making these projects, you have to constantly do the work. And once that quality is high, then perhaps you'll roll the dice, and that dice will hit the lucky number 7 to make your project a success. Alright, that concludes this video. Please be sure to like and subscribe, and if you really like this video, please buy our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make, especially the free content here on this channel. We also have another tutorial-based channel, Mammoth Interactive. You can see the links down below as well. If you want technical tutorials, we release a lot of content on that channel as well. And if you really like this channel and you really like the other channel too, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month every month. We release everything from game development tutorials to machine learning tutorials to drawing tutorials to cybersecurity tutorials and more. The more money we get from the subscriptions that you buy below, the more free content here we can make. And if you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. Not only do you make this channel possible, you make Mammoth Interactive possible. We have monthly and yearly options. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be asking the question, is Logitech an incredibly underrated company? Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So over the years, I have purchased a ton of equipment from Logitech and other producers, and one of the things that always strikes me is how good Logitech is. Now, you probably own a mouse, a keyboard, or some other peripheral from Logitech, and you probably don't really give it a second thought. And one of the reasons is that it probably just works so well. Now, of course, whenever someone says this product works so well, there's always a ton of people, especially on the internet, that said it maybe didn't work. Now, of course, if you're going to be a billion-dollar company and sell millions and millions of products, some of those products are not going to be as good. But for the most part, for me at least, all the Logitech equipment that I have purchased over the years has been really good. And one of the only times that the hardware has actually failed is because it was super old. I remember one time that my Logitech speakers broke, and I said to myself, when did I buy that? 8 years ago? Okay, maybe it's time for some new speakers. Now, the reason why I'm making this video is that I purchased some speakers for my PC that were from a different brand, and they broke, and I didn't understand why. They got really good reviews on Amazon, and I thought, well, these are great speakers. Now, sure enough, it was only 6 months after I bought this that these broke, and I remember that time where I had Logitech speakers for years and years, and they didn't break. So I purchased some Logitech speakers, and sure enough, they're actually really good. So there are 2 pieces of Logitech equipment that I really like using. One is the trackball, and 2 are their headsets, and I think they're really good. And I'm going to be making a separate review of both because I think they are super important products and they're incredibly great value. And that's the thing about Logitech. They have really good products that work really well, and they're at a really good price. Whenever I go into their site and I look at the products, I say, yeah, that's probably what the product is worth. And I know I'm going to be getting quality. So like I said, I use Logitech products a lot, and the only time that they actually break is when I drop them or they just wear out. And I've used a lot of trackballs, and I've used a lot of these headsets. And again, I'll be talking about that in a separate video. So please be sure to like and subscribe. Now, one of the things that I'm prone to is repetitive stress injuries. Now, it doesn't matter what I'm doing, but overall, I tend to get repetitive stress injuries. I can't do physical tasks without getting some kind of repetitive stress injury. It's a really annoying problem. And I've been using this trackball and Logitech trackballs for more than 15 years because before that, I would get these shooting pains in my arm when I would use a regular mouse because for the last 15 to 20 years, I've been practically on a computer all day. I've been either coding or doing something on the computer, and for the most part, it has been very hard on my body because I'm very prone to repetitive stress. Now, some people are not prone to repetitive stress, and you're fairly lucky for that, but for the rest of us, Logitech makes a lot of really good ergonomic products. And if you do have repetitive stress, or if you're getting older and worried about getting repetitive stress injuries, I highly recommend switching to ergonomic products today because prevention is an ounce of cure. Once I switched to the trackball, I actually stopped getting all the repetitive stress injuries. So I sometimes do still get repetitive stress issues even using the ergonomic equipment. And this is because I sit in front of the computer all day or I don't stand up, etc. So I'm gonna be giving you some tips on how to use the ergonomic Logitech products in this video right here. So I think Logitech is a pretty good company. And whenever I need any kind of peripherals, specifically ergonomic peripherals, I just tend to go there. So let me know your thoughts down below. Have you used Logitech? Do you like the ergonomic equipment that they sell? Please write down below, I want to know. Also, please be sure to like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more free content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can buy our digital products down below because this channel doesn't do a Patreon. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of e-learning content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new e-learning content per month. We release everything from web development tutorials to machine learning tutorials to game development tutorials to cybersecurity tutorials and more. It's the best way to help with this channel, and we have monthly and yearly options. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're gonna be talking about how Apple is giving small businesses or indie developers a commission cut. All right, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So if you've been following this channel, you know that I've been talking about Apple and Epic and Apple's whole App Store ecosystem, including its commission. Well, big news came out today that Apple is actually going to cut some developers' commission from 30% to 15%. So this has a whole range of implications. And if you've watched some of my other videos, you know that I've said that the best solution for Apple is to keep everything the same, but add in a sliding scale, meaning that the more money you make, the less they take. Now, I think this approach is probably the best, but this is not the way they're going. So what is it that they are doing? Well, they are cutting some developers' commission from 30% all the way to 15%. It's not every developer, it's developers making under $1 million. Now this is of course a lot of developers, as it's very, very, very difficult to make money on the App Store, and you do have to apply to have this happen. So it's not gonna be an instant you get 15% less. And the main reason that Apple probably did this is because they want people to go on Apple's side. Now this is what I thought Apple would do as well. If they get ahead of the conversation, they look like the good guys. And another reason that they're doing this is because Epic has amassed a lot of developers that are critical of App Store policies, and specifically their commission. Now, one of the things that's really hanging over Apple's head is why they're giving Amazon 15% and not someone like Epic or anybody else. And of course, the main reason for this is that, well, of course, Amazon is a huge company and has lots of leverage, whereas a lot of independent developers, even medium or even some larger developers, don't have. So it takes a lot of money to run an app store, and 15% seems like a better commission rate. Now remember that Apple still has to pay a transaction fee, which can be from 1 to 3%. So even Apple isn't getting that whole 15%. There are some transactions in there. And even just getting your app through review can be quite costly. Now, some developers have said, well, they'll pay for the app review process if they can go and just not have that Apple tax. But I don't think Apple wants to do that. Now, this issue is far from over, but it is certainly an interesting development. Apple still has a very good app store. It is very secure, and the policies are actually pretty good. However, if you want anything to be done on the iPhone, you have to go through the App Store, and you have to pay Apple, and a lot of developers aren't like that. So if you follow Scott Galloway, which you absolutely should, and you can check out his YouTube channel right here, he often says that when you break up a tech company or file some kind of antitrust suit against them, you can say, congratulations, you were so good, now we have to break you up. Remember that monopolies do stifle innovation, and the major question, whether it's Apple or Microsoft or Amazon, whatever company, is if their policies are anti-competitive and hinder innovation. So it doesn't matter which company it is, whether it's Apple or Microsoft or Amazon, if the company is doing antitrust practices and they are hurting competition. This is something that's not good. Competition does drive quality, and monopolies stifle competition. Thus, monopolies will stifle quality. So even with Apple's new initiative here, I do expect a lot more pressure, specifically from governments. The EU is targeting Apple and App Store for its practices. And Tim Cook, to his credit, is saying that they can be an open book when it comes to investigation. He doesn't think there's a monopoly here. Other people disagree with him on that, but I really do admire his candor in the issue. So what do you think? Is Apple running a monopoly? Do you think there's a better solution? I want to hear your comments down below. And remember that this channel doesn't do Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money you get from the content that you buy below, the more free content we can make. If you really like Mammoth Interactive and you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. You can learn everything from learning how to draw to machine learning tutorials to web development tutorials and more. It's the best way to help with this channel, and our goal is to get to 10,000 paid subscribers. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, I'm going to be giving a review of the Logitech M570. All right, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So I made a video saying how Logitech is a very underrated company, and you can check out that video right here. Now I'm going to be talking about this particular trackball here, because this particular trackball has saved me a ton of pain, and I use it for practically every computer that I buy. Now I actually have 3 of these, one for my PC at work, one for my Mac at work, and one for my laptop at home. And the reason why I do this is because I used to have a ton of problems using mice. Now, the traditional mouse, what I would use is, because I'm using computers all day, I would get this huge shooting pain in my arm. And basically I said, well, if I use a trackball instead, well, I don't think I'll have that problem. And that's exactly what happened. Now, the learning curve to get on the trackball was a little bit tricky, but once I figured it out, it actually worked out pretty well. So if you want to move to a trackball, keep in mind there is a learning curve. So one of the things I love about the trackball is that I can pretty much use it anywhere. So I can use it on a table, I can use it on my lap, I can use it behind my head, and I actually do all of these things, because one of the things that's hard about repetitive stress is that your arm or part of your body isn't really moving enough. Now, of course, I'm not a doctor, and if you have repetitive stress symptoms, then please check your doctor. I'm just telling you what's worked for me. Now, like I said, if I'm using this on a table, then my arm might be in the same position for a long time, especially if I'm focusing and concentrating on a mouse-heavy task on the computer. So what I do instead is I might actually just do this, and I'm literally do this for a little while just to move my arm in a different position. And I do move it. For example, I can move it here. And the best thing about this particular trackball is that you can move this in all these locations, and that also works out pretty well. Now, if you really are concerned about repetitive stress, the best thing you can do is take a break and move around a bit. But if you really are on a deadline like me, since I've been a freelancer for forever, I've been basically used these in different positions, and that's worked out a lot for me. So let's talk a little bit about this trackball itself. Now, the one thing that I absolutely love about the trackball is that it's very light and easy. So Logitech has a more expensive trackball called the MX Ergo, which you can see here, and I personally didn't like it as much. I like this trackball a lot better than the MX Ergo. And the one reason that I like this trackball better than the MX Ergo is that the MX Ergo is just simply too heavy. This is a fairly light piece of equipment. It's not cheap, as in too light, but it's light enough. Now, the only thing that I really don't like about this is that it doesn't have Bluetooth, but it does have a receiver. Now, one of the things that I like about the receiver is that you can just simply plug it in and it will work. Bluetooth has a very poor user experience, and I really hate pairing Bluetooth. It is terrible, but it is good because you can technically move it everywhere, and you don't get to use a USB slot. Now, one of the things I really wish this had was a USB-A connector and a USB-C connector. This doesn't have a USB-C connector, and USB-C is coming out. Now, one of the things I really hope Logitech doesn't do is get rid of this mouse. If they do, I'll buy 5 of them because I absolutely love this here. And I really wish it had USB-C. But nevertheless, I really think this is a really good trackball. And if you are having problems with repetitive stress or your arm is just starting to ache, because that's really a problem in itself. If your arm is starting to ache because you're on the computer too much, that's a warning sign of future problems down the road. And because of that, I would recommend switching to something like this. Now, there are different trackballs out there. Personally, I've tried a lot of them. I've probably maybe purchased 5 or 6 different brands over the years, and I always come back to this one. Even after I purchased the MX Ergo, I said this one's a lot better. I actually returned the MX Ergo and just bought one of these. And the funny thing is that, again, I own 3 of these things, and I probably go through them every 2 years just because I use them every day. So in conclusion, I actually cannot live without this trackball. This trackball has made not only my career good, but it's made my life a lot less painful. And that is something that's really good. So let me know in the comments, have you used this trackball? Do you know another trackball that's better? Please write them down below. I really want to know. Also, please be sure to like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. Also, if you really like this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the content that you buy below, the more free content on this channel we can make. And if you're a real big fan of this channel, you could subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month, and we have monthly and yearly options. It really helps us out when you subscribe to Mammoth Interactive. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, I'm going to be talking about the H390 headset from Logitech. Alright, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So, I run an e-learning company, and the e-learning company has made 7 figures over the years, and I don't think I could have done it without this piece of equipment. And it might be funny to say that, but it's really true. I don't think I could have made as much money as I have without this small headset. So this headset at first might not seem like a very good headset, but I assure you that this headset is actually really awesome. Now, I have one of the older ones where it says Logitech on it. The newer ones just say Logi on it. For the most part, it's the exact same headset, but it's branded a little bit differently. So why is this headphone so awesome? So if you don't know, I run a company called Mammoth Interactive, and we make training content. And over the years, I've gone through many different microphones and tried out many different items. So before I move from a solo operation to having employees, I need to figure out which microphone would be the most foolproof microphone to make tutorials. And the reason why I did this is that, let's say if I have to redo a tutorial, that is inefficiency, and you want to make sure that you have the best microphone to make the best quality product. And I basically found it was this one. So let me talk about some of the other microphones. So some of the other microphones would have some quote unquote errors in it. Like, let's say if you had a microphone that was attached to a stand and you move the table a bit, it would actually register that little sound in the microphone. And while the microphone was better, you'd have to be very careful. And I would say that if I can't do that, I can't really expect my employees to do that. And if there's a bunch of bumps and fusses in the actual audio, customers aren't really gonna like it. But this headphone doesn't really do that. So I tried out a bunch of different headsets, and some of the headsets were really good, some of the headsets were not so good. Some of the headsets have better quality audio from this, but this headset has some noise cancellation technology in here, and that is really good. Now, before I hired employees, I pretty much used this exclusively, because if I was in my apartment and there was a siren, now a better microphone would absolutely pick up that siren, and I'd have to redo the tutorial. And if I had to redo the tutorial, it means that I can't get as much out there. And in the past, I would make maybe 2 to 3 hours of content per day every day. So you really want to make sure that you don't go back. Frustration can actually lead to lower profits. And this is something that's absolutely key to understand. So this microphone doesn't give you the best quality audio product, but it gives it good enough. In fact, you can take a look at my Mammoth Interactive channel. I pretty much use this microphone exclusively for those tutorials. And most of the time, people don't really comment on it. So because people don't comment on it, either it's just good enough or it's nothing amazing. So you always have to balance the top end quality with practicality. And if you're running a business, especially if you're running a business by yourself, you need to think of efficiency. So if something's a lot better quality, but it's really inefficient, you can't use that. This particular headset works well because it doesn't give you the highest quality product, but it gives gives you a very good product and it funnels out all the rest of the noise in the room. In fact, this microphone is so good that if I was recording a tutorial in front of a laptop here, people could be having a conversation back in the room over there and it probably wouldn't be picked up. This is absolutely amazing because all that extraneous noise leads to a poor quality product, and this filters out most of it before you even add the software in, which was absolutely key. Now, there are a few things I don't like about this. I would say the number one thing is that the mute button is too big. I can't tell you how many tutorials I've recorded where this mute button has been pushed. It's nice that it has a volume up and down. I use that all the time. But the other thing I don't like about it for now is that the fact that it's not USB-C. USB-C is slowly coming to be the most standard port, and this only has USB-A. I would rather have this be a USB-C with a USB-A port in the box somewhere. I think this is a much better option. Or if you really wanted to, this could be a USB-C with a USB-A port that's kind of tied to it. So that way you always have the USB-A no matter what. The other thing about this headset is that if you drop it, there's a high probability that it will break. And I can't tell you how many of these I've broken over the years just because I've dropped it. Basically, it's been on the table, I've pushed it off the table, and then guess what? It broke. And so I had to buy new ones. So one of the things that I do is I actually have several of these in a cupboard in case that happens, just in case I have crunch time or a deadline that I need to use another one of these. The best thing about this though is that it isn't very expensive. It's a lot less expensive than a lot of other microphones out there and a lot of other headsets, but this one, after many trials and errors, is probably the best one out there that I can find, for all the reasons I've mentioned in the past. And if you really like making tutorials, I would just highly recommend using this headset here. This headset will give you just enough audio quality to make it more than acceptable, but it filters out all that random junk noise that makes a tutorial absolutely unbearable to listen to. So in conclusion, I don't think I could have built a 7-figure company without this piece of equipment. And it's not a very expensive piece of equipment, which is why I made the series on Logitech, because I realized over the years that Logitech has really helped me out, and I don't think I could have built a good business without them. So that concludes this video. Do you like this headset? Do you know of a better headset? Because I certainly couldn't find one, but if you do know of a better headset that does noise canceling, please write it down below. I would really like to check it out. And remember to please like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. And this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money we get from the products that you buy below, the more free content we can make here. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month every month. We release everything from web development tutorials to machine learning tutorials to game development tutorials to cybersecurity tutorials and more. The best way to help us out is to subscribe monthly or yearly. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers, so help us get there. If you're already a subscriber, thank you so much. You make this channel possible, and you make Mammoth Interactive possible. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video.
Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, I'm going to be talking about taking a break. Alright, welcome back. So in the last video I had like this, I was talking about taking a break, and it's time for an update. Well, that was a few months ago, and it's time for another break. And one thing I can definitely tell you is that I'm fairly exhausted. Running a company is hard, and dealing with the ups and downs of income is pretty challenging. Even though this year has been our best year ever in fiat, but not in gold, and that's maybe a story for another time. But it's something that I'm at least proud of, and I'm very proud of all my employees that helped me get there as well. So this year has been a very good year, and I'm looking forward to a very amazing 2021. But like I said, I'm exhausted. I've been doing a lot of work. If you haven't been following the Mammoth Interactive channel, I've been recording videos practically every day to upload to that. And actually, I think I want to do more. So I've been uploading a real video a day, every day. And it's been pretty good. And also, what we've been doing is we've been uploading our 1-hour preview to YouTube as well. So if you haven't gone over there, please be sure to like and subscribe there too, and this channel. It really does help us out. And BuraTech has just crossed the 100,000 views mark. So that's an accomplishment in itself. And if you're watching this, thank you so much. You really do help us I get there. I think I do want to start doing some more videos on more different topics, and some of the topics include web development and maybe even some Photoshop. You know, I used to do a lot of graphic design work for fun, and I might want to revisit that because there's a lot of really cool things you can do with Photoshop. And I've been working on a good idea for a while, and you know, with me, I have way too many ideas, so I kind of scuttled them away somewhere. But I think I know what I want to do. So once December rolls around, I think I will start that. We'll see what happens, right? It's pretty hard. It is fairly challenging to raise 2 kids during this pandemic. It's very hard. At the end of the day, I'm exhausted. Like, coming home from work is enough. But then, you know, at the end of the day, since the kids have no daycare or anything like that, you know, it's pretty exhausting. I'm actually very lucky to be in a low case region, although cases have recently started to spike, so that's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So this year has been a very good year, but a very challenging year, and it's always good to take a break, particularly somewhere scenic like this. I like that tree behind me. So thanks for watching. If you have any comments on what you'd like to see with BuraTech or Mammoth Interactive, just put them in the links below. And I do read the comments, every comment, so please help us out by liking and subscribing. It really does help. All right? Thanks for watching. See you in another video.
Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, I'm going to be asking the question, should you get a MacBook Pro or an iMac? Alright, welcome back. Before I start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So, in 2020, a lot of people are working from home, and this really begs the question, should you buy a MacBook Pro or an iMac, or perhaps a Mac Mini, or something that's a little bit more stationary? Now, I actually thought that this was a good idea before the pandemic, but now I think that buying an iMac instead of a MacBook Pro is the better option, and here's why. One of the reasons that I think buying an iMac is a lot better is that you get more bang for your buck. The iMac is simply more powerful, and you absolutely get a lot more power than you would with a MacBook Pro. Remember that you do have to sacrifice some performance for the portability. Now, the question that you need to answer is, are you going to be taking your laptop multiple places? Well, if you're in lockdown or you're in a pandemic, probably not. Another question you need to ask is, how much are you going to be taking your MacBook Pro places? Are you going to be taking it to the coffee shop or another place where you really can't go during a pandemic? I think the answer is no. So the real question is should you sacrifice that performance for portability? Now, if you're the kind of person that needs to have your MacBook Pro in different areas of your house, then perhaps you should still buy a MacBook Pro. But I don't do that. And one of the reasons I don't like to do that is I like to section off a place for just work. And when I enter that place, I only do work. And I think this is a huge productivity hack that fairly few people talk about. So what this means is that when I go into a specific box, I am using that box for one thing only, that is work. I am not on social media, I am not on YouTube, I am not doing anything else but work. And this is something that's really important. If you do want to watch YouTube, you go to a different box. If you want to watch videos or play video games, you go to a different box. And what this really does is it sets your brain up to think that when I'm in this specific area, I'm only doing work and focus work, because one of the best productivity hacks I have for anyone is to shut off everything and focus. Shut off your messages, shut off everything, and sometimes I even shut off the internet just to get work done. This is really important because in 45 minutes to an hour, I can be more productive than some people are all day, and that's because they haven't really sectioned off their life in this particular manner. They are on their computers, they're on their social media, they're on YouTube, Netflix, or playing video games. This is not what you want to do. You can work, play video games, watch YouTube and Netflix and all those other things, but you should definitely do that in their own specific box. I have another box where I play video games only. I have another box where I only watch TV. Now, of course, this might not be available to everyone. If you're living in a small apartment, you might not be able to do that, but this is something that you should try and do as much as you possibly can. And if you're looking to upgrade your real estate, this is something that I highly recommend that you do. So in other words, you don't want to blend these boxes. So this goes back to whether you want to have a portable computer or a stationary computer. Now I have an office away from my home and I basically do nothing but work in this office. And when I go home, I am not doing any work on any kind of computer. I do have a laptop for occasional use, but for the most part, the major work that I need to be done is in a specific location. Now I'm lucky enough that I can do this, but I think it's really important because when I enter the office, it's work mode and nothing else. And when I enter the home, it's home life and nothing else. I try not to blend these as much as possible. Although running a company, it can be very difficult. So I've been working at home in one capacity or another for the last 15 years. One could say that I was working from home before it was cool. Now, I don't ever want to work from home again. I really like going to a place and specifically doing work in that specific box, which is my office. I really do like this a lot better than working from home. But I know why people would want to work from home, because maybe they had a 2-hour commute and now they can just commute to the basement, get a bunch of work done, and be more productive than they were in the office. And this is something that some people can do, but not everyone can work from home. So I don't know what the answer is to the future. I think that bigger companies are gonna have maybe 1, 2, maybe 3 days where you work from home and the rest you come into the office. Now, I don't think that the work from home thing is going to be permanent. I think it will be more than it was in the past, but I guarantee once this pandemic is over, big companies are gonna pull people back into the office. Yahoo is a really good example of a company that tried to work from home but then brought everybody back. I don't know whether or not other big tech companies are going to do this, but I do know in the future that there will be some people that work from home and they'll do a better job. Sometimes they might even work less and get paid more because they're more productive. Again, one of the things that I try to do at my company is to promote productivity versus just time. Because if a person can get something done in 2 hours versus 8, then they should be able to get paid for the amount of work that they are doing. And if they're that efficient at it, then guess what? You've learned a new, more efficient way of doing things and you can probably produce more or better quality products. So I think that getting a portable computer right now is not really in the best interest of not only your productivity, but your wallet as well. And I like my iMac way better than my MacBook Pro. It's more powerful, it's got a bigger screen, and I really like it. Now, I got the 21.5 inch. I think the 27 inch is way too big, but that's just me. If they had a 24 inch, that would be better. Or if the bezels around the screen were a little bit smaller, I think that would also be good. So I don't think I'm gonna buy a MacBook Pro ever again, because if I am not in the office, I don't want to be doing work, and you, if you're definitely a freelancer or entrepreneur, should strive to do the same thing. Because I guarantee if you do the steps that I have mentioned by sectioning off your life, you will be more productive and probably be happier too. Maybe you can get the same amount of money coming in for less work, and that is something that you always want to do. And perhaps it starts by not buying a laptop and buying a stationary computer instead. Alright, so that concludes this video. I want to hear your thoughts down below. Are you moving away from laptops to stationary computers? Have you purchased an iMac versus a MacBook Pro? Are you working on an iPad? Let me know in the comments down below. Please be sure to like and subscribe. It really does help the YouTube algorithm. Our goal is to get to 10,000 subscribers here on YouTube. If you really like this channel, you can buy our digital products down below, because we don't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money you get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new e-learning content per month. We release everything from web development tutorials to machine learning tutorials to drawing tutorials to cybersecurity tutorials and more. It's the best way to help out this channel and my company, Mammoth Interactive. We have monthly and yearly options, and our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video.
Welcome everybody. Let's take a look at the Unreal Engine's free for December content. And you can go to this by simply going to free and then the free for the month here. And there's a lot of really cool things in here. So let's take a look at the first one here, this block out tool here. Now, you've probably seen some kind of if you follow the Unreal subreddit, you'll notice that there's a lot of games that kind of look like this. Well, this is really awesome because now it's a free tool which you can use. Now, this tool here allows you to make levels and prototype levels really quickly. So you can see here that prototyping levels becomes really easy. Now, this is the best way to see if your game's fun, to test out your mechanics, and to get some simple level building chops going forward here. So it's a really cool piece of equipment here, and it's free, so please download it. And you can see that there's a lot of really cool things in here. Let's take a look at the next one here, the modular swimming pool. Now this is actually really cool because not only do you get this swimming pool here that looks actually fairly cool, but you also you get a little flamingo there. And you also get the water shader too. And water shader can be pretty difficult to do. And coming up in Unreal 4.26, there's going to be a lot of water effects. So this effect is good for now, but very soon you're going to have a lot of tools that are available in the engine for free here. And it looks like there's a ton of really good content here. This looks fairly good, and I'm quite happy that it's free. If you need to do anything in a pool, I would highly recommend downloading this. Next up, we have the teleportation portal here. So if you need to make a game with teleporters or portals, well, guess what? You can now look at this here. So if you're making any kind of game that has those two, you should probably download this. It's got a lot of really cool effects, etc., and it's easy and probably good to try out. Right, so that's actually really awesome. So teleporters are commonplace in 3D games, so now's a good one. Now let's take a look at the realistic forest pack. All right, so if you're jonesing for some foliage, this is a good pack for you. You can see that it looks pretty good. It's got a kind of Pacific Northwest kind of Rocky Mountain vibe to it. If you live in those areas, probably more or less the Rocky Mountains because of these aspens here. But nevertheless, it looks pretty good. And if you need to have foliage, you should add it in here. All right, so if you look at that here, it looks pretty good, and you can take a look at all the assets here. It does actually include the roads as well, so you can use the spline tool in Unreal to make roads. So there you go. Last but certainly not least are grunge decals. Now, how do you pronounce that word? Is it decal, decal? Let me know in the comments down below. So I've always pronounced it decal, but I found that most of the world pronounces it decal. Let me know. Again, decal, decal. I'm curious. So if you're making a game that requires some kind of wear and tear, this is good for you. You know, this kind of has somewhat of a desert feel or a Mediterranean feel in terms of the architecture of this plaster, etc. So if you want to do it, you do it. It's always good to have some extra decals. It's very easy to add in decals in Unreal Engine. All right. And one last thing, I'd say a couple things to note here. One of the things that Epic has done is they've made the content to Edith Finch available for free. So if you go into the Epic Games content, the game Edith Finch, you now have a bunch of content that is now available for free. So you should always check this Epic content for free stuff here. There's a lot of really cool items here. As you can see, like I have this material here. There's really a lot of cool stuff, and they just added that last month, and so you can now add that in. Okay, and last but certainly not least, in terms of this video here, the Black Friday sale is on here. Now you can take a look at some of the items that are 70% off. It ends today, so definitely take a look at this here. Some of the things here are really good. You can take a look at, you know, whatever you want here. One thing I always do is I always put 100 per page, because I love browsing through this stuff, and I've definitely purchased a couple things on this Black Friday sale here. And if there's something that you need, you know, you can more or less get it. It's up to you. But I highly recommend at least downloading the free stuff and maybe even purchasing something that you need for your game development needs, right? This one looks pretty cool. I mean, I could go through all of these and just kind of be like, yeah, that looked pretty cool.
Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about why making money at home doesn't feel as good as it should. Alright, welcome back. Before I start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So I've been working from home since 2005, and I have a lot more insight into this situation of working from home than a lot of other people. A lot of other people absolutely love it. They don't like going into the office, and other people really hate it. They need to go into the office. One of the things that's seldom talked about is that when you make a startup completely from home with nothing but Zoom meetings, it doesn't feel as good as if you went to an office and achieved the same amount of goals. Think about it. If you went to an office, you saw some people every day, and your startup made a lot of money, well, guess what? It feels a lot better to do that. But if you are just talking to people in Zoom and your startup literally had the same amount of success, you don't have anyone to celebrate with. It doesn't feel as good. So this literally happened to me. I started making games online in the late 2000s, and I basically worked all by myself. As the money started to come in, I realized that it wasn't as fun as, let's say, going to a video game company and making games there. Because you can actually talk to other people, all the successes you can have, you can share with, you can go out for beers at the end of the day, but just making it by yourself isn't as good. And even I started making games with a few other people, and as the success came up, it wasn't as good. It just wasn't as fun as, let's say, going to an office and having a whole huge team. So making products online and working from home just doesn't have the same kind of impact as it does to go into an office. And I think that this eventually will eat into some kind of productivity. Now, I love being an introvert, and I love working by myself all day, every day. And even I think it's not very good to completely go from having an office to having no office. And even though at Mammoth Interactive, we're probably gonna be working from home practically forever, I'm not sure if I'm ever gonna have an office again other than for myself. In fact, at my company, all of my employees have been working from home, and productivity is actually a little bit better. Then again, my company is a lot different than, let's say, a bank or any kind of forward-facing customer business. If you have that kind of business, you might need to have an office. So I think in the next few years, there's gonna be a ton of startups that are just completely remote and are just gonna meet on Zoom every day. And what they're going to do is they're going to make a lot of money, but it's not gonna feel as good as if they were going into the same place or the office. Now, the thing is that you just have to brace yourself for this reality. It might not feel as good, but if you are making money, that's very hard to do. So congratulations. All right, so that concludes this video. Let me know your thoughts down below. Please comment because it helps us out in the YouTube algorithm. Remember that this channel doesn't do a Patreon, instead we sell our digital products down below. The more money you get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're gonna be talking about how you can make 6 figures working from home in 2021. All right, welcome back. Before we start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. All right, so if I told you you could make 6 figures working from home, you'd probably think that I would be one of those scam Facebook ads, but believe it or not, that actually happened to me back in 2012, and I'm going to talk about how you can do the same thing in 2021. So let's talk about me first. Now, believe it or not, I've been trying to get my business up and going from 2008 all the way to the end of 2011. It was an uphill battle. It was very hard. I tried many different things and nothing seemed to work. And then all of a sudden I made an online course and everything worked from there. Now, of course, I did have some success. I made a bunch of apps. I made an Xbox 360 game. I was freelancing, but I wasn't at the success level that I wanted to be. I still had at least one job in addition to what I wanted to do. But that all changed in 2012 when I literally made 6 figures working from home. I remember it so vividly that I went to play Ultimate Frisbee and I was checking my income online, and I had made $1,200 in the time it took me to play 2 Ultimate Frisbee games. It was absolutely amazing. Now, what's interesting is that I paid more in taxes in 2012 than I made in 2011 altogether. In fact, my income was so low, I barely got the apartment that I used to make my 6-figure and frankly 7-figure now business. So what I did is I dressed up in a suit and I made a very good impression on the property manager. And the property manager said, we absolutely want you. But when I sent my financials to the head office, they said there's no way that this person can actually live. Believe it or not, it was a very precarious thing to do, but it actually ended up working in the end because my living situation before that was absolutely terrible. So this can absolutely happen to you at any time. But how did I get there, and how can you make this happen for yourself in 2021? Well, what I was doing is I was constantly working and trying out new ideas. Some worked, some didn't, some worked well and some didn't work well, and others sort of worked altogether. My problem is that it didn't work out as well as I wanted it to, but I learned new things along the way. In fact, I failed forward for 3 hard years during the recession, and I learned so much through that failure. So it's very hard to get ahead, and especially if you are just entering the workforce, it's going to be very, very difficult to get experience. And this is the one thing I see with a lot of people that are sub 25 right now. If you don't have experience, it's going to be very hard, because now that everyone's working from home and big companies are going remote, you cannot get that face time with people to make a good impression. And a lot of these people aren't even hiring new people. They're just trying to make sure that they're not going to be out of business in a year. And even I say that because I run an e-learning company. I don't know what the future holds, and I want to make sure that I can weather any kind of storm. So what do you need to do to make 6 figures working from home in 2021? Well, first you need an in-demand skill. If you are a coder, and this can be any kind of coding, but if you are really good at coding and you can get the job done and you can do the job with absolute finesse, you will absolutely be able to make this kind of money. Coding is not going away anytime soon. And I know this for a fact because I used to be more of a designer or front-end web developer, and what I noticed is that as soon as I switched to coding, my career skyrocketed quite a bit. And this can happen to you too. So if you don't know to code, you should absolutely learn to code, and the best way to do that is to buy our digital products down below, because this channel doesn't do a Patreon. But if you really want a good job, cybersecurity is one of the best things that you can go into. Not a lot of people like it, and even I get a little bit bored with the topics in cybersecurity, and because of that, cybersecurity has a very low unemployment, but you do have to be good, and there are a lot of certifications. So if you are really looking for a new job and you like cybersecurity, cybersecurity is a fantastic career. In addition, if you can code and learn cybersecurity, that is a foolproof way to make money. Now, let's say you don't want to code. Let's say you want to do something else. Well, you can always freelance, and if you are a really good freelancer, you can charge more money. And if you're good at Photoshop or Adobe Illustrator or Blender 3D or game development, it doesn't matter what you want to do. If you're really good at it and you get things done on time, you can charge more money for it, because as a company owner, it is very hard to find people to get things done on time. You can hire 10 people, and sometimes these people just don't get things done on time. Getting things done on time is super important. Another big tip I have for you is that if you do want to make 6 figures, your soft skills need to be absolutely finessed. And what I mean by that is that if you're not good to work with, you will not make a lot of money. It doesn't matter what it is you're doing if you're not good to work with people to want to hire you, especially now that people are working from home. Now, the big question is whether or not companies are going to stop working from home once the pandemic is over. And I think a lot of companies will, but a lot of companies will have some kind of blended approach. Personally, at my company, I'm just going to keep all my workers remote because it doesn't really make a difference to bring people in. However, if I do want to expand, I will need to use the office at some point in time. And of course, I like going to my office because I really like working alone. So in addition to freelancing, you should constantly be releasing product. If you are a coder, like say a game developer, you need to be releasing a game, or you need to be releasing assets for a game, or you need to be teaching content. Teaching is a very good way to monetize some of your expertise. However, the e-learning industry isn't the cash cow it once was, and I'll be talking about that in a future video. If you really want to hear more about that topic, please comment down below. But if you do want to release courses on Udemy or your own site, this is a really good idea. Not only is it good for you to make these courses and to flesh out some of the beginner concepts, it looks great on a resume, just in case you do want to get a job at a bigger company. And even if you do get a job, you can actually be making 6 figures from home if it's in your contract to actually work from home. So the other thing you want to do is start a YouTube channel. If you sell courses or games or other products and you have a YouTube channel, then you can sell those products on your YouTube channel. The more views on YouTube you get, the more career credit you get. I should do a whole episode on career credit, so please like and subscribe to see that episode in the future. And if you're really lucky with YouTube, you can actually make money just from making videos and sponsorships, etc. So how do you make 6 figures working from home? Well, you can freelance, release products, and build your brand. If you do these 3 things, then maybe you can make 6 figures working from home. And you don't need to click on one of those scammy Facebook ads. All right, so that concludes this video. I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. It really does help us out when you like and subscribe this. And of course, please share this everywhere you can. If you really like this channel, you can buy our digital products down below. The more money you get from the content that you buy below, the more free content on this channel we can make. In addition to that, if you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month every month. And it's the best way to not only help with this channel, but my business, Mammoth Interactive. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers on Mammoth Interactive. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. In this episode, we're going to be talking about what you should be investing in 2021. All right, welcome back. Before I start this video, I want to make sure that you like and subscribe. The more likes and subscribers we get, the more content we can make. So I talk a lot about entrepreneurship and coding on this channel, but the one thing that you need to understand if you like these 2 topics is what to do with your money once you have made it. Now, even if you've made a small amount, there are a ton of options for you. But I'm going to be specifically talking about gold, silver, precious metals in general, Bitcoin, and real estate. So 2020 has been an interesting year. There's a lot of people that have been saving a lot of money, and there's a lot of people that have absolutely nothing. And I think this is a failure at all levels of government, and I don't care which party you like, I think it's a failure of the complete system. The money that was printed never went to the people that needed it most. And this is going to cause a lot of problems. And the one thing that I look at on a daily basis is where to put my money and to make sure that it's safe. Now, one of the things that a lot of people are talking about right now is inflation. And inflation is a very complicated topic, but the short of it is that things are going to cost more in the future, so you should go and spend it today. What this means is that if you buy eggs for $4 today, it might be $5 next year, even though your paycheck is roughly the same. And this is something that you need to understand. And inflation has been happening for decades now, and it's one thing that you need to do to protect your income. So how do you do that? Well, one of the ways that you do that is to make sure that you buy things that appreciate. This can be stocks, it can be real estate, it can be precious metals. It doesn't matter what you're buying as long as it appreciates. So what you should be doing is saving your money, but now more than ever, you need to be saving your money in a store of value that will retain its value. So that's the big question. What is going to store the value of the money that you're saving? Is it going to be fiat currency? Is it going to be precious metals? What is it? What I'm doing is I'm taking a balanced approach to all of this. I am buying gold and silver, Bitcoin, and a few other cryptos, as well as stocks. I'm gonna make sure I'm buying all of these because I don't know which one's gonna have the biggest yield. So Bitcoin is again almost at $20,000 USD. And remember, the last time this happened, people cried bubble. Now this can be a bubble again, but I don't think it is. I think a lot of people are really waking up to find out what Bitcoin really is. So if you're still on the fence as to why Bitcoin is a store of value, it's because 1, there's a finite amount of Bitcoins, and 2, it's backed up by the blockchain, which is proof of work that there are only a finite amount of Bitcoins. So what this means is that the more money people funnel into Bitcoin, the higher the price is going to be. The best thing about Bitcoin is that unlike gold and silver, you can buy any amount. You can buy $1 or you can buy $1 million, and it's still going to appreciate the same amount. Gold and silver don't work like that. You have to at least buy 1 ounce of gold or silver. Now, buying an ounce of silver isn't that expensive, but buying an ounce of gold is around $1,700, $1,800, $1,900 at the time of this video. And the thing about that is that if you don't have that money, you can't really invest in gold. But everyone can invest in Bitcoin, and that's what makes it so amazing. You can also invest in other cryptos like Ethereum, Bitcoin Cash, Litecoin. There are a ton of cryptos that you can invest in, and the thing about today versus the last time we were at these highs is that there is a lot less fraud in the system. So the coins that you are buying do have more value. And again, every single crypto that you buy is backed up by the blockchain. They all work a little bit differently. If you really want to get into cryptocurrencies, I recommend downloading Coinbase. It is a very good app and it allows you to upload fiat from a credit card or a bank, and it gives you a very nice description of each crypto, and it has a lot of coins. Now, of course, I have multiple crypto apps here. The one that I do most of my trading is crypto.com, but Coinbase is also good. The best way to do Coinbase is to dollar cost average Bitcoin and Ethereum at the very least. If you just put in $100 regardless of the price, I bet you will make money. Now, the other thing about Bitcoin is that it is going to be very volatile. As of this video, it is above 19,000, but you know what? In 2 months, it could be at the $10,000 level. I'm not making that prediction, but it absolutely could go there. If it does go there, that means you just get to buy more. I am super bullish Bitcoin because I think that Bitcoin is going to be the new gold standard. And if there's a book that you should check out, it is Jeff Booth's book right here. This book is amazing and I highly recommend that you read it, but I'm going to give you a very short synopsis. In his book, he mentions that technology is inherently deflationary. That means that you're getting more for less, and central banks only know how to inflate. And the only answer to that inflation is Bitcoin, because unlike gold, which was used to sound money in the past, it's hard to transfer gold across the world. And now, since the economy is so advanced, we need a digital solution, and that digital solution is Bitcoin. So again, if you dollar cost average, that is maybe putting $50 or $100 a week into Bitcoin or Ethereum, I think you'll make money in the long term. Now, of course, it can go down, and of course, you can lose all your money, but I don't think that's going to happen with Bitcoin. At most, you might lose 75% of your money, but if you dollar cost average, you get to buy at the 75% below of what you currently bought it. And when it gets back up to the current level, if it goes down there and if it comes back up, you will make money. Dollar cost averaging is probably one of the best things you can do. The fundamentals of Bitcoin are sound. The other thing about Coinbase is you can actually set up daily payments, weekly payments, monthly payments, etc. So you can just essentially debit this automatically into your Coinbase wallet. It's really, really good. So if you really want to play the volatility, you can set up your Coinbase account to take maybe $10 a day. However, there is a fee with this and the fees do get higher, but my argument is that the volatility will more than pay for the fees. So let's talk about volatility. If you really want to make money in stocks or cryptos or precious metals, it doesn't matter what it is, you have to do your homework and you have to be able to stomach the volatility. What that means is that if you want to buy a stock and this stock is, let's say, the new big Tesla, you have to deal with maybe 20, 30, or 40% move. Tesla's a good example of a volatility stock in the past, although Tesla has definitely proven its worth. So if you've ever followed Tesla, you'll know that it might be up 20%, maybe in a day, maybe in a week, and then it'll be down 20%. So you have to be able to stomach that. You also have to do your homework to see which companies are going to make it in the long run. The best way to make money is to set a little bit of money and forget it. So let's say you were awarded $20,000. What would you put your money in? One of the best ways that you can put your money in is to buy literally 20 different stocks for $1,000 each. That way, if one of your stocks goes bankrupt, then guess what? You've only lost $1,000. With apps like Robinhood, you don't have to pay commissions anymore, and this is an absolute game changer. If you don't have to pay commissions, then you get to keep 100% of the gains. Also, if you were, let's say, awarded $20,000, you can actually build a portfolio. You can figure out how many is in tech, how many is in industry, how many is in mining. You can do whatever you want with it, and you have to do your homework. 20 different stocks is a good start. If you really want to start with 5, that's a good thing too. Now, one of the biggest and most funniest things about investing is as soon as you buy something, it drops a lot. Now, when I started to buy silver and gold, they actually crashed a lot. Silver crashed 40%, and I wish I had bought more, but I didn't. So let's say you have done your homework on one company and the company, for whatever reason, drops 30% the next day or maybe in the next month. Well, guess what you can do? You can dollar cost average and buy more. If the fundamentals are sound on a company, then you should absolutely double down. Now, of course, you don't want to double down everything, but let's say you took my example of investing $20,000 into 20 different stocks and you have maybe a little bit of extra money in a couple months, and the stock that went down 20% or 30% is, well, frankly on sale. You can go buy more, because if it goes back up to your purchase price, then you've made money. Dollar cost averaging is really good. If you really want to make money, I would recommend looking at day trading. But here's the thing about day trading. You want to take a small amount and see if you can double it. So the other thing about people getting rich is that they really do put in the work. And one of the ways that you can become very wealthy is day trading. It's very, very difficult, and this failure rate is very, very high. So what I recommend with day trading is to take a small amount and see how long it takes to double it. With apps like Robinhood and there's no commission, you can really do any amount. I would recommend maybe $1,000 to $10,000, no more than $10,000. If you can't turn 10,000 into 20, you can't turn 100 into 200 or 1,000,000 into 2,000,000. So that's why I recommend going 1,000 to 2,000 or 5,000 to 10,000. Try to double your money. And remember, if you double your money a certain amount of times, it really doesn't take that many times to make a lot of money. A lot of people go to Wall Street Bets, and I like going there every day just for my daily meme humor fix. But one thing I do not recommend is playing options. It is too risky, and personally for me, I think it's far too risky. So of course, there's a lot of people who post very massive gains on Wall Street Bets, but you cannot compare yourself to them because one, these people are somewhat lucky, and two, there's a lot more people losing a lot more money than all the people that are posting gains. So options are good if you're a very sophisticated trader. However, if you're not, I would not do that. And I don't think I'm ever gonna play with options unless there's a huge liquidity event again, in which case I might try some calls. So if you really want to day trade, there are a bunch of ETFs that track commodities like oil, natural gas, gold, silver, etc. So once you figure out how to trade these commodities through these ETFs, and if you can double your money, you will be financially secure forever. Because if you can figure out again how to double your money, a very small amount of money, then you can go and expand that money. And once you're done, like let's say you've made 100 grand from $5,000, well, guess what? You can start the process all over again. You can take 95% of that out, maybe buy a house or maybe buy a Tesla. It doesn't matter, but then you do it again. This is probably the best way to do day trading. Remember that all gains that you get from day trading are very special, and you should treat them special. And the hardest thing that you need to understand about when you make gains in the stock market is that there is a factor of luck, and it's most likely not you personally who's been doing all the work. So if you've ever played sports, a lot of coaches will tell you to either value the puck, value the ball. Whenever you have possession of the ball or puck or frisbee or whatever, you should value it. Gains in the stock market are exactly the same way. You should value every single gains very well. So I haven't talked about gold and silver, which is my favorite topic. So going back to the early part of this video, we talked about money printing, and money printing means that there's going to be a ton of supply of fiat currency, whether that be US dollars, euros, Canadian dollars, Japanese yen, it doesn't matter what it is that there's going to be more supply of it. And if there's more supply of it, it's probably going to be worth less. So when money printing usually happens, finite assets like gold and silver tend to go up. Now, let's talk about gold. Gold has a 5,000 year record of storing value. So is that going to change in the next 5, 10, or 100 years? Probably not. So if you put your money into gold, it's one of those things that if you buy it, you set it and forget it, and chances are in the future it's going to be worth more. Again, if it goes down, you can always dollar cost average. So gold is an extremely safe bet because you cannot make gold. It is made in this fusion of stars. That's how finite it is. The only thing that would really reduce the price of gold is if we found some mines or we created a nuclear reactor that created gold. But it takes way too much energy to do that. And we know exactly how much gold there is on the planet. So if you want to buy gold, it's probably a good bet. Now, silver is a little bit different. Silver is used in everything, and I'm probably going to make a whole episode about silver because this is a technology channel, and our modern day world would be absolutely non-existent without silver. Silver is the most conductive metal, and it's used pretty much in every electronic device. Now, silver had a huge bump up in the last little while, and the reason is that I think silver is the least priced commodity. So I purchased a lot of physical silver and some gold this year, and I think silver could at least 10x. First of all, the market of silver is really tight, and if there's one chart that will convince you to buy some physical silver, it is this chart. Look how little silver there is compared to the rest of the financial economy. It's absolutely insane. So all of that money from the financial economy could funnel into silver because, again, silver is integral to batteries, solar panels, and all electronic devices. We've all heard of gold standard, but there used to be a silver standard. In fact, some of you might even have heard the phrase silver for commoners, gold for kings. So there used to be silver standards all across the world, and it has been used as hard and sound money in the past. And while that's probably not going to happen, it is used as a strategic metal today. Because there is such a finite supply of silver, there's only so much of it to go around. One of the things I say is that silver is going to be the Christmas gift of the year. So what I mean by that is that if you remember back to some Christmas past, like for example the Nintendo Wii, there wasn't enough Nintendo Wiis to go around, and it was the Christmas gift of the year. And oftentimes there would be demand for a product, and that product simply could not be produced. I think the same thing's going to happen to silver. You're not going to be able to get it because everybody wants it. Everybody's going to want to have something finite, and silver, because it's lower than gold, is a lot more accessible for the reasons I mentioned earlier. If you want to buy gold and silver, you have to buy at least an ounce. Now, of course, you can buy bars, and that's usually what I buy, but if you want to buy silver and gold, you can't really buy a quarter ounce of gold. You really won't make much money on that. However, if you do buy a silver coin, silver bar, or a big silver bar, you will make money on that. And I think this is absolutely going to happen, especially because now that solar panels are going to be in the forefront of this decade, solar panels use silver, a lot of silver. So because of that, and because the silver market is so incredibly tight, I bet you the price of silver is going to go up. And it's going to go up a lot. Now, lots of people ask, should you own silver miners, gold miners, or physical silver or gold silver? So here is what you should absolutely have. I say that you should have at least 1 gold ounce and 100 ounces of silver per person in your family. If you're single, just those 2. If you have a family of 4, then you need 4 ounces of gold and 400 ounces of silver. This is the absolute minimum thing. Now, if you've also watched this channel, I've mentioned that one of the things that could really affect technology and humanity is a solar flare. And guess what? It's a coin flip in the next 30 years as to whether or not a devastating solar flare is going to engulf the Earth. So what this means is that we might have to shut down our technology for months before this solar flare comes out. And think about the damage. And what will happen is if everyone is using a digital currency like Bitcoin, they're going to have to go back to hard money. What is hard money? What has thousands of years under its belt as hard money, and as basically everyone has a consensus as to what stores value? Gold and silver. So in the event of a solar flare, you're going to thank me to having 1 gold ounce and 100 ounces of silver. Now, if in that case, you should probably buy the silver coins because they're a little bit more divisible. Dividing up 100 ounces of silver might be a little bit tricky, but it's something to continue. Now, of course, I don't want a solar flare to happen, but you have to prepare for the worst. And a coin flip is a fairly high probability that this is going to happen. I think it would be absolutely ironic is if the world went digital after the coronavirus, only to have a solar flare wipe out the digitality of humanity. This is something I spend a lot of my time researching, that is gold and silver, miners, and basically macroeconomics. And one of the things that I really recommend that anybody do for their career is to always be interested in something. It doesn't matter what it is. It can be cooking, it can be playing a musical instrument, it can be horseback riding. It doesn't matter what it is. As long as you have goals and you learn more things, I think you as a person will have a better career. All right, so that concludes this video. This was a super long video and it took a long time to make. So please like and subscribe and share this video if you got any value of it. Also, if you really like this video, you can buy our digital products down below. Because this channel doesn't do a Patreon. Instead, we sell our digital products down below. The more money you get from the content that you buy below, the more content we can make. If you really like this channel, you can subscribe to Mammoth Interactive's huge library of content. We release 20 to 60 hours of fresh new content per month. This includes everything from cybersecurity tutorials to machine learning tutorials to drawing tutorials and more. We're constantly making more content. So it is a fantastic deal. And not only that, you help out this channel being free and my company, Mammoth Interactive. Our goal is to get to 10,000 monthly subscribers. And once that happens, our e-learning company will change the world. Thanks for watching and I'll see you in another video. Hey everybody, welcome to BuraTech. This is our last episode of the year. So thank you so much if you've already liked and subscribed to this channel. It really does mean a lot to me. So I want to say happy holidays to everyone who's made this channel a success this year. It has been a really good year, not only for this YouTube channel, but for Mammoth Interactive. And I'm going to be talking a little bit about the things I want to do next year and what's in the pipeline. There's a lot of really cool things that I have planned for this channel and for my company, Mammoth Interactive. So like I said, thank you so much for liking and subscribing. At the beginning of the year, we were not monetized, but now we are monetized. And it's all thanks to you for liking and subscribing. It really does help us out when you like and subscribe and when you smash the share button. So we got a lot of shares on the internet over the years, and that has really helped us monetize. So the first thing that we're going to be doing next year is I'm going to be hosting a live stream every Friday at 9 a.m. Pacific time. And this is something that is going to happen pretty much every week. I'm going to say at least 2 times a month, probably 3 or 4 times a month, mostly every week. Now in this live stream, you can ask me pretty much anything about coding, technology, my business, anything that you want, and I will basically answer it. So there's a lot of things that I like about this. You know, I started an e-learning company to help people out, and this is long overdue. I really wanted to do this in the past, but for whatever reason, it just never really materialized. So every week, 9 a.m. Friday, mark it on your calendars. You can ask me anything. You got a question about coding or cryptocurrencies or technology, anything that you can think of, simply go ahead and mark that in your calendars. The more people that show up to the live stream, the more it helps out this channel. We got over the 1,000 subscribers this year. I would like to get over 10,000 subscribers next year. So I need your help to do that. So if you can do that and show up to those live streams, that really helps me out. So let's talk about my business, Mammoth Interactive. So obviously with the lockdown and people learning from home, this has been a very good year. In fact, there's a lot of things that I really wish I had done previously in previous years to make this year even better. And I don't think anything is going to happen to online learning in the next little while. I think the genie is absolutely out of the bottle and people are gonna want to learn online more in the future. Of course, you can't learn everything online, and I think once this is all over, some people are going to really want to go back to school, and that is something that you can do. I always say that you need to go to school, you need to learn online, and then you need to meet people. Like, you need to really do all those things if you want to be successful, especially as a coder. You can't just code and become good by yourself with YouTube videos or online courses. You can't do that. You got to go to a class, at least take a class. You don't have to do a full degree, but you should take a class at an institution. And you know, if I was young today, let's say I was maybe 18 to 22, I would absolutely learn as much as I can online and then maybe take a class or two just so I can meet people. And the last thing I would do is I would absolutely network and work on my soft skills. I always say that, but you know, it's something that's really important. So next year, we have really figured out how to make courses very inexpensive, but have a huge amount of impact. And I always say this with any kind of business, you want to release the products that have the most amount of profit with the least amount of expenses. And this is not always possible, but we found a really good way of doing this here. And we've actually retooled our entire production line to accommodate this. And our most successful course this year was the Excel course. It raised over $100,000 on Kickstarter. You can take a look at that right here. At least you can see how much we raised. I'm pretty excited about that. Now, another thing about the Excel course is that we've actually partnered with quite a number of people to start selling this huge bundle, and we're very excited. We're very excited about its prospects next year, and I'm really hoping that it does very well. If everything does really well, next year will be even better than this year. So I'm very excited about that. And of course, what we do is we have some fixed costs here, but really, our business model, if we got, I'm not even joking, an extra 200 grand, which is like peanuts compared to what a lot of these other tech companies get. If we just got like a little bit of extra money, we could do and make a ton of courses. And it really does help us out when you like and subscribe, and when you buy our stuff on Kickstarter. And if you have bought something from us this year, thank you. It really does help us out. We really try to produce as much content, as relative content as possible. One of the things that we try and do, again, at Mammoth Interactive is to not waste anybody's time. So we get people to learn the most amount of things in the least amount of time. And, that's something that I like to do. And, I tell all my instructors to do that. So, this year, again, has been really good. So I'm looking forward to next year. We got a ton of plans, and there's going to be a lot more related businesses that are going to be introduced next year as a part of the Mammoth brand. And they might be kind of sub-brands. So like a lot of these coffee companies, they might have like their coffee, and then they might have like kind of a sub-brand. So we're going to be doing that as well. There's a few things that I feel is really good, and that's going to complement the e-learning stuff, but it's just kind of one step to the right. And I've been working on that for basically the past 6 months, and I'm really excited to show everyone. So show up to the live streams. You can get kind of real-time updates on what I'm working on personally and what's going to happen next year. The other thing that I did this year was I did some personal videos, and I wanted to get your feedback on whether you like them or not. A lot of times with YouTube, I'm just the guy on a screen, but there's a lot of things behind that. You see people on the screen, but there's humans behind the screen. And this year was particularly challenging because I have 2 young kids, and I'm still in an apartment. And that's been hard. It's been hard on my whole family. My kids, they can't go to daycare, and we've had some breaks, and those breaks have felt really good. So if you like those videos, I can make more of them. And I might even make some more videos where I just kind of talk about concepts in a car. Those seem to be very popular, so I might do that next year. I'm definitely looking forward to getting a Tesla next year. That's going to definitely happen. So I like talking about Tesla because it's an amazing company. And as coders, you can really learn from what they do. It's really, really good. So to wrap up this video, thanks again for liking and subscribing. Let me know the topics you want in the next year, because I can tailor the content to pretty much anything that you're looking for. We talk about coding, success, entrepreneurship, freelancing, all that stuff, but I can talk a little bit more about some cool technology. There's a lot of really cool technology that is kind of bubbling up, and one of the things that I always recommend young people to do is that once you understand how to get good at technology, you can prioritize your learning and your skill set in an emerging technology. Now, sometimes that technology doesn't work, but other times it does. So I could talk about some of those technologies that no one's really talking about that you can maybe get a leg up on. There's a lot of really cool stuff that really nobody has really heard of, but if you specialize in this, maybe 2 or 3 years down the road, you'll be one of the only people who's an expert in. And this is something I highly recommend. This was the same thing for me with online courses. Circa 2011, the end of 2011, no one really knew how to make an online course. And well, I already knew how to make an online course. In fact, I already made one before I got my big thing on Udemy. And since no one knew how to do it, I had pretty much no competition, and it was very easy to make money. So for me, that was online courses. And for you, I might say the things like, if I had more time, I'd probably do this. So if you want those kind of topics, please let me know. So if you're listening to this, thank you so much. Happy holidays, and I'll see you in 2021.